This page depicts the cover of the Shenmue II Complete guidebook. The cover prominently features Shenhua Ling at the top, positioned above Ryo Hazuki and Ren Wuying, who are standing in the foreground. The background illustrates a mountainous setting, possibly Bailu Village, complete with a waterfall cascading down the rocks. The Japanese text on the cover translates to Shenmue II Complete Guide. Complete Guide, perfect strategy, with detailed fold-out map. This page depicts a review of Shenmue the first chapter and features 3 characters. On the left side we see Londi in his traditional black and gold dragon robe looking sternly. In the center is Shenhua, wearing a hat and looking towards the viewer. Behind Shenhua on the right is Ryo Hazuki. The text at the bottom of the page says 1986 Yokosuka. This page depicts the beginning of Ryo Hazuki's fierce battle and sudden separation from his respected father. It begins on November 29, 1986 in Yokosuka. A man wearing Chinese clothes visited the Hazuki dojo, shattering Ryo Hazuki's peaceful days. This man, who was also Iwao Hazuki's master and Ryo's uncle, defeated Iwao with a single blow and stole the mirror that was in the Hazuki house. Ryo Hazuki cried out to his father, but it was too late. Consumed by revenge, Ryo Hazuki received a mysterious letter from an unknown sender, directing him to seek help from Master Chen, a trader in Yokosuka. There, Ryo learns that his enemy is Londi, a leader of the criminal organization Chi-Yu Men, and that the stolen mirror, the Dragon Mirror, is one of a pair with the Phoenix Mirror. Ryo also learns of the existence of the Phoenix Mirror. Finding the Phoenix Mirror in the basement of the dojo, Ryo starts preparing to go to Hong Kong to defeat Londi. Through a confession from Nozomi Harasaki, a classmate, and after conflicts with the delinquent group Mad Angels, Ryo grows as a person. Before that, he gained the trust of Master Chen and his son Guizhang, borrowing their strength and opening a path towards Hong Kong. Immediately before departure, Chai, an assassin from the Chi-Yu Men, attacks, but Guizhang takes the damage meant for Ryo. Ryo defeats Chai using techniques he learned in Yokosuka. Filled with a sense of turbulent adventure, the ship carrying Ryo heads towards Hong Kong, the gateway to mainland China. The text boxes in the images contain dialogue. Image 1, I must take revenge, father, watch me. Image 2, I have been searching for the mirror. The story starts from here. Image 3, perhaps Gulen is nearby? I might not be able to return here again. Image 4, I will ask my father to lend you a hand, as if I am borrowing it myself. This page depicts 2 scenes from Shenmue II, both set in Hong Kong. The top image showcases a street view with brick buildings under a blue sky with clouds. The architecture and atmosphere suggest this is Kowloon, Hong Kong. The bottom image shows a courtyard or plaza area that seems to be in Kowloon as well. There's a central fountain with water flowing, surrounded by a hexagonal stone pattern on the ground. Buildings are visible in the background, some with glowing lights, indicating nighttime or evening. The scene has a slightly mysterious and atmospheric feel. The Japanese text on the page translates to, and so the stage is set in Hong Kong. Undeterred by the gap between rich and poor, the resilient people of Aberdeen live on. Wan Chai, a town where traditional Chinese culture breathes. Various intentions lurk in Kowloon City, where tenement buildings stand side by side. Before Ryo, who has stepped onto new land, a world completely different from Japan was spreading out. New encounters in this vast land will lead Ryo's revenge drama to even greater heights. This page shows a menu page that is divided into sections. The first section is Character Relationship Chart on page 6. Next is Main Character Introductions on page 8. Then the World of Shenmue II Base System Explanation on page 16. Following that is How to Use This Book on page 22. The next main section is Scenario on page 23, and it is divided into 6 parts. Part 1 is titled Landing in a Foreign Land, starting on page 24. Part 2 is Those Who Know Clues from page 42. Part 3 is To the Next Destination on page 58. Part 4 is Demon Metropolis Kowloon City on page 70. Part 5 is Those Who Block the Way on page 84. Part 6 is The Two Who Are Guided starting on page 104. The next section is Map on page 107, which lists locations including Aberdeen, Hong Kong, Wan Chai, Kowloon City, and Guilin. The battle section is on page 161 and includes Martial Arts Basics Edition on page 162, Introduction to all techniques on page 168. Free Battle Complete Guide on page 186. The minigame section is on page 195 and lists various minigames such as Space Harrier, Hang On, Outrun, Afterburner 2, and many others. The item section is on page 213, and it contains categories like main items, sub-items, collection items, and a set purchase price list. The character section is on page 237, featuring introduction of appearing characters starting on page 238. Finally, there is a special column on page 275 and an index on page 280. This page depicts a character relationship chart outlining connections between various characters and organizations in the Shenmue story. The title reads, "Reality is intricately intertwined." Let's understand the relationships between each character and organization. The page focuses on three main organizations. Firstly, there is Chiomen, described as a Chinese secret society wielding the assassination fist. The text explains they are a secret society controlling the Chinese underworld, headed by Tian Di as the supreme authority, with 4 executives managing the organization. They prioritize Chinese martial arts over firearms, being a group of experts in body techniques. The theft of the Dragon Mirror and Phoenix Mirror was directly ordered by Tian Di to Lan Di and Kang Long, with the true motive still a mystery. Furthermore, the order to recapture Yuan Dazhu also comes directly from Lan Di to the Huang Tianhui. Secondly, Huang Tianhui is introduced as an underworld organization expanding its power in Kowloon. It is led by the giant Do Niu and his right-hand man Yuan, based in Kowloon Castle. Having gained the backing of Chiomen, the Huang Tianhui is trying to secure Yuan Dazhu, an influential figure in Kowloon, and eliminate his faction. They have almost completely taken control of Kowloon Castle and are now aiming to acquire Hong Kong and Aberdeen. They consider Ren of the Heavens to be a major obstacle and view him as a sworn enemy. Thirdly, Heavens is described as a Hong Kong street gang led by Ren. It's a street gang group led by Ren, composed mainly of young people aged 10 to 19, based in Beverly Hills Wharf in Aberdeen. There is ongoing conflict between Do Niu's Huang Tianhui and Ren's Heavens. To monitor Do Niu's movements, they have established a hideout in Dragon Image Street in Kowloon Castle. Ren calls Do Niu stupid Do Niu and is constantly plotting to defeat him. The chart shows Lan Di as the highest executive of Chiomen, giving instructions to Do Niu, the leader of Huang Tianhui. Huang Tianhui is in opposition to Heavens, led by Ren. Ren has an acquaintance named Gui Xiang, and Joy has feelings for Ren. Xu Yinghong is Joy's housekeeper and is secretly related to Chiomen, receiving orders from Lan Di and being pursued by Do Niu. Gu Zhangji, Ryo Hazuki's father, was killed by Lan Di. Ryo is searching for Lan Di, who was a friend of Xiaolong's son. This page depicts a character relationship chart titled Like Intertwining Threads. The chart illustrates the complex web of connections between various individuals in Hong Kong. It explains that in Hong Kong, 3 organizations are currently operating in the shadows, and many people are living their lives with connections to each other. As Ryo Hazuki becomes involved, these connections become even more intricate. The chart showcases characters like Zhu Yuanda and Zhang Yu at the top, with arrows indicating a subordinate relationship from Zhang Yu to Zhu Yuanda. Joy and Wang are shown as companions and are both connected to Xu Yinghong, with Joy being in search of Xu Yinghong, and Wang being an acquaintance and subordinate to Ren. Do Niu and Yuan are also depicted as subordinates, both connected to the Yellowheads organization. Xu Yinghong is shown to be in cooperation with Ren, who in turn is subordinate to Cool Z. Cool Z, Sam, and Larry are all companions belonging to Heavens. Further down, Xu Yinghong is a fellow disciple to Kang Hai, and Kang Hai, Qingliang, and Dozin are all fellow disciples. The page numbers next to each character name likely refer to their profiles or related information within the guidebook. This page depicts Ryo Hazuki, a character from the Shenmue series. Ryo is shown in 2 images, a close-up portrait and a full-body shot. He is wearing a brown leather jacket over a white shirt and blue jeans, completed with gray sneakers. He has a determined expression. The page title introduces him as Hazuki Ryo. The text below the title explains his background. In pursuit of his father's enemy, the lone wolf lands in Hong Kong. The paragraph further elaborates. Ryo Hazuki, a lone wolf who came to Hong Kong from Yokosuka in pursuit of Lan Di, who killed his father, Iwao Hazuki. He has been learning Hazuki-style jujutsu since he was a child, and his ability as a martial artist is considerable. He is well-versed in etiquette, but shows absolutely no mercy to those who disregard it. Also, his personality is stubborn and hates to lose. Rather than thinking things over, he is the type to act first. The text bubble next to the full body image of Ryo reads, "Someday I will avenge my father." On the right side of the page, personal information is provided. Gender, age 18, height 176 centimeters, weight 65 kilograms, blood type O. This page depicts a character profile of Shenhua Ling. Shenhua is presented as a pure and innocent girl, living in harmony with nature. The text describes her as a mysterious girl living in Bailu Village, a remote mountain village deep in China. Raised in the heart of nature, she possesses a wealth of knowledge about mountain plants and animals. She is depicted finding animal trails and reading the weather by observing the flow of the wind. She is described as simple and innocent, and sometimes her kindness leads her to take dangerous actions without considering the consequences. The page also includes Shenhua's personal information, which states she is female, 16 years old, 155 centimeters tall, weighs 43 kilograms, and has blood type A. This page introduces 3 characters, Hong Shuying, Joy, and Wang. Hong Shuying is described as a beautiful female teacher who is well-versed in all things martial and literary. She is insightful and acts after judging all situations. She doesn't speak much, and her true intentions are rarely revealed. Even when she's being kind, her sharp gaze seems to see through to the bottom of people's hearts. She is well-versed in Taoism and Chinese literature, and her knowledge is profound. She is a teacher who is widely admired in Baixian Village, and she also has the face of a master of Bajikwan. Joy is described as a tomboyish and cheerful girl who rides a crimson motorbike. She immediately speaks her mind and has a straightforward personality. She rides her beloved crimson bike around Hong Kong. She can be selfish and blunt, but she is truly kind-hearted on the inside. Her father, Zhuang Chunyun, is said to be a large figure in the port trading business. She is a very trusted person by many people. The reason why Joy is sweet to Ren is because he is like her deceased mother, and she pours all her love into him. Her name is known everywhere in Hong Kong, and she is also acquainted with Ren of Heavens. Wang is described as a pure-hearted boy who admires Ren and Yuan like older brothers. He is a member of Heavens. As a follower of Ren, the leader, he admires his toughness and manliness. Although short in stature, he is competitive and has a leader-like personality. He often hangs out with Sam, Larry, and Cool Z. He is more dutiful than other children, and he never forgets a favor he receives. Also, he is good at getting out of tight spots in Heavens. In addition, he is good with his hands and is good at opening locked doors. Since meeting Yuan, he also respects Yuan like an older brother. At his core, he is kind and pure-hearted. This page depicts character profiles for 4 members of the Heavens Gang. The first profile is for Ryo Hazuki, titled Blade Warrior, a dangerous young leader who leads Heavens. The text describes him as the leader of the Heavens Street Gang in Beverly Hills Wharf. He is described as charismatic and uses his words and actions to control Heavens. He has a strong attachment to money and doesn't trust anyone outside his group. He is quick-witted and good at gambling, using Ikasa-sama when he wins. He is feared in Aberdeen and is in conflict with the Wang Tian organization, aiming to crush them. He is known for his knife skills, a style not belonging to any particular school. The second profile is for Sam, titled Swinging a Special Baton, American Wannabe. The text describes him as a key member of Heavens. His real name is different, but due to his American influence, he goes by Sam. He is very conscious of his physique, and his strength is strong, and he helps his friends when they are in trouble. He is quick to fight and has a violent temper, often causing trouble over trivial matters. He carries a special baton with him. The third profile is for Larry, titled Respecting the Strong Heavens Cool Guy. The text describes him as a key member of Heavens. In terms of fighting ability, he is number 2 after Ryo. He tries to appear cool, but he gets angry easily and often clashes with others. He used to be a lone wolf, but since losing a fight to Ryo, he has become Ryo's subordinate. His red bandana is his trademark. The fourth profile is for Cool J, titled A Very Strong Fighter, Rap-Loving Big Man. The text describes him as a key member of Heavens. He likes rap music and always carries a boombox. He appears imposing, but in reality, he is not good at fighting and runs away from opponents he can't beat. Within Heavens, he is particularly close to one, and they are often seen together. This page depicts character profiles from Shenmue II, focusing on 4 individuals related to Yuan Deju in the story. The top left profile is for Yuan Deju. He is described as being related to Iwao Hazuki and Zhao Sunming, and is a powerful figure with influence in Kowloon. The text next to his image translates to, "The truth of the matter, even I don't know." The description details him as a mysterious man who holds the key to Landi's true identity and the secret of the Phoenix Mirror. It mentions he had connections with Zhao Sunming, Ryo's father, but the details are unclear. He is the author of the Book of the White Leaf, and it is mentioned that Landi's father, Zhao Sunming, is also mentioned in it, suggesting a deep connection with Zhao Sunming. It is speculated that he knows about the Phoenix and Dragon mirrors. He is portrayed as calm and collected, deeply involved in the underworld, but also honorable and righteous, earning the respect and cooperation of others. Below Yuan Deju, on the left, is Zhang Shuqin. He is described as being under Yuan Deju's command and is depicted as being calm and composed. The text states he is a polite and righteous person who is willing to put himself in danger to protect Yuan Deju, showcasing his loyalty. In the middle column is Tao Jianmin. He is described as a master of Tai Chi who practices daily. He is an elderly man who practices Tai Chi in Virtue Park in Scarlet Hills. Despite his age, he is described as being energetic and willing to spar with anyone who looks like a martial artist. His Tai Chi skills are refined through years of practice. He gives the protagonist the small typhoon move, and it's mentioned that Jianmin also taught Tai Chi to Guixiang. On the right side is Guixiang. She is described as having a close relationship with Yuan Deju and Zhao Sunming. Guixiang is depicted standing on a street in Dragon Quarter, Kowloon. She is described as a knowledgeable person in the underworld with a wide network of information. She lives in Kowloon for a long time, leading a carefree life, but is serious about her connections with others. It's mentioned she had a close relationship with Zhao Sunming and taught Ryo the shadow step technique, a fighting move in the dark. The page also includes personal information sections for each character, listing their gender as male for Yuan Deju, Zhang Shuqin, and Tao Jianmin, and female for Guixiang. Their ages are given as 66, 44, 75, and 57 respectively. Heights are 165 centimeters, 172 cm, 151 centimeters, and 161 centimeters, and weights are 53 kg, 65 kg, 43 2 kg. Blood types are AB, A, O, and B respectively. This page depicts character profiles from Shenmue II. The first character is Li Guixiang, who is described as an old lady with a stubborn personality like a stone and a master of Tai Chi Chuan. Her quote is, "Have you come again, you earthworm?" She lives in apartment 101 of Ondata Mansion in Kominato Street and works as the caretaker. She is very stubborn and set in her ways and has a sharp tongue and competitive spirit, making her a bit harsh towards strangers. However, she is kind to people she knows. Having lost her husband early and without children, she lives alone. She is an expert in Chen-style Tai Chi Chuan and seems to have taught Tao Jianmin Tai Chi Chuan when he was a child. Her personal details are female, 76 years old, 147 centimeters tall, 43 kilograms weight, and blood type B. The next character is Ko Choron, the slightly annoying owner of the Zhangyu barbershop. His quote is, "You in training order?" He owns the Zhangyu barbershop in Mikajiri Alley in Fukusan Street. He's known to be grumpy and bad-tempered, but his haircutting skills are highly rated. Despite this, he's stubborn and cannot do modern hairstyles, so younger customers tend to avoid him. It's mentioned that he might have studied martial arts in his youth, but the truth is unclear. His personal details are male, 50 years old, 165 centimeters tall, 59 kilograms weight, and blood type B. Then we have Zhen Shuzhen, who is the master of the Guangwu Hall and trains his beloved disciples. He is the master of the Quanfa-style Guangwu Hall Dojo in Saiho Street. He is described as gentle, knowledgeable, and thoughtful. He has over 50 years of training experience, and his skill is said to be on par with veteran masters. He guides his disciples to become accomplished martial artists, but he is concerned about his former top student, Bai Zongquan. His personal details are male, 68 years old, 162 centimeters tall, 50 kilograms weight, and blood type O. Finally, there is Bai Zongquan, a street performer in Wise Men's Quarter who was expelled from the Guangwu Hall. He performs in the Wise Men's Bazaar in Wise Men's Quarter. He was once a promising martial artist with a bright future, but he became addicted to gambling and other vices, leading to his downfall and expulsion from his master's dojo. He is described as simple-minded but cheerful. His personal details are male, 37 years old, 185 centimeters tall, 103 kg weight, and blood type O. This page depicts 4 character profiles. At the top, we see Kun Fangmei, described as a cheerful girl from the Manmo Temple who loves to help people. The text explains she is a girl who works at Manmo Temple. She is bright and helpful and liked by everyone. When she was young, she was raised in an orphanage, but was taken in by Manmo Temple, and she works there to repay her gratitude. She doesn't act spoiled to older people, and she expresses her opinions clearly. She doesn't gossip or speak badly of people. Her personality is cheerful and active. To people she likes, she will go out of her way to help them as much as possible. It seems that since Ryo suddenly stumbled into Manmo Temple, she has been helping him in various ways. Below Kun Fangmei are profiles for 3 other characters. The first is Liu Hankui, who is described as a cool and collected Taoist priest who is entrusted with the management of Manmo Temple. The text explains he is a Taoist priest of Manmo Temple. He is calm and collected, giving a quiet impression. In Manmo Temple, he is in charge of managing the enshrined deities and sacred objects, and also instructs trainee Taoist priests. Although he is strict and sincere and deals with everything diligently, he is inflexible in some ways. He is also a martial artist who has mastered Bajiquan. The next character is Jian Sairyu, who is described as a serious trainee Taoist priest whose daily routine is cleaning the temple grounds. The text explains he is a trainee Taoist priest of Manmo Temple. His family has been a family of Taoist priests for generations, and he manages the temples of other Taoist sects as well. Sairyu is entrusted to Manmo Temple as part of his training. He is gentle in personality and polite, perhaps because of his strict home education. At Manmo Temple, he is mainly assigned to cleaning duties. Finally, we have Hu Shiquan, who is described as a trainee Taoist priest who secretly harbors resentment. The text explains he is also a trainee Taoist priest at Manmo Temple. His family has no connection to Taoism, but due to his poor behavior, he was entrusted to the temple to study. He seems to be resentful of this situation, thinking that he would rather be enjoying himself. He secretly harbors resentment, and sometimes his tone becomes harsh. Each character profile includes a personal information box with details such as gender, height, weight, age, and blood type. For Kun Fangmei, she is female, 14 years old, 156 centimeters tall, 42 kg, and blood type B. For Liu Hankui, he is male, 46 years old, 107 centimeters tall, 71 kg, and blood type AB. For Jian Sairyu, he is male, 16 years old, 165 centimeters tall, 49 kg, and blood type B. For Hu Shiquan, he is male, 16 years old, 164 centimeters tall, 43 kg, and blood type A. Kun Fangmei also has a speech bubble that says, "Just a little bit." This page depicts character profiles for Lan Di, Doniu, and Yuan. Lan Di's profile is titled, Seeking the Whereabouts of Zhu Yuanda, Top Executive of the Qiumen. The text describes him as a top executive of the Qiumen, a huge black society organization that controls China from the shadows. He is the very person who killed Iwao Hazuki and stole the dragon mirror. He is currently missing and is said to wield a legendary, phantom-like martial art. If he were in the public eye, he would undoubtedly be a master who would leave his name in history. His personality is cold and ruthless, and his delivered fist is truly described as nothing short of fierce, and even within the same Qiumen, he is feared as the embodiment of a dragon. His personal information states he is male, 31 years old, 185 centimeters tall, 85 kilograms in weight, and blood type A. Doniu's profile is titled, Controlling Hong Kong and Kowloon City from Behind the Scenes, Boss of the Yellow Heaven. The description says, he is the boss of the massive Yellow Heaven organization. He has joined hands with the Qiumen and is plotting to control Kowloon City and Hong Kong from behind the scenes. His personality is arrogant and insolent. He is so condescending that he does not consider people as people, and is quite overbearing. With his unfathomable power and unparalleled toughness derived from his physique, he boasts invincibility in Kowloon City. His unreasonable and tyrannical behavior is feared even by his subordinates, but he is lenient only towards Yuan, placing absolute trust in him as his right-hand man. His personal information states he is male, 38 years old, 220 centimeters tall, 108 kilograms in weight, and blood type B. Yuan's profile is titled, Extremely Hates Ugly Things, number 2 of the Yellow Heaven. The text explains that although Yuan may not look intimidating, he has been with Dou for a long time and acts as his confidant. His effeminate manner of speaking is so distinctive that it tends to be avoided even by his subordinates. Furthermore, due to his extreme obsession with cleanliness, he is principled in thoroughly eliminating dirty, ugly, and smelly things. In battle, he uses original techniques based on Mantis Fist, but his true value is demonstrated when he has a shiny object like a knife in his hand. His personal information states he is male, 24 years old, 170 centimeters tall, 49 kilograms in weight, and blood type AB. This page explains the basic system and controls for Shenmue II, focusing on how to move around the expansive Hong Kong environment. The page is divided into sections, starting with a general explanation of the game's world, followed by basic controls, then movement, getting directions from people, and finally, maps and navi marks. The first section, titled Basic System Explanation, describes Shenmue II's world as being filled with unique characters and items. It emphasizes the importance of mastering the basic systems to fully explore the world of Shenmue II. The next section, Basic Controls, introduces the fundamental operations needed to navigate the vast city of Hong Kong. The text here explains that to truly experience Shenmue II, players must learn to move freely and explore every corner of Hong Kong. It states that the following section will introduce basic operations, techniques, and methods to thoroughly explore Hong Kong. The movement section explains that walking is the basic mode of transportation for Ryo Hazuki. However, given the size of Hong Kong, walking everywhere might take too long. To shorten travel time, it is advised to always run by holding the R trigger and use the directional buttons to change direction while moving. The Getting Directions from People section addresses the complexity of Hong Kong's streets, which can feel like a maze. If you get lost, the advice is to ask local people for directions. If you clearly state your destination, they will guide you there. It notes that movement speed varies depending on the person. Children are the fastest, and the elderly are the slowest. While it might seem slow, once you spot your destination, you can release lock-on and quickly move ahead. The images show Ryo speaking to a woman in a pink dress and then following her. The text in the speech bubble above the woman in pink says, "Excuse me," and the text in the speech bubble above the woman in the lower image says, "Please follow me." The text below the images explains that the person leading you is a passerby, not a shopkeeper who has work to do. It also mentions that while moving, you can talk to the person or look around. Finally, the Maps and Navi Marks section details how to use maps and navigation markers. It explains that maps are sold in shops and can be viewed on the lower screen. Maps are sold near the entrances of each area, so remember to buy them. If you have a map, you can set navigation markers using the B button. The A, X, and Y buttons correspond to red, yellow, and blue X markers, respectively, allowing you to set markers for different purposes. The image shows a map on the lower screen with a red X marker. The text below the image explains that the map can be enlarged by pressing the B button and R trigger together. To delete a Navi mark, press A, X, and Y simultaneously, which is okay. This page explains how to converse with various people to gather information. It mentions that for conversations other than with close acquaintances, you need to initiate the conversation yourself. To get information, you basically need to talk to people first. To start a conversation, face the person and press the A button. However, depending on Ryo's direction, you might accidentally talk to someone else. Make sure you are directly facing the person you want to talk to. The section Advancing Conversations with the Action Selector explains that while you can initiate a conversation by facing someone and pressing the A button, there are times when the other person will ask you questions. In such cases, an action selector, AS, will appear in the top left corner of the screen, offering up to 4 choices. You can select your response using the directional buttons. Getting useful information might depend on your choices, and conversely, choosing poorly might make the person angry or cut the conversation short. There is a time limit, but it's quite generous, so choose your answers carefully. Questions should be answered honestly, and if you do well, the conversation should proceed smoothly. Making sarcastic or annoying responses might make the other person angry. The section Getting Information About Money explains that unlike before, you won't receive daily allowances. To earn money, Ryo himself needs to gather information. To get information, approach people in the streets or those working in shops and press the Y button to talk to them. Then use the directional buttons to select options related to pawnshop, gambling, or part-time job. By selecting an option, they will provide information about the chosen topic. Depending on the person, they might even tell you about detailed locations. Gambling places are not limited to just one per town. The page also covers zoom lock-on features, explaining that by using the zoom state, you can view objects from Ryo's perspective. Furthermore, if the object is something Ryo can pick up or a person, the zoom state will be maintained in a lock-on state. Under Investigating Points of Interest, it says that by pressing the L trigger, you can zoom in from Ryo's viewpoint to see the world and use the directional buttons to look around. If something seen in the zoom state is an item Ryo can pick up or a person, it will automatically lock on at that point. If you want to cancel the lock-on, press the B button. Remember this, if you zoom in on something you are interested in, you can see it more precisely. If you lock on to something unexpected, try examining it in more detail. Finally, under Obtaining Items and Triggering Actions, it explains that when you lock on, the icon selector at the bottom right of the screen will light up. If the object is an item that can be picked up and examined, it will be displayed as an item icon, allowing you to pick it up. Also, if you lock onto someone you want to talk to, you can smoothly initiate a conversation. To examine or act, press the button corresponding to the lit icon. Gacha capsules are items you can obtain by picking them up, which means you have acquired an item from inside. Items you obtain can be moved up, down, left, and right using the directional buttons. This page is about game progression in Shenmue II, focusing on activities in Hong Kong, which has a multinational atmosphere. Ryo's day in Shenmue II typically starts at 8 a.m. in the morning and concludes at 11 p.m. at night. During this period, you have the freedom to explore Hong Kong in search of clues about Landi, or indulge in activities at game centers and gambling. However, it's important to be aware of certain basic rules, such as limitations on your range of actions. The game features time progression. As morning arrives, it gradually brightens, and around noon, the sun shines brightly. Naturally, as evening and night approach, the game transitions into view mode, with neon lights illuminating the bustling streets and lights appearing in homes, seemingly dispelling the darkness of night. Observing these ever-changing aspects of the world can be quite interesting. At 11 p.m., you will be automatically taken back to your lodgings. Ryo's day, except under special circumstances, is set from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Exceeding this time will result in being forcibly returned to the inn. Therefore, aimlessly wandering around the city might lead to being sent back to the inn just before reaching your intended destination. To prevent this, it's advisable to keep an eye on the clock displayed in the top right corner of the screen. However, there are exceptions regarding activity times. For instance, even if it's past 11 p.m. while engaged in activities like arm wrestling, you can continue playing until the match concludes. Depending on the event, it is possible to wait until the next day. In certain situations, you might find yourself unable to enter your destination if you arrive after a specific time. For example, if you reach a place that closes at 7 p.m. and it's already past that time, you would normally have to wait a full day. However, for specific events, the option to wait on the spot becomes available. This option appears as an action selector in the top left corner of the screen, allowing you to fast-forward time. Nevertheless, be aware that using this option essentially wastes an entire day in game time. It's best reserved for situations where you want to progress the story without unnecessary delays. Hong Kong is depicted as a sleepless town. and many of its shops operate 24 hours a day. While you retire to your inn to sleep after 11 p.m., the city of Hong Kong remains active. If the story progresses beyond 11 p.m. game time, consider exploring the various shops instead of immediately pursuing the storyline. With the exception of shops with specific closing times, most establishments operate around the clock. Take the opportunity to explore nighttime Hong Kong, a side of the city you might not typically see during daytime gameplay. This page explains about event hints and memo information collection, and accurate button input required for QuickTime events, also known as QTEs. The page details that important information obtained through conversations with people will be recorded in memos. These memos can help players remember their next destination and what to do, even if they get lost in the story. The content of the memos is predetermined, so if there are many blank spaces, it means the player hasn't gathered enough information through questioning. It is recommended to talk to as many people as possible. The content of memos is broadly divided into two types: area information and money information. Area information concerns story progression and includes names of important locations in each town and events the player discovers themselves. Money information relates to gambling spots and part-time job information. When players encounter new information of either type, a memo icon will light up in the lower left corner of the screen. Pressing the X button at this time will automatically display the page where the information is recorded, prompting players to check it. To efficiently complete memos through conversation, it is mentioned that while memo pages might branch during the scenario, they cannot be completely filled perfectly. However, there are ways to efficiently collect the information written in the memos. In fact, by choosing who to talk to, it's possible to obtain 2 or 3 pieces of information at once. Players are advised to aim for completion by referring to the Memo Information Provision section in the Character Introduction section, starting from page 238. Regarding QTEs, it is explained that QTEs, or Quick Timer Events, are timer-based events where players input the same button as the icon displayed in the center of the screen. In this game, a command QT has been added where the screen dims and a single command is displayed. In both types of QTs, only the directional buttons and the A, B, X, and Y buttons are used. Players are encouraged to focus and input accurately. The page further elaborates on command QTEs, stating that command QTEs have been introduced in this game. When the screen dims, directional buttons and A, B, X, and Y buttons are all displayed, and along with a beep sound, the buttons to input are shown in sequence. The input window is quite strict, about 2 seconds after all commands are displayed. However, input acceptance starts from when each button is displayed on the screen. For long command QTEs, it might be a good idea to memorize the sequence beforehand and then attempt the challenge. It is noted that if you fail a QTE, you will often have to retry from the beginning of the event. This page is about gameplay tips and features in Shenmue II. The top section explains that QuickTime events, or QTEs, will occur during free battles, similar to event scenes. It mentions that these QTEs can happen even during intense battles, and especially command QTEs can determine the outcome of a fight, leading to victory or retreat. The text advises players to stay calm and input the commands carefully. The image captions state that QTEs often occur in succession, urging players to stay focused, and that command QTEs are crucial for victory or defeat. The next section is titled Essential Funds for Scenario Progression. It explains that in Hong Kong, money is sometimes necessary to solve problems and proceed with the story. Therefore, it's important to always have some money on hand. The page then introduces 5 ways to raise funds. The first method described is part-time job, or arabedo. It mentions 2 types of part-time jobs, working at a store and warehouse cargo handling. Store jobs are described as slightly riskier, suggesting warehouse work is a more reliable way to earn money. The second method is gambling, or ganburu. This section describes dice games as the main form of gambling. It highlights the potential to win big quickly, but also warns about the risk of losing everything, advising against getting too carried away. The third method is pawn shop, or shichia. This explains that you can sell collection items you have acquired at pawn shops. While you can sell items individually, selling them as sets will fetch a higher price. The fourth method is Street Fight, or Sudorito Fighto. This describes one-on-one serious fights where bets can range from $10 to $50. Besides earning money, street fights are also presented as a place to practice and improve fighting skills. The fifth method is arm wrestling, or Amu Rezaringu. This involves battles determined by button mashing and QTs. It's suggested as a good option for those confident in their button-pressing speed, but it also notes that after 5 wins, you cannot challenge them anymore. The final section at the bottom is titled, Carryover Clear Data from the Previous Game is Possible. It explains that in Shenmue II, by carrying over clear data from the previous game, Shenmue Chapter 1, Yokosuka, players can receive various benefits. For example, some techniques learned in the previous game will only be usable if you start from the save data of the previous game. This also applies to some collection items. It advises players to acquire inherited techniques and collection items in the previous game. The text under the screenshot of the data transfer menu explains that some skills, like the swallow flip, can only be used if you start from Chapter 1 save data. This page is about the Shenmue Collection, which is a museum of mini-games included in this game. The text explains that based on the save data of this game, mini-games are recorded in 3 categories within the Shenmue Collection. Once you play them even once in the main game, you can enjoy them anytime you like. Unplayed content is marked with @mark, so explore thoroughly and aim to complete everything. The first section is titled YS Games, and it says these are arcade games that you can play anytime. It explains that you can enjoy arcade games that swept through game centers in the 80s. There are a total of 4 types. All of these are famous games produced by Yu Suzuki, the creator of the Shenmue series, and their fun is still captivating even now. The menu shows the games Hang On, Space Harrier, Outrun, and Afterburner 2. The next section is Shenmue Games, which highlights original Shenmue games. It mentions that Excite Q2 and slot machines from the previous game are included, as well as versus darts from this game. You can enjoy these. The scenes from the main game are recreated as they are in this collection, so it would be good to practice your skills here. The menu shows the game's QT title, Excite QD2, Slot Machine, and Falling Leaves. The Battle section is about free battles where you can choose your opponent and techniques. It says that all the Street Fighters who appeared in this game are included, and you can battle with them here anytime. This also recreates the situations from the main game as they were, so it might be helpful to learn about the opponent's characteristics and check your own skill growth. The menu shows options for main characters, gang members, Mongolian wrestler, and Iron Sand Pit. Finally, the last section is titled Fan Irresistible Shocking Extreme Image. It reveals that within the Shenmue collection, there is secret footage beyond just minigames. This is footage from the Sega Saturn version of Shenmue. This footage is recorded under YS Games in the list if you clear Shenmue II. It encourages players to fully appreciate the precious footage utilizing the full capabilities of the Saturn's specs. The menu shows Shenmue listed under YS Games, and the text mentions that in the Saturn version, Ryo was wearing a shirt without his leather jacket. This page explains how to read this book. Here, it describes how to read and utilize the scenario analysis pages starting from page 24. The goal is to experience all events and complete the memo collection in Shenmue II. This book's scenario pages are based on the main flow, explaining all sub-events and following all memo information within the flow. Here are the descriptions of the elements in the guide. 1. Part. The entire scenario is divided into parts, which are large sections and scene breakdowns, consisting of 6 parts in total. 2. Section. Each part of the scenario is divided into several major objectives. These related objectives are grouped as section to summarize and organize each part as a whole, enhancing searchability. 3. Scenario Complete Flowchart. This is the flowchart of each part's scenario flow. Events are divided into main and sub and presented as charts. 4. Genre. In this book, each event is categorized into the following 5 genres based on its content. Movie. Events where the scene progresses automatically. QT. Quick-time event-based events. Battle. Events where free battles occupy a large portion. Some battles include QTs. Quest, events involving exploration and pursuit in free quests. Other, events that do not fall into the above categories. Minigames and fortune-telling are included here. 5. Branch. This indicates information obtainable after each branch in the scenario. 6. Memo acquisition memo. This section describes information that can be written in the in-game memo pad. The timing for acquiring each memo corresponds to the flow in the flowchart on the left. Event titles on the left indicate that memos obtainable after experiencing that event, and memos without event titles indicate memos obtainable between the previous event and the next event. 7. Main. These are the main events of the game's storyline and must be experienced. 8. Sub. These are sub-events which are not necessarily required to experience. 9. Check. This section introduces one-point advice. 10. This is a list of key and command QTE patterns. Items in parentheses are command QTEs. 11. Item. This indicates obtainable items. Items within events are those obtainable when experiencing the event. Items marked check are obtainable by referring to the contents written in the check section. This page introduces the scenario section. The page features the word scenario in large bold letters at the bottom, indicating the focus on the game's storyline. Above this, in Japanese text, it sets a dramatic and thematic tone for what's to come. The Japanese text translates to, "Sometimes fate plays cruel pranks," as one page of a grand story. This page is titled Get Back the Bag, and it seems to be outlining scenarios within the game Shenmue II. The first main scenario, Main 1 Port Erhu Player, starts with Ryo arriving in Hong Kong and waiting for someone. He encounters a street performer playing the erhu who is described as having an air of composure. After a while, a choice appears asking if Ryo will put money in the collection box. The amount is $10. If Ryo puts money in, the erhu player will point him towards Wan Chai. If he doesn't, the game returns to free quest mode, but either choice does not affect the overall scenario progression, so there is no need to worry too much. The details for this scenario say the location is Hong Kong, Aberdeen Pier, Ferry Terminal, P119. The period is from arriving at the ferry terminal until before the erhu player disappears from sight. The condition is that it automatically occurs when you pass in front of the erhu player. The second main scenario is Main 2 Swarming Tout. If Ryo walks along the pier, he will be accosted by sightseeing guides and in-touts. If Ryo ignores them and passes by, the parent and child he met on the boat will give him advice on how to avoid them. They also tell him about a free place to stay. It's mentioned that it might be a good idea to explore inside the inn they introduce. The details for this scenario state the location is Hong Kong, Aberdeen Pier Ferry Terminal, P119. The period is from arriving at the ferry terminal to going through the gate towards Wan Chai. The condition is that it automatically occurs when Ryo proceeds along the pier. Next is Sub-1 Zen question. If Ryo talks to an old man in the derelict inn, a conversation resembling a Zen question will begin. It is noted that there are rare gacha prizes here, and it is recommended to obtain the main 9P30 item before the ferry terminal is closed off. The items listed here are Good Quality Bandage, P217, Lucky Metal Fairy, P229, Forklift Green, P234, and Forklift Red, P234. The details for this sub-scenario say the location is Hong Kong, Aberdeen Pier Ferry Terminal / Derelict Inn, P120. The period is from arriving at the ferry terminal until the gate is sealed off, towards Wan Chai. The condition is triggered by talking to the old man in the derelict inn at the ferry terminal. Finally, Sub-2 Eileen's Confession. Normally, if Ryo gets his fortune told by a fortune teller, he will get hints about game progression. However, if Ryo gets his fortune told after fulfilling certain conditions, Eileen will confess her feelings for him. Once Eileen confesses, it seems that subsequent fortunes will have a certain probability of triggering this mode. However, it is mentioned that this first conversation must be avoided, so caution is needed here. If Ryo wants to see Eileen's confession scene, he should get his fortune told repeatedly until he receives the confession. The details for this sub-scenario list the location as Hong Kong, Aberdeen Pier Ferry Terminal Entrance Area Vicinity, P119. The period is from arriving at the ferry terminal until Ryo is robbed of his bag. The condition is that it occurs with a 1/10 probability, after paying $20 to get your fortune told. This page details a series of events that occur in the early part of the game. The first section, titled Main 3 Arm Wrestling Invitation, describes an event that takes place after leaving the ship disembarkation point. Ryo comes across an arm wrestling match happening in a warehouse. It is mentioned that Ryo can choose to participate in the arm wrestling or proceed onward. There are several arm wrestling locations in the Labor Pier area, and players can visit them whenever they feel inclined. The location is Hong Kong, Labor Pier, Shipped Disembarkation Warehouse Area, and Labor Pier Head. The time frame is from arriving at the ship disembarkation point for the initial scene until reaching the front of the warehouse. The event condition is triggered automatically when passing in front of the warehouse. The text in the speech bubbles translates as, "Man, oh, you look quite strong. Want to give it a try?" Ryo's thoughts, "I should hurry. Man, fights are starting. Let's go, let's go." The next section is Main 4 Joy appears. After passing the arm wrestling area, a red motorbike suddenly appears from the corner of the warehouse, nearly colliding with Ryo. The rider is a strong-willed woman named Joy. She immediately starts scolding Ryo, but by continuing the conversation, she will tell him the location of the wharf. After speaking, Joy leaves quickly. Ryo should then head to the wharf. The location is Hong Kong, Labor Pier, P119. The time period is from arriving at the ship disembarkation point to reaching the designated area. The event condition is triggered when approaching the designated area after leaving the ship disembarkation gate and proceeding along the road. The text in the speech bubbles translates as, "Joy, where do you think you're walking, huh?" Caption, first words these words. Her personality is well expressed. Joy, can't be helped, Wan Chai is over there. Caption, her name is Joy. She tells Ryo the location of Wan Chai. Section Main 5. The Stolen Phoenix Mirror describes an event on the way to Wan Chai. While heading to Wan Chai, Ryo encounters a poorly dressed boy in front of a warehouse who asks for help. When Ryo places his bag down, the boy snatches it and runs off. Ryo ends up chasing him, but ultimately loses him. It is advised to quickly pursue the boy and retrieve the bag. The text mentions that the bag can be retrieved later in the event, but at that point, Ryo's money will be reduced to 0. However, items will not be lost, so it is recommended to purchase items that can be pawned for cash before triggering this event to have some funds later. The location is Hong Kong, Labor Pier, Queen Street, towards Wan Chai. The time period is from arriving at the ship disembarkation point to reaching the designated area. The event condition is triggered when approaching a designated area on Queen Street on the way to Wan Chai. Text in the speech bubbles translates as, "Boy, help me, big brother." Caption, suddenly a boy asking for help appears in front of Ryo. He doesn't seem to be in a normal state. Caption, the Phoenix Mirror is in the bag. Finally, Main 6 confrontation with the Snake Pit brothers details the next step after the bag is stolen. To get a lead on the bag thief, Ryo starts asking residents in the area. He receives information from a resident that the Snake Pit brothers in the Queen Street tenement may know something. Ryo heads to the tenement and speaks to the Snake Pit brothers, but they are uncooperative. At that point, Joy appears and mediates between Ryo and the Snake Pit brothers. She also reveals that the boy from before is named Wu and that she saw him in Pigeon Park. The location is Hong Kong, Queen Street, Snake Pit Brothers Den, P123. The time period is from when the bag is stolen until meeting the Snake Pit brothers at the Snake Pit Brothers Den. The event condition is triggered by talking to the Snake Pit brothers who are in the Snake Pit Brothers Den. The text in the speech bubbles translates as, "Ryo, excuse me, I'd like to ask you something." Caption, contacting the Snake Pit brothers in the tenement. A tense atmosphere seems likely. Today I'm here to smooth things over. Joy appears and calms down the tense atmosphere. This page depicts a guide for quick-time events queued during chases with One in Shenmue II. The first section, Main 7 Chasing One, describes the initial chase scene in the park. Ryo starts searching for One in Yangxia Park and finds him playing in the flower garden, initiating a QT chase sequence. There are 12 consecutive QTs, and failing either the first or last QT results in losing sight of One. If the fourth QT is failed, the fifth QT is skipped, and the chase restarts from the 6th QTE. There are no retries if you fail. Success leads to sub 5, page 29, while failing at the beginning leads to S3 below. Failing between the 2nd and 7th QTE leads to sub 4 below, and failing at the end leads to sub 6, page 29. The text in the memo box for main 7 states, initial QTE failure point. It will be an instant game over if you fail the first one. Be careful not to let your guard down. And the text next to the last image says, final QTE failure point. Missing it here will result in failure and disappointment. The second section, check Rai Rai Restaurant Bribe Event, highlights a special event. During the chase, failing the 4th QTE at the Rai Rai Restaurant table triggers a bribe event. If Ryo bribes 1, he will receive $30 and a bronze medal. It is possible to bribe 1 at any point until Ryo leaves Hong Kong, but bribing him at this point prevents access to the hidden area. It's advised to keep the bronze medal until it's needed. The text next to the images say if you fail here, a bribe event occurs. And this is the bribe scene. It only happens once, so be careful. The third section, sub 3, chasing 1 again, describes what happens if the first QTE is missed. If the initial QTE in chasing 1 above is missed, the chase restarts from the 3rd QTE. Failing again at any point will result in the same outcome as described in chasing 1. The location is still Yanxia Alley, and depending on whether 1 approaches from the Yanxia Temple side or the Rai Rai Restaurant side, the cutscene when he is found will be slightly different. The text next to the images say, approach from the Yanxia Temple side. The cutscene after this approach will be slightly different. And 1 in a panic, he looks like he's reflecting on his actions. The 4th section, sub 4, chasing 1 again and again, describes the 3rd chase attempt starting from the back streets of Fukuhai Heights. This chase also has different cutscenes when 1 is found depending on whether Ryo approaches from the Rai Rai Restaurant side or the Fukuhai Heights side. If only the last Money Net QTE is failed, Ryo will be warned by a security guard. However, if Ryo fails the 2 QTs after entering the alleyway, Drum Can and Bamboo, the Money Net QT will not occur, and Ryo will run straight through the alley. Succeeding in all QTs leads to sub 5, page 29. The text next to the images say, if you fail the Money Net QT, you will be found by the security guard. And if you fail the 2 Ts after entering the alleyway, you will ignore the Money Net and run through. The QT sequences are visually represented with arrow and button icons throughout these sections, indicating the button inputs required during the chase. This page details a series of events related to the characters Sam, Larry, Cool J, and Wong in Shenmue II. Starting with Sub 5 Sam and Larry battle. This is a battle that begins when Ryo finds the 3 individuals who stole his bag. This battle is not retriable, meaning if you lose, the story progresses to Sub 6. Winning or losing this initial fight will lead to Main 8 in the scenario flow. The guide suggests losing if you want to experience more scenes. The text translates to, when you find the 3-person group who stole the bag, a battle will begin, P189. The battle with Sam and Larry is not a retry system, so if you lose the battle, the scenario will proceed to Sub 6 below. Whether you win or lose this battle, you will proceed to Main 8 below. If you want to see many scenes, we recommend losing. Next is Sub 6, Sam and Larry rematch. This battle takes place at the Lai Lai Eatery. Like the previous encounter, this battle is also not retriable, and the story path depends on the outcome. Sam and Larry are described as not being very strong, so defeating them should be easy. Winning here takes you to Main 8, while losing will lead to Sub 7. The text translates to, the battle moves to the Lai Lai Eatery. This battle is also not a retry system, so the scenario progresses depending on the outcome. They are not particularly strong opponents, so you should be able to defeat them without difficulty. By the way, if you win, you will proceed to Main 8 below, and if you lose, you will proceed to Sub 7 below. Then there's Sub 7, Sam and Larry rematch again. The final battle with Sam and Larry occurs in Majestic Park. Regardless of winning or losing this fight, the Sam and Larry storyline concludes here. If you lose this battle, you'll see Cool J and Wong at a stall afterwards, before moving on to Main 8. The scene with Cool J and Wong at the stall is exclusive to losing this battle. The text translates to, the final battle is at Majestic Park. Whether you win or lose, the battles against Sam and Larry end here. If you lose here, you will find Cool J and Wong at a stall, and then you will proceed to Main 8. By the way, the scene with Cool J and Wong at the stall can only be seen if you lose here. Moving on to Main 8, Wong's Guidance, which is a quest. If you win the battles against Sam and Larry, one of them, either Sam, Larry, or Cool J, will be captured. During Wong's Guidance, whether you run away or back, any money Ryo has will be used up by Sam and the others, reducing it to 0. As an apology, Wong offers to draw a map pointing to someone knowledgeable about Wan Chai. The next step is to head to the location marked on Wong's map. The text translates to, if you win the battle, Sam or Larry or Cool J will be captured. By the way, even if you run away or run back during Wong's Guidance, the money you have will be used up by Sam and the others, so it will become 0. Wong, who says he will apologize for anything, will write a map showing the location of someone who is familiar with Wan Chai and give it to you. First, aim for the location written on Wong's map. Finally, there's Sub 8, Wong's photo, which is described as a movie scene. By looking around inside the Big Catch Tackle shop on Queen Street, you can find a photo of Wong near the cash register. The shopkeeper will then talk about Wong, describing him as honest and kind. The shopkeeper will also give you Wong's photo if you need it. The text translates to, when you look around the store, you will find Wong's photo near the cash register. Then, the shopkeeper will talk to you about Wong in detail. Apparently, Wong is honest and kind-hearted. Here, the shopkeeper will give you Wong's photo if necessary. This page depicts Section 2, titled, To the Master. The text explains that after retrieving the bag, the next destination should be the location indicated on the map to meet the master. It questions when this will be achieved. The page then details 3 main scenarios. Main 9, Joy's introduction. This movie scene takes place in Wan Chai, specifically Zhen Street and Food Street. It occurs when Ryo first enters Zhen Street in Wan Chai and approaches a certain area. In this scene, Ryo, following a map of Wan Chai, finally arrives in Wan Chai. As he starts walking, he hears a familiar engine sound from behind and Joy appears. Joy, seeing Ryo carrying his bag, teases him in a friendly manner and starts following him. Joy mentions that U Arcade is closed down. Finding himself without accommodation, Joy introduces Ryo to the Hong Kong Lai Lai Ching Hao Hotel, coincidentally the same name as a place marked on one's map. Main 10 at the hotel. This movie scene is set in Wan Chai, Zhen Street, specifically in front of the Hong Kong Lai Lai Ching Hao Hotel on page 128 of the guide. It occurs after Joy's introduction and is available until 11 p.m. on the same day. It will automatically trigger if Ryo goes to the hotel after Joy's introduction or if the time reaches 11 p.m. At the hotel entrance, Joy reappears and tells Ryo that his funds are almost depleted, suggesting he stay at the hotel. Ryo agrees and enters the Hong Kong Lai Lai Ching Hao Hotel. Inside, he receives a room key from the hotel owner, who appears somewhat weary, and then heads to his room. Main 11 Hotel Room 203. This quest takes place in room 203 of the Hong Kong Lai Lai Ching Hao Hotel, page 128. It starts after the events of At the Hotel, and when Ryo goes to room 203, or after a certain amount of time has passed. It is triggered when Ryo arrives at room 203 from At the Hotel. After entering the room and putting down his luggage, it becomes a free quest. It is suggested to first examine the room. The only item obtainable here is a pawn shop pamphlet on the desk. If there is time, it's recommended to start searching for pawn shops. Unlike the free accommodation, staying here costs $38 per night. If Ryo is short on money, gambling might be necessary, but it is mentioned that the odds are not in his favor, so caution is advised. There is a check. Money-related information gathering section. After leaving room 203, the hotel owner will inform Ryo about accommodation fees. From this point onwards, a special conversation mode called Money Conversation becomes available. This allows Ryo to gather information about part-time jobs, gambling, and pawn shops from the residents. By pressing the Y button when a $$ mark appears, Ryo can initiate conversation with residents and use the action selector, refer to page 17, to get information relevant to each topic. The images show scenes from these scenarios, including Joy talking to Ryo talking to the hotel owner who looks tired, and the interior of room 203 with a pamphlet on the desk and a cat visible outside the window. Another image displays the money conversation menu with options for part-time job, gambling, pawn shop, and stop. Finally, there's an image of a pedestrian offering to guide Ryo, indicating that talking to pedestrians can lead to information about destinations. This page showcases several scenarios that Ryo can encounter in the game Shenmue II, starting with Sub-9 signboard repair, which is an other event. This event occurs in Wanchai, either in Scarlet Hills or Wise Men's Quarter, as indicated on page 127 of the guidebook. The time frame for this event is from when Ryo places his luggage at the Direction Travel Agency until he discovers the Scarlet Hills South area. Specifically, it will trigger in front of the Direction Travel Agency in Wise Men's Quarter before 5:59 a.m. in the morning, heading towards the Direction Travel Agency. The description details that if you leave Direction Travel and proceed to the left, you'll find a man named Anon looking troubled in front of a corner shop. He will ask for help repairing the signboard. The method is simple. Use the directional buttons to adjust the signboard's position up and down, and press the A button to confirm. It's mentioned that this event does not affect the story, so you can choose to leave the signboard as it is if you wish. In the image, Anon is saying, "Excuse me, could you help me out? It looks like the signboard is crooked." The help text says "down," and the note mentions, according to Joy's instructions, too much tightening is bad, so Anon-kun is careful. It concludes by saying, "By the way, this signboard event has no impact on the scenario." Next is Main 12 Joy's Welcome, a movie event. This happens in Wanchai, in front of the Direction Travel Agency in Scarlet Hills, as seen on page 128. The period for this event is on the morning of the first day Ryo stays at the Direction Travel Agency, at 7:45 a.m. The condition for it to occur is either when Ryo goes outside or when the time reaches 9 a.m., at which point it will forcefully trigger. The description explains that in the early morning, Joy will come to pick Ryo up on a motorbike. When Ryo comes downstairs, the landlady will ask for accommodation fees, but Ryo doesn't need to pay. Upon going outside, Joy will greet Ryo in Cantonese, speaking rapidly. Ryo won't understand the meaning. They head towards the harbor. At the harbor, tough-looking men are unloading cargo. Joy introduces Ryo to someone who seems to be the boss. Negotiations take place, and with the senior's guidance, Ryo happily starts working part-time. In the image, Joy asks, "Did you have a good dream?" The text below explains Joy said this Cantonese phrase, meaning, "Did you have a good dream?" The man with a beard says, "I'm Toxin, Joy's partner. Nice to meet you." The text below him says, Joy's partner is the veteran Toxin. Following is Main 13 Cargo Carrying Part-Time Job, another other event. This takes place in Hong Kong, at the Cayenne Wharf Cargo Area, page 121. The period is after Joy's Welcome event, and it continues until Ryo heads to Kowloon. The condition is simply to start from the initial scene and connect directly from Joy's Welcome. The description states that the cargo-carrying part-time job can be done in two locations, the front half of Cayenne Wharf and the back half of Baisho Pier. The reward is $10 per piece of cargo carried. Each work session lasts for 2 hours with time slots at 12, 13, 15, 16, 18, and 20, 22, offering 4 time slots. It's mentioned that the lottery stall shop part-time job is more profitable, but the boss takes half of the earnings. This cargo job provides a more reliable income. In the image, a worker says, "All right, let's go." Below it says, "Cargo carrying is generally stable income if you get used to it, and the lottery stall shop is comparatively high-paying, but income is unstable." Then, there's Sub-10 Two-Shot with Joy, a movie event. The location is Hong Kong in either Aberdeen or Manmo Park, page 120. The period is after staying at Fuqua Hotel Room 203 on page 30 and before 8th Warehouse Battle on page 61. The condition is to visit Manmo Park during a sunny day before 4:30 p.m. The desk. Ripshin explains that while walking through Manmo Park, a photographer who was at the pier earlier will appear in front of Ryo, trying to sell previously taken photos. After repeated questioning and an unpleasant mood starts to develop, Joy suddenly appears, offering to pay the photo fee and smooth things over. As a result, Ryo ends up taking a photo with Joy, and the photo taken is handed to Ryo, while another photo is taken away by Joy. In the end, the photographer is left dumbfounded. In the image, the photographer asks, "How about a photo?" Below, $50, rule is rule, and Joy says, "Don't be so upset, Joy is here." The text below Joy's speech says, "Joy seems happy, perhaps because she was worried." Finally, Sub-11 Old Man in the Park, another other event. This occurs in Wan Chai, in either Scarlet Hills, Red Lantern Quarter, or Virtue Park, page 129. The period is during the time Ryo is heading to Kowloon. The condition is to approach Jianmin in Virtue Park during the initial scene. For subsequent encounters, it will trigger every time you talk to him. The description states that while heading towards Ren's hideout in Virtue Park, you'll find an old man, Jianmin, practicing Tai Chi. Jianmin is a kung fu master. He notices Ryo is a martial artist and asks for a sparring match. After the sparring, Jianmin will tell Ryo the location of Ren's hideout. After the initial encounter, if you come to Virtue Park and speak to Jianmin, you can freely spar with him, excluding throws. In the image, Jianmin is in Virtue Park, and the text below says, "Jianmin practices his skills daily under the flame tree in Virtue Park." And the old man moves in a way that doesn't seem old. You can't even land a hit in sparring. This page depicts 4 scenarios from the game Shenmue II. The first scenario, Main 14, Onda Cherry Tree Old Woman, is a movie scene. It takes place in Manpukuro Red Lantern Street, Onda Cherry Tree 1F, PM 29. The timing is when Ryo visits Onda Cherry Tree for the first time. The condition for triggering it is to automatically enter Onda Cherry Tree for the first time. The text describes that while listening to the townspeople, Ryo finally arrives at Onda Cherry Tree. Inside, an old woman suddenly yells at him. It seems she mistakes Ryo for a debt collector. The old woman finishes speaking her piece and quickly returns to her room. Overwhelmed by her force, Ryo is momentarily stunned, but then composes himself and heads to room 205. The second scenario, Main 15, Resident of Room 205, is categorized as Other. It occurs in Manpukuro, Red Lantern Street, Onda Building Room 205, P129. The timing is after Onda Cherry Tree Old Woman, above, and until 4 Wude, P33. The condition is to knock on the door of Room 205. The text explains that when Ryo touches the door of Room 205, a man appears from inside instead of the teacher. According to the man, the teacher has already moved out, and he doesn't know the details of where she moved to. He tells Ryo that Wenwu is in charge and knows the details, but there is no need to pay him. Even if Ryo refuses, he can still get information where Wenwu's name is attached. Incidentally, information about HK or HK $40 is easily obtainable by asking around, so it's not recommended to pay. Also, if Ryo wants to fill in the memo, he should select Go Directly and proceed to the following S12. The third scenario, Sub 12, Ryo's negotiation skills, is also categorized as Other. It takes place in Manpukuro, Red Lantern Street, Onda Building Room 205, P129. The timing is after Resident of Room 205, and the first time Ryo talks to the resident of Room 205 until he gets information about the teacher's story. The condition is to choose Go Directly in the conversation with the resident of Room 205. The text describes that when Ryo visits Room 205 again, the man demands money, so Ryo should choose Refuse. Then Ryo will say that information provision comes first before paying money, and he will try to negotiate. As expected, the man will then tell Ryo what he knows. When the story ends, the young man will demand money, but Ryo will completely ignore him. In the end, the man gives in, and Ryo gets the information for free. The fourth scenario, Sub 13, Taking Off Airplane, is a movie scene. It occurs in Manpukuro, Old Tailor's Quarter, Tool Shop Alley. The timing is the first time Ryo visits Old Tailor's Quarter until he heads towards Kowloon. The condition is to walk and pass through the stairs landing. It will not occur if Ryo is running. The text explains that as Ryo is walking in the Old Tailor's Quarters Tool Shop Alley, suddenly the surroundings become dark. When Ryo looks up at the sky, he can see a low-flying jumbo jet. Incidentally, Ryo can see it many times if he leaves Old Tailor's Quarter. Also, if Ryo triggers the same condition on the day he leaves Hong Kong and Wan Chai, the departing airplane will change from a jumbo jet to F-14 fighter planes of the 5th Air Wing with a 1/2 probability. This page depicts Section 3, titled Seeking the Four Wude. The first part, Main 16, is called Four Wude. Ryo has learned that the teacher is in the Manmo Temple. He enters the temple and sees a woman finishing her prayers and leaving. He tries to ask her about the teacher, but she doesn't seem to know anything and quickly leaves. Immediately after, a Taoist appears and calls out to Ryo. The Taoist tells Ryo the condition to meet the teacher is to find the four Wude. The location for this event is reported as Hong Kong/Scarlet Hills Manmo Temple, P139. The time is first time entering the Manmo Temple. The condition is hear information about the teacher from the resident of room 205. The Memo 44 P40 and Memo 45 P40 are also mentioned. The next part, Main 17, is advice from a worshipper. Having been ordered to search for the Wude, Ryo heads to town to ask for information and meets a worshipper at the bottom of the stairs. When Ryo suddenly asks about the Wude, he surprisingly gets a hint about the Wude search. It seems the Wude are like the heart of martial arts, and any martial artist with virtue would know about them. Trusting this advice, Ryo decides to start asking the four martial artists who know about each Wude. The location is Hong Kong/Scarlet Hills lower level. The time is after 4 Wude above and before construction workers teaching below. The condition is automatically triggered when approaching the area below the Scarlet Hills stairs. Memo 46 P40 and Memo 47 P40 are also mentioned. There is a check section titled Wude Searching Can Proceed in Parallel. It explains that there are 4 martial artists who know about the Wude, but at this stage, Ryo can only meet 3 of them. When searching for these 3, there are no restrictions on the order, and it is possible to search for other martial artists along the way. Incidentally, if the 3rd martial artist Ryo meets is an underling, the information recorded in the memos will branch, so it is a good idea to decide the order beforehand. The Memo 57 P41 is associated with the 3rd person is Zhang Yu, and Memo 58 P41 is associated with the 3rd person is Zhou Zhou. Finally, Main 18 is construction workers teaching. Ryo visited Jianmin to be taught the Wude, but again he is asked to spar. After sparring, Jianmin reveals a technique called Small Willow Strike, P170. If Ryo can use this technique to knock down leaves from a burning tree, Jianmin will teach him about the Wude. First, Ryo needs to learn this technique, which is simply pressing the A button and the X button at the same time, so it's not difficult. Once Ryo has mastered the Small Willow Strike, all that's left is to use it on the burning tree. The location is Hong Kong, South Carmain Road, Duckling Park, P129. The time is only during the Wude search. The condition is go to Duckling Park and finish sparring with Jianmin. Memo 62 P42 and Memo 63 P42 are also mentioned. This page depicts 3 scenarios and a check section from the game. The first scenario, Main 19, Untiring Effort, shows Ryo practicing small palm strikes on a tree in a park. The text explains that after learning the small palm strike, Ryo begins practicing on the fire tree. By hitting the fire tree with small palm strikes, he can drop more leaves. A gauge appears on the bottom left of the screen, and you need to time your strikes. The gauge strength increases in the order of green, yellow, and red, and the closer to red you hit the small palm strike, the more leaves you can drop. The visual memory bar indicates the training level and fills up each time you hit a small palm strike that drops leaves. When this bar reaches max, the training is complete, and you can learn 1 skill of martial arts from Jianmin. The memo section refers to pages 48-49 and page 40 of the guide. The location is given as Taoli, South Carmain Street, Daidara Park, P129. The duration is after Jianmin's guidance, P33, and onwards after learning martial arts skill. The condition is to approach the fire tree in Daidara Park and press the A button to trigger. The text below the image advises, press the A button when the gauge on the bottom left turns yellow. The text in the speech bubble states, after completing the training, Jianmin will teach you 1 skill of martial arts. Jianmin's speech bubble says, without rushing, accumulate training day by day. The second scenario, Main 20, Unsettling Welcome, is a movie scene taking place in the Hikasu Dojo. Ryo, having obtained information about the Hikasu Dojo, decides to go and check it out. The dojo, located near the entrance of South Carmaine Street, is so lively that the voices of the disciples practicing can be heard from the street. As Ryo steps into the dojo, he sees many disciples engrossed in practicing. Suddenly, a disciple thrusts a sword at him and asks his business, but Joe Shan, the master of the Hikasu Dojo, intervenes and welcomes Ryo as a guest. The memo section refers to page 50 and page 40. The location is given as Taoli Sakuragaoka Hikasu Dojo, P127. The duration is only when you visit the Hikasu Dojo for the first time. The condition is occurs automatically when entering the Hikasu Dojo. The text next to the image says, when you pass through the gate, a sword is suddenly thrust in front of you. The third scenario, Main 21, Joe Shan's Thoughts, is a quest at the Hikasu Dojo. Having been welcomed as a guest, Ryo asks Joe Shan about martial arts. However, Joe Shan seems preoccupied with his former disciple who broke away and tells Ryo that he cannot discuss martial arts unless that problem is resolved. When Ryo mentions that he heard Joe Shan's former disciple is performing street performances at the Manmo Temple in Wise Men's Quarter, Joe Shan suggests going to Wise Men's Quarter. To learn martial arts, Ryo must first resolve the disciple's problem. The memo section refers to page 51 and page 40. The location is given as Taoli Sakuragaoka Hikasu Dojo, P127. The duration is only during martial arts search. The condition is talk to Joe Shan to trigger. The text next to the image describes Joe Shan as Joe Shan, the master of Hikasu Dojo. He seems to have the dignity of a martial arts master at first glance. Joe Shan's speech bubble says, "Guest, please come in." Another speech bubble from Joe Shan says, "Everything is due to my own lack of ability and virtue." And in the last speech bubble, he says, "That guy who strayed from the path is all Wan Chai's fault." The check section is titled, Let's Explore Wise Men's Quarter. It suggests that after visiting Joe Shan's former disciple in Wise Men's Quarter, page 137, you should take the opportunity to explore the town. This town has full-fledged entertainment facilities like slot houses and game centers. If you have time and money to spare, it would be good to explore various places. By the way, the business hours of the department store in Wise Men's Quarter, where Joe Shan's former disciple is located, are until 8 p.m. If you are searching for martial arts, you can also select Wait. The text below the image describes the Wise Men's Quarter at night, showing a stage performance and a game center. The caption below the stage image asks, the street performance seen only when you visit Wise Men's Quarter for the first time. Are the performers the Mongol Three Brothers? The caption below the game center image says, the game center has various games lined up, such as toy capsule machines and video games. You won't get bored even if you play all day. This page depicts 4 scenarios from the game Shenmue II. The first scenario, Main 22 Stone Breaking Skill, is categorized as Other. It takes place in Wan Chai, specifically in the Wise Men's Quarter and Yangqing Shopping District. The text describes how, upon arriving in Yangqing Shopping District, Ryo is asked by a man to show him how to break a stone by hand. The method involves pressing the A button when the gauge on the lower left of the screen is high to determine power, and then pressing the button again when the gauge is high to time the stone breaking. If you fail 3 times, you have to retry. Success reveals that this man is Joe Shan's younger brother, and he recognizes Ryo as being from Hazuki. If Ryo accepts a letter from Joe Shan, he should return to the Manmo Temple. The image shows Ryo talking to a man in a street scene. The caption under the image notes that while max gauge is ideal, you can break the stone with a gauge of 10 if the timing is right. The second scenario, Sub-14 Convenience Store Foreign Student, is a quest. It is also set in Wan Chai at the Tomato Convenience Store. This event occurs when Ryo first enters the Tomato Convenience Store in Yangqing Shopping District and approaches the counter. The text describes a Japanese foreign exchange student named Takano Wakaba working at the Tomato Convenience Store. When Ryo enters the store, she speaks to him, and they introduce themselves to each other. Being fellow Japanese, she is very kind. Apparently, if you don't have this conversation, certain events won't trigger, so it's recommended to stop by when nearby. The image shows Ryo talking to Wakaba at the counter of the convenience store. Wakaba's dialogue in the image says, Are you Japanese too, by any chance? The text below the image describes Wakaba as a cheerful foreign exchange student who seems to be studying abroad. Speaking to her will reveal various information, including about Hong Kong's return to China and redevelopment being put on hold. The third scenario, Main 23, resolving the master and disciple issue, is classified as a movie. It takes place in Wan Chai in the Scarlet Hills area at the Manmo Temple. The conditions for this scenario are having Zhou-shan's letter and entering the Manmo Temple. The text describes how Ryo, with the letter from Zhou-shan, visits the Manmo Temple again and goes straight to Zhou-shan. The letter contains Zhou-shan's feelings towards Zhou and Sozan's own feelings. Sozan's thoughts are properly conveyed to his master, Zhou-shan. Zhou-shan confirms that his teachings were not wrong, and acting as a mediator for Ryo, finally teaches him one of the martial virtues, precept. The image shows Zhou-shan reading the letter and then teaching Ryo. The text below the images describes Zhou-shan accepting Sozan's feelings and Zhou-shan teaching Ryo the martial virtue, precept, bringing him one step closer to his teacher. The fourth scenario, Main 24, Zhang Yu's trial, is a QTE. It is located in Fukuhara in the Three Blades Street at Zhang Yu Barbershop. The conditions for this scenario are starting the martial virtue search and learning the martial virtue precept. The text explains that there are 2 martial virtues left. Ryo decides to visit Zhang Yu in Fukuhara, whom he believes knows one of them. Upon entering the dimly lit shop, Zhang Yu is sitting alone on a chair. When Ryo speaks to Zhang Yu about martial virtues, Zhang Yu says he will teach him, but first orders Ryo to sit in the barber's chair. After this, a QTE for learning martial virtue will occur, but before the QTE appears, Zhang Yu says, "No matter what happens, don't move," and presses his face. Understanding the meaning of these words will naturally lead to understanding what to do during the QTE. Successfully completing this trial will allow Ryo to learn the martial virtue, will. The image shows Zhang Yu holding a razor to Ryo's neck in the barbershop. The text below states that Zhang Yu's Kenpo style is said to have sometimes resulted in people being accidentally killed. It also warns that if you don't understand Zhang Yu's words well, you won't be able to learn the martial virtue. Zhang Yu's dialogue in the image says, "I told you not to move, didn't I? You are careless. And then you will understand martial virtue and enlightenment." This page depicts scenario details from the game Shenmue II. It outlines 4 scenarios: land shark extermination, negotiation within the precinct, cleaning the mausoleum, and dozens advice. The first scenario, land shark extermination, occurs in the areas of Wan Chai and Scarlet Hill, specifically in front of the Ingetsu Tower. The scenario starts after Ryo learns about the 4th Wudi from Gijiang and heads to Ingetsu Tower. He encounters a scene where an old woman is being harassed by land sharks. Ryo intervenes, leading to a free battle against 6 land sharks in front of Ingetsu Tower. Winning this battle reveals the old woman's true identity as Guixiang. The final Wude can be learned by asking Guixiang, who will provide a hint. This battle is described as a retry battle, allowing for multiple attempts. The text in the speech bubbles is translated as, "Are you guys land sharks? I am Guixiang. Land sharks are coming straight for the old lady. How terrible. Oh my, this old lady is Guixiang herself." The second scenario, negotiation within the precinct, takes place in the Hong Kong Wan Chai Manmo Temple precinct. This scenario occurs after the land shark extermination scenario and before the cleaning the mausoleum scenario. The condition for this scenario is to enter the Manmo Temple precinct before 19. After hearing the hint for the 4th Wude from Guixiang, Ryo heads to the Manmo Temple, his destination being the Manmo Temple precinct. Upon entering the precinct, he finds a disciple, Shi Liang, performing the daily cleaning. Ryo explains his situation and asks to meet with Master Chen. Shi Liang refuses at first, but eventually agrees, implying that Shi Liang is going to the back. Ryo should use this opportunity to sneak into the temple. The text in the speech bubbles is translated as, "Please wait a moment. No, no, no. If you come in, you'll only get in the way." Shi Liang is aware of Ryo's presence, but he can't refuse him. The third scenario, cleaning the mausoleum, happens in the Hong Kong Wan Chai Manmo Temple precinct. It starts after successfully infiltrating the temple precinct and continues until Ryo finds the last Wude. The conditions are to select Infiltrate during the negotiation within the precinct, scenario, and successfully enter the temple precinct. After successfully infiltrating the Manmo temple precinct, Ryo encounters another disciple, Dozen, who is sweeping the mausoleum. Dozen offers to let Ryo help with the sweeping, though Ryo is reluctant. If Ryo accepts, he starts working. The daily work ends at 20, and Ryo will have to revisit the next day to resume. By working and examining the left side of the Guandi statue in the main hall, Ryo can find the Justice Woody. It is mentioned that all 4 Wude are written on the walls, suggesting Ryo should find the other 3 before finding justice. The text in the speech bubbles is translated as, "Oh, you're going to help with the sweeping? Are you going to help?" This is... Dozen offers to let Ryo help with the sweeping, but it is different from Shi Liang. Shi Liang is very serious. Ryo discovers one of the Woody justice. With this, all the Woody are gathered. The 4th scenario, Dozen's Advice, is a movie scene that occurs in the Hong Kong Wan Chai Manmo Temple Precinct. The duration is from infiltrating the temple precinct until Ryo finds the last Woody. The condition is to not find the Wood by 19 on the 2nd day of sweeping. If Ryo intentionally doesn't finish the sweeping and ends the day, then revisits the Manmo temple on the 2nd day, and still hasn't found the Woody by 19, Dozen appears and gives Ryo a hint. Look beside the Guandi statue. This scene can be viewed. The text in the speech bubbles is translated as, "Ah, you came again. I was wondering if you wouldn't come. I've been waiting for you for a long time on the 2nd day. Look, this dust too, clean eye." Dozen is showing Ryo his work. This page depicts several scenarios from the game. Main 28, Teacher's True Identity is a movie scene. While sweeping, Ryo discovers the character for G, Righteousness, on the left sleeve of the Guan Yu statue. Realizing this is the 4th martial art, the teacher appears behind him. Ryo questions if this teacher is the one he has been searching for. Then, a female pilgrim he met before appears and starts talking to Ryo. After talking with the pilgrim, Ryo unintentionally says something rude to her, but immediately after, Shuying reveals that this female pilgrim is Master Tao Liushu, surprising Ryo. The location is Yatagai Red Lantern District, Manmo Temple, P-139. The period is immediately after discovering the 4th martial art. The condition is to discover the 4th martial art, and it will occur automatically. The text in the image says, Ryo questions Shuying about the Guan Yu statue and presses her for answers. Teacher, could it be you? Faced with the undeniable truth before his eyes, Ryo cannot hide his surprise. Main 29, sparring with the teacher is an other scenario. Ryo still can't believe it. Seeing Ryo in such a state, Master Tao Lushu urges him to go to the courtyard. Once in the courtyard, the teacher spars with Ryo to make him understand with his body. Incidentally, Ryo cannot defeat the teacher in this sparring match. Ryo, who has been sparring with women before, is made to realize the difference in skill after a few minutes. When the sparring ends, the teacher reveals that her real name is Tao Liushu and tells the aimless Ryo to come with her. The location is Yatagai Red Lantern District, Manmo Temple, 139. The period is immediately after confirming the teacher's true identity. The condition is to confirm the teacher's true identity, and it will occur automatically. The text in the image says Master Tao Liushu shows flowing movements that leave Ryo speechless. Teacher's real name is Tao Liushu. Her true strength is unfathomable. Tao Liushu, that is my real name. Sub 16, Shuying's guidance is a quest. When the sparring with Shuying ends, guidance in the lock-on mode starts. At this time, similar to when you meet Wong, if you approach Shuying and talk to her, you can hear a little story. Although it is trivial content, it is invaluable information for getting to know Shuying's personality. Keep talking to her until the topic runs out. Also, if you release the lock-on, you can enter free quest mode, but you will have to walk to the Taiyuan apartments on your own. The location is Yatagai Red Lantern District, Taiyuan Street, Manmo Temple, P-139. The period is from after the initial sparring with the teacher until reaching the teacher's room. The condition is to finish sparring with the teacher. The text in the image says, "It is a valuable opportunity to hear stories from Shuying. Approach her and talk to her. Why, in the beginning, did you hide your true identity from me? Main 30. To Xuying's room is a movie scene. Room 207 of the Taiyuan apartments is Xuying's room. The distance to the Manmo Temple is closer than the previous residence in the Yamasaki apartments, so it is said she moved because of that. Upon entering the room, Ryo is puzzled that there is only one bed, but decides to live by using the sofa as a bed. On this day, he goes to bed as is. Ryo couldn't sleep easily, but he forcibly closed his eyes and went to sleep. The location is Yatagai Taiyuan Street, Taiyuan Apartments, room 207, P132. The period is until 23 Howard on the day of sparring with the teacher. The condition is to approach room 207 of the Taiyuan Apartments, and it will occur automatically. The text in the image says, Xuying will be waiting in front of the door, so it's easy to understand. Various thoughts fill his mind as Ryo's night deepens. This page details the obtaining the martial arts books section, focusing on the initial task of drying books. The first part, Main 1 Drying Books, describes a morning scene where a cheerful girl named Mei introduces herself. She seems to be helping the teacher with daily tasks. The story begins when Ryo encounters her in the Manmo Temple's book storage. The objective is to carry a total of 14 bundles of books by 12 noon. It mentions that quick time events, QTE, will occur in sequence, so it's important to pay attention. It advises that even if you walk slowly and steadily, you can still achieve the goal without time loss compared to rushing. The check book drying continues until you find a clue section explains that while staying in Xuying's room, you will continue drying books every morning. This is a forced event that occupies the entire morning, preventing free action. However, it is mentioned that by carrying many books, you can trigger special events. The events you can experience through book carrying are Xuying's encouragement, reward from Honghui, and difference in rewards, and there are a total of 4 such events. It encourages players to experience all of these events by continuing the book carrying. The section Sub 1, Xuying's encouragement, describes what happens when you carry all 14 books for the first time. Xuying appears and praises Ryo for his work. Ryo tries to ask about Juyuanda at this time, but Xuying doesn't take him seriously and tells him to focus on drying books for a while. Following this, Sub 2, Reward from Honghui, explains that if you carry books more than 10 times, you can receive a reward technique book from Honghui after finishing the task and getting closer to the temple's inner area. This reward is not guaranteed every time, so skillful use of this opportunity will allow you to collect technique books without spending money. It points to pages 216 and 217 for details on various technique books. Finally, the Check Things You Can Do on the First Day of Book Carrying Are Limited section points out that on the first day of book carrying, the scenarios that progress and the information about Juyuanda are limited to what is described in the memos. It suggests that if you proceed normally, you might quickly run out of things to do by noon, resulting in several hours of downtime. However, considering the Hermit's teachings on page 46, it is better not to gather information on the first day. If you want to spend time effectively, it is recommended to select Wait Until Evening at the Bookstore AS. This page is about conversations to increase your intimacy level with the character Kaoru in Shenmue II. Kaoru's free conversations introduce special questions not found in normal conversations, which affect a hidden intimacy level parameter. This intimacy level influences how Kaoru addresses Ryo and can trigger specific events. You can engage in these intimacy conversations up to 4 times per day, and only these conversations will raise the intimacy level. These conversations occur in Manpukuro, Old Man Street, Fukuhara Street, and the Red Light District, starting from Disc 2 until the end of Disc 2. They are triggered automatically when you approach Kaoru. The game features an intimacy level for Kaoru, a hidden parameter that increases with repeated conversations. This level, represented by stages like normal, friendly, considerate, like, and love, influences events related to Kaoru, how she addresses Ryo, and her feelings towards him. Choices marked in red indicate options that significantly increase the intimacy level. To trigger questions from number 8 onwards, you need to have fallen leaves. Questions from 17 onwards occur when Ryo is in Pigeon Park with Eileen. Question 25 is triggered on Kaoru's birthday. The intimacy levels are categorized as follows. Normal ranges from 0 to 19 intimacy points, friendly from 20 to 49, considerate from 50 to 99, like from 100 to 199, and love at 200 points and above. The page then lists a table detailing Kaoru's questions during these intimacy conversations, and the corresponding intimacy point changes for each choice. The red text in the choices signifies the options that give the highest intimacy point increase. This page depicts several scenarios and events in Shenmue II, taking place in Wanchai, specifically around the Red Snake Tail Building and Martial Arts Temple. The first section, Sub 4 Kaoru's Advice, shows Ryo Hazuki encountering Kaoru near the bookstore. The text explains that Ryo, while heading to the bookstore, bumps into Kaoru. This event leads to Kaoru telling Ryo about a book that Yuan might have written. Seeing this scene will increase Ryo and Kaoru's intimacy level by 20. The section titled Check, Kaoru-related events proceed efficiently provides advice on how to efficiently progress Kaoru's events. It mentions that to trigger Kaoru's birthday event from page 50, a prerequisite is having a slight acquaintance, intimacy level 50 or more with Kaoru. To achieve this quickly, it is recommended to talk to Kaoru on the first day of the game to raise intimacy by 14. Then, on the second day, trigger Kaoru's advice, described above, which adds another 20 intimacy points. Furthermore, having conversations on that day will add another 13 points. If by this point, the intimacy level is still below 50 for slight acquaintance, on the third day, the event Kaoru's Gift, page 49, will occur, further increasing intimacy. In short, Kaoru's birthday will happen. To see this event, you must be on Disc 2 by February 28th at the latest. However, this is just a guide for seeing Kaoru's birthday. It is better to proceed at your own pace without pushing yourself too hard. It also notes that raising intimacy with Kaoru will make the Kaoru's birthday event more enjoyable. The next section, Sub 5 Khan's Skill Transmission, describes an event where Khan teaches Ryo a new martial arts move. It explains that when Ryo is about to finish all his deliveries, Khan appears and asks Ryo to show him some techniques, as he is interested in Japanese martial arts. If Ryo accepts, he will perform a demonstration in the courtyard. As a reward, Khan teaches Ryo the Chung Quan move, page 170. This leads to a cutscene where Khan teaches Chung Quan. If you fail to input the commands correctly, Khan will teach you again, so there's no need to worry. Moving on to Main 2 Library Search, this section details Ryo's quest to find the martial arts book in the library. After learning that the martial arts book is in the library, Ryo immediately heads to the back left and a triangle icon appears. Here, Ryo can investigate the bookshelves. If you lock onto the bookshelves, you will discover the martial arts book. Ryo tries to take the book, but it's locked. To read the martial arts book, you first need to obtain the key to the book. Ryo realizes that Shuying, being the master of the martial arts temple, is likely to have the key, so he rushes to Shuying. Finally, Main 3 Catching Fallen Leaves describes the event where Ryo tries to get the key from Shuying. The text explains that when Ryo goes to find Shuying, she is in the courtyard. When Ryo asks Shuying about the key, she firmly refuses to give it to him, and a certain task is presented. From here, the Catching Fallen Leaves game starts. Lock on to the falling leaves and chase them, pressing the X button when after images appear to catch them. If you successfully catch the leaves, Shuying will give Ryo a new task: catch 3 leaves in a row. The requirements are the same whether you catch 1 leaf or 3. To make it easier, try to center the falling leaves on the screen before pressing the X button. It is also mentioned that you can quit catching fallen leaves. This page depicts scenario events that can occur in Shenmue II after finding the Wulin Shu, with many sub-events becoming available. The first event, Sub 6, titled At the Kowakan Gate, is a movie event. This event occurs at the Kowakan in the Lotus Park area of Wanchai, page 127. The period for this event is from after finding the Wulin Shu until exiting Xu Yinghong's room. The condition for triggering it is to pass in front of the Kowakan in Lotus Park before 7 p.m. The text describes that as Ryo passes in front of the Kowakan, one of the gatekeepers comes out and calls out to him. The gatekeeper who stopped Ryo is the same one who previously confronted Ryo when he visited the Kowakan before, wielding a knife. According to the gatekeeper, Zhou-shan seems to be concerned about Ryo and wants to see him if Ryo has time. After the scene ends, Ryo is free to move, and if he has no other business, he should visit Zhou-shan. The text in the image bubbles translates to, Gatekeeper, hey, hold on. Mingtian, Master Zhou is also. Yes, if you have time, please come and visit. Somehow, Master Zhou seems to be concerned about you. The second event, Sub 7, titled Zhou-shan's Skill Instruction, is categorized as Other. This event takes place at the Kowakan Dojo in Lotus Park, Wanchai, page 127. It occurs from the time at the Kowakan Gate event, mentioned above, happens until Ryo leaves Shuinghong's room. The condition is to enter the Kowakan and select Ask when prompted by Action-Sensitive Scene, AS. The text explains that when Ryo visits the dojo, Zhou-shan comes to the gate to greet him and guides him inside. Zhou-shan, knowing that Ryo helped Gizhang from the Heavens Gang, tells Ryo that throwing is effective against large opponents, and teaches Ryo the sweep throw technique, page 175. The skill is easily learned by following Zhou-shan's instructions. After successfully learning the skill, Ryo leaves the Kowakan. The text in the image bubbles translates to, Zhou-shan, Gizhang told me everything. By the way, I heard from Guizhang that you helped him out. Zhou-shan himself came to greet Ryo. He seems to know Guizhang. For example, in a close combat situation like this, throwing is effective against an opponent who is bigger than you. Zhou-shan's instructions are polite and easy to understand. If you don't input the commands correctly, he will teach you again. The third event, Sub 8, titled The Female Martial Artist of Pigeon Park, is a movie event. This event takes place at Pigeon Park in the Workers' Pier area of Kowloon, page 120. It occurs from after finding the Wulin Shu until heading towards Kowloon Castle. The condition is to approach Eileen, and the event will automatically trigger. The text describes that Ryo visits Pigeon Park after a long time. He notices a girl with blonde hair practicing martial arts forms by the water fountain. When Ryo approaches and speaks to her, she warns him not to interfere with her training. They introduce themselves, and Ryo learns that her name is Eileen M. Edelweiss. After the introductions, Ryo exchanges greetings and leaves the area. The text in the image bubbles translates to, Are you going to interrupt me? Don't you have confidence in your own martial arts? Ryo, you are finally here to fight me. Are you going to fight like this? Finally, the bottom section. Check! Various events related to Eileen highlights that Eileen, who trains in Pigeon Park, may seem like an ordinary character at first glance, but she is actually an important person involved in various sub-events. To experience more events, it is recommended to talk to Eileen. It also notes that Eileen does not appear in Disc 2, and will not appear if you search for her too late in the game. The text in the image bubble translates to Eileen and Ryo appear, an unexpected place, facing unexpected people. Ryo, you are finally here to fight me. Are you going to fight like this? Eileen in an unexpected location, just an ordinary person. Are these two people going to fight? This page details how to get the big bronze medal and describes two sub-scenarios. Sub 9 Eileen's scolding, and Sub 10 vs Nozomi Harasaki. And also check, Eileen vs Nozomi. The check to get a big bronze medal section explains how to obtain the big bronze medal, P2114. Sub 9 Eileen's scolding is a battle scenario that occurs in Wanchai, Yellow Street, Matsunaga Electronics Game Center 3F, P138. The scenario period is from your initial conversations with Eileen and Nozomi Harasaki until you defeat Eileen. The conditions to trigger this are completing your first conversations with both Eileen and Nozomi and possessing the big bronze medal. This scenario involves a battle with Eileen at the Matsunaga Electronics Game Center 3F. Sub 10 vs Nozomi Harasaki is also a battle scenario in the same location, Wanchai, Yellow Street, Matsunaga Electronics Game Center 3F, P138. The period is from your initial conversations with Eileen and Nozomi Harasaki until you defeat Nozomi Harasaki. The condition is to have defeated Eileen in the Eileen scolding scenario mentioned above. If you win against Nozomi, you will receive the big silver medal as a reward, P214. It is noted that if you lose to Nozomi, the rope to 3F will be stretched again, and you will not be able to challenge her. The check! Eileen vs. Nozomi section explains that although there are no prize rewards and entry fees are taken for fights at the Matsunaga Electronics Game Center 3F's arena, it is still worth watching. After defeating Eileen and before defeating Nozomi, if you select Watch, you have a 1/40 chance to witness a dream match between Eileen and Nozomi. If you defeat Nozomi, access to 3F will be blocked again, so it's recommended to watch this fight beforehand. In a screenshot, a man in a white suit asks, "Oh, bro, are you going to watch, or will you stop?" This dialogue occurs when choosing to watch a match. This page details some sub-events, main events, and movie scenes that can be found in the game. Firstly, regarding the Oro Street events, after winning at the Matsukane Arcade in the Matsusi Electronics Games Center, you can talk to Wakanai at Tomato Convenience to be taken to the duck races at Oro Street. This is a gambling game where you bet on one of 6 ducks. Each duck has different odds, similar to horse racing. If you acquire your own duck through the Duck Heaven event, you can race it, but you will need $50 for the entry fee. Winning first place with your own duck will earn you a big gold medal item. The page also has a check section reminding players not to forget about main events and Kaoru events. It warns that players can easily get absorbed in arcade games, battles, and gambling, losing track of the main story. It advises players to prioritize main story events, especially before March 3rd in the game's calendar. Be mindful of event conditions and complete time-limited events before getting too engrossed in minigames. Next is Shu Ying's Tears, a movie scene. On the night Ryo finds the martial arts book, when he returns to his room, he sees Shu Ying crying while looking at a photo. Shu Ying wipes away her tears and leaves the room, dropping the photo. The photo shows a boy and a girl, and on the back in red ink it is written Hong Shu Ying. The next morning and afternoon, Ryo will ask Shu Ying about her past and Hong Shu Ying. Moving on to Kaoru's treats, this is another movie scene. While Ryo is doing delivery work, Kaoru brings tea and treats. This scene is described as comical, highlighting the interaction between the two and Kaoru's expressions. It increases your friendship with Kaoru by 10 points and only happens once, specifically on the 2nd delivery day up to the 9th delivery day. The scene takes about 30 minutes of in-game time to play out, after which the delivery work resumes. If you plan to complete all deliveries, it's suggested to aim for this event early, around the 9th delivery. Finally, there is Huang's sermon, which is also a movie scene. After Ryo finishes a delivery and is taking a break, Huang appears and talks to him. The conversation revolves around Shu Ying's thoughts on revenge. Huang earnestly tries to reason with Ryo, suggesting he look within himself. Huang seems concerned about Ryo's burning desire for revenge and implies that Shu Ying and Yuan also speak about Ryo's situation. This page describes 3 scenarios related to Eileen from Shenmue 2, along with a check section about further Eileen events. The first scenario, Sub-14 Eileen's Desired Item, is a movie event. This event takes place in the Fortune's Pier, Fukuhara Masamune Tyler's, P134, between February 27th and March 2nd, from 15 to 19. The condition to trigger this event is to have a friendly relationship level or higher with Eileen, and to walk past the Fukuhara Masamune Tailor's shop. The text describes Ryo walking along Three Blade Street and noticing Eileen standing in front of a shop window, looking troubled. When Ryo calls out to her, Eileen remembers she is in a hurry and leaves. Afterwards, Ryo looks at the shop window and notices a brooch is on display. This scene increases your relationship level with Eileen by +10. It also notes that if you have triggered the event Eileen's Friend, P54, and standing around in the stand area, P54, Eileen will not be present until these events are finished, so plan your schedule carefully before triggering events. The dialogue in the screenshots is translated as follows. Eileen says, Ryo thinks, The text below the screenshot says, Ryo discovers a brooch in the display. Was Eileen looking at this? The second scenario, Sub-15 present for Eileen, is categorized as Other. This event takes place in the Fortune's Pier, Fukuhara Masamune Tailor's P134, after the Eileen's Desired Item event, and when you talk to the owner of Fukuhara Masamune Tailors. The condition to trigger this event is to have $150 and to select Purchase when speaking to the owner of Fukuhara Masamune Tailors. The text explains that Ryo enters the shop and negotiates with the shop owner to sell him the brooch displayed in the window. However, the brooch is not for sale and the owner likes it, so he is reluctant to sell it. Despite this, Ryo persists, and the owner eventually relents and agrees to sell the brooch as a present. The brooch costs $150, so make sure you have enough money. It also mentions that the brooch purchased here will not be displayed in the item menu, and the shop's business hours are until 21:1. The dialogue in the screenshots is translated as follows. The shop owner says, "No, this isn't for sale. I like it myself." The options presented are buy or don't buy. The text below the screenshot says, somehow Ryo's enthusiasm gets through, and he manages to get them to sell it to him. The third scenario, Sub-16 Eileen's birthday, is a movie event. This event takes place in Wanchai, Monmo Temple Apartment Room 207, P132, and is only available on March 3rd. The condition to trigger this event is to have already purchased the brooch and enter Eileen's room in the Monmo Temple apartment. The text describes Ryo heading to Eileen's room to clean it and giving the brooch to Eileen as a present. Eileen is surprised by this unexpected gift. Ryo explains that he heard she wanted it, giving the reason for the present. However, Eileen seems confused and doesn't recall wanting it, looking puzzled. It turns out Eileen was admiring the brooch as a present for Joy. It is revealed that there was a misunderstanding, but Eileen is happy with the present, so it turns out well. This scene increases your relationship level by +50. The dialogue in the screenshots is translated as follows. Eileen says, is it really okay for me to receive this from you, Ryo-san? Ryo thinks, it seems Eileen wanted it, so it should be fine. The text below the screenshot says, looking at Eileen's expression, it's clear she is genuinely happy. Her joy is conveyed. The check section is titled More Eileen-related events to come. It states that even after finishing Eileen's birthday, there are still Eileen-related events to come, from unique to serious ones. It mentions that there are even wonderful events prepared for the end. The conditions for triggering the final events are quite strict, so it is recommended to experience each event in order and try not to miss any relationship points. The text in the bottom right corner of the check section is translated as follows. Eileen seems to be bracing herself. I wonder if she's getting caught up in some trouble. In Joy's room at the Monmo Temple apartment, Joy and Ryo seem to be talking seriously. What on earth happened? This page is titled Section 2, Trying the Teacup Formation. It mentions that after finding a memo that seems to be a clue, Ryo learns about the teacup formation and is about to try it out when a man appears. The first section, Main 5, Contents of the Martial Arts Book, describes a movie scene. It states that if you successfully catch 3 falling leaves in a row, as promised, Xiuying will hand over the key to the Wise Men's Quarters library. Upon entering the library and opening the martial arts book, the name Zhao Sun Ming is written on the first page. Furthermore, a memo with the characters Heaven Dragon Earth Friend written on it falls out from between the pages. It suggests that Ryo should first investigate what this memo means. The trigger section notes the location is Wanchai, Red Lantern District, Wise Men's Quarter Library, P139. The duration is until you get the martial arts book after catching 3 consecutive falling leaves. The conditions are, after successfully catching 3 consecutive falling leaves, press the A button in front of the library door and the scene will trigger. The memo is called Martial Arts Books Memo and is item P2115. Memo numbers 11 to 15 on page 55 are also mentioned. The speech bubbles show Xiuying saying, Xiuying will retrieve the key. With this, you should be able to read the martial arts book. And Ryo thinking, I need to find out what this memo means. The next section, Main 6, Deciphering the Memo, is a quest. It says that Ryo continues to ask around to understand the meaning of the memo and obtains valuable information from the owner of the antique shop. It seems that what is written on the memo is related to the teacup formation, and Guishang at Unda Building might know the details. It suggests that Ryo should rely on this information and head to Enda Building, where Guixiang is. The trigger section notes the location is Wanchai Old Tailor's Quarter Antique Shop, P137. The duration is from reading the martial arts book until Guixiang teaches the teacup formation. The condition is to talk to the antique shop owner while possessing the memo from the martial arts book. The speech bubbles show the antique shop owner saying, "This is the teacup formation, isn't it?" And another person saying, "Yes, I once asked Master Guixiang about it," and mentions Xiang's name. The final section, Main 7 Guidance on the Teacup Formation, is listed as Other. It mentions that after getting information that Guixiang might know about it, Ryo quickly heads to Enda Building. At Enda Building, Guixiang is waiting to give a teacup formation lecture. If Ryo moves the teacups according to Guixiang's instructions, this scene will end, and the practical application in town will begin. It suggests that Ryo should find a place where the teacup formation can be performed, and just keep trying it out. Memo number 17 on page 56 is mentioned. The trigger section notes the location is Wanchai Red Lantern District, M Building, P29. The duration is from hearing about Guixiang from the antique shop owner until Guixiang teaches the teacup formation. The condition is to hear the story about Guixiang from the antique shop owner. The speech bubbles show Guixiang saying, "Master of the Gui family, I created this code so that disciples can exchange information." And another text explains, "Teacup formation is a code used among disciples of the same martial arts school." And another speech bubble says, "Help, I said down." And finally, "If you make a mistake, Guixiang's stern voice will fly. Just move them according to the instructions so it's easy." The check section titled, Teacup Formation Can Be Performed in Various Places, explains that the teacup formation should be performed in a place where people gather. However, the locations are limited, mainly restaurants and tea houses. Restaurants include places like the Fortune Teller's Restaurant and Fu Hai Restaurant. Tea houses are mostly concentrated in Fuklam Road, so the teacup formation is a tea house hop. It also mentions that in the lecture at Guixiang's place at the end, there is a combined diagram, so don't just place them incorrectly, it warns. The editorial department tried various teacup placements in mind, but nothing happened, confirming it is dangerous. The text bubble shows Ryo thinking, "Think about places where people gather and try the teacup formation." This page depicts scenario information from the game, showcasing various sub-events and scenarios that Ryo Hazuki can encounter. In Sub-17, Katsuhisa's Skill Transmission, it's a movie event. The location is Wanchai Red Street, Enda Building Rooftop. The time period is from receiving tea break instructions from Joshan to before 10 p.m. at night. The condition is that Ryo must have seen Joshan's instructions. After being taught the tea break move, Ryo goes to the Enda Building again, where Katsuhisa is doing Tai Chi on the rooftop. When Ryo tells Katsuhisa that he was taught the skill by Joshan, Katsuhisa asks to see it. Ryo shows him the small willow move as instructed, and Katsuhisa is impressed. Apparently, the small willow move was originally taught to the locals by Katsuhisa. After this, Katsuhisa teaches Ryo the oblique hanger move, page 177. It mentions that unlike before, Katsuhisa is now older, so Ryo is on the receiving end of the skill. It's noted that after receiving Katsuhisa's oblique hanger, land sharks will immediately appear. Sub-18, Land Shark Reappearance, is a battle event. The location is Wanchai, Red Street, Enda Building Rooftop. The timing is immediately after receiving Katsuhisa's skill transmission, above. The condition is that it occurs directly after Katsuhisa's skill transmission, above. Immediately after receiving the skill from Katsuhisa, the land sharks that appeared previously, page 189, will reappear. Ryo will have to fight the land sharks before they try to intimidate him. It's mentioned that even if Ryo fights normally, he can win, but if he uses the newly taught oblique hanger, he can defeat them in one hit. It's important to note that this battle is not retriable, so losing will advance the scenario as is. However, if Ryo loses, Katsuhisa will step in and defeat the land sharks with the oblique hanger in one hit. Sub-19, Duck Feather Catching, is categorized as Other. The location is Wanchai, Red Street, Manmo Temple Back Garden, page 139. The time period is from Fallen Leaves Scoop Up, page 46, onwards, until heading to Kowloon. The condition is that Ryo must have participated in the duck race. If Ryo clears this event, he can obtain a duck that can participate in races. Page 212. There are a total of 4 conditions to trigger this event. 1. Play the duck race at least once. 2. Successfully perform combo get twice in a row. 3. Feathers will fall next time, so select catch. Combo get is a technique where you press a button when the afterimage of multiple leaves on the screen disappears, allowing you to catch 23 leaves at once. If you fail the combo get, you must try again from the beginning. If you meet all the conditions, you will obtain the duck. The item obtained is a duck, page 215. The text in the image shows combo get success. Excellent, 2 leaves caught. Let's continue to succeed, and finally the duck appears, with AS catch, my duck get. Sub 20, Viper Brothers Reappearance, is a QTE event. The location is Rinrin Porridge Shop, page 23, Canton Tea Room, page 127, and Fukukin Tea House, page 135. The time period is from Joshan's Guidance, page 51 onwards, until meeting Yuan. This event occurs only once. The condition is to order the tea set at any of the shops listed above and correctly place the teacups. This is a fast-paced continuous QTE battle. If Ryo successfully presses B at the beginning, the next A will appear quickly. If Ryo fails the first B or the second A twice in a row, then number 3B will appear. If Ryo continues to press B, he can easily succeed. Depending on the success or failure of the QTE, the subsequent conversation with the Viper Brothers will change. If successful, Ryo will get information that matches the situation at that time, and if failed, they will continue to take a high-handed attitude towards Ryo. The Czech Dud Shops section mentions that there are some shops where nothing hot appends even if Ryo tries the tea set. These shops are Bunkado Liquor Store, Fukusen Street, Kinsharu Fukusen Street, Hong Kong Tea House, Fukusen Street, Seafood, Kayun Wharf Head, and Kayun Dining Hall, Kayun Wharf Head. At these shops, only time passes. Once Ryo tries a shop, the second time he tries it, the result will be the same. In this case of the tea set being a dud, a bad ending is relatively easy to see. It is advised to use this mechanism if time is needed to pass, as it takes 2 hours. This page depicts Scenario 11 of Disc 1 of Shenmue II and details 5 subquests. Sub 21, Suspicious Memo. This subquest is categorized as Other. It takes place in various locations: Lai Lai Eatery, P120, Tiantian Tea House, P127, Walk-In Restaurant, P131, and Tea Break Building, P134. The timing is after Tea Set Clue, P51, and after meeting the Bean Paste Seller. It occurs only once. The condition to trigger this subquest is to place the tea set correctly in the locations mentioned. The text describes that if you place the tea set correctly in the specified locations, you will receive a memo written in clumsy handwriting. The content of the memo varies slightly depending on the shop, but ultimately it will lead you to Wanchai Pier. The event only happens once. If you try it after 7 p.m. at the Tea Break Building, the memo's content will change from 9 p.m. Wanchai Pier to Wanchai Pier soon. It is possible to wait at the park until 9 p.m. The item obtained is Wanchai Pier, P215, 9 p.m. Wanchai Pier, P2FID, or wait at the hotel near the pier, Peen. The image shows a table with 4 teacups and a teapot on it, and a shopkeeper speaking to Ryo. The shopkeeper says, "The customer who left earlier seemed suspicious." Sub 22, Scuffle in the Park. This subquest is categorized as Battle. It takes place in Wanchai Pier, Taisang Street, Wanchai Pier Park, P131. The timing is after getting the suspicious memo above and before 1 a.m. on the same day you get the memo. The condition is to enter Wanchai Pier Park with the memo. The text describes that while waiting in Wanchai Pier Park, a man appears and suddenly a QE begins. No matter which command you input, the QTE will succeed. The opponent in the subsequent battle will be either 3 or 2 people, depending on whether you fail or succeed in the QTE, P187. If you win the battle, you will get information about Bean Paste Seller. It seems it's better to lose this battle and proceed to Nursing at Tao Tao's, see below. The QTE command is shown as a right arrow. After winning the battle, you get Memo 33, P56. The image shows Ryo confronting a man in a park at night. The text bubble says, "Come on." Sub 23, Nursing at Tao Tao's. This subquest is categorized as Movie. It takes place in Wanchai Pier, Tai Sang Street, Taiyuan Apartments, room 207, P132. The timing is immediately after losing the battle in Scuffle in the Park, above. The condition is to lose the battle in Scuffle in the Park. The text explains that if you lose the battle, Ryo will wake up in Tao Tao's room. It seems Tao Tao has been nursing him. Ryo tries to get up, but he is still suffering from the damage from last night and cannot move his body as he wishes. Tao Tao, concerned, watches over him. Tao Tao, unable to bear seeing him like this, runs out of the room. Experiencing this scene will increase your relationship level with Tao Tao by +20. The memo obtained is Memo 34 P57 and Memo 35 P57. The image shows Tao Tao looking at Ryo lying in bed with a worried expression. Tao Tao says, "Please take care of yourself more, even now." Sub 24, Child's Rescue. This subquest is categorized as QT. It takes place in Wanchai Pier, White Dynasty Quarter, White Dynasty Restaurant, P136. The timing is after tea set clue, P51, and after meeting the bean paste seller. The condition is to place the tea set correctly at the White Dynasty Restaurant. The text describes that Ryo helps a child who is being harassed by punks in a Command QT battle. If you succeed in the QT input, you will get information about the correct location to try the tea set, bean paste seller, but if you fail, you will get nothing. This QT is not retryable, so it is better to win here. The memo obtained is Memo 36 P57. The QT command is A, X, and B buttons. The image shows Ryo facing some punks with a child behind him. The text says, "Facing punks to help a child." One of the punks says, "I'm your opponent." Sub 25, Tao Tao's Friend. This subquest is categorized as Other. It takes place in Hong Kong Wharf, Wise Men's Quarter, Blue Sky Dragon Garden, P122. The timing is after tea set clue, P51, and after meeting the bean paste seller. The condition is to correctly place the tea set in Blue Sky Dragon Garden. The text explains that before retries the tea set in Blue Sky Dragon Garden, Tao Tao and Eileen appear. Previously, Tao Tao's friend was Eileen. Tao Tao tells Ryo that Eileen has also seen Londi in the bean paste seller's place. This scene will increase your relationship level by +20. It may be a little different from the opening narration, but try to visit this place to improve your relationship. The memo obtained is Memo 37, P57. The image shows Ryo, Tao Tao, and Eileen in Blue Sky Dragon Garden. Eileen asks, "What's wrong?" This page details several scenes in Shenmue II, starting with a rendezvous at the soy milk stand. The first section, Main 8, Rendezvous at the Soy Milk Stand, explains that at the soy milk stand, Ryo tests the placement of teacups to get the Night at the Soy Milk Stand memo. It is possible to use the wait system until the appointed time. When the appointed time arrives, Jang appears near the soy milk stand. However, immediately after, thugs rush in and a battle begins. This battle is a retry battle. If you win the battle, Jang will be taken away, and Ryo will pursue him after asking the shop owner for his destination. There is a memo related to this called 8 o'clock soy milk stand memo. Next is Main 9, Street Stall Area Maneuvering. Before Ryo can pursue the kidnapped Jang, thugs block his path, initiating a series of continuous QuickTime events, QT battles. The important points in this continuous QTE are the initial command QTE and the 8th, 9th, 10th, 17th, and 18th commands. Failure at these points results in an instant retry, so it is important to input them correctly. If you successfully clear the continuous QTE, someone will approach from behind Jang, and a second command QTE will appear. If you successfully clear this, you will successfully rescue Jang. Failure will result in a retry from the second command QTE. It also mentions that in the middle of the continuous QTE, failing the watermelon command QTE is acceptable. The QTE sequence is shown as BAX, 8BA, and then a final QTE of A. The location is listed as Wanchai White Dynasty Street, and the period is immediately after the battle at the soy milk stand. The condition for occurrence is clearing the battle at the soy milk stand. The third section, Main 10, Jang's Information, describes that after successfully rescuing Jang, Ryo asks Jang about Juyuanda at the soy milk stand. Jang says that Juyuanda is being targeted by the Koa Xingwen, so he is in hiding and Jang doesn't know his whereabouts. When Ryo asks what he should do to find Juyuanda, he is told that a man called Ren of Heavens might know something. Heavens is a bad group based in Aberdeen. First, Ryo should try to find this man Ren. The location is listed as Wanchai, Fukuhara Street, Soy Milk Stand, and the period is immediately after succeeding in street stall area maneuvering, described above. The condition for occurrence is clearing, street stall area maneuvering. Following this is Main 11, leaving Shuying. Ryo returns to Manmo Temple and returns the martial arts book to Shuying, explaining the situation. Ryo tells Shuying that he is going to meet Ren of Heavens. Shuying is very concerned and tries to dissuade Ryo, saying it's like going to his death. Ryo, however, is determined to pursue the thugs even if it means going into danger. He firmly states, "I won't cause any more trouble for Shuying than this," and directly conveys his feelings. Shuying, however, tells him to do as he pleases and turns away. They part ways with lingering regrets, but Ryo must move forward. The location is Wanchai Red Warehouse, Manmo Temple Back Garden, and the period is immediately after the Zhang's information event. The condition for occurrence is hearing about Ren from Zhang, and it automatically occurs. Finally, Main 12, reunion with Joy. To investigate Ren, Ryo decides to go to Old Fort Road so as not to cause trouble for Shuying. When Ryo leaves the Manmo Temple and goes to Old Fort Road, the road leading to the Old Tailor's area is blocked. Following the security guard's guidance, Ryo decides to proceed to Fukuhara Street. As he walks along the road, he reunites with Joy after a long time. They talk about various things for a while. From this scene onwards, Joy's lodging becomes the base of operations. The location is Wanchai Fukuhara Street, and the period is after leaving the Manmo Temple and until passing through Fukuhara Street. The condition for occurrence is to proceed into Fukuhara Street for a while. This page from the guidebook is titled Section 1, Heaven's Trade. It explains that to get in contact with Ren, you must first get into the hideout, which is for members only. It suggests you will have to use all sorts of means to achieve this. The page details 3 quests, starting with Main 1 titled Hideout Entrance, which is a quest. It mentions the location as Hong Kong, Queen Street, Roadside, P.Un. 24. The period is from after String of Information, P54, up to the battle with Number 8 Warehouse Battle, P61. The condition for this quest to trigger is approaching the entrance. The description explains that after gathering information in Aberdeen, you will arrive at the entrance to Beverly Hills Wharf, but a gatekeeper is standing there. Trying to enter results in being driven away. Therefore, you must find a way to get inside. Asking people in the town for a way in will lead to the answer, ask heavens. It is mentioned that heavens are in places like gambling dens, so you should head in that direction. It also notes that you won't get any information by asking the gatekeeper. There are memo references to pages 67 for more details, Memo 1 and Memo 25. Next is Sub 1 titled Kaoru's Secret, which is a QTE event. The location is Wanchai Taiping Street, Manmo Bistro, P139. The period is from meeting Joy and deciding to stay in Wanchai until the last day, during lunchtime. The condition is having sorrowful heart or above in affection level, and after hearing conversation C, head to Manmo Bistro. The description says that when Ryo enters the Manmo Bistro, he encounters 2 thugs harassing the shopkeeper, and Kaoru bravely steps in to help. Initially, a command QT occurs, followed by a normal QT. The first command QT is lenient, but depending on the success or failure of the second QTE, the affection level gained afterwards will differ. It notes that if successful, the affection level increase is +20, but if you fail, it's 30. It suggests that you should deliberately fail here. The QT button prompts shown are down, X, and A. The third quest is Sub 2 titled Kaoru and Commemorative Photo, which is categorized as Other. The location is Wanchai Red Lantern District, Manmo Bistro Back Alley, P139. The period is from meeting Joy and deciding to stay in Wanchai until the last day and up to 3 p.m. The condition is on a sunny day, heading to the bookstore in Manmo Bistro Back Alley. The description explains that Dose appears, trying to secretly photograph Kaoru. Apparently, Dose likes Kaoru. Eventually, Ryo arrives and Dose is noticed. Dose is made to take a 2-shot photo of Ryo and Kaoru. You will receive one of the 2 photos taken. This scene increases affection by +30. The choice of which of the 2 photos you get does not affect Kaoru's affection level, so you should just get your preferred photo. The item received is Kaoru's photo, P215. Finally, Main 2 is titled Heaven's Gathering Place and is also categorized as Other. The location is Hong Kong Blue Sky Dragon Garden, Blue Sky, P122. The period is from Hideout Entrance, above, onwards, once only. The condition is when searching for Heaven's members, approach Yuan and talk to him. The description says when investigating places where Heaven's members gather, you should ask Yuan at the Gambling Den in Blue Sky Dragon Garden, P243. It notes that Gambling Den members won't provide information, but Yuan will freely provide information and even offer to fight you for free. After winning, Yuan will provide information that Heaven's Ra members gather at warehouse number 8 after 7 p.m. There are memo references to pages 67 for more details, Memo 6 and Memo 7. This page details scenarios Main 3 to Main 6 in the game. Starting with Main 3, 8th Warehouse Battle. This is a battle scenario that takes place in the 8th Warehouse in the Aberdeen area of Hong Kong. It occurs only at 1900 on the day you hear about the 8th Warehouse. If you don't have anything to do until 19, it's suggested you can use wait as AS. If you go to the waterfront, it's fine. Inside the warehouse, you will enter a battle with a number of Heaven's members, as described on page 188. If you win this battle, you will automatically proceed to Heaven's Trap, which is described below. This battle is a retry battle, so it's recommended to finish it quickly. The dialogue in this section is, Ren is looking for a man. Could you introduce me? And the response is, I'll introduce you to Ren. Next is Main 4, Heaven's Trap, which is also a battle scenario. It occurs in Beverly Hills Wharf. The conditions for this scenario are immediately after winning the 8th Warehouse Battle, and it will automatically occur after winning the battle in 8th Warehouse Battle. After winning the battle in the 8th Warehouse, Ryo, who thought he had cornered Ren, is instead surrounded by a large group of Heaven's members. A battle begins, but to put it bluntly, this battle cannot be won. Page 188. No matter how many enemies you defeat, they will keep appearing, and after a certain amount of time, the screen will gradually darken, and you will eventually lose. It is advised to focus on improving your technique proficiency in this battle. The dialogue here is, Ren is needed for something. Is Cool Z going to show his unpleasant face and meet Ren? Moving on to Main 5, Wong's Junk Boat, which is a movie scene scenario happening at Wong's Junk Boat in Beverly Hills Wharf. It occurs automatically after Heaven's Trap is completed. Ryo, who was defeated in Heaven's Trap, regains consciousness on Wong's junk boat. He tells Wong why he was reckless and that he is looking for Ren, a man from Heavens. Wong, understanding Ryo's situation, tells him that if he has proof that he is a member of Heavens, like the Heavens Zipper, he will be able to freely enter and exit Beverly Hills Wharf in the future. From this point onward, Wong's junk boat becomes a base of operations for a while. You will receive the Heavens Zipper item, page 214, and Memo 8, page 67, is also relevant. The dialogue in this scene is, it's better not to move yet, and the response is, bring this with you. The text next to the image says, Wong is concerned about Ryo, but also gives him the Heavens Proof, Heaven's Zipper. Wong is suspicious of Ryo, but now they are good companions. Meeting was the worst. Finally, Main 6 vs Heavens, another battle scenario, takes place in Beverly Hills Wharf. This scenario happens after Wong's junk boat, and until you meet Cool Z. The condition is to approach Heavens members. There are patrolling types of Heavens members in Beverly Hills Wharf. When you get close to them, you will enter a 3D battle, page 188. For the patrolling types, there are special rewards depending on the number of times you defeat them completely. The first time, you get the Beverly Hills Wharf map, and the second time, you will be guided to Cool Z's location. Even during the guidance, if you touch other members, you will enter battle. Memo 9 and 10, page 67, are relevant here. The dialogue in this section shows Ryo receiving a map and saying, "Oh, a map? Thanks, I'll take it." The text next to the image says, it is not necessary to fight recklessly, but fight if items or memos are needed. This page details several subquests and tips related to earning money and progressing the story in Shenmue II. The first section, Main 7 Cool J's request, explains that at the scrapyard, Cool J, Sam, and Larry will gather. If you talk to Cool J, he will ask for HK $500 if you want to meet Ren. Whether you have HK $500 or not will branch the memo information. If you don't have HK $500, you will have to go back after earning the money. But if you have it, he will introduce you to Ren immediately. The location is Hong Kong, Beverly Hills Wharf, Scrapyard, P124. The period is after Wong's junk boat scenario and until you give Cool J HK $500. The condition is to be in the scrapyard where Cool J is. The check, efficient way to earn money section advises how to get the HK $500 needed to meet Ren. It suggests going to Beverly Hills Wharf and participating in street fights, P208. It's recommended to use powerful techniques from the start to win easily and quickly. The scrapyard is also close by, making it convenient. The Sub-3 Joy and Kisho section describes an event with Joy and Kisho. When you approach Joy, who is gazing at the sea in Kaiun Wharf, she will talk about Kisho, who took care of her in Japan. It seems Joy and Kisho knew each other. Here, Joy asks about Kisho and Japan. The location is Hong Kong, Kaiun Wharf, P121. The period is from Cool J's request, above, to Ren's mystery, P63. The condition is to approach Joy. The Sub-4 Wong's job introduction section explains what happens if you are asked to prepare money and don't give HK $500 to Cool J by nightfall on the same day. Wong will tell you how to earn money. According to the conversation, a boss in Queen Street and Red Lantern Street is recruiting for a job. The location is Hong Kong, Beverly Hills Wharf, Wong's junk boat, P124. The period is from Cool J's request for HK $500 until nightfall on the same day, if you don't give him the money. The condition is to not give Cool J HK $500 and wait until night. Finally, Sub-5 Deling's technique instruction details an event with Deling. After finishing cargo carrying, Deling will be seen gazing at the sea outside the pier in Kaiun Wharf. If you approach him and when asked, "Shall I teach you the rising uppercut technique?" P169, and you choose continue, you will be taught the technique. If you continue practicing for a while and then when asked, "Lastly, shall I show you my ultimate rising uppercut?" If you choose please, you can see the scene where Deling falls into the sea. The location is Hong Kong, Kaiun Wharf, P121. The period is from when Cool J asks for HK $500 until pursuit in the building, P65 occurs. The condition is to carry luggage within the period and then go to the outer pier of the wharf after finishing the cargo carrying. This page, titled Shugentatsu's Location, outlines the player's pursuit of Ren to uncover Shugentatsu's whereabouts. The first section, Main 8, Ren's Surprise Attack, is a QTE event. It starts when Cool J, meaning Ryo Hazuki, goes to Ren's warehouse with HK $500. Ryo is guided to a warehouse where Ren is located. Upon entering, Ren appears from the shadows of a car's headlight and attacks Ryo with a knife immediately after receiving the money. If the QTE is successful, Ryo will be taken to Shugentatsu and proceed to the scene of the backroom deal event. If the QTE fails, the story continues with the Conversation with One event. Successfully completing the QTE unlocks Memo 15 on page 67, while failure unlocks Memos 17 and 18, also on page 67. The location for this event is Beverly Hills Wharf in Aberdeen, as referenced on page 124. The conditions for triggering this event are going to Cool J's location with HK $500. The next section, Sub-6, Scene of the Backroom Deal, is a battle event. This event occurs after successfully navigating Ren's surprise attack. Ryo is taken to a warehouse indicated on a map and led inside by Ren. Inside, a man who appears to be trying to smuggle Zhang is seen conducting sort of deal. While the guard's attention is diverted, Ren disappears, and Ryo is left alone. If Ryo wins the subsequent battle against Koma, he proceeds to Joy and One on page 64, and if he loses, he continues to One's Help event. This event takes place at Fortune's Pier, Warehouse F in Aberdeen, as mentioned on page 122. The trigger condition is success in the Ren's Surprise Attack event and possessing the map of Fortune's Pier warehouse. The section Sub-7, Conversation with One, is a movie event. This event happens on the night after failing Ren's surprise attack. Ryo wakes up on One's junk boat. Worried, he counts the stars, but soon his determination is renewed. In the morning, he returns to Beverly Hills Wharf and searches for Heaven's gang members. Approaching them initiates a battle. Winning this battle unlocks memos 19 and 20 on page 68. After the battle, Ryo goes to Queen Street and proceeds to Joy and 1 on page 64. The location is Beverly Hills Wharf in Aberdeen, on 1's junk boat, page 124. The event is triggered automatically after failing Ren's surprise attack. Finally, Sub-8 1's Help is also a movie event. This event occurs if Ryo loses the battle in Scene of the Backroom Deal. 1 appears after the battle and helps Ryo. When Ryo asks 1 about Ren's whereabouts, the story continues with conversation with 1 and unlocks Memo 20 on page 68, similar to the previous event. After this, the story continues with Ren's pursuit on page 64. The location is Fortune's Pier, Warehouse F in Aberdeen, page 122. This event is triggered automatically after losing in Scene of the Backroom Deal. This page depicts scenario information from Shenmue II, specifically focusing on events in Part 3 of the game. The first section, Sub-9, titled Joy and Wong, is a movie scene. This scene is where Joy and Wong tell Ryo about Ren's whereabouts. The description explains that the scene will differ slightly depending on whether Ryo succeeded in the quest Ren's Mystery on page 63. If successful, Ryo will meet them at the Kaida Pier warehouse after Yuan's dealings. If Ryo failed Ren's Mystery, they will meet when exiting Beverly Hills Wharf. The next section, Main 9, is a quest called Chase Ren and Others. This quest begins at Manmo Park. Ryo finds Ren and his group in Manmo Park, and after negotiating to meet Yuan, they scatter, starting a chase sequence. If Ryo chases Ren, it leads to the Building Chase quest on page 65. Chasing Cool Z will lead to the Cool Z Discovery quest on page 65. Chasing Sam leads to Sam's battle on page 65, and Chasing Larry leads to Larry's battle, which is detailed below. Ultimately, all these chase paths will converge and lead to the Building Chase quest. The Check section, titled Delaying the Chase of Ren, advises players on how to experience all the events related to the chase. It suggests chasing the members in the order of Larry, then Sam, then Cool Z. It is pointed out that losing the battles against Sam and Larry will trigger free quests and allow for more exploration as the remaining members' escape locations are fixed, giving the player time to explore different areas. Sub-10 details Battle with Larry, which is a battle event. If Ryo wins the battle against Larry, Larry will guide Ryo to the Good Fortune Quarter, where Ren is hiding. The text reiterates the advice from the Check section, suggesting that losing the battle is recommended to experience more of the game's events, as losing turns it into a free quest to find other members. It also warns that if Ryo wins the battle before 2:30 a.m. in-game time, the guiding sequence will be skipped, and the story will directly progress to the Building Chase quest. It also mentions a strategy for Larry only. If Ryo goes to Manmo Temple first during the chase, he can keep chasing Larry until the end and catch him midway. The text in the image says, if you succeed in going to the restaurant ahead of time, you will enter the battle. Let's go to the restaurant ahead of time. And 4 people, only Larry can go around. The final section, Sub-11, is a quest called Larry's Guidance. This quest automatically starts after winning Larry's battle. After defeating Larry, he guides Ryo to the Good Fortune Quarter where Ren is. The description mentions that if Ryo approaches and talks to Larry at this point, Ryo can hear Larry acknowledge his strength, admitting that Ryo is the first person other than Ren to defeat him. The text in the image says, if you win the battle and Ren escapes, Larry will guide you to the destination. And lock-on is in progress. First look around. This page details several scenarios in the game. The first section, Sam's battle, is a battle scenario. It is similar to the battle with Larry. If you win against Sam, he will guide you to the Good Fortune Center, where Ren is. If you lose, you will have to search for other members. If you win the battle after 2:30 a.m. in the game, the guidance will be skipped, and you will proceed to the Pursuit in the Building scenario, which is described later on this page. The location is described as the old material storage area behind the roadside trees in front of Fukai Building, in the Workers' Pier area of Hong Kong. The time frame is from when Ren and his gang escape from the Pigeon Park until the start of Pursuit in the Building scenario on page 65. The condition for this scenario to occur is to approach Sam after Ren and his gang escape from Pigeon Park. The next section is Sam's Guidance, which is a quest scenario. Similar to Larry's guidance on page 64, Sam will guide you to the Good Fortune Center, where Ren is waiting. It mentions that if you cancel the lock-on and go ahead on your own, you will lose sight of Sam and have to restart, so it is wiser to be obedient and follow him. The location, time frame, and condition are the same as Sam's battle, and it automatically occurs after winning Sam's battle. The next section is Finding Cool J, which is a movie scenario. If you chase after Cool J, who is surprisingly fast for his size, unlike Sam and Larry, you can ask about Ren's whereabouts without battling him. This scenario is about understanding Cool J's unknown nature. Once this event is over, it will automatically lead into the Pursuit in the Building scenario, which is described below. The location is in front of the entrance of the Workers' Pier loading area in Hong Kong. The time frame is from when Ren and his gang escape from Pigeon Park until the start of Pursuit in the Building scenario on page 65. The condition is to approach Cool J after Ren and his gang escape from Pigeon Park. The next section is Pursuit in the Building, which is a QTE scenario. This is a QTE chase scene inside a building under construction. If you fail the second collapsing floor, button A, or the fourth, fifth, and sixth single beam bridges, left, right, 3 times, you will have to retry. Also, failing the final command QTE even once will result in a retry. It is mentioned that even with slightly delayed inputs, it should be fine, so proceed carefully. If you succeed in capturing Ren, he will tell you Juyuanda's location and invite you to come to Kowloon. The location is Queen Street, Good Fortune Center, P123, in Hong Kong. The time frame is from Pursuit of Ren and his gang, P64 onwards, up to Farewell to Wong and beyond. The condition is to chase Ren from Pursuit of Ren and his gang, or to experience the information from Sam, Larry, and Cool J's guidance scenarios. The final section is Farewell to Wong, which is a movie scenario. The morning after being invited to Kowloon by Ren, Ryo is about to leave Hong Kong. Before leaving, he needs to say goodbye to the people who helped him. First, he should say goodbye to Wong and then depart on a junk boat. The location is Wong's junk boat at Beverly Hills Wharf, Wong's junk boat, P124, in Hong Kong. The time frame is the morning after Pursuit in the Building. The condition is to succeed in Pursuit in the Building, and it will automatically occur. This page details some events that can occur in the game Shenmue II, specifically on the final day in Hong Kong. The first section, titled Check, Final Day Confirmation Items, explains that on the final day, free quests will open up in areas like Wan Chai and Beverly Hills Wharf, allowing you to freely move around Monmo Temple. It mentions that once you speak to Xu Ying to travel to Kowloon, you cannot return to Hong Kong, so it's a good idea to finish any remaining tasks, such as memo digging, Shenmue collection, and playing minigames, as they can no longer be played afterwards. It also reminds players to watch the battle scene from Departure to the Flying Machine on page 32. The next section is Sub-15 Kaoru's Charm. This event is a movie scene. It takes place in Wan Chai, Tai Lau Street, Taiyuan Building Room 207, which is on page 132. It occurs only on the final day in Hong Kong. The condition to trigger this event is having a like or higher level of intimacy and going to Kaoru's room in Taiyuan Building from Monmo Temple beforehand. The description of the event says that when Ryo enters Kaoru's room, he is briefly lost in thought, and then Kaoru enters. Even if Ryo tries to stop her, it's futile and understood. Kaoru hands over a charm that she says she was holding onto when Ryo was thrown away, praying for Ryo's safety. She also gives him a photo of Xu Ying and the others as a keepsake. Time passes quickly, and before long, Ryo receives a confession of love from Kaoru. The intimacy level for this scene is considered to be confessing love, and the intimacy level increases by +50. The item obtained in this event is Kaoru's charm, P214, and photo of Xu Ying and the others, P215. The next section is Main 12 Xu Ying's skill transmission. This is categorized as an other event, not a movie. It takes place in Wan Chai, Red Flower Quarter, the back garden of Monmo Temple, which is on page 139. It occurs only on the final day in Hong Kong. The condition for this event is that it automatically triggers when Ryo goes to Monmo Temple. The description says when Ryo arrives at Monmo Temple and heads towards the back of the bookstore, Ying is standing in front of the fire tree. Feeling Ryo's determination, Ying reconfirms with Ryo about the meaning of duty, one of the martial virtues. In response, Ryo explains that even if it means breaking the rules of duty, he will never forgive Landi. Ying, seeing Ryo's expression, reflects on her brother and Xiang, seeing their shadows overlapping. Then, to guide Ryo on his journey, she teaches him one of the 8 Extremities Fist's major techniques, Outer Gate Thrust, P170. After teaching the technique, she tells Ryo, "Don't be afraid of evil. Martial arts are for helping people," and then they part ways. The final section is Sub-16 Farewell from Kaoru. This is also a movie scene. It takes place in Wanchai, Tai Lao Street in front of Monmo Temple, P139. It occurs only on the final day in Hong Kong. The condition for this event is having an intimacy level of like or lower, and it automatically triggers after the Ying skill transmission event above. The description says that as Ryo leaves Monmo Temple, Kaoru calls out to Ryo and stops him. Instead of saying goodbye, she hands over a photo that the teacher is holding. It's noted that this photo is exactly the same as the Kaoru's charm record item. She wishes for Ryo's safety and sees him off. It mentions that the increase in intimacy level from this scene is 0. It also notes that if Ryo visits Taiyuan Building before Monmo Temple and triggers Kaoru's charm, this event will not occur. The item obtained in this event is Photo of Ying and the Others, P2 Hut. This page depicts Section 1 of Scenario 4, titled Escape from the Huangtian Alliance. It outlines the initial part of this scenario in Kowloon City, focusing on Ryo's interactions with Ren. The scenario begins with Ryo arriving in Kowloon City by bus and meeting Cool J, who guides him to Ren's hideout. Main 1, Ren's hideout. This is a movie scene. The location is Kowloon City, Dragon Street, Ren's hideout, P141. The time frame is from arrival until 1900. The condition for this event to occur is progressing along Dragon Street. The event will automatically trigger at 1900. At the hideout, Ren awaits Ryo. Before long, they begin their operation. First, they will be guided to Anjian Building to meet a man named Yan, who is rumored to have information about Zhu Yuanda. Main 2, Ren's guidance. This is a quest. The location is Kowloon City, Dragon Street, Ren's hideout, P141. The time frame is until arriving at Yan's herb shop. The condition is completing Ren's hideout above. After leaving the hideout, Ren begins guiding Ryo to Yan's shop in Anjian Building. It is mentioned that Ryo should simply follow Ren. If Ryo loses sight of Ren, he will have to retry after some time has passed. If Ryo does not enter Ren's hideout by 19, the story will forcefully progress. During the chase and free conversations with Ren, it becomes apparent that Yan is seemingly a member of Zhu Yuanda's group, and while outwardly he appears to be a pharmacist, in reality, he is an information broker in the underworld. Main 3, Yan's herb shop. This is a movie scene. The location is Kowloon City, White Trunk Street, Anjian Building, Yan's herb shop, P143. The time frame is until arriving at Yan's herb shop from PM 26 onwards. The condition is arriving at Yan's herb shop and pressing the A button. Upon arriving at Anjian Building, the two enter the shop. Here, Ryo rings the bell and Yan appears, leading to information being extracted. It is mentioned that if Ryo doesn't press the bell for a while, Ren will press it on his own. In Dragon High Heights, they are looking for a man in black clothes, and they will use the password, "The Dragon Never Sleeps." After obtaining this information from Yan, Ren and Ryo will part ways. Once Ryo is alone again, he should start searching for Dragon High Heights. Check How to Make Money in Kowloon City. The page provides tips on earning money in Kowloon City, stating that the methods are similar to Hong Kong and Wanchai, involving item deliveries and gambling. For delivery jobs, speaking to Congo, P56 in front of the White Trunk Gate is recommended. For gambling, going to Pawnshop Museum, P25, is suggested to earn money. While Hong Kong had only one street fight location, Kowloon City has 6, offering more opportunities for battles if you are confident in your fighting abilities. This page details the 4th scenario in the game, focusing on events in Kowloon. The first section, Main 4 Password, describes a quest taking place in the Dragon Quarter building located in the rooftop promenade. Here, Ryo needs to speak to black suit-clad men and use passwords to ascend to the upper floors. Specifically, Passwords are required for the 3rd, 5th, and 7th floors where black suits are located. At the 3rd floor, providing the password will lead to another floor, and from there, Ryo must go to the 5th floor black suit by using another password. Finally, using a password at the 7th floor will grant access to the intended room. The image shows Ryo speaking to a black suit with a speech bubble saying, "The dragon does not sleep." The next section, Main 5 Bullfight Appearance, describes a movie scene. Following instructions from the black suit on the 7th floor, Ryo heads to the Dragon's Perch room. Upon entering, Ryo notices someone sitting with their back to him, initially mistaking them for Zhu Yuanda. However, the person turns out to be Do Niu, the leader of the Yellow Heads. Suddenly, Ren appears to assist Ryo, but he is defeated by Do Niu. Consequently, both Ryo and Ren are captured by the Yellow Heads. The image shows Do Niu towering over Ryo and Ren, with a speech bubble saying, "We Yuanda and the others are not this handsome." The third section, Main 6 Escape from the Confinement Room, introduces a QT sequence. Ryo and Ren find themselves imprisoned in a room within the tea ceremony building. Here a command QT is initiated for their escape. Players can retry until successful. Success leads to the next stage, search for an exit. If the player fails the QT 4 times, the event restarts, but the command QT becomes simplified. The QTE input is shown as the X and A buttons. The image shows Ryo and Ren in the confinement room, with a speech bubble saying, "Let's underestimate them." The final section, Main 7 Search for an Exit, continues directly from Escape from the Confinement Room and is also a QTE sequence. It is divided into 3 parts, the introduction, middle, and end sections. The introduction section consists of 6 QTEs, and the middle section has 7 QTs, while the end section is a command QT. Failing the QT 4 times in either the introduction or middle sections will restart that specific section. For the middle section, there are 3 retries available, but a 4th failure will send the player back to Escape from the Confinement Room. Similarly, the final QT in the end section can be retried 3 times, with the 4th failure restarting from the beginning of the middle section. Interestingly, if the middle section is failed repeatedly 4 times, a different event will trigger. The QT inputs are listed as left, up, right, down, left, up for the introduction, left, up, right, down, left, up, right for the middle, and up and A buttons for the end. The first image depicts Ryo and Ren in a room, with a speech bubble from Ren saying, "I know Kowloon better. Shut up and follow me." The second image shows Ryo and Ren running through a corridor, with a speech bubble from Ren saying, "They should be around here, search!" This page depicts 4 scenarios from the game Shenmue II. The first scenario, Main 8, Rooftop Night, shows Ryo and Ren having found an empty room and escaping there. They notice an emergency exit and proceed cautiously, opening the door and going deeper into the building. They climb the stairs and find themselves on the rooftop. Looking around, they see no stairs leading to the ground, so they decide to spend the night there. That night, Ren, who had decided to distance himself from money, changes his mind after hearing about mirrors and the Emperor Great Gates from Yuan, and becomes interested in money again. The text on the right side of this section states, Occurrence Condition. Location, Kowloon City Dim Sum Quarter 3 Birds Building, P148. Period, after Find an Exit, P73 is successful, until Yuan's knife below occurs. Condition, Find an Exit must be successful to trigger automatically. The text under the image reads, Ryo and Ren escape to the rooftop. The Big Dipper shines in the night sky. Ryo asks Yuan about the Emperor. Emperor Great Gates? Ren ponders. The second scenario, Main 9, Yuan's knife, starts in the morning when Ryo and Ren return to the room they escaped into to resume their escape. They proceed along the passage and find an elevator. They decide to use this elevator to escape. While waiting for the elevator to arrive, they are surprised to find Yuan inside. After this, Yuan attacks, and a QT occurs. It is noted that all QTs in this section are one-shot attempts, so caution is advised. The text on the right side of this section states, Occurrence Condition. Location, Kowloon City Dim Sum Quarter 3 Birds Building, P148. Period, after Rooftop Night, above, and until Yuan's knife is completed. Condition, Rooftop Night must be completed and then it will automatically occur. The text under the image reads, Unfortunately, Yuan is in the elevator. Is this the end? Working together, Ryo and Ren try to get rid of Yuan, but then Donyu appears. The third scenario, Main 10 Building to Building, describes how Ryo and Ren successfully evade Yuan. However, before they can relax, Donyu appears and chases them. They find an emergency staircase and try to escape from there, but the staircase collapses, trapping them. At this point, a command QTE occurs to jump to the adjacent building. If successful, they can leave Donyu behind and escape safely. Failure means retrying. The text on the right side of this section states, Occurrence condition. Location Kowloon City Dim Sum Quarter 3 Birds Building, P148. Period, after Yuan's knife above and until building to building is completed. Condition, Yuan's knife must be successful, then it will automatically occur. The text under the image reads, Successfully jumping to the adjacent building, the two leave the place. Found an emergency exit, but no stairs. They are cornered. I'll hold him back, you go. The fourth scenario, Meeting at the Hideout, depicts Ryo and Ren returning to their hideout after somehow escaping from Donyu. First, they decide to remove their troublesome handcuffs. Ren calls Wong, mentioning that Wong is good at lockpicking and that his skill is professional level. When Wong arrives, he quickly removes the handcuffs. Feeling relieved, Ryo and Ren decide that they cannot leave Yuan, who is working with Donyu, unpunished, and they immediately head out for revenge. The text on the right side of this section states, Occurrence condition. Location Kowloon City, Dragon Street, Ren's hideout, P141. Period. Immediately after building to building, above is successful. Condition. Building to building must be successful, then it will automatically occur. The text under the image reads, I'll take care of it. Wong's lockpicking skill is professional level. With the handcuffs removed and feeling free, they decide to punish Yuan again. That Bostar, teaming up with Donyu, I won't let this go. This page details the second section titled Rescue Zhu's Subordinates. It explains that Ryo and another person, based on information obtained from Yan, are heading towards Yellow's location to rescue Zhu Yuanda's subordinates who have been captured. They obtained this information from a cassette tape. The first section, Main 12, to Amihama Again, is a quest that occurs after the event Meeting at the Hideout. When Ryo and another person exit the hideout, they encounter Joy. Joy is angry because Ryo left Hong Kong without telling her, but Ryo is focused on Yan and rushes towards Yan's shop in Amihama. It is mentioned that Ren will guide Ryo, and players should follow Ren closely, similar to the Ren's Guidance event on page 72. The text above the image of Joy says, Ren and Joy seem to be arguing. Joy's speech bubble says, You are still alive, and Ren replies, Ren, and you are still clinging on. The next section, Main 13, Yan's Information, is a movie event that occurs in Amihama. Ryo and the other person arrive at Amihama and question Yan, who betrayed them, to find out Zhu Yuanda's whereabouts. Yan reveals the names of the hideout keeper and Yellow. He suggests that Yellow might know something. Ren also knows about Yellow and suggests striking a deal with him by offering information about the Phoenix Mirror's secret. Joy agrees to this deal, and they learn about the location of Yellow, which is room 902 of the drinking house. The text above the image of Yan and Ryo says, Furious Yan was cornered and had no choice but to tell them. Yan's speech bubble says, Yellow? You mean the Yellow of the warehouse? The third section, Main 14, Drinking House Room 902, is a quest that takes place in room 902 of the drinking house in the Point Building's drinking district. This quest begins after Yan's information is completed and involves finding a cassette tape in Yellow's room. Since the room is dark, the entrance switch needs to be turned on to start searching. Once the light is on, players should search the trash can. Finding the cassette tape, they will need to return to the hideout to investigate it. The text next to the image of the trash can says, So is the hidden mic, and the text on the right says, Inside Yellow's room, there are many lock-on spots. The text above the image of the cassette tape says, This tape might contain information about Zhu Yuanda. The text on the right says, Inside the trash can, there was a large cassette tape. The final section, Main 15 Cassette Tape, is classified as an other event. Back at the hideout, Ryo uses the tape recorder borrowed from Ren to check the tape. The check takes a long time and nothing seems to be found until the very last tape. From this last tape, they find clues related to Zhu. If the tape is stopped midway, the search cannot be restarted. However, by pressing the X button next to the desk, the recorder can always be activated. The text above the image of Ren and Ryo with the tape recorder says, "Cooperation is essential, but troublesome tasks are left to Ren." Ren's speech bubble says, "This hideout tape recorder, I borrowed it for your sake." The check box at the bottom clarifies that at the end of the cassette tape found in Yellow's room, the voices of Jiang Yu and Joy from Shenmue Chapter 1 are recorded. The text under cassette tape mentions that in Shenmue 2, Jiang Yu's voice appears only briefly in a cutscene, voice only, so Shenmue fans should definitely check this out. It also advises to listen to the tape until the end to avoid missing the scene and clues. The text notes that in cassette tape, information about Zhu subordinates can be obtained. This page depicts scenario information for the game Shenmue II. The first section, Main 16, is titled Kokyu Player's Advice. It is categorized as Other. The location is Kowloon City, Dragon Quarter, specifically page P141 of the guidebook. The trigger condition is after the cassette tape event on page P75, and after passing in front of the Kokyu player, it will occur automatically. The text describes a scene where Ryo and Do New captured Yuan's subordinates and recorded them on tape. Ryo needs to help the captured person. From the tape, he could hear the sound of birds and bells, and while heading to Kowloon Castle, he is stopped by the Kokyu player in front of the Dragon Quarter stairs. Ryo then remembers hearing the sound of bells from the Kokyu player's story, using this as a hint. The text below the main section refers to memos 11 and 1217 on page 81. The image on the right shows the Kokyu player character model and text stating, "Eyes can see things that wind and sound seek out and tell you." Below that, it mentions that in the Kokyu player story, the sound of bells is heard from the 100 Sprouts building. The next section, Sub 1, is titled Child and Transaction, also categorized as Other. The location is Kowloon City, 100 Sprouts building, 8th floor orphanage, page P151. The trigger condition is after hearing the Kokyu player's story until the point where bells can be heard. The specific condition is to enter the orphanage and speak to the boy standing on the chair. This will trigger a transaction with the boy. After talking to the Kokyu player, Ryo visits the orphanage on the 8th floor of the 100 Sprouts building, where he sees Ren. If Ryo speaks to the boy standing on the chair, a transaction will begin. The boy, who is trying to get information about Yuan, will offer Ryo the Afterburner 2 game. Then the boy will honestly answer Ryo's questions. There are notes for if you ask the orphanage child, which refers to Memo 18 on page 81, and if you ask the leader of the Scorching Blade, which refers to Memo 19 on page 81, with a general memo note 2027 on page 82. The image shows Ryo and Ren talking in the orphanage. The text bubble from Ren says, "Hey, give it to me." The text below the image describes the scene as a transaction with a mature-looking boy. It also mentions that Ryo can't get him to talk unless he thinks he will get something in return. It further states that this is where the memo branches, either Scorching Blade or Orphanage, either can be recorded. The next section, Main 17, is Wait in the Nine Birds House, categorized as Quest. The location is Kowloon City, Dim Sum Quarter, 3 Birds Building Arv 9 Birds House, page P148. The trigger condition is after hearing the Kokyu player's story and until Yuan appears in the 9 Birds house by 7 p.m. The specific condition is to talk to the shopkeeper of the 9 Birds house and select Wait as an action command. The text explains that to further investigate the bird's cry clue, Ryo should go to the 9 Birds house on the rooftop of the 3 Birds building and ask the guest, Yuan, about it, deciding to wait for him. It is important to note that Yuan will not appear unless Wait is selected as an action command. Even if it becomes 7 p.m. in free quest mode, nothing will happen if Wait is not selected. Do not forget to select Wait after returning to the rooftop at the scheduled time. Memo 28 on page 82 is referenced. The image shows Ryo talking to a person, presumably the shopkeeper, in the 9 Birds house. The text bubble from the shopkeeper says, "Ah, Yuan-san is definitely in. The 9 Birds house has changed because of him, you know." The text below the image clarifies that Yuan's underling told me that Yuan is using the Nine Birds house as a nest. The final section, Main 18, is Yuan's tale, categorized as. The location is Kowloon City, Dim Sum Quarter, 3 Birds Building RF, 9 Bur. DS House, page P148. The trigger condition is from when Yuan appears in the Nine Birds house until Ryo reaches Yuan's room. The specific condition is wait to make Yuan appear, then the tailing sequence will start automatically. The text says that once Yuan appears, Ryo must tail him without being discovered to room 402 of the Golden Flower Building. If Ryo walks normally, he won't be easily discovered. However, if the distance between Ryo and Yuan is too close, Yuan will look back up to twice. The third time, it's a retry. However, at the point where Yuan turns around on the first floor of the 3 Birds building, it's a retry on the first attempt. During the tailing, there are QTE events at the knife shop and the general store, so be careful not to press the wrong buttons. Memos 2931 on page 82 are referenced. The QTE button prompts are shown as left and down Y button. The image shows Yuan sitting at a table in a cafe. The text bubble from Yuan says, delicious. The text below describes the scene as Yuan, who is very annoying, often stops and takes breaks. It also notes, cafe for a leisurely break 1, even so there are many detours. Another image shows Ryo and Ren talking to Yuan, with Ren saying, yeah, the color doesn't suit you. This page details scenarios within Yuan's room in the game. The first section, Main 19 Room Intrusion, describes how after successfully tailing, it's decided by a coin toss who will knock on room 402 of Golden Flower Building. Ultimately, Ryo ends up knocking, and a quick-time event or QTE for forceful entry follows. Failure leads to a retry. The QTE is described as being easier if inputs are made slightly early. It's also noted that the coin is rigged for Ryo to lose the toss, and attention should be paid to Ren's pocket, where he takes out the coin. The second section, Main 20 Approaching Donyu, explains that after successfully entering the room, Ryo and Ren search for Donyu's subordinate, while Yuan is out. By investigating the seemingly ordinary folding screen in the back of the room, they find Donyu's subordinate. When Ryo helps him up, it becomes clear it is Zhang, whom they met at the tomato convenience store. Immediately after, Donyu's voice is heard from downstairs, and he is approaching the room, so they must hide within a certain time limit. Failure to hide results in a retry. If Zhang is not found after a certain time, they will be forcibly discovered. The Check Search Yuan's Room section highlights points of interest within Yuan's room. These include a knife collection and a Peking duck hung on the wall, as well as several lock-on points. Examining these points will reveal aspects of Yuan's character. For example, there's alcohol and glasses left on the table, suggesting Donyu might have visited the room. Also, there's a photo of Donyu on the table, hinting at Yuan's feelings towards Donyu. Additionally, there's a box containing jewels on the table, which Ren promptly takes for himself. The final section, Main 21 Inside the Closet, describes what happens after hiding. After hiding to conceal themselves for a while, Donyu enters the room. Upon seeing the Peking duck, Donyu believes Yuan's words and proceeds to look in the closet. At this point, a command QTE appears to push Donyu into the closet. Successfully performing the QTE will knock Donyu off balance, allowing them to slam the closet door shut. Furthermore, follow-up QTEs will occur, so it's important not to lose focus. Failure will result in a retry from inside the closet. This page depicts Section 3, Means of Entering the Wong Heaven Building. It outlines the steps Ryo takes to infiltrate the Wong Heaven Building. The first part, Main 22, is titled Zhu Yuanda's Location. It is a movie scene that occurs in Kowloon City, Dragon Street, in Ren's hideout. The period is after clearing In the Closet, P77. The condition for this event is to succeed in the Closet, after which it automatically triggers. The text describes that after successfully rescuing Zhang, Zhu Yuanda's subordinate, Ryo and Ren return to the hideout. After tending to Zhang's wounds, they inquire about Zhu Yuanda's whereabouts and learn that he is on the 10th floor of the Fuyo building. As Ryo prepares to head to the Fuyo building, Zhang hands him the stick of Genbu. Main 23 is Fuyo Building 1 Bridge and is a QTE event. It takes place in Kowloon City, White Dynasty, Fuyo Building, P144. It occurs after Zhu Yuanda's location, above and before in front of 5 Stars Corp, below. The condition is entering the Fuyo building and approaching each of the One Bridge locations. The description explains that inside the Fuyo building, the floors are collapsing, creating a blown-out state. A single bridge is set up on the collapsed floor. To meet Zhu Yuanda, Ryo must cross this bridge, which is a QTE event. Failure will result in a fall, forcing a retry from the first floor. It is mentioned that One Bridges can also be crossed from the 6th floor of White Dynasty and the 5th floor of the Great Black Heaven. The page then shows a series of QTE prompts for floors 4F, 7F, 8F, and 10F, each indicated by arrows and dots representing button presses and directions. Main 24 is in front of 5 Stars Corp and is a movie scene. The location is Kowloon City, White Dynasty, Fuyo Building 10F, P144. It occurs after successfully crossing the One Bridge on the 10th floor of the Fuyo Building and before entering 5 Stars Corp. The condition is approaching 5 Stars Corp in front of the Fuyo Building 10F with the stick of Genbu. The text describes that Ryo finally arrives in front of 5 Stars Corp and Ren appears from behind. Ren, seemingly impressed that Ryo managed to cross the bridge without using the elevator, shows a somewhat displeased expression, but they decide to enter 5 Stars Corp. Finally, Main 25 is Office Investigation, a quest. This takes place in Kowloon City, White Dynasty, Fuyo Building 10F, P144. It occurs after entering 5 Stars Corp and until 2 a.m. The condition is entering 5 Stars Corp on the 10th floor of the Fuyo Building with the stick of Genbu. The text explains that Ryo enters 5 Stars Corp, but Zhu Yuanda is not there. To find clues, Ryo begins searching the office. By examining various points in the room, he discovers an object similar to the stick given by Zhang. Furthermore, he obtains a piece of paper depicting a riddle related to these sticks. At the bottom of the page is an item list, showing various sticks: stick of Seiryu, stick of Suzaku, stick of Byako, stick of Kirin, stick of goat, stick of boar, stick of fish, and the blueprint of the 4 gods. This page depicts 4 main scenarios or events in Shenmue II. The first section, Main 26 Idol Statue Trick, is categorized as Other. The text describes a puzzle involving an idol statue with 4 holes in its face. The player must use a stick they received earlier and insert it into the correct hole to solve the puzzle. It explains that even with the correct stick, inserting it into the wrong hole won't work. It suggests trying all 4 holes and hints that a diagram in the room can help. Solving the puzzle by inserting the stick correctly into all 4 holes will cause a wall to move, revealing a hidden room. The location is given as Kowloon White Dynasty Quarter / Underground Warehouse 10F, P144. The condition to trigger this event is to examine the idol statue and press the A button in front of it, then lock onto the idol. The second section, Main 27 Meeting Zhu Yuanda, is categorized as Movie. This section describes entering the hidden room revealed in the previous scenario. Inside, Ryo encounters an old man sitting in a chair reading a book. Ryo asks if he is Zhu Yuanda, introducing himself. The old man responds to the name Zhu Yuanda and mentions the names of his father and grandfather. Ryo realizes this old man is indeed Zhu Yuanda, achieving one of his goals. However, suddenly, Donyu appears from behind. Ryo tries to protect Zhu Yuanda but is pushed out of the window by Donyu. The location is Kowloon White Dynasty Quarter Underground Warehouse 10F, P144. The time frame is from after Idol Statue Trick above until battle with Donyu and others below. The condition to trigger this event is to lock onto the idol statue and insert the Vermilion Bird Stick, Azure Dragon Stick, White Tiger Stick, and Black Tortoise Stick into the holes in its face. The third section, Main 28 Battle with Donyu and others, is categorized as Battle. This section describes the battle that occurs after Ryo is pushed out of the window by Donyu. Ryo lands in a place where members of the Yellowheads gang are waiting. After fighting the underlings for a while, Donyu himself jumps down to join the battle. The text states that this battle against Donyu and others cannot be won no matter how well the player fights. Gradually the screen darkens, and Ryo ultimately loses. As Ryo lies defeated, Donyu is about to finish him off when Shuying appears and saves him. The location is Kowloon White Dynasty Quarter. The time frame is immediately after Ryo is pushed out of the window by Donyu in the hidden room from meeting Juyuanda. The condition to trigger this event is after meeting Juyuanda is completed. It will automatically start. The landing point is described as a place where Yellowhead members are waiting, and the battle begins. The fourth section, Main 29 Baiqian Tower Monastery, is categorized as movie. This section begins 3 days after the battle with Donyu. Ryo finally wakes up to find Shuying praying. Shuying tells Ryo that Juyuanda has fallen into the hands of the Yellowheads. Then, a sister appears and lights a fire in the brazier. When Ryo asks the sister where he is, she explains that this is a place where Ziming and Shuying grew up, revealing that her parents were also killed and recounting her past. She tries to dissuade Ryo from pursuing revenge like his brother, warning him of the path to hell, but Ryo's resolve remains unchanged. Shuying stays behind, and when Ryo leaves the monastery, Wang is waiting outside. Wang tells Ryo that this place is Baiqian Tower and that Ren is waiting at their hideout. The location is Kowloon White Dynasty Quarter, Baiqian Tower 3F, P144. The time frame is after battle with Donyu and others above is completed. The condition to trigger this event is after battle with Donyu and others is completed. It will automatically start. The text mentions that when Ryo wakes up, Shuying is praying. It also notes that Ryo was rescued by Shuying when he was defeated by Donyu. The text translations are as follows. Main 26 Idol Statue Trick, Idol Statue Trick. As you progress through your room search, you will notice the idol statue. When you examine it, you will find that there are 4 holes in its face. It seems that the stick handed over from Zhang Yu is meant to be inserted into these holes. Let's try inserting the stick we received. If you insert the real stick into the correct hole, you will hear a clanging sound. However, even with the real stick, you cannot insert it if you choose the wrong hole. It is certain that you will need to try all 4 holes with 1 stick. Incidentally, the fake sticks cannot be inserted into any of the 4 holes. If you have obtained the drawn diagram, it should be easy to solve. If you correctly insert the sticks into all 4 holes, the wall will move, and a hidden room will appear before your eyes. Caption under image of idol statue. There are 4 holes in the face of the idol statue. Let's insert each stick. Main 27. Meeting Juyuanda. Meeting Juyuanda. When you enter the hidden room that appeared before you, you will find an old man sitting in a chair reading a book. Ryo asks the old man if he is Juyuanda and introduces himself. Then the old man reacts to the name Juyuanda and mentions the names of his father and grandfather, Jushan and Juhai. Ryo realizes that this old man is Juyuanda himself and finally achieves one of his goals. However, just as they were able to meet, Donyu suddenly appears from behind. Ryo tries to protect Juyuanda and takes a defensive stance, but Donyu pushes Ryo out of the window. Image caption, Juyuanda. Image, who are you? Image, thanks to you, we were able to find Juyuanda. Text under Donyu image, Donyu suddenly appears in the room. It seems he was tailing them. Main 28 Battle with Donyu and others. Battle with Donyu. Ryo, who was pushed out of the window by Donyu, ends up in a fallen location and has to battle with members of the Yellow Heads, P189. After continuing the battle with the underlings for a while, Donyu jumps down from a high place and participates in the battle. By the way, in this battle with Donyu and others, no matter how well you fight, you will never be able to win. Gradually the screen darkens, and in the end, you will inevitably lose. Then, as Ryo collapses exhausted, in his fading consciousness, he sees Shuying appear at the moment Donyu is about to strike the final blow, saving him. Image caption under the Donyu fight scene. Donyu stands before the fallen woman. The appearance of her back is... Image caption under Donyu yelling, "What the hell?" Main 29 Baiqian Tower Monastery. Baiqian Tower Monastery. 3 days after the battle with Donyu, when Ryo finally regains consciousness, he finds Shuying offering prayers. There he hears from Shuying that Juyuanda has fallen into the hands of the Yellow Heads. Then a sister appears and starts lighting a fire in the brazier. When Ryo asks the sister where this place is, she answers that this is where Ziming and Shuying grew up. She reveals her own past, such as that her parents were killed. Shuying confides about her circumstances. She tries to persuade Ryo not to follow the path of revenge like his brother, warning him about falling into hell, but Ryo's will remains unchanged. Xiuying is left there, and when Ryo leaves the monastery, Wang is waiting outside. Then Wang tells him that this is Baekhyun Tower, and that Ren is waiting at their hideout. Image caption under the monastery scene. Xiuying is praying in the dim room where Ryo woke up. Xiuying was tending to Ryo, who was collapsed by Doniu. Image caption under the sister image, brother is now chasing after revenge like you. This page depicts Scenario 14, the fourth part. Main 30, meeting at the hideout. Movie. Ryo and Ren are at the hideout, talking about what to do next, when Joy rushes in to tell them that Zhu Yuanda has been taken to the Yellow Heaven building. From Zhang's story, they learn that the Yellow Heaven building is the Yellow Heaven Alliance's hideout, and the Doniu are taking Zhu Yuanda there, under Landi's orders, to hand him over to the Scarlet Qiao gang. Ren is hesitant because Landi is involved, and suggests they withdraw, but Ryo is determined to rescue Zhu Yuanda, even if he has to do it alone. Zhang offers his help, and they decide to communicate at the tea ceremony house. Main 31, Yellow Heaven Building Gatekeeper. Quest. Ryo tries to directly enter the Yellow Heaven building, but every door is guarded by gatekeepers, preventing him from entering. He is at a loss, but then Ren appears and offers his help again. Ren suggests they split up and gather information at the tea ceremony house. Main 32, Gathering Information at the tea ceremony house. Other. To try the tea ceremony house in Kowloon City, you should visit 5 locations. White Dynasty in the White Stallion Quarter, Cafe Anna in the White Stallion Quarter, Wanlai Tea House in the Scarlet Quarter, and Yu Hao Diner in the Scarlet Quarter. However, you won't get any information at any of the tea ceremony houses except for Yu Hao Diner. The method is the same as the tea ceremony house tested in Hong Kong and Wan Chai. If you remember the placement of the tea set, a man working for Zhang will hand you a memo with Baizi House Room 503 written on it. Main 33, Sound of the Dragon Shadow District. Other. When you visit room 503 of Baizi House, a voice calls out from inside, inviting you in. The inside of the room is dark, and you cannot see the owner. Then the voice calls out again, and Ryo will have a fight with the owner. This is not a proper fight, and even if you are defeated, time will pass. If you successfully read the opponent's key and land one attack, you will learn the technique Audacity. When this fight ends, the room lights up, and the owner of the voice is revealed to be Gui, the Sound of the Dragon Shadow District. Ryo explains the situation and asks Gui for a way to infiltrate the Yellow Heaven building. Guy, who is connected to the Yellow Heaven Alliance, hands over a photo of Scarface, and says that you might be able to meet him if you keep winning in street fights. He offers his help. This page details how to encounter a scoutman in Shenmue II and get scouted by him. The setting appears to be Kowloon, specifically the Dragon Street area. The page is divided into 3 main sections. Section 1, Scoutman and Contact. It explains that directly entering the Yellowhead building is impossible. The only way is to get noticed by a scoutman through street fights. Main 1, Appealing to the Scoutman. This section explains that the Yellowheads are looking for skilled martial artists. Scoutmen are checking street fighting areas. To enter the Yellowhead building, you need to demonstrate your strength in street fights and get noticed by a scoutman. The text below the title says, somehow the Yellow Heavens are widely searching for martial artists with skill. The Yellow Heavens scoutman is checking the street fight locations, so to enter the Yellowhead building, you have to show your true strength in battle and rampage around so you stand out to the scoutman. Check. Scout points set for each person. This section explains that to be recognized by the scoutman, you need to defeat various opponents and accumulate scout points. You need to accumulate 10 or more scout points. Different opponents give different points. Mongolian Wrestler, 6 points. One-Eyed Man, 5 points. Made-Up Man, 4 points. Iron-Head Gong Fu Man, 3 points. Iron Sandpalm Man, 2 points. Light-Footed Man, 1 point, and so on. You can only get points from each person once. Even if you defeat a light-footed man 10 times, you will only get 1 point. It's best to choose opponents who are compatible and easy to fight. The text below the title says, to be recognized by the scoutman, You must defeat each person and accumulate 10 or more scout points. The points for each person are Mongolian Wrestler, 6 points, One-Eyed Man, 5 points, Made-Up Man, 4 points, Iron-Head Gongfu Man, 3 points, Iron Sand Palm Man, 2 points, Light-Footed Man, 1 point, and so on. However, you can only get points from each person once. In other words, even if you defeat a light-footed person 10 times, you will only get 1 point. It would be best to choose an opponent who is compatible, easy to fight, as your opponent. Main 2. Calling out to the Scoutman. This section says that if you sufficiently demonstrate your skills in street fights, the Scoutman will approach you. However, he will only reveal the location after you have divulged secret information about Baiju and the Yellow Heavens. The location is Dragon Street near Ren and Yuan's hideout. Until 7 p.m. instructed by the Scoutman, you should wait in Dragon Street after entering it. When the time comes, contact the Scoutman. You can act freely until the appointed time. The text below the title says, if you sufficiently demonstrate your ability in the street fight arena, the Scoutman will approach you from his side. However, perhaps because it is about Baiju Hall and the Yellow Heavens secrets, he only asks for the name of the next meeting place from his mouth. That place is Dragon Street. For the 7 p.m. instructed by the Scoutman, wait after entering Dragon Street. When the time comes, contact the Scoutman. Of course, until the appointed time, you can act freely. Main 3. Presented conditions. This section describes how the Scoutman will call out to you from the shadows of buildings. If you follow him, you will reach a deserted area in Dragon Street. There, he will forcefully hand you 3 photos. The photos are of fighters who have made a name for themselves in the underground fighting arena. The Scoutman says that you must defeat these 3 people. The text below the title says, the Scoutman calls out to you from the shadows of the buildings, trying to avoid being seen. If you follow him, you will be taken to a deserted backstreet in Dragon Street. There, he will forcefully hand you 3 photos soaked in sweat. It seems that the photos show fighters who have made a name for themselves in the underground fighting arena. The Scoutman's story is that you have to defeat these 3 people. The images show characters involved in street fights, a Scoutman with a red vest and black hat, and the photos of the 3 fighters, Rod Stunt, Greg Moore, and Chunyan from the items section. The occurrence boxes detail the conditions for each section. Main 1, location, Kowloon City, each street. Period after Dragon Street Ruckus, P80 is completed until you collect 10 or more scout points. Condition. In a state where you have received a photo of the Scoutman from Yuan, participate in street fights to make it occur. Main 2. Location, Kowloon City, each street. Period. From when scout points reach 10 until 7 p.m. on the same day. Condition. Accumulate 10 scout points through street fights and make it occur. Main cation, Kowloon City, Dragon Street, Observation Point, P141. Period, 7 p.m. 2559 is forced occurrence. Wait is activated before 7 p.m. Condition, occurs when the Scoutman calls out to you. This page depicts Scenario Section 5 from the game. The first section is titled Main 4 Suzaku Building Opponent. This section describes an event that occurs at the Suzaku Building. When Ryo talks to people in town, photos of people will appear on the AS. The person displayed on the AS is Rod Stunt, who is waiting in the Suzaku Building. To fight Rod, Ryo must first pay $500 at the entrance of the Suzaku Building, then go up to the 4th floor by stairs and take the elevator to the first basement floor. After going down the stairs again, the battle with Rod will begin, as detailed on page 192. The text in the speech bubble from the character at the Suzaku Building entrance says, "Well boy, hand over the money." The text bubble near Rod says, "Ooh-ah, Rod Stunt, a pankration user. Let's start with the basics." The text bubble showing Rod defeated says, "Oh ho, hey boy, your turn to lose." The text bubble under Rod's defeated image says, "Defeated Rod grumbles some excuses, but Ryo completely ignores him." The check section is titled Afterburner Buried in the Floor. It describes a room on the 1st floor of the Suzaku Building that Ryo visits on his way to the fighting arena. It's a dimly lit, somewhat spacious room. In the center of a stone-walled dais, there is something that looks like an Afterburner arcade game. It's a mystery why such a thing is placed in a place that is not a game center. There is a suspicious-looking person standing nearby who only tells Ryo the location of the fighting arena. Playing Afterburner here will make Disc 4 of the Shenmue collection playable afterwards. The next section is Main 5 Azure Dragon Garden Opponent. After defeating Rod, Ryo will receive $1,000 in prize money and head to the Azure Dragon Garden, where his next opponent, Greg Moore, is waiting. At the Azure Dragon Garden, Ryo will face Greg Moore, who uses strong professional wrestling techniques. Be careful of ring-outs and aim to win 2 sets first, as described on page 193. Like the Rod Battle event, completing this event will make Disc 4 of the Shenmue collection playable, but it cannot be fought in the story. Winning this battle will earn Ryo $2,000 in prize money. The text bubble near Greg Moore says, Greg Moore, master of the Azure Dragon Garden, is proficient in wrestling techniques. The text bubble under the defeated Greg Moore image says, Greg Moore is thrown and realizes his own downfall, Ren, self-inflicted. The text bubble of the character in the Azure Dragon Garden entrance says, Azure Dragon Garden is also $2,000 needed. Chunyun's venue. Come back later. The final check section is titled, If you're aiming for the prophecy memo, spend time around here. This section mentions that, like the previous work, this game also has another ending, a bad ending, P115. The time limit is July 31st, and if you go to bed before July 31st, you will hear Shuying's voice, and those words will be written in Ryo's prophecy memo. However, if the story in the Yellowhead building starts from P90 onwards, the prophecy will not be seen. To complete all the memos, it is recommended to spend time doing street fights and waiting until June 30th. The check section at the top of the page is titled Battle Order is Not Decided. It explains that the order of battles against Rod Stunt, Greg Moore, and Chunyun is not fixed, and the entry fees and prize money are different. Rod costs $500, prize money $8,000. Greg costs Thani $2,000, and Chunyun costs $8,000, prize money $3,000. Therefore, if you have enough entry fee, you can fight them in any order. However, it is best to proceed in the order of Rod, Greg, and Chunyun, because you can move on to the next battle with the prize money of $500. This page from the Shenmue II Guidebook outlines scenarios from the 5th chapter of the game, focusing on events in Kowloon and Dragon Street. The first section, Main 6, titled Battle Against the Opponent in Genshin Tower, describes a battle scenario. The location is specified as Kowloon, Rooftop Street, and Genshin Tower 12F. The trigger for this battle is receiving a photo from the Scoutman, and then battling Chunyun. It mentions that after defeating Greg, the next opponent is Chunyun in Genshin Tower, page 193. To reach the Genshin Tower arena, you need to enter through the Golden Net entrance on the 12th floor and go down the stairs. The battle with Chunyun is a one-set match, and when her stamina is low, a command QTE will occur. Successfully executing this QTE will result in victory. A memo reference points to pages 120 P100. The text next to the image of Chunyun says, Chunyun, a cold and ruthless woman, but you can't bring yourself to hate her. The next section, Main 7, titled Summoned Again, is marked as Other. The location is Kowloon, Dragon Street, and Observation Point, P141. The period is right after defeating the 3 people in the photos. The condition for this event is defeating the 3 people in the photos, after which it automatically occurs. The description explains that after helping Chunyun, who fell to the bottom of the well in the previous event, Ryo demonstrates the difference in their martial arts prowess. Since there is no more use for Chunyun after defeating her, you should return to the 12th floor by going up the stairs. Near the entrance of the 12th floor, you will be called out by the Scoutman. By defeating the 3 people in the photos, and showing Ryo's strength again, the Scoutman will contact you again. You can move to Dragon Street, the meeting place, via AS. A memo reference is made to page 21, P101. The text next to the image of the Scoutman says, The sun has set and the Dragon Street is coming. The text below the image says, It's almost the same summoning as last time, so you probably won't stumble. The third section, Main 8, Memo from Scoutman, is a movie event. The location is again Kowloon Dragon Street, observation point, P141. The time period is between 1900 and 2559, with 2559 being the enforced activation time. Before 1900, wait is activated. The condition is that the Scoutman appears in a summoned state. The description states that after defeating all the opponents in the battle scenarios and passing through Dragon Street, you will hear the Scoutman calling out again from the usual place. As promised, the Scoutman is waiting at the same place as before for a meeting. You are taken to the same place as when the photos were handed over, and a piece of paper is given to you. Then the Scoutman says one word, "The day after tomorrow, come here at noon," and leaves. There is a slightly suspicious atmosphere, but for now you should return to the hideout and plan your strategy. The item obtained is the White Crane Mansion map, P2116. The text next to the image of the Scoutman says, "The day after tomorrow, come here at noon." The memo is described as having a map to the second basement floor of the White Crane Mansion written on it. The Scoutman is now handing over a memo instead of photos. The final section, Main 9, Discussion at the Hideout, is also a movie event. The location is Kowloon, Dragon Street, Ren's Hideout, P141. The period is from Memo from Scoutman, above, to Meet with Scoutman, P89. The condition is Memo from Scoutman completion, which triggers automatically. The description explains that upon returning to Ren's hideout and telling everyone about the series of events, everyone feels uneasy. The location written on the memo is the second basement floor of the White Crane Mansion. It is an unknown place, and it seems to be connected to the Genshin Tower through an underground passage. Joy is skeptical, saying it might be the lair of Huang Tian, but Ryo's determination does not waver. Since the next day, the 1st, is free, there is time to prepare for the raid on the Genshin Tower. During this time, you should buy technique books and hone your skills in street fights in the city to prepare for battle. The text next to the image says, "Going through the underground passage to Genshin Tower." The text below the image says, "Ryo's serious gaze shows his determination. Where is he looking?" The location and period are from Memo from Scoutman above to Meeting with Scoutman, P89. The condition is the completion of Memo from Scoutman, and it triggers automatically. This page shows gameplay information and tips for Shenmue II. The first section is a check section titled, "Let's Make Good Use of the Day." It advises that after meeting the Scoutman and before infiltrating the Yellowhead building, there is a free day. However, directly infiltrating the Yellowhead building is impossible. It's recommended to use this day effectively by doing things like collecting technique books, playing gacha, or gathering items to prepare for the final battle. It mentions that technique books and gacha will no longer be available after this day. The next section is titled Main 10 Meeting the Scoutman and is marked as a quest. It states that the meeting place is the underground second floor of the White Dynasty building, which has a large shutter on the left side of the White Dynasty quarter. To get to the underground second floor, all the stairs going down are sealed off, so you must first go up to the 3rd floor via the upward stairs. Once on the 3rd floor, use the elevator to go down to the 1st basement floor, then use the stairs in the back to reach the meeting place. If you wait in the cavernous floor until noon, the Scoutman will appear, and then Eileen will also show up. The two of them will then rush into the Yellowhead building. The location is Kowloon Castle / Yellowhead Building, Underground 2F, page 153. The period is only the next day after talking with the boss at the hideout on page 88, specifically during the daytime. The trigger is to arrive at White Dynasty Quarter 2F by noon, and the event will occur automatically. The text in the image says, "At the room in the hall ahead, boss is waiting." And the Scoutman will instruct you to go further inside from the White Dynasty Quarter Underground 2F. The next section is titled Main 11-1 Opens the Lock and is marked as a movie. It describes a scene where Ryo and Ren are searching for a path to the Yellowhead building in the dark underground waterway. They find a locked place that they cannot open. Suddenly one, known as a master of picking locks, appears. One opens the lock and gives them information that Yuan is held captive on the 17th floor, and he also provides a map of the Yellowhead building. After saying goodbye to Juan, they head to the Yellowhead Building. The location is Kowloon Castle, Yellowhead Building, Underground Waterway, page 153. The period is from after meeting the scoutman above until entering the Yellowhead Building, P90. The trigger is to approach the iron fence, and the event will occur automatically. The text in the image says, "I was worried about you," and Juan enthusiastically tells us the map and information. And Yuan is being held captive on the 17th floor. The final section is a check section titled, "Once you enter, there's no turning back." It warns that once you enter the Yellowhead Building, you cannot return. Therefore, if you have forgotten any memos or have unpurchased technique books, you won't be able to get them later. It advises to use the day before entering the Yellowhead Building effectively, especially to buy technique books in preparation for the battles inside. The text in the image says, "One opened the door, but it's already closed behind us. We can't go back now. Let's go straight ahead." And Ren says, "Don't go that way. Are you lost or something?" And if you try to turn back, Ren will get angry. Let's just go straight ahead. This page details Section 2, Aim for the 17th floor. It explains that Ryo and Ren are aiming for the 17th floor where Ju Yuanda is being held, but the elevator is out of service, forcing them to use the stairs while navigating through the Huangtian Alliance's encirclement. The first quest, Main 12, Huangtian Building Infiltration, describes how Ryo and Ren successfully infiltrate the Huangtian building with Juan's help. They encounter a bright red door in the underground passage. The guide advises ignoring this room and taking the left stairs to ascend. It mentions that upon entering the Huangtian building, they will aim for the 17th floor according to Juan's instructions, as the elevator is limited and they must proceed by stairs. The first sub-event, Sub-1 Bull's Ambush, is a movie scene. It describes a suspicious red door that Juan opens. Entering this room leads to a confrontation with a large man, Donyu. The text explains that two people will approach, and it seems to be Donyu. If you try to escape, you will be cornered by Donyu's men, and the scene restarts from Juan opening the door. It suggests that opening this suspicious door has no merit and should be ignored. The next main quest, Main 13, Men in Black Patrol, is a QTE event. It mentions that Men in Black are patrolling the 3rd and 4th floors, appearing twice on the 3rd floor and 3 times on the 4th floor. When Ryo reaches the corner of the eaves, QT commands will appear, and players should input them without rushing. Failure leads to battle with Men in Black. The QT commands for the 3rd floor are right, then B and left, then B and A together. For the 4th floor, the commands are up, then A, and right, then X, then X. The second sub-event, Sub-2, Battle with Men in Black, is a battle that occurs if the QTs in Men in Black Patrol are failed. It describes how Men in Black appear on the 3rd and 4th floors of the Huangtian building. By hiding in specific locations and timing their approach, QT commands will appear. Failing the QTs results in being discovered by the Men in Black and engaging in a one-on-one battle from a forced perspective. Page 189 provides information on how to fight Men in Black, and it's recommended to consult it to overcome this pinch. This free battle can be retried, and you must fight until you win. This page depicts scenario walkthrough instructions in the Huangtian building for Shenmue II. The first section, Main 14, titled Transceiver Acquisition, is a battle scene. It takes place around the large hall in the center of the building, in front of room 510. Ryo and Ren stop in front of room 510, noticing light leaking from the room and seeing 3 Huangtian members acting as lookouts. Ren suggests a coin toss to decide who will enter the room first, but regardless of the outcome, they will both end up going in. By defeating the 3 enemies inside, they will obtain the transceiver, as shown on page 190. The next section, Main 15, titled Flickering Fluorescent Light, is categorized as Other. It is set on the 6th floor of the Huangtian building. On the 6th floor, Huangtian's security is tight, and lookouts are posted everywhere. Ren, wanting to avoid unnecessary fights with enemies, notices that the fluorescent lights are flickering. He comes up with a plan to take advantage of the darkness when the lights go out to bypass the lookouts. Ren first demonstrates the method, so Ryo should memorize the route. When it's Ryo's turn, he should press the A button to reset the viewpoint and wait for the fluorescent lights to go out. When the lights go off, he should jump out and proceed towards Ren. The Sub-3 section, titled Battle with Subordinates, is also a battle scene. It explains that if Ryo fails to time it correctly with the flickering fluorescent light section and is illuminated by the light, he will be discovered by the subordinates and a battle will begin. There are a total of 4 lookouts on this floor, making it difficult to get through by battling them all. It mentions that if you want to prepare for the last battle and improve your skills, you should refer to page 190 for fighting tips against subordinates. If you lose the battle, you can retry from the fluorescent light scene. If the timing with the flickering lights is successful, this battle can be avoided. The final section, Main 16, titled Gathering Communication, is a movie scene. It is set on the 7th floor of the Huangtian building. On the 7th floor, Huangtian's security is even tighter, and the area near the stairs leading upwards is heavily guarded. Even if you try to reach the area where the enemy groups are gathered, it's better to look for another way. There are a total of 3 enemy locations on this floor. Thinking it's a dead end, Ren uses the transceiver he acquired earlier to call out, making contact with the lookouts and creating a diversion to gather them on the 8th floor. While the enemies are gathering on the 8th floor, Ryo and Ren can escape from this floor and head straight for the 9th floor. The text in the speech bubble in the first section says, "You go." The text in the speech bubble in the second section says, "Seriously, it's endless." The text in the speech bubble in the third section says, "All right." The text in the speech bubble in the last section says, "If those guys go to the 8th floor, this place will be empty." This page depicts several scenarios in the Kowloon-walled city, Huangtian building area of Shenmue II. The first section, Sub-4, titled Reckless Action, describes the situation on the 8th floor. It takes place in the Kowloon-walled city Huangtian building on the 8th floor after the Gathering of Comrades event and before cutting off the pursuers scenario. The condition to trigger this is to approach a Huangtian member on the 8th floor. The text explains that the 8th floor is full of enemies. If Ryo and Ren venture in, they will be discovered and a battle will start. Even if they defeat all enemies, they will eventually be surrounded, leading to a forced game over and a return to the 7th floor. A scene will then play showing enemies from the 7th floor beginning to gather on the upper floors. Ren is pictured saying, "Naturally, it's reckless. Once we should have gone back down." Despite Ren's advice, they proceed, setting up the next scenario, Certain Ambush. The next scenario, Main 17, is titled Cutting Off the Pursuers. This takes place on the 9th floor of the Kowloon-walled city Huangtian building, after the Gathering of Comrades event and before the Huangtian building One Bridge scenario. The condition to trigger it is to go up to the 9th floor and proceed forward. As Ryo and Ren ascend to the 9th floor, they are noticed by pursuers from the 8th floor, and a chase begins. To shake them off, Ryo must use command QTEs to drop obstacles. There are 4 QTE prompts in total. Successfully executing the QTEs will show Ryo spectacularly kicking boards, causing cargo to fall and become obstacles. Failure in any of the 4 QTEs will result in being sent back to the beginning of the 9th floor chase. The text advises players to memorize the following commands and input them calmly. Left plus A, up right A, down up plus A. The image shows Ryo performing a kick with the text "Did you notice?" and Ryo yelling "Warrior." The text further states, a continuous QTE scene where Ryo kicks away sealing cargo. Pursuers are coming again, 2 people who seem to be difficult to deal with. The section labeled Check is titled Bull's Roar from the 11th floor atrium. This scenario occurs on the 10th and 11th floors of the Kowloon-walled city Huangtian building. Upon reaching the elevator hall on the 10th floor, Ryo should stop and look up. There is a large hole in the ceiling, creating an atrium extending upwards. The text questions what trials await beyond this point. It mentions that between the 10th and 11th floors, there are not many enemies or special locations. As Ryo and Ren approach the 11th floor atrium, Donyu's roar can be heard, indicating imminent danger. The text states, "We cannot proceed this way," and advises, when you approach the atrium, it will automatically trigger, so try to get close. Donyu is heard shouting from downstairs, "I'll take care of them." The text concludes, Donyu's roar can be heard from downstairs, but for now, let's focus on being careful. The final section, Main 18, is titled Huangtian Building 1 Bridge. This scenario occurs on the 12th floor of the Kowloon walled city Huangtian Building, after the cutting off the pursuer scenario and before the breaking through the encirclement net event. The condition to trigger it is to approach the one bridge. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Ryo and Ren encounter a single bridge spanning the atrium. This is another QTE crossing similar to previous ones. The text emphasizes caution, as the first command is the most critical. Attempting to cross normally will result in slipping and falling. Players must jump forcefully to cross, and the first command prompt will appear immediately after jumping. Failure to react quickly will lead to falling straight down. Successfully clearing this one bridge will split the path into two. Ren suggests splitting up to search for clues. Although being alone is slightly unsettling, they decide to proceed with searching for clues. The QTE command sequence is shown as left, right, right. The text accompanying the image states, "It looks slippery," and warns, "If you slip and fall, it's game over. Refer to the list on the left." When Ryo jumps, he shouts, "Whoa!" The text concludes, Huangtian Building also has a one-bridge QTE. However, this one is relatively easy. This page details 4 quick-time event scenarios in Shenmue II, all taking place in the Kowloon walled city, Yellowhead Building. The first scenario, breaking through the encirclement, occurs on the 12th floor. Ryo is separated from Ren and finds himself surrounded by enemies. The gameplay involves an 8-button QT sequence followed by a command QTE. The guide advises players to input the initial QTs with good timing. If successful in defeating all enemies, Ren will reappear. The QT input is shown as X, A, B, A, Y, followed by up arrow and A. The second scenario is one bridge again, taking place on the 13th floor. Ryo encounters another narrow bridge, and this time Donyu is waiting. Ren quickly crosses first. Ryo must also cross the bridge swiftly. If successful, Ren will remove the bridge, preventing Donyu from following. The QTE input is a series of left arrow presses. The guide mentions that a momentary lapse in judgment can be fatal, so timing is critical. The third scenario is Yuan's chainsaw, happening on the 14th floor. Yuan suddenly appears from behind some obstacles, wielding a large chainsaw. QTEs are triggered to evade him. The guide highlights the third QTE, where the path splits in 2 directions, indicated by left and right arrows. Following Ren's advice to go right is crucial. Going left will lead to being caught and having to restart from the beginning. Success in the final QT will allow Ryo to escape, resulting in a celebratory high-five with Ren. The QT input is left arrow, A, right arrow, A, right arrow, followed by up arrow and A. The final scenario described is Donyu's pursuit, set on the 15th floor. After escaping Yuan, Donyu now chases Ryo. The guide explains that failing the initial QTEs in this scenario isn't critical, but successfully completing the final command key is essential. If successful, Ryo will evade Donyu's stomp attack, causing the floor to collapse and Donyu to fall to the floor below, giving Ryo an advantage. The QT input is left arrow, followed by down arrow and Y. This page depicts scenario information from the Shenmue II game, focusing on encounters with the character Yuan in Kowloon, specifically in the Yellowhead Building. The first section, Sub-5 Battle on the Lower Floor, describes a battle scenario that occurs if the player fails the QTE in the Bull's Charge event. If Ryo fails the QT, the floor collapses and he and the Bull fall to a lower floor. The Bull becomes stuck in the rubble, giving Ryo an advantage. Members of the Yellowhead gang then appear, leading to a free battle. Winning this battle allows Ryo to leave the Bull behind, return to the 15th floor, and rejoin Ren and Shuying to continue upwards. Losing the battle results in being chased by the Bull and restarting from the Bull's Charge section. The next section, Main 23 Shake Off Yuan, is set on the 16th floor. It mentions that Yuan is still pursuing Ryo and is a dangerous opponent wielding a chainsaw, so it's best to escape. Obstacles and Yellowhead gang members will try to block Ryo's path, requiring continuous QTEs to overcome them. After dealing with the henchmen, Yuan's chainsaw attack continues. The scenario involves using command QTs to throw a drum can and then a fire extinguisher to create a distraction and gain some time. Failing the QTEs will result in restarting from the beginning of the scene. The text in the image bubble says, "I won't let you get away." The following section, Main 24 Persistent Yuan, takes place on the 17th floor. It mentions that while it was said Zhu Yuanda was on this floor, he is not actually there. Searching is futile, and Ryo should head to the large hall in the center of the building. Yuan, who they thought they had shaken off, has caught up again, leaving no choice but to escape. Yellowhead gang members appear ahead, and QTs are needed to defeat them. Successfully completing the QTs results in obtaining an iron pipe. This iron pipe can be used to fight back against Yuan's chainsaw, finally allowing Ryo to disarm him of his dangerous weapon. The text in the image bubble says, "Filthy, you're persistent." Finally, Main 25 vs Yuan describes the battle against Yuan. It notes that Yuan is stronger than he appears, despite relying on weapons, and is actually a skilled martial artist. Referring to page 194 for details on defeating Yuan, it mentions that after defeating him, Ren and Clever will create an opening, allowing Ryo to discover Zhu Yuanda's location. The text mentions needing to get the elevator key on the 18th floor. The text in the image bubbles are Yuan saying, "This time I'll finish you with my bare hands," and Ryo saying, "Filthy Yuan, you truly are like hell." It describes that Yuan's fighting style changes, becoming more serious, and a fistfight ensues. This page from the Shenmue II Guidebook is titled Rescue Zhu Yuanda, and details events in Section 3 of the game, which takes place in Kowloon Walled City, Huangtian Building. The first part, Main 26, Ren's Courage, is a movie event that occurs on the 17th floor. The location is Kowloon Walled City, Huangtian Building, 17th floor. It happens after the vs Yuan fight, page 94, and before the Looking for the Lookout Room quest, immediately after vs Yuan ends. The text describes how Ryo is trying to get to the 18th floor after Yuan told him about the elevator key location. However, Huangtian gang members block his way. Just when Ryo is about to give up, Ren steps in to distract the gang members, allowing Ryo to proceed to the 18th floor. Ren says something to the effect of, "Leave it to me, and go ahead." The next part, Main 27, Looking for the Lookout Room, is a quest on the 18th floor. The location is Kowloon Walled City, Huangtian Building, 18th floor. It starts after Ren's Courage and continues until room 1824. The condition is that it begins at the same time as Ren's Courage ends. The text explains that Yuan mentioned a lookout room on this floor where the elevator key is kept. Room 1824 is the correct answer. Most rooms are empty, but rooms 1804, 1812, and 1820 will trigger battles with thugs, wasting time, so players should be cautious. The text in the image shows Ryo entering a room and saying, "Suddenly, a translucent door. Ren's help?" And another image shows, "About 6 minutes, it seems there is a lookout room in this area." Following this is Sub 6, Battle with the Lookout, a battle encounter. The location is Kowloon Walled City, Huangtian Building, 18th floor. It happens after Looking for the Lookout Room and before room 1824. The condition is triggered by entering rooms 1804, 1812, or 1820. The text explains that in the 3 rooms mentioned above, Huangtian Association lookouts are present, triggering battles, page 190. These 3 rooms are considered hazards. Avoiding these battles and heading directly to room 1824, the correct room, is advised unless players want to level up their skills against weaker enemies before facing the final boss. Time is limited, so if the time limit is becoming an issue, it's better to proceed to the correct room without fighting. The text shows Ryo saying, "Where is it?" And then upon finding the room, "What? Something like this is here." The text also mentions that it looks like a lookout room at first glance, but it is a hazard room, and the correct room is elsewhere. Finally, Main 28, Room 1924, is a battle event in Room 1824. The location is Kowloon Walled City, Huangtian Building, 18th floor. It starts after Looking for the Lookout Room and goes until Search for the Lookout Room on page 96. The condition is entering Room 1824. The text describes Room 1824 as being next to the elevator hall. Inside, there's something resembling an office desk. and a boss-like black suit will resist. Page 191. Players will battle 4 enemies, including the black suit, to find the elevator key. The text warns that the black suit is strong and uses throws, so players should be careful. The text shows an image of Ryo saying, "If you want to take it, try taking it," and another image showing the black suit saying, "Search by yourself." The text concludes by saying that players will finally arrive at the correct room and will receive a warm welcome there, and a leader-class black suit will give hints. This page depicts walkthrough instructions for navigating the Kowloon area in Shenmue II, specifically focusing on elevator puzzles and battles. First, under the title Main 29 Observation Room Exploration, it describes a quest that takes place in the observation room on the 18th floor of the Yellowhead building in Kowloon. The objective is to explore the room after defeating all enemies. It mentions that various things can be locked in this room, making exploration worthwhile. Keys are located inside a gray box on the wall, and there are 6 numbered keys in total to collect. The item list shows the keys that can be obtained here are EV key number 9, EV key number 10, EV key number 18, EV key number 21, EV key number 29, and EV key number 46. The image shows a close-up of the gray box containing keys numbered 9, 18, and 21, with text stating, "Which one of these is the elevator key? For now, let's take them all." Next, under Main 30 Elevator Wiring Diagram, it is categorized as Other. Set in the Kowloon Yellowhead building on the 18th floor, the instructions begin after leaving room 1824. You are to head to the adjacent elevator hall. The elevator appears to be out of order, not responding to button presses. You are instructed to use the keys obtained earlier to unlock the wiring diagram box on the right-hand wall. It is mentioned that key number 9 should open this box. Inside, buttons correspond to different elevators. To operate the left elevator, press the leftmost button. To reach the 40th floor, it's necessary to go to the basement first and use the central direct elevator, as the regular elevators don't go that high. The image shows the opened elevator wiring diagram box with switches and text that reads, "This is the elevator wiring diagram. Press the switch to activate it." If you have a key, it seems you can open it, and the switch positions indicate the elevator positions as they are. Then, under Main 31 Encounter with Black Suits, categorized as Battle, also in Kowloon Yellowhead building, 18th floor. The instructions follow on from the elevator wiring diagram task. It explains that by turning on the switch on the wiring diagram, the elevator will start. Upon arrival and entering the elevator, 6 black suits will appear. A battle ensues. The text warns that these black suits are stronger than previous encounters and recommends utilizing free space and throws to defeat them. Success in battle allows you to continue using the elevator and proceed to basement floor 1. Failure results in restarting the scene from the beginning. The image depicts the battle inside the elevator with black suits and text that says, "Unfortunately, even more black suits appear from the arrived elevator." Finally, Main 32 Operate the Wiring Diagram again, categorized as Other, takes place in Kowloon Great Cow Building, basement floor 1. This task begins after the encounter with black suits and leads to Tiger Swallow's usage, P97. Arriving at basement floor 1, it becomes clear that this is a familiar location, the Golden Net District previously encountered. The elevator from before is indeed in this area. However, it is not possible to move to the other side of the net. The nearest elevator has a wiring diagram similar to number 18, and key number 10 is the correct key to use. After opening this wiring diagram, this time you should press the rightmost button. It's explained that from this floor, only the right elevator stops, and to proceed further, you must go to basement floor 3. The image shows another elevator wiring diagram box and text that says, "Let's use the key that matches the Roman numeral engraved on the wiring diagram cover." This page depicts a walkthrough of scenarios in the game. The first section, titled Main 33 Tiger Swallow Fist User, describes the setting on the 3rd basement floor, which has transformed into a strange fighting arena surrounded by wire mesh. Deeper inside, Ryo witnesses martial artists in flamboyant outfits using unfamiliar fighting styles, seemingly enjoying the brutal fights. The text explains that to reach the 40th floor, Ryo must first go to the 5th basement level, heading towards the underground fighting arena. The stairs to the basement are located to the left, opposite the elevator. Upon reaching the 5th basement floor, Ryo sees Joy, who has been captured. The next section, Main 34 Cage Deathmatch, details the encounter with Bai-Hu. As Ryo approaches to help Joy, he is surrounded by black suits, making a fight unavoidable. Bai-Hu, the white martial artist from before, intervenes, offering to release Joy if Ryo wins. The text advises players to refer to page 194 for combat strategies against Bai-Hu, who is a formidable opponent. The Bai-Hu battle requires winning 2 sets consecutively. Players should be aware of quick-time events, QTEs that appear when Bai-Hu's health is low, or if Ryo fails to win 2 sets in a row. Successfully completing all QTEs is necessary for victory. The section Main 35 One's Whereabouts continues the story after defeating Bai-Hu and rescuing Joy. The black suits, honoring Bai-Hu's promise, do not interfere as Ryo and Joy take the elevator to the 40th floor. Joy explains she was captured because she was worried about Ryo and came with Wan, but Wan is now missing. Joy reveals that Wan was captured by Donyu's men and taken to the 40th floor. The elevator then arrives at the 40th floor, where events are converging. Finally, Main 36 Donyu's room describes the 40th floor, which is decorated with questionable taste, featuring large bull statues and marble floors, seemingly reflecting Donyu's preferences. Upon entering a large door, Ryo is ambushed by Donyu's black suits, described as the strongest among the underlings, with a total of 6 enemies. Players are advised to utilize throwing techniques and evasion to defeat this group, referring to page 191 for tactics. After defeating all the black suits, Ryo interrogates one of them about Wan's location. The black suit points towards a door leading to the rooftop, suggesting that everyone is gathering there. This page depicts a walkthrough guide for scenarios Main 37 to Main 40, which take place on the rooftop of the Huangtian building in Kowloon. Main 37, to the top of the emergency stairs. After leaving Donyu's room, you will find yourself on the emergency stairs leading to the roof. Black suits will appear one after another. All attacks from the black suits are QTEs, so it is easier to time your inputs if you watch their movements. Also, even if you fail a few QTEs, you can retry and continue without it, resulting in game over. And if you input as instructed below, you should not fail in particular. If you defeat all the enemies and proceed, you will dash up the stairs leading to the roof quickly. And what you see there is the QT sequence is displayed as down YB, X, up X. During the emergency stairs sequence, QTs will occur continuously to defeat the black suits. The rooftop is just ahead. Main 38, Landi appears. Landi appears in a helicopter amidst the setting sun. In order to take Juyuan-da, one helicopter approaches. In the approaching helicopter, there is a figure of a man. Landi. Ren and Joy rush there. Furthermore, Donyu appears bringing one. The rooftop at sunset has a tense atmosphere due to Landi's appearance, and Donyu declares his ambitions to Hong Kong. Just when everyone thought it was all over, Wan flees from Donyu, and in the meantime, Ren restrains Juyuan-da. Has Juyuan-da's recovery failed? Landi begins to withdraw from the Huangtian building. Main 39, decisive battle with Donyu. Donyu, who is seen by Landi and realizes his ambition has vanished, roars in anger and approaches. Finally, the last battle begins. Here, remembering the daily training you have accumulated, let's try to defeat Donyu using all the techniques you have, P194. And even though you should have defeated him with the final blow, Donyu gets up and rushes towards you again. Be careful as 4 consecutive command QTEs will occur after this battle. If you fail here, you will have to start the battle with Donyu from the beginning, so input carefully. The QTE sequences are displayed as left, Y up, Y, right Y. In the midst of battle, remembering Shuying's words, you will reach the state of mind like still water. Main 40, Landi departs. Cornered, Ryo attains the state of mind like still water. Then, with a splendid outer gate top, he plunges into Donyu's solar plexus with a thunderous stomp. Landi, who had been watching the end from the sky, glances at Ryo's fighting style and wonders what he thought. Then, casting a cold gaze at Ryo also glares back at Landi, and while harboring various thoughts in his chest, Landi slowly takes off. However, just because Juyuan-da was rescued, everything is not resolved. With unresolved feelings towards Lan Di, Ryo and his friends decide to return to the hideout for now. Once back at the hideout, they will hear the truth from Zhu Yuanda. Lan Di, who watched the end of the battle, leaves in a helicopter. Ryo, watching his back, can't do anything. This page depicts Scenario Section 5 from the game. The first part, Main 41, The Secret Hidden in the Stone Mirror, is about Zhu Yuanda slowly opening his mouth to speak. He talks about Lan Di's father, Zhao Sunming, and that Zhao Sunming was killed by Lan Di. Zhu Yuanda also knows that Lan Di is chasing after the Blue Emperor who killed Zhao Sunming. Zhu Yuanda is saddened by this repeated tragedy. The only clue is the Phoenix Mirror. Zhu Yuanda lights a candle and blows smoke from his pipe. Then, as if floating in the air, the Big Dipper appears. This light is what indicates the location of the Qing Dynasty treasure. However, to completely grasp its location, the paired mirror, the dragon mirror, is needed. The key to solving the mystery lies in Guilin, the production area of mirrors. This event occurs in Kowloon Dragon Street at Ren's hideout, P141. It happens after departing for the South Seas, P98, and before Farewell to Everyone. The condition for this event is to have completed Departing for the South Seas. The second part, Main 42, Farewell to Everyone, shows Joy and Wong seeing Ryo off as he departs for Guilin. Joy, looking slightly lonely, says her farewell, and Wong also hands Ryo 2 coins entrusted to him by Ren, along with words of farewell. Apparently, these coins are Ren's version of spending money. Looking at the coins, Ryo notices that both sides are marked with the same crest. It seems Ren did it on purpose. Ren, left alone in the hideout, dreams of the Qing Dynasty treasure. The item coin, front back, P214, is related to this. This event takes place in Kowloon Dragon Street, P141. It occurs after the secret hidden in the stone mirror, above, and before Xu Ying's performance, below. The condition is to have completed the secret hidden in the stone mirror. In the image, Ren says Ren's treat, and the text below says Ren gives Ryo spending money coins. The caption below the image says while being seen off by Joy and Wong, Ryo leaves Kowloon. The third section, Sub 7, Farewell to Kaoru, is about Ryo visiting Kaoru's room in the tenement building before departing. However, the room is quiet, and only the sounds of sweeping can be heard. After a while, feeling sentimental, Ryo calls out to Kaoru. Then, Kaoru comes out of the room. Kaoru leans against the wall, looking lonely. She is playing with the brooch at her chest, as if lamenting the parting. Regarding the promise to meet again, Kaoru promises Ryo that she will always be smiling. After Ryo leaves, Kaoru, as always, starts cleaning, but the promise they just made is likely to be broken. This event occurs in the tenement building, Great Height Apartments, room 207, P132. It happens after Farewell to Everyone, above, and before Xu Ying's performance, below. The condition is to have a great or higher level of friendship with Kaoru. The caption below the image says, At Great Height Apartments, Kaoru is waiting. Be cheerful too, Ryo. The last section, Main 43, Xu Ying's performance, describes Ryo stopping by Manmo Temple before leaving for Guilin to thank Xu Ying for her help. In the temple courtyard, Xu Ying is performing a beautiful dance. Then, as Ryo is about to leave, she gives him the 3 treasures of the Wang family scroll, which she showed him at the end of the performance. Perhaps sensing Ryo's destiny, Xu Ying continues to speak. Furthermore, Xu Ying gives Ryo a jade. This jade is a precious item that Xu Ying's brother gave to her long ago. It also embodies her wish for Ryo not to follow the same path as her brother. But Ryo says, I will not die. These are the same words Xu Ying's brother spoke, and they may be Xu Ying's words of gratitude to Ryo, believing he will surely survive. The items Jade, P214, and Scroll of the 3 Treasures of the Wang family, P217, are related to this. This event occurs in Wanchai, Red Warehouse District, Manmo Temple Courtyard, P139. It happens after our Farewell to Everyone, above. The condition is to have completed Farewell to Everyone. In the image, Xu Ying says, be careful. The caption below the image says Xu Ying entrusts Ryo with the jade, a memento of her brother, filled with various thoughts. This page depicts Section 1, titled Meeting with Shenhua. The text explains that after Lan Di, Ryo is heading to Bai Village, and on the way, he meets a mysterious girl, Shenhua. It seems their paths are guided to meet each other. The first section is Main 1 Wolf Return Mountain Boat Landing. It describes Ryo descending a large flowing river and arriving at a new place, Wolf Return Mountain. This is a small mountain village on the way to Bai Village. The goal here is to ask someone about the road to Bai Village, but no one seems to know. There aren't any particularly useful shops. You can enter shops, but there's nothing interactive and no items to buy, so it's best to give up on that. It's said that it takes 23 days to reach Bai Village from here, so it's best to hurry on ahead. The text in the box below the image says, "You have finally arrived at the Katsura Woods where Bai Village is located. Ryo, it seems the road ahead is still long." The text next to the image says, "Continue straight ahead on the endless country road. It might be nice to enjoy the scenery as you go." The next section is Main 2 Shenhua. It describes Ryo proceeding along the mountain path and reaching the clear water river, which rapidly changes to a raging torrent, and a fawn is swept away. Then a girl jumps into the torrent to help the fawn. This girl is Shenhua, who holds a mysterious jade plate, the Phoenix Mirror. Somehow, Ryo succeeds in rescuing Shenhua and the fawn. Incidentally, Ryo learns that Shenhua is a resident of Bai Village. Here begins the long-awaited encounter of fate, and the two of them start walking the path to Bai Village. The text next to the image says, "If you keep walking along the path, the road will become narrow. Turn around and clouds," and Shenhua says, "I am Shenhua." The text in the box says, "The clear blue sky suddenly turns into a torrential rain, as if it were a lie. The river swells. Then a girl dives into the raging current to save a fawn, but even the people involved don't know this is fate, and that they will meet Shenhua." The final section is Main 3 Conversation on the Way. It explains that with Shenhua as a guide, the two of them start walking a long road. During this time, the two, who are meeting for the first time, walk while having casual conversations. But the conversation is not very lively. At this point, by pressing the A button, you can ask Shenhua various things. About Bai Village, Shenhua's father, village folklore. It's not particularly important information, but it's good to gather information about Shenhua and Bai Village. Once all the conversations are finished, select Hurry Ahead in the AS, and proceed quickly to Dark Clouds Begin to Cover the Forest on page 107. The text in the boxes next to the images are conversations, one saying, "Yes, my father and I, we have always lived here together." And the other says, "Chinese bellflowers are blooming. It's a beautiful mountain path for two people to walk." This page describes several scenarios in the game Shenmue II. The first scenario, Main 4 Darkness Begins to Cover the Forest, takes place in the Gillen Greenfield area, P159, during the Dialogue in the Path, P106 section, and until Beyond the Landslide, below. It occurs automatically when you approach the area. In this scenario, Shenhua notices a change in the wind direction and senses danger approaching in the forest at night, so she starts running. Ryo follows Shenhua, but there are many obstacles in the forest, so you must proceed while avoiding them with QTs. In the forest, the QT sound up to Disc 3 is different, so be careful not to fail without noticing. Also, since Shenhua takes the lead and acts, if you watch her movements carefully, you should be able to predict the QT commands easily. The QT sequence is shown as up left, A down, right, X, left up, AX. It is mentioned that it's okay to fail up to 4 times, but if you fail 5 times, you will have to retry. The text next to the image says, "This is impossible to climb." The next scenario, Main 5 Beyond the Landslide, is also set in the Gillen Greenfield area, P159, and occurs after darkness begins to cover the forest, above, and until spring where fireflies flutter, below. It is triggered after successfully completing Darkness Begins to Cover the Forest. Due to the heavy rain earlier, a landslide has occurred, revealing a towering rock face. You will have to climb this rock face, but QTs will not occur. Midway, Shenhua will offer her hand, but Ryo's awkwardness in accepting help remains unchanged. You will then continue running through the forest, and QTs similar to M4 will begin again. The difficulty level is slightly higher here, but if you watch Shenhua's movements closely, it shouldn't be a problem. If you clear the final 3 consecutive QTs, you will see a spring. The QT sequence is X down left, A, X right left, left up, A, upright, right, X. The text next to the image says, "Ah, it's okay," and Shenhua reaches out a hand to help, but should I be happy or not, Ryo? The third scenario, Main 6 Spring Where Fireflies Flutter, takes place in the Gillen Greenfield area, P159, and occurs after Beyond the Landslide above and until Gathering Firewood in the Cave below. It is triggered after successfully completing Beyond the Landslide. After reaching the spring, you will take a break for a while. A beautiful swarm of fireflies is fluttering around like stars. Ryo tries to touch the fireflies, reminiscing about his childhood, but Shenhua's word snake brings him back to reality. When the break ends, you will again run through the forest with QTEs. The surroundings are quite dark, and Shenhua's movements are also harder to see, so input commands carefully. The QTE sequence is up left, X down, down right, right, up X left, down left, left up A. The text next to the image says, keep going for a while, and you will reach a spring, a place where the spring water shines beautifully and calms your heart. The final scenario described on this page is Main 7 Gathering Firewood in the Cave, which is a quest and takes place in the Gillen Rock Cliff area, P60. It occurs after Spring Where Fireflies Flutter above, and until Shenhua's question, P108. It is triggered upon arriving at the cave. You arrive at a large cave used by travelers for resting. You will wait here for daybreak, and at Shenhua's suggestion, you decide to start a fire. Ryo, being a man, will venture into the depths of the cave to find fallen branches to use as firewood. Branches are scattered along the cave path, so use zoom and lock on to pick them up. Once you can no longer carry any more branches, return to Shenhua and gather more branches little by little. The text next to the image says, let's gather some firewood, and Ryo diligently gathers firewood in the cave. 20 branches gathered, quest complete. The text at the bottom says, it's still a long way to Bailu Village, so we will spend the morning in the cave. This page depicts scenario information from the game and is titled Scenario 6th Chapter. The first section is Main 8, Shaka's Question. This section describes a scene where Ryo and Shaka are warming themselves, having collected enough firewood. During the long night, Shaka showers Ryo with various questions about Japan, such as life, school, and friends. Here, Ryo shows Shaka photos of Nozomi and others taken in Yokosuka. The text mentions that Ryo's relationship with Nozomi will be questioned, and he should answer as he feels. When Shaka sees Shuying's photo, she also asks about Ryo's impression of her, and he should answer honestly. The text in the speech bubble in the image on the right says, a beautiful person? Is this person really the master? The text below the image of the friends talking says, in a conversation with a friend, you can talk about the people who appear in Shenmue Chapter 1. The occurrence location, period, and condition are as follows. Occurrence location, Gillen, Iwasaki, P160. Period, after gathering firewood in the cave, P17, and before Under the Starry Sky, below. Condition, occurs after gathering firewood in the cave is completed. The description below the image of Shaka holding the photo says, Shaka takes Shuying's photo in her hand. You can also show her other photos. The next section is Main 9, Under the Starry Sky. This section describes a scene where Shaka is exhausted from a series of surprises and falls asleep. While Shaka is taking a nap, Ryo keeps watch for wolves and performs Tai Chi exercises taught by the villagers. After a while, Shaka wakes up due to Ryo's stomping and offers to take over the watch. When Shaka takes over, Ryo takes a nap, and Shaka begins to sing in a hushed voice. You can talk to her during her song, but the text advises that interrupting Shaka's song is considered rude. It suggests listening to Shaka's song until she finishes before talking to her. The occurrence location, period, and condition are as follows. Occurrence location, Gillen Iwasaki, P160. Period, after Shaka's question above and before fork in the road below. Condition, occurs after Shaka's question is completed. The description below the image of Shaka singing says, Shaka, who has taken over the watch, hangs her legs on a tree and hums a somewhat lonely song. The next section is Main 10, Ahead of the Crossroads. This section describes a scene where as dawn breaks and the sky turns blue, Ryo and Shaka set off towards Bailu Village again. They soon reach a fork in the road. If they proceed along the right path as guided by Shaka, the path is blocked due to a landslide. They must return to the fork and search for another route with Ryo leading. The text notes that after 1900, the retry points are set at 5 locations, including this fork in the road. To the other side of the river, below, the fork after crossing the mysterious spring, P110, and the stone bridge QTE at the Great Natural Stone Bridge, P110. The text in the speech bubble in the image on the right says, "In Japan, there is a beautiful mountain called Mount Fuji. The occurrence location, period, and condition are as follows. Occurrence location Gilin Forest, P160. Period, after under the starry sky above and before to the other side of the river, below. Condition, occurs when you enter the area." The description below the image of Ryo and Shaka at the fork in the road says, "Apparently the cliff collapsed due to the rain yesterday. We will turn back." The final section is Main 11, to the other side of the river. This section describes a scene where as Ryo and Shaka proceed through a dense forest along the fork in the road, a large river suddenly appears. It seems the river has swollen due to heavy rain the previous day, making it impossible to cross without traversing the rocks. Here, a command QT will occur. UN, ED to input the commands with good timing. Even if you fail, you can retry. The text mentions that Ryo's reaction when failing is quite striking. The occurrence location, period, and condition are as follows. Occurrence location, Gilin Forest, 60. Period, after fork in the road, above and before Earth God Shrine, P19. Condition, occurs when you enter the area. The text in the speech bubble in the image on the right says, "The river flow is stronger than it looks." The description below the image of the river and QT command says, "If you fail the QT, you will fall into the river as shown, and retry." This page depicts the Gilin scenery and highlights key locations and events Ryo encounters in the forested mountainous areas. The first section, Main 12, is titled Earth God. This section describes that after crossing two rivers and proceeding along the path, you will arrive at a slightly overgrown side road. Going up this path, you will hear Shenhua's joyful voice. The landmark is a stone statue called the Earth God. It serves as a guardian deity of the forest and also as a landmark. It is mentioned that in Japan, similar statues are treated with respect and are like local deities. Shenhua, who is familiar with this area, will act as your guide again. The next section, Main 13, is titled Road to the Flower Field. It mentions that Shenhua will guide you in a relaxed mood and that you can ask her various questions. She might also tell you about flowers. Information about Bailu Village will be checked as you proceed towards it. During your conversation, you will encounter another fork in the road. Shenhua suggests taking a detour to see the flower field, saying it's not much of a detour and worth seeing. The sub-1 section is Flower Field in Full Bloom and is marked as a movie event. If you follow Shenhua's suggestion and take the detour, you will reach a flower field with beautiful yellow flowers. A movie scene and conversation with Shenhua will occur here. During this conversation, the name Harasaki comes up. Shenhua asks, "Harasaki again?" Your responses here will not affect anything, but it is mentioned that Shenhua's words and expressions might give you a hint about her feelings. It makes you wonder what kind of emotions Shenhua is harboring. Finally, Main 14 is Spider Tree. It explains that if you take the near path from the road to the flower field or return from the detour, you will see a huge tree. This large tree, with branches spreading out like spider legs, is called the Spider Tree. According to Shenhua, this prominent tree is used as a landmark by the local people of Bailu Village. Reaching the Spider Tree means you have completed about half of the journey. After passing through the Spider Tree gate, you should proceed at your own pace for the rest of the path. This page details scenario events within a forest setting involving Ryo and Shenhua. The first event, Main 15, Mysterious Spring, is a movie scene. As Ryo and Shenhua walk through the forest talking, they arrive at a beautiful spring called the Five Colors Spring. Shenhua explains that the spring's water changes color over time. While they talk, the spring water visibly changes to an emerald green. They decide to rest at the mysterious spring, but the path ahead is blocked by a landslide due to heavy rain. Looking worried, Shenhua suggests they retrace their steps. This event occurs in Gilin Forest, P160, after the Spider Tree event, P109, and before Medicinal Herb blooming on the roadside, below. The condition for this event is to enter the area. The next event is Main 16, Medicinal Herb blooming on the roadside, categorized as Other. Due to the landslide, Ryo and Shenhua have to take a detour. As they proceed, Shenhua stops Ryo, pointing out medicinal herbs growing by the roadside. Shenhua starts picking them, explaining that her father suffers from a heart condition, and these herbs are effective medicine. For Shenhua, who usually buys medicine in town, these mountain herbs are a valuable treasure. Ryo speaks to Shenhua, and after she finishes picking herbs, they continue onward together. This event takes place in Gillen Forest, P160, after the mysterious spring event above and before Great Natural Stone Bridge below. The condition for this event is to enter the area. Following on is Sub 2, two people picking medicinal herbs, a movie scene. As they proceed along a branching path that feels like a maze, they go right and stop. Shenhua is there, picking more medicinal herbs. She explains again that these herbs are effective for her father's illness. After Ryo helps Shenhua pick the herbs, she expresses her gratitude. Ryo, understanding Shenhua's kindness, is deeply touched. This event occurs in Gillen Forest, P160, after medicinal herb blooming on the roadside above and before Great Natural Stone Bridge below. The condition for this event is to select medicinal herb blooming on the roadside as right and enter the area. The next event is Main 17, Great Natural Stone Bridge, a QT event. After a while, a narrow stone bridge comes into view, spanning a chasm. It appears to be a single stone, but it's actually movable, so careful footwork is required. Falling means retry, and a command QT awaits at the end. This stone bridge QT involves inputting A. If you proceed with an approach angle deeper than 45 degrees to the broken part of the stone bridge, you will fall, and if it is shallower, you will be pushed back or... This event is located in Gillen Forest, P160, after medicinal herb blooming on the roadside above and before Stone Lion King below. The condition for this event is to enter the area. Finally, there is Main 18, Stone Lion King, classified as Other. After crossing the dangerous stone bridge area, the forest continues as before. Ryo takes the lead and proceeds along the path to a fork in the road. A giant stone statue comes into view, causing Shenhua to exclaim. It seems they have reached a familiar path. From here, Shenhua, who knows the path well, will guide them again. It's recommended to listen carefully to Shenhua's detailed explanations about the Stone Lion King along the way. It's important to listen to all the conversations without missing anything. This event takes place in Gillen Forest, P160, after Great Natural Stone Bridge above and before Choice of Path, P111. The condition for this event is to enter the area. This page describes a series of events in the Gillen area of Shenmue II, involving Ryo Hazuki and Shenhua. The first section, titled Path Selection, details a moment where Ryo and Shenhua come to a fork in the road. Shenhua explains that both paths lead to the village, but one is a detour. The right path is a shortcut, while the left path is longer but will trigger the Cotton Hat Flying event. Ryo will have to choose which path to take. This event happens in the Gillen Forest area, after the Stone Lion King event and before the Waterfall Sound event, simply by entering the area. The next section, Cotton Hat Flying, is a movie scene that occurs if Ryo chooses the detour, the left path, in the path selection event. It leads to a field of cotton hats. Shenhua reminisces about playing with cotton hats as a child and proceeds to play again. She closes her eyes and blows on a cotton hat, causing all the cotton hats around them to magically float into the sky like snow. This is suggested to be a special power of Shenhua's, demonstrating her harmony with nature. After this playful interlude, they continue towards Bailihu Village, which is now very close. This event takes place in the Gillen Forest area, after the Path Selection event and before the Waterfall Sound event, and is triggered by choosing left at the path selection, active search, and entering the area. The third section is Waterfall Sound. The scenery remains similar, and Shenhua, knowing the way, guides Ryo. They talk as they walk. Eventually, the trees thin out and they enter a rocky path. As they traverse a complex valley, they hear the sound of a waterfall. Shenhua mentions that there shouldn't be a waterfall in this area. She then asks Ryo if he wants to investigate the source of the sound. If Ryo agrees to see the waterfall, they will move on to the Magnificent Scenery event. This event is set in the Gillen Forest area, after the Path Selection event and before the Shenmue Tree event, triggered upon entering the area. Finally, magnificent scenery describes the discovery of the waterfall. The roaring sound comes from a waterfall formed by several rivers flowing into a pond. The text explains that the river, which was previously dry, has water again due to heavy rain the previous day. Even Shenhua was surprised to see a waterfall as it had been dry for months. Ryo and Shenhua spend some time admiring the magnificent view of the waterfall cascading down from a steep cliff. Afterwards, they resume their journey towards the village. The village is now very close, just beyond the path after the waterfall, and it's suggested that Ryo should ask Shenhua a final question at this point. This event is also in the Gilin Forest area, after the Waterfall Sound event and before the Shenmue Tree event, triggered by selecting right at the Waterfall Sound active search. This page depicts Section 3 titled One Who Carries the Phoenix, and it mentions that finally the stage is set in Bailu Village, the origin point of the Phoenix Mirror. Following in the footsteps of Shenhua's father, Ryo and Shenhua will know the truth of the destiny imposed on them. The page details 3 main scenarios and a check section about a flashback scene. The first scenario, Main 21, Sakaki Tree, describes how after walking along a gentle uphill path, a large Sakaki tree with gentle pale pink flowers comes into view. Shenhua was named after these Sakaki flowers because her parents witnessed the full bloom of the Sakaki flowers when she was born. Ryo is also reminded of his hometown in Japan and the cherry blossoms in the Hazuki residence where he trained with his father, Iwao, who was strict yet kind. It seems both Ryo and Shenhua share a past of being watched over by important fathers and flowers. The next scenario, Main 22 Childhood Memories, explains that after a long walk, the two finally reach Shenhua's house. Shenhua looks at the Sakaki tree from her house and recalls distant memories of playing on a swing hanging from the Sakaki tree as a child. Shenhua playing under the fully blooming Sakaki tree seemed to be protected by the tree. By talking to Shenhua in the living room, you can hear more details about the Sakaki tree and her family. It's suggested to listen to as many stories as possible. Scenario Main 23 Living Room Conversation mentions 2 possible conversations with Shenhua. One is about the Sakaki tree, where Ryo expresses feeling a power from the ancient tree, suggesting it might be the reason they met. The other conversation is about Shenhua's family, where she reveals that the person raising her now is not her real father. Her real parents passed away when she was young, and she is being raised by someone else. This shared experience of not having real parents is a commonality between Ryo and Shenhua. The check section highlights Ryo's flashback scene. By choosing family in the living room conversation, a flashback scene of Ryo will be triggered. This scene is from the previous game, showing Ryo as a child who disliked carrots. During a meal with his father Iwao, Iwao noticed Ryo avoiding carrots and admonished him. Despite making a face, Ryo reluctantly ate the carrots, and Iwao smiled warmly, showing his gentle nature as a father. Shenhua's words trigger this memory in Ryo. This page depicts a guide for the game Shenmue II, specifically focusing on quests and story progression within the game. The first section, titled Sub 5 About Furnishings, is a quest. It explains that Nozomi's house is decorated with various handicrafts made by her father from tree branches and cave stones. You can examine these objects and Nozomi will explain them to you. It also mentions that there are furnishings in the bedroom, but you cannot enter until after dinner. You should thoroughly look around the living room, and at 7 p.m. you can ask Nozomi for dinner. Once dinner is finished, you will be able to investigate both the kitchen and the bedroom. The text beside Nozomi's image reads, "I'll prepare dinner now, so please wait." And Nozomi is saying, "I will prepare dinner now, please wait for me." The text next to the quest details explains that the location is Nozomi's house, P160. The period for this quest is after talking in the living room, P1 and 12, and until diagram of the legend, below. The condition to trigger this quest is to lock on to each furnishing and trigger it. The text under the quest description says, Nozomi is preparing dinner. While waiting, let's examine the furnishings. The second section, titled Main 24 Diagram of the Legend, is also a quest. It describes going to the bedroom after dinner. Here, too, there are many furnishings made by Nozomi's father. The text highlights a diagram placed on the shelf, which catches Ryo's eye. It's a drawing of a phoenix mirror shape. It's said to be a family heirloom, and Ryo wonders why such a diagram is here and if there's a connection to the same shaped mirror in the Hazuki family in Japan. It suggests that the truth is likely being held by Nozomi's father. The text beside the diagram image says, "Mysterious Furnishings." The text beside the quest details explains that the location is Nozomi's house, P160. The period for this quest is after talking in the living room, P112, and until preparation for departure, below. The condition to trigger this quest is after talking in the living room is finished. The text under the quest description says, "Diagram of the legend is discovered in Nozomi's father's study. The mystery deepens." The text next to the image of Ryo and Nozomi says, "Tomorrow morning, I will go to deliver the meal, so let's ask together then. And for details, ask Nozomi when you go to deliver the meal tomorrow." The third section is a Memo 12, P116, which likely refers to a page number in the guidebook for more information. The fourth section, titled Main 25 Preparation for Departure, is listed as Other. It explains that Nozomi is preparing early in the morning to take lunch to her father at the quarry where he works. If you go to the kitchen, she is still preparing, so you should wait for a while. If you select Wait at this time, you can skip time until the departure time. On the way to the quarry, you can talk to Nozomi about the quarry and mirrors as usual. Then Nozomi reveals that there is another dragon mirror, and when Ryo mentions the beast being killed, Nozomi becomes uneasy. The text beside the image of Nozomi talking says, "Please wait a moment, and I'm preparing lunch now." The text beside the quest details explains that the location is Nozomi's house, P160. The period for this event is after Diagram of the Legend, above, and until Nozomi's premonition, below. The condition to trigger this event is, after Diagram of the Legend is finished. The text under the quest description says, "When the morning comes and preparations are complete, let's quickly head to the quarry." The text next to the image of Ryo and Nozomi says, "Okay, let's go to father's place. And if you ask about Nozomi's father, Nozomi will tell you about the mirror." The fifth section, titled Main 26, Nozomi's Premonition, is listed as Movie. It describes arriving at a plaza near the quarry and noticing something is amiss, as the birds are not singing as they usually do. Nozomi mentions the legend of Hokuto calling for death, where people lost their lives by holding a mirror to a large tree, and the death of the beast, and now the birds are gone. Nozomi, feeling a premonition, rushes to the quarry. Filled with eyes, arrive at the quarry entrance, where a huge quarry rock wall looms. They light a torch at the entrance, and the two step into the darkness. The text beside the image of Ryo and Nozomi walking into the quarry says, "Something's different, and the quarry is this way. Please follow me." The text beside the quest details explains that the location is Katsurin Quarry, P160. The period for this event is after preparation for departure, above, and until quarry rest area, P114. The condition to trigger this event is enter the area to trigger it. The text under the quest description says, "Arriving at the quarry entrance, head deeper inside quickly. Unease gradually increases." The text next to the image of Nozomi and Ryo says, "Could it be, for the sake of the mirror, Ryo's father?" And Nozomi, noticing the strangeness, becomes anxious and heads quickly towards the quarry. This page depicts scenario information from the game. Main 27, Stone Quarry Rest Area. This section is marked as a movie event. The text describes a scene where Ryo goes down a dark and narrow passage like a coal mine and arrives at a wide open space like a hall. Shenhua's father is usually there, and Shenhua says she always brings him lunch, but there is no reply when she calls out to her father. Usually, he would come out immediately when called. Shenhua becomes increasingly anxious and starts desperately searching for her father. At that moment, she remembers there was a door in the back and wonders what happened beyond it, as she has never seen it. The location is listed as Guilin Stone Quarry 160. The period is after Shenhua's premonition, P113, until beyond the door below. The condition is, occurs after Shenhua's premonition is completed. Min 28, beyond the door. This section is marked as Other. The text describes that upon entering the door, Ryo and Shenhua find themselves in a mystical cave created by nature, a limestone cave. Over many years, countless stalactites have formed and water flows down creating sounds. Shenhua is surprised that such a place exists beyond the door her father forbade entry to. The cave continues further inside, so they decide to proceed alongside the flowing water and explore. After walking for a while, they find stairs ahead. Going up the stairs, they find a table in a wide space, and there they find a letter. The location is Guilin Stone Quarry P160. The period is after Stone Quarry Rest Area below and until Foster Father's letter below. The condition is occurs when approaching the area. Main 29, Foster Father's letter. This section is marked as movie. The text explains that Shenhua's uneasy premonition seems to have been right. The letter is addressed to Shenhua and contains unbelievable things. It mentions which translates to one who carries the phoenix. It questions if this refers to Ryo. Along with the letter, a decorated 7-star sword is placed there. It seems to be a precious item passed down in Shenhua's family, but its purpose is unknown. They need to solve these mysteries and search thoroughly within the limestone cave. The location is Guilin Stone Quarry P1C. The period is after Beyond the Door above and until Stone Quarry exploration below. The condition is occurs after Beyond the Door is completed. Main 30, Stone Quarry Exploration. This section is marked as a quest. The text instructs that after reading the letter and obtaining the 7-star sword, Ryo should explore the limestone cave. Shenhua's father must have left some kind of message to solve the mystery. However, the surroundings are dark, and only shining limestone can be seen. Looking towards the flowing water, something like a platform should be visible. Going up the stairs, a platform with a beautiful jewel embedded in it is found. An icon is lit up, so press the X button. The location is Guilin Stone Quarry. The period is after Foster Father's letter above and until Phoenix Mirror and 7-star sword, P115. The condition is occurs after Foster Father's letter is completed. This page describes 2 main scenarios and a bad ending in the game. The first scenario, Main 31 Phoenix Mirror and 7-star sword, takes place in the Stone Pit Quarry area on page 160. It occurs after searching the Stone Pit and up to the giant relief scenario below. The condition for this to happen is inserting the 7-star sword into the pedestal. The text explains that on the pedestal, there is a design like the 7-star sword, and in the center, there's a hole that looks like it would fit a sword. Ryo, following Shenhua's voice, takes out the family's 7-star sword and tries to thrust it into the pedestal. He thinks it should fit perfectly, but the sword stops halfway. Shenhua helps, and even though Ryo is strong, the sword wouldn't budge, but with Shenhua's help, it goes in as if being sucked in. Then a stone pillar-like object suddenly appears nearby, and they decide to go check it out. The second scenario, Main 32 Giant Relief, is a movie scene that also takes place in the Stone Pit Quarry area on page 160. It happens after the Phoenix Mirror and 7-star sword scenario. The condition is setting the Phoenix Mirror on the newly appeared pedestal. The text describes that on top of the stone pillar, there is a round indentation where the Phoenix Mirror is depicted. When Ryo places the Phoenix Mirror there, it begins to shine. Then, the Phoenix Mirror shines brightly, emitting a red flash that strikes the sword directly. The reflected light from the sword illuminates the Phoenix and Dragon Mirror reliefs that appear in front of them. Suddenly, as they gaze at the reliefs, Shenhua begins to tell a legend passed down in her village. The section, What Was Seen at the End of the Encounter, discusses the fate of the 2 people is predetermined. It says that this is the legend Shenhua tells at the end, explaining why they must kill Donyu and obtain the Dragon Mirror to seek Qing Dynasty's treasure. It talks about Ren, who seeks wealth, and Xuying and Ziming, who journey for revenge. Each person's thoughts are intertwined with fate, and now, the fate of Ryo and Shenhua, who carry the Phoenix Mirror and are sought after, begins to move. The next section is titled Another Ending, Bad Ending. It explains that most people probably think meeting Shenhua and reaching the Stone Pit leads to the ending. However, the game has a time limit, so the Stone Pit isn't the only ending. There is another ending in this game, a bad ending, which occurs if you exceed the time limit. This section introduces that bad ending, suggesting players aim for it if they are playing normally and have cleared Shenmue II. The following sections detail the bad ending. Events based on dates. 6:30 Tap describes a dream. In the dream, Shenhua's voice speaks to Ryo, but Ryo doesn't understand the meaning at this point. The voice warns, soon, time is running out, and by the end of the month, the Dragon Path, Shenhua in the dream urges Ryo to hurry and warns of the Dragon Path. Lan-Di, the enemy, is also mentioned. It suggests a terrible scenario is approaching. 7:31 describes the day of judgment arriving. In the darkness, Ryo holds the mirror and stands alone. The mirror starts emitting strange lights. Then Lan-Di appears silently and wordlessly. Lan-Di approaches Ryo. It indicates that if Ryo and Shenhua's paths meet, their fate will be completely decided. The text below the image of Lan-Di states, "Fate is closed. The chain of fate disappears." The image of Shenhua is next to text saying Shenhua is alone praying before the cave. At that time, she is filled with despair. Finally, Lan-Di's image has text saying, "The power of nobility. I will take it for the sake of revenge." It questions, why is Lan-Di's true goal with Shenhua the power of nobility? This page is a list of acquisition memos for Chapter 6 of the game. These memos are collected in Gillen and recorded in Ryo's notebook as he progresses through the story. The page details 13 memos, each with a number and associated scenario, but all provided by none. Here is the translated text from each memo. Memo number 1, Content San told me the technique Outer Gate Thrust, and I used it to defeat Donu. Lan-Di appeared before my eyes. Someday I will definitely take revenge on my father's enemy. Lan-Di is Zhao Sunming's son and is called Zhao Longsun. Lan-Di is thought to have killed Zhao Sunming. And then my father? The Phoenix Mirror and the Dragon Mirror are treasures dedicated to the Qing Dynasty restoration. They are keys to obtaining treasure. There must be some kind of clue in Bailu Village in Guilin. Lan-Di also went to Bailu Village in Guilin. Bailu Village. The mirror material is from the only production area of lapis lazuli in Hong Kong. Guilin Forest 4 remarks. Recorded in the notebook at the same time as Disc 4 starts. Disc 4 starts and recorded at the same time. Memo number 2, Content Shimoka, P2 on, etc. Upstream of Isoto River. Over the mountain. Remarks. You can also hear about it from P271. Memo number 3, Content. Suddenly in the rain, I chased a fawn and jumped into a torrent. I helped a girl. Her name is Shenhua. She is a girl with a mysterious atmosphere. Shenhua lives in Bailu Village. Shenhua will guide me to the village. Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. Memo number 4, Content. I saw a spring where fireflies were dancing. It was very beautiful. Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. Memo number 5, Content. Collect firewood. Let's look for a cave in the cave. Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. Memo no. 6, Content. A sunny day in Guilin. Meeting Shenhua is also destiny. Was meeting Shenhua also destiny? Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. Memo number 7, Content. I heard Shenhua's song. It seemed to be a song about the scenery of Guilin's forests. Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. Memo number 8, Content. Head to Bailu Village. Remarks, recorded when entering the forest. Memo number 9, Content. 5 colors spring. A mysterious spring where the water changes color. Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. Memo number 10, Content. I arrived at Shenhua's house. There is a big tree in front of the house. A tree named Shenmue tree. The flower that blooms on the Shenmue tree is Shenhua. Pale purple flowers. Shenhua's name was given to her from this flower. Tonight, let's stay at Shenhua's house. Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. Memo no. 11, Content. Shenhua's father's face. Let's see what he has collected. Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. Memo number 12, Content. There was a drawing with the same pattern as the Phoenix Mirror. It is said to be a drawing handed down in Shenhua's house. Go to the quarry to meet Shenhua's father. Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. Memo number 13, Content. Find the Phoenix Mirror and those who seek it, and confirm the proof, and entrust yourself to that person. There must be something in this hole. Look for clues. Remarks, recorded at the same time as the scene ends. This page depicts a stylized map background in red and black tones, with the word map clearly visible at the bottom right corner. The Japanese text present on the page reads, Neon creates contrast, the city, Hong Kong. It's as if adding flourish to a story. This text sets the scene. describing Hong Kong as a vibrant city of contrasts illuminated by neon lights, and suggests that it plays a significant and beautiful role within the narrative. This page depicts a map of Aberdeen, which is described as a famous sightseeing spot in Hong Kong. The text explains that Aberdeen is a well-known port town connecting foreign lands with Hong Kong. Despite being a small area, it features warehouses, parks, and even floating restaurants, offering diverse scenery. The map itself highlights several locations within Aberdeen, including Cayenne Wharf, P121, Lo Wan Pier, P119, Queen Street, P122, and Beverly Hills, P24. This page depicts a map of Workers' Pier in Hong Kong, a place where travelers first set foot in Hong Kong after arriving by ship from Japan, experiencing a unique foreign atmosphere and a vibrant energy not found in Japan. The map highlights various locations and shops within Workers' Pier, numbered from 1 to 12. There are 4 main stalls labeled A, B, C, and D, each offering different items at varying prices. Stall A sells items all priced at $50 and includes items such as Rose and Jackal and Sunly and Helm. Stall B sells Gotcha capsules for H25s and Zippo lighters and jewels for H50. Items available here are Decoration, Lineage, Charge, Hero, Dragon, Mucus, and Redstone. Stall C sells items all priced at H50 and includes items such as Vampire, Rose, Moonwolf, and Bluestone. Stall D sells items all priced at $825 and includes items such as Decoration, Lineage, Duo, Charge, and Hero. There are also details about Gotcha capsule toy machines offering 3 sets: Set A Port Set, Set B Sega Set, and Set C Virtua Fighter Set. Additionally, there is information on the jukebox, which has 2 categories of songs, Nostalgia and Swing, both costing $5 per song. The Nostalgia section features songs like Heart Made of Iron, Girl in the Wind, Trinobas No. 0112, Gifts, Authorization 737, Lunch with Waltz, Cool Gambler, Theme Arrange O, C, Remixy, and Flower Girl, Arrange I. The Swing section includes songs such as Heartbeats, Hip D Hop, Go Go, Like a Feeling, Antiquity Tree, Flower Girl, Dandy Old Man, Liquor, Boznov, and MJQ. The numbered locations on the map are 1. Unnecessary Lodging, 2. Fortune Telling, 3. Arm Wrestling Arena, 4. 5-Star Corporation, 5. Shipping Company, 6. Duck Heaven Park, Nostalgia Jukebox, 8. Swing Jukebox, Lai Lai Restaurant, 10. Tom Haynes, 11. Coin and Metal, 12. Hong Kong Souvenirs. This page depicts various locations in Hong Kong from the game. The first location, number 1, is the No Money Inn. This rundown inn has beds lined up and serves as a simple lodging. After arriving in Hong Kong, it's said that the first clue about warehouse number 8 is hidden here, and that old men who have left the world behind spend their days here observing the world. You can find items here like Forklift Red, page 234, Forklift Blue, page 234, and Good Quality Bandage, page 217. Number 2 is the Fortune Teller. Inside the harbor gate, you'll find a beautiful fortune teller from Chinatown who reads palms for travelers. The fee is $20 per reading, and it's said she offers advice that matches the price, pointing you in the direction you should go. If you diligently attend, you might receive guidance on your destined path. Location number 3 is the Arm Wrestling Arena, 4 locations. These arm wrestling gambling spots, known as arm wrestling matches, are found in various parts of the Laborers' Pier. They are mainly frequented by pier workers. Each wrestler is from a different country with diverse personalities, but they all share the common trait of being fiercely competitive and confident in their arm strength. Related event is Arm Wrestling Invitation, page 27. Number 6 is Pigeon Park. This park offers a panoramic view of the harbor. In the center, there is a large fountain where countless pigeons rest their wings. Within the park, people of all ages and nationalities relax, and you can also see people devoted to martial arts training. Related events include Tracking Wong, page 28, Sam and Larry Rematch, page 29, Female Martial Artist of Pigeon Park, page 47, and Tracking Ren, page 64. Location 7 is Pigeon Cafe. This is a Western-style cafe house. Inside, antique-like items are displayed, and a jukebox is installed. Customers enjoying the open-air cafe can be seen in front of the store. Number 8 is Swing. If you duck through the entrance, you'll find a Western-style bar with a wall filled with liquor bottles right in front of you. Although not a large establishment, it has a jukebox and darts. Number 9 is Lai Lai Restaurant. This is the largest restaurant in the Laborer's Pier, known for its delicious food. The amiable owner and his kind daughter, along with the waitress, run the spacious restaurant. Even if some kind of trouble occurs, they will warmly welcome you back if you apologize properly later. Related events include Sam and Larry Rematch, page 29, and Suspicious Memo, page 53. Finally, number 10 is Fu Hoi Diner. This diner is located along the street facing Pigeon Park. The building is old and the interior is small, but it's a popular spot in the Laborer's Pier. Especially the waitress, known as Maycan, is well regarded in the neighborhood. Also, as it faces the street, she diligently answers even the most trivial questions. Apparently, she is considering marriage with her childhood sweetheart. This page depicts a map of Fortune's Pier in Hong Kong, which is described as a warehouse district where laborers gather. It's mentioned that behind the scenes, these warehouses are used for gambling using dice, offering a chance to make quick money. The page details different types of gambling available in Fortune's Pier, categorized as one-ball success and die-si or big-small. For one-ball success type A, bets range from H5 to HK with varying odds, while type B has bets from HK to HK20, also with different odds. For die-si type A, bets are between HK and $50, and for type B, bets range from $5 to H20. Type C die-si has bets from $50 to HK20, and type D die-si has bets from HK100 to HK500. There's also information about a roadside stall, Stall A, where everything costs $50. It seems to offer items across different price ranges, from first to fourth tier, potentially indicated by materials like para, jackal, sonori, greenstone, and transparent stone, referencing page 231 for more details. The page also highlights jukeboxes in 2 locations, Warehouse Number 6 and Blue Sky. Warehouse Number 6 jukebox, costing $5 per play, features songs like Fusionver, Loop 6, Funny, Don't Call Me, Authorization 737, Lunch with Waltz, Cool Gambler, Theme Arrangeo, C Remixy, and Flower Girl Arrange. The Blue Sky Jukebox, also $5 per play, offers tracks like Heartbeats, Hip-de Hop, Go-Go, Like a Feeling, Antiquity Tree, Flower Girl, Dandy Old Man, Liquor, Boznov, and MJQ. Location number 8, Warehouse Number 8, is described as a warehouse with a striking red roof. During the day, it appears to be a normal warehouse, but at night, it becomes a gathering place for the Heavens Gang. A related event, Battle of Warehouse Number 8, is mentioned on page 61. The page lists several locations on the map: Warehouse Number 6, Warehouse Number 8, page 121, Warehouse Number 9, Warehouse Number 11, Warehouse Number 12, Warehouse Number 13, Warehouse F, page 122, Cayenne Diner, page 122, Blue Sky, page 122, and Cayenne Office, page 122. At the top of the page, under the heading 12 Hong Kong Souvenirs, it describes a souvenir shop located in Laborer's Pier, another name for Fortune's Pier. It mentions that despite stocking Hong Kong souvenirs as expected, the shop may not be very popular with customers due to the owner's brusque attitude. This page depicts a map of Queen Street in Hong Kong, described as a small shopping street leading to the waterfront, lined with eateries and general stores, creating a different atmosphere from the port. The map highlights several locations: 1. Kyodai Fishing Tackle, 2. Ryoushin Pawn Shop, 3. Rai Rai Race Goods, 4. Tonpu General Goods, 5. Lucky Charm Quarter. There are also points marked A and B on the map. The page also describes further locations not directly on the map: 7F, F Warehouse. The related event is Yuan's Back Deal, P61. The description states that this is a dimly lit warehouse illuminated by bare light bulbs. It seems to be unused, with wooden boxes left scattered around, giving it a desolate atmosphere. It is sometimes used as a location for back deals. 8. Cayenne Cafeteria. This is described as a large cafeteria within the Cayenne Pier area. It is said to be cheap and delicious, satisfying the hunger of the pier workers. It's also mentioned that you can enjoy darts during work breaks. 9. Blue Sky. The related events are Heaven's Member, P61, and Friends of the Gala, P53. This is an open cafe located on the rooftop of a building. Although it's in the Cayenne Pier area, it is popular with general female customers. At the entrance, there is a darts machine for head-to-head matches, and you can even see famous darts players there. 10. Cayenne Office. This is an office where you can get help as a part-time worker through Joy's introduction. It also serves as a rest area where tired workers can take a break. Below the map, there are sections for gambling and gacha gacha. Gamble shows two types of gambling games. A. Ichihatsu, listing the bet amounts and odds for each. Gacha gacha section A, high collar set, as the prize. Finally, there is a legend for the map symbols. Information map, money drop, gacha gacha, vending machine. This page depicts a map of Hong Kong in Shenmue 2 and describes 5 locations within the game. 1. Giant fishing tackle. Related event, One's Photo, P29. This fishing tackle shop is located near the harbor, a convenient location for many customers. The owner, who opened the shop as a hobby, is said to be fond of children and seems to keep a special eye on boys who make a living on the water. Acquired item, One's Photo, P215. 2. Ryoshin Pawn Shop. This is the only pawn shop in Aberdeen. Despite its name, it's located in a back alley. They mainly deal in collection items, and the prices are not necessarily high. The owner's discerning eye seems to be a problem. Acquired item, Ryoshin Pawn Shop Pamphlet, P215. 3. Ling Ling Porridge Specialty. Related event, confrontation with the Snake Pit Brothers, P27. Snake Pit Brothers reappear, P52. This porridge specialty shop has a flashy signboard that catches the eye. The reviews are not very good, and the proprietress is affectionately known as Ling Ling. Aberdeen residents are as annoyed by the Snake Pit Brothers as they are by mosquitoes, and it seems to be a common concern that they are always lurking around the shop. 4. Tung Fong Mart. This shop has a very different atmosphere from other stores, resembling a modern convenience store. It sells many food items and various kinds of novelty candies with free gifts are available. Price, all items HK dollars. Top shelf, Shenmue Potato Chips, Shenmue Caramel. Second shelf, Shenmue Chocolate. 5. Lucky Charm Plaza. Related event, Chase at the Abandoned House, P65. Lucky Charm Plaza is a building under construction in an area a little away from the main street. The exterior is almost complete, but the interior is just a pile of materials. Although entry is prohibited, it is not easily noticeable, and it seems some people do sneak inside. This page depicts a map of Beverly Hills Wharf, described as a slum street filled with ruins, a disturbing area that even locals rarely visit, where bad people gather and street fights occur. The map highlights 4 key locations. 1. Scrap Heap, also known as the Scrap Placement Area. This is related to the event Cool J's Request on page 62. It is described as a vacant lot where buses and cars are dumped. It serves as a hangout for the core members of the Heaven's Gang, and hip-hop music from Cool J's radio cassette player loudly echoes around the area. 2. Ren's Warehouse, also known as Ren's Storeroom. This location is tied to the event Ren's Surprise Attack on page 63. It's the warehouse where Ren, the leader of the Heavens, makes his base. The only light source inside is the headlights of a wrecked car. To enter, you need to pay a donation of $500. You can obtain Ren's map as an item here, which is detailed on page 216. Number 3. Woon's Boat, also known as Woon's Ship. This location is related to Woon's junk boat and Talking with Woon events on page 61. It's a small boat where Woon lives alone. It's situated a bit away from the barge and accessible by crossing other boats as a bridge. While searching for Ren, you can use it as a temporary place to sleep. You can obtain the Heaven's Zippo item here, as described on page 214. 4. Street Fight Area, which is marked on the map. This page depicts a map of Wan Chai, a central city in Hong Kong, showcasing its diverse appearances. The text at the top of the page reads, Wan Chai, a central city in Hong Kong, showing various expressions. If you think that modern buildings are lined up, old townscapes suddenly appear, and it is a town with various faces. That, Wan Chai. The intricately intertwined roads will often confuse travelers. The map highlights different streets and areas within Wan Chai, each labeled with Japanese text and a page number for further reference in the guide. These include 26, Saijian Street, Red South Street, P130 Tai Lao Street, P123 Fook Sen Street, Pak Sai Street, P137 Wing Wong Street, 139, Red Flower Pier. This page depicts a map of the Green Market Quarter in Wan Chai, described as the food center representing Wan Chai. The text explains that if you walk from Aberdeen and continue through the street, you'll find many food shops lining the street, and that the culture of 4,000 years of history is condensed in this town. The map is numbered, marking different shops in the Green Market Quarter area. Below the map is a list of numbered shops with their names, such as Shop 5, Guangdong Dishes Restaurant P127, and Shop 6, Ocean Fish Shop. Shop 12 is labeled as Kou Guan 27, Shop 19 is Rakuyo Tea House, Piop 23 is Haorai Tourist Agency P128, and Shop 24 is Vegetable Treasure Store P128. There is also a section detailing gamble information, with different gamble types labeled A, B, and C, along with descriptions such as above average, 2-ball success, and 1-shot prize on the spot. Each gamble type has betting amounts in Hong Kong dollars. For example, Gamble Type A above average has a bet range of $800 to $8,500. This page showcases various locations within the game, providing descriptions and related events for each place. Starting at number 5, we have the Cantonese Tea Room. This is described as a restaurant that visitors from Aberdeen will notice first. The owner is said to be stubborn and hard to please, sometimes turning away customers, but the dim sum made with original recipes is supposedly delicious. The related event is the reappearance of the Poison Brothers. Number 9 is the Tenko Tea Shop. It's described as a slightly cluttered tea shop, but memorable. Inside, tea canisters are lined up on one wall, and outside a signboard girl in a china dress is endlessly calling out to customers. The related event is a suspicious memo. Moving to number 12, we have the Kowloon Martial House. This is a kung fu dojo located on the road to Scarlet Hill. The description mentions that disciples train diligently in the courtyard every day. Joe, the master who guides them, is famous as a warm, knowledgeable, and virtuous martial artist. Related events include a mysterious visitor, Joe's wish, reconciling the master, events at the Kowloon Martial House Gate, and Joe's technique transmission. Number 15 is Japanese Soba Noodles. This shop is just feeling like being back in Japan. The owner apparently trained in Japan for about 3 years and cherishes the experience, so they are friendly towards Japanese people. Number 16 is Dianthus. This is a sushi restaurant that opened 2 years prior. It's trying to become popular with the people of Hong Kong by offering Chinese and Western-style sushi toppings. Number 17 is Oshu Soba Noodles, described as the rival shop to Japanese soba noodles. The person making the noodles is the owner's son, who actually prefers Chinese noodles, but is working hard to follow in his father's footsteps. Number 18 is Mount Fuji. This sushi restaurant is praised for its fresh ingredients, and as the name suggests, it is larger in scale than its rival restaurants. The owner is described as a cheerful man, but his skill is reliable. Number 19 is Rakuin Tea House. This is described as a prominent tea house in a distinguished building. However, it's always closed with the shutters down, making it impossible to enter. The signboard is also tilting, and Shenhua is said to be trying to fix it. The related event is fixing the signboard. Number 20 is Bunwu Liquor Store. This is a drinking establishment with an atmosphere that mixes Chinese and Japanese izakaya styles. The proprietress is often mistaken for Japanese, but she is actually a native Hong Konger. Finally, number 22 is Fairyland Fortune Telling. This is a fortune-telling shop lit with bewitching purple lights. It is mentioned that Eileen, Xiu Ying's younger sister, runs the fortune-telling business at the Workers' Pier Gate, which is her shop in Wanchai. Apparently, a single fortune-telling session costs $20 and will guide you on a definite path. This page depicts 2 points of interest and a map of the South Carmine Quarter area in Shenmue II. Point 23 introduces the Fukurai Tourist Agency. It is related to events at the Fukurai Tourist Agency itself, specifically Room 203, and mentions events such as Joy's Welcome and Suspicious Memo. The text describes that Dan, who is always listening to the radio and checking stock prices, is the landlord. It mentions that the inn was unusable due to renovation work, but Joy introduced it for use. Although the owner's customer service attitude is questionable, the rooms are always cleaned and the bedding is adequate. Also, if you open the window, you might catch a glimpse of a black cat. The item you can acquire here is the Saiying Street Pump, P217. Point 24 introduces the Sai Gen Pawn Shop. It is described as a pawnshop distinguished by its brown walls. They eagerly buy animal-related collectibles at high prices. The item you can acquire here is the Saiying Street Pump, P2117. The page includes a check section which states, "Check. Where is the secret area in Saiying Street?" In Saiying Street, there is a hidden area not shown on the P128 map, and you can enter it if you meet certain conditions. Here, you can get hints about the conditions. In Hong Kong, in addition to the locals, people from various countries gather, and some of them are involved in smuggling. In any case, try to actively talk to foreigners you meet. In particular, women will not take their eyes off you. If you read the scenario strategy pages carefully, you should understand. It mentions that you can obtain rare collection items there. Below this, a map of the South Carmine Quarter is shown. The text above the map describes it as a quiet street covered in dust. It says it used to be a street with parks and apartments, but now due to land reclamation, there are many vacant lots and few people. The map is marked with letters and numbers. The numbered locations are listed to the left of the map. 1. Virtue Dock Park, P189. 2. South Carmine Pawn Shop, P129. 3. Wulin Tea House. 4. Vacant Lot. 5. Guanglai Inn. 6. Mingjing Guest House. 7. Bunwu Real Estate, P129. The map also has a legend indicating symbols for information map, dropped item, vending machine, and map purchase stand. This page shows a map of an area and describes several locations within it. At the top of the page there is a section titled Gamble, which lists different types of gambling games available, along with their betting amounts and odds. For example, Game A, One Shot, has betting options of H$20 with odds of X6 and H$50 with odds of X2. Game B, One Shot Prize on the Spot, allows bets of H$5 for 2 units. There are various other games like 2-Ball Success, 1-Ball Success, and Perfect 3 Balls, each with different betting amounts and odds. The first location described is 1, Tokue Park. It mentions related events involving Old Man in the Park, P31, and Kenman's Tech Skill Transfer, P33, with Tamayume Effort, P34. The description explains that Tokue Park is reached by entering Konan Street from Sakuragaoka and continuing along the road. It's a park in a town full of pawn shops, a place where people can relax. It notes that fallen ginkgo nuts are also a symbolic feature of the town. Fire trees cover the park, and Kenman is performing Tai Chi under them. Next is 2, Konan Pawn Shop. It's described as one of the 2 pawn shops in Konan Street. The owner is said to be gentle, and the prices are reasonable. The owner is mentioned to have crossed over to the Philippines at the age of 15 to earn startup money and opened this shop 10 years ago. The item obtainable here is the Konan Pawn Shop Pump P2117. Location 3, Onda Apartments is next. Related events include Mrs. Onda of Onda Apartments, P32, Resident of Room 205, P32, Exchange with the Poor, P32, and Guidance to T-Bowl Alley, P51. The text states that according to an introduction from Chen Dadao, it is a 3-story apartment building used as Tao Li Shao's residence. Due to the poor quality of the land reclamation, there are few people around. However, the manager, Keika, is described as a resolute old woman who is proficient in Tai Chi and understands the martial virtue necessary for martial artists. 4. Vacant lot is described as a vacant lot spreading out in front of Onda Apartments, appearing to have been leveled after land reclamation. 2 shovels are placed there. Keika sometimes folds paper cranes in this lot and practices Tai Chi stances. Related events include Land Reclamation Retreat, P36, Keika's Tech Skill Transfer, P52, and Land Reclamation Reemergence, P52. Location 5. Korai Pawn Shop is presented as the complete opposite of Konan Pawn Shop in every aspect. The owner's attitude is bad, and the purchase prices are also poor. The obtainable item here is the Korai Pawn Shop Pump, P2117. 6. Meikyo Pharmacy is described as a pharmacy used by martial artists. The owner, who is not very skilled at compounding homemade herbal medicine, is said to be generous, so when searching for martial artists, he will likely cooperate. Finally, 7. Bunbu Real Estate is a real estate agency named after Bunbu. Due to the impact of land reclamation, business has become unprofitable, and the shutters are always down. This page depicts a map of the Wise Men's Quarter, labeled in Japanese as Tai-Ru Gai. The map is numbered from 1 to 48 and shows various locations within the area. Key points of interest are marked with icons such as gacha machines, vending machines, and map purchase stands. The page also features a section titled Check, which introduces Master Chen's elder brother. The text explains that if you proceed to the back of the 3rd floor of the Dayuan apartments, you will encounter a person in the sunlight who you might mistakenly call Master Chen. However, this person is actually Master Chen's elder brother, the manager of the Chinese restaurant Ajiku. He will offer hints in exchange for juice, just like his younger brother. It is mentioned that they look very alike, like identical siblings, and it is wondered if the elder brother knows about his younger brother's previous habit of slacking off. 2 images are shown of characters. One is labeled, Yokosuka Ken, my younger brother works there, and shows a man resembling Master Chen saying, my younger brother works there. The other image is labeled, because you are an acquaintance of his younger brother, he will respond politely. They really look alike. And shows Ryo Hazuki talking to a man very similar in appearance to Master Chen, confirming it is indeed his brother. Below the map, there is a description of the Wise Men's Quarter as a place that evokes Chinese history. It is described as a town located at the foot of Bunbuden, where many vendors of incense and antiques can be found, giving a sense of China being a land of Taoism and martial arts. On the left side, there is a section about gacha, with 3 options, A, B, and C. A is Vajrakron, which is the Oratorio Tangram set P26. B is Sega set P23. C is Sonic set P24. These are capsule toy sets available from gacha machines, with page numbers indicating where more details can be found in the book. This page shows a map of locations in the game, specifically detailing various shops and places of interest. Starting with location number 1, Bunbudo, it's described as an antique shop that stands out even in an area crowded with antique stores. They mainly handle Buddhist statues and portraits. The owner is said to be knowledgeable and approachable for consultations. Location number 5, Bunbudo Campo, is a small herbal medicine shop, but inside there are many kinds of Campo medicines. The owner is familiar with the geography and shops in the entire Wanchai area, so it's recommended to visit if you are in trouble. Next at number 6, King Indo, another antique shop. This one mainly deals in old coins. The owner took over the shop from his father over 30 years ago, and his appraisal skills are highly regarded. Location number 10 is Bunbudo Apartment, located on the main street in a good location within the shopping district. It's noted that it's locked and inaccessible, raising the question of whether anyone lives there. Number 11, Bunbudo China Shop. Compared to rival stores, this antique shop has a bright and airy atmosphere. Ceramics are neatly displayed. The owner seems to be too fond of antiques and is treated as a bit of an eccentric. Location 14, Shukodo, is described in relation to a memo event on page 51. It's a shop that handles various antiques. The owner is also well-versed in old books. Moving on to number 26, Bunbudo Restaurant. It is a popular restaurant in town. The food is quite good, attracting many customers at lunchtime. Kaoru Fangmei, who works at Bunbudo, is also mentioned as a fan of this restaurant. Related events are listed: Saving Children P53 and Secret of the Gourd P60. Number 28, Kokudo, is a shop with various sizes of inkstones displayed. The prized item is described as a beautiful inkstone with a sculpted crane in the center. Location 29, Suredo, is a specialty shop for Buddhist statues. Despite handling solemn items, the owner is described as having a sense of humor. Finally, number 32, Shofuku Pawn Shop, is a pawn shop that specializes in collections related to vehicles. The name of the shop was given with the hope that customers who come to the shop will surely become happy. An obtainable item is listed as the Shofuku Pawn Shop pamphlet, P217. This page shows several locations in the game. Number 34 is Old Man Pawn Shop. It is described as a pawn shop located in an area with many pawn shops. It has been in business for 30 years and the owner seems dissatisfied with his rivals in the area. The item you can get here is the Old Man Pawn Shop pamphlet, P217. Number 35 is Gold Flower Pawn Shop. This pawn shop buys collections other than Sega characters. The owner is polite and courteous and is considered the most reasonable among the surrounding pawn shops. The item you can get here is the Gold Flower Pawnshop Pamphlet, P. Number 36 is Center Pawnshop. This is the oldest pawnshop in Old Man Town, boasting a history of over 50 years. A quiet old woman here highly appraises and buys game-related collections. The item you can get here is the Center Pawnshop Pamphlet team. Number 37 is Bright Moon Pawnshop. This pawnshop only buys Sega-related collections and is the highest-priced buyer among the 5 pawnshops in this town. The owner is a big mahjong enthusiast. The item you can get here is the Bright Moon Pawnshop Pamphlet, P2117. Number 39 is Happiness Temple. It is a Buddhist altar shop in a striking red building. The inside of the shop is decorated with gold leaf and glittering ornaments, and sells bells and other items besides Buddhist statues. Number 40 is Heavenly Immortals Temple. This shop displays many Buddhist statues in its show window. The calm atmosphere of the shop seems to be well received. It is said to be on bad terms with the Happiness Temple next door. Number 41 is Old Man Martial Arts. This is a martial arts store that deals in a wide range of items from skill books to bladed weapons. The shopkeeper is knowledgeable about various martial arts styles and can explain skill books. Inside the store, several hanging scrolls of Baihuquan fighters are displayed. The product list for Old Man Martial Arts includes items like upper level first stage, Lean Huan legs for $300, lower dragon legs for HK $100, double storm palm for $100. Second level, tornado kick for HK swift step for $100. Number 45 is Old Man Pharmacy. This pharmacy sells both Western and Chinese medicines. They also seem to be involved in the procurement of herbs. Number 48 is Da Yuan Apartments. This is a 2-story apartment building where Xu Ying lives. It is also where Ryo ends up sleeping after visiting Wenwu and searching for Wude. Although it is located a little further from the main street of Old Man Town, the level of pain and discomfort is lower compared to other apartments in the city, and it is close to Red Lantern District and Fortune's Pier, so the conditions are said to be good. Related events at Da Yuan Apartments are to Xu Ying's room P37, Yuan's birthday P50, Yuan's mediation, Yuan's amulet 66, Yuan's farewell P99. This page depicts a map of the Lucky Charm Quarter in Wan Chai, Hong Kong, showcasing various shops and services available in the area. It's described as a shopping street that truly lives up to its name, offering everything from restaurants to tailors and electronics stores. Even the locals are captivated by the cheongsam dresses displayed in the tailor shops. The map is numbered, and a list to the right provides the names of the shops corresponding to each number, along with page numbers in the guidebook for more detail. These shops include various tailors, tea houses, and electronics stores. Below the map, there are descriptions and images of shops numbered 1 and 3. Shop number 1 is the Fukusin Tailor Shop, located at the entrance of Lucky Charm Quarter. They are known for their suits made using British tailoring techniques, which are highly praised. Shop number 2 is the Western Tailor Shop, a tailor specializing in menswear. It mentions that the owner has high pride, which may be why they don't have many customers. Shop number 3 is the Chinese Tailor Shop, a tailor shop dealing in cheongsam dresses. It's mentioned that their ancestors served the imperial court for generations. This page depicts several locations that Ryo can visit in Shenmue II. Number 4 is the Chi Guandi Tailor. This tailor shop specializes in making cheongsams. Their beautiful creations are popular with young women and are frequently requested by many customers. Number 5 is the Rili Barber Shop. The shop is dimly lit and the walls are grimy, giving it a rundown atmosphere. The owner is bald himself, so he concentrates intently on the customer's hair when cutting it. Number 6 is the Fukusin Barber Shop. This is a Western-style barber shop. The shop is spacious and can accommodate up to 3 customers. They are known for being able to cut the latest trendy hairstyles. Number 7 is the Zhang Barber Shop. Related event, Zhang's Test P35. This barber shop is located near the Sandori exit. The owner, Zhang, looks intimidating at first glance, but in reality he is well versed in martial arts and has a strong sense of chivalry. Number 8 is the Kiki Tailor. This tailor shop handles a wide range of clothing from cheongsams to suits. The neatly organized interior gives customers a good impression and sales are also up. Number 9 is the Hong Taiji Tailor. Related events: The Beggar's Wish P50, Gift for the Beggar. This tailor shop specializes in functional Japanese-made suits. The owner is skilled and even makes accessories himself, making him popular with women. Number 10 is the Ichiryu Tailor. This tailor shop is owned by Ding Jieyu, whom Ryo met on a ship bound for Hong Kong. As the name suggests, the quality of the products is high. Xiao Mei, the flower-arranging girl who mourns Xu Ying, is also here. Number 11 is the Laiguan Fortune Teller. This is the fortune teller's booth of a mysterious old woman. She looks at the other person's face and tells them their lucky number for the day. Let's try challenging the games related to the numbers. Number 13 is the Xianqi Tea House. Related event: Mysterious Memo P53. This is a popular tea house bustling with many customers. The owner, who has been trained by his father since childhood, is highly skilled, and many customers come all the way from other towns. Number 15 is the Hong Kong Tea House. This is a small tea house. The young female waitress seems to be dreaming of owning her own shop with her future husband and is working hard. Number 17 is the Dojiang Restaurant. Related events: Secret Meeting at Dojiang P54. Information about Zhang. This restaurant is run by a husband and wife. The owner used to be a chef in charge of meals for Zhu Yuanda and his people. This page showcases several shops located in Wanchai. 18 Kinchalu. This tea shop is run by a 26-year-old young proprietress and is popular with the ladies. Her gentle personality and diligent work ethic impress people and draw them to her shop. 19 Fukian Tea House. This tea house is the location for a related event called Poison Brothers Reappear, which takes place on page 52 of this guide. You can enjoy light meals here. Takeout items are popular, and the enthusiastic staff are a big draw, making it a thriving establishment. 20 Manmo General Store. This is the only confectionery store in the Fukusho area, and it also serves as a playground for local children. The 2 gashapon machines placed in front of the store seem to be quite popular. 21 Manmo Bistro. This bistro is run by a surly owner who serves generous portions. He sources ingredients cheaply and offers them at higher prices than other stores, resulting in very poor customer reviews. 23 Manmo Electrical Goods. This spacious electrical appliance store neatly displays audio products, home appliances, and cooling heating appliances in separate sections, making it easy to browse. 25 Latest Electronics. This is a junk shop selling computer parts and cables for PCs. Located in a dingy corner of a building's first floor, it has a rather suspicious atmosphere. 26 Wanchai Electronics. This is an old-fashioned electronics store that has been in Wanchai for 3 generations. The owner is bored with selling only Japanese products and is considering selling Hong Kong products somehow. 27 Fukusen Electronics. This electronics store displays a large quantity of products, even outside the shop front. They carry many home appliances, and the most eye-catching item is a set-component stereo system placed in the center of the store. 28 Hua Wong Electronics. This electronics store boasts the #1 selection in the Electric Town area. As a result, customer reviews are higher than other stores, and it is said that the owner's friendly demeanor is a contributing factor to its popularity. Finally, at the bottom right, there is a section titled Map Wanchai, indicating this page is part of a map section focused on the Wanchai area. This page depicts a map of the White Dynasty Quarter in Hong Kong, described as a downtown area where food stalls line the eaves, creating a lively atmosphere. However, away from the main street, it becomes a quiet and serene landscape. The map includes several numbered locations. 1. Food Stall Street. This area is described as a large street corner lined with various food stalls, from large to small. It's mentioned that there are 800 stalls selling food, old books, and trinkets. In the center, there is a large restaurant that is said to be crowded with customers day and night. 2. Liverpool. This is a Western-style bar with darts installed in its relaxed interior. The name Liverpool is taken from the hometown of a lover who went missing. The mama-son of the bar is said to be waiting for his return while serving customers. 3. London. This bar is run by a former popular singer, Mama-san, and opened 3 years prior. It's mentioned that she still occasionally grabs the microphone and sings. The bar is said to be quite lively, especially with customers who come to see her. 4. White Dynasty Pawn Shop. This pawn shop is noted for offering relatively high prices for collections. The owner is described as prioritizing the shop's prosperity and hopes to eat as many sweets as they like. The White Dynasty Pawn Shop pamphlet P217 is mentioned as an obtainable item here. The map also has a legend indicating icons for dice, darts, vending machines, and map purchase stands. There's also information about gambling, with A-level gambling having bets from HK $50 and B-level gambling with bets from H $100. Arrows on the map point towards different streets: Saizhen Street, Temple Street, Hongnan Street, Fukusei Street, and Wingwang Street. This page depicts a map of Golden Quarter, a vibrant and bustling street lined with fashionable shops that evoke a modern yet somewhat Hong Kong-like atmosphere. The main street features jewelers and department stores, among other stylish establishments. The map key indicates the symbols for information boards, darts, gacha machines, vending machines, jukeboxes, and map purchase points. There are jukeboxes in various locations: Jukebox A, Slot House W, Jukebox B, Moon Cafe, and Jukebox C, Matsu Electronics Game Center. Each play costs 5 Hong Kong dollars. Jukebox A includes songs like Strong, Destiny, and Harbor Bar. Jukebox B features songs like Nana, Glyphada, and ADA. Jukebox C offers tunes like Magical Sound Shower, Hang On Main Theme, and Space Harrier Main Theme. There are also gacha machines with sets like Car Set, page 229, Sonic Set, page 224, Virtua Fighter 2 Set, page 222, and Sega Set, page 223. The text descriptions for locations 1-3 are as follows. 1. Eiku Jewelry, P137. A jewelry store where female staff greet customers. They are very businesslike and will explain the products even if you just browse. 2. Koka Jewelry, P137. A prestigious jewelry store. The owner is known for his arrogant attitude when dealing with customers. It is said that the negative reputation is due to his arrogant demeanor, and it is not thriving. 3. Seiryu Jewelry, P137. If the customer is not a good match, they will immediately turn them away. It's that kind of jewelry store. The poor reputation is on par with the store next door. The numbered locations on the map are Waiku Jewelry, P27, 2. Koka Jewelry, 3. Seiryu Jewelry, 4. Slothouse W, 5. Takeya Bookstore, P138. SSIC, 7. Aiku Department Store, 8. Tomato Convenience Store, 9. Pop Popsicles, 10. Moon Cafe, 11. Matsu Electronics Game Center. The text above the map states Golden Quarter, a bustling street lined with glamorous shops. While showcasing modern decor, the street also exudes a Hong Kong-like atmosphere. Representing Wan Chai, the main street is lined with fashionable shops such as jewelers and department stores. This page showcases various locations in the game, presenting descriptions and images of each place. Starting with Slothouse W, it's described as a slot machine establishment with a total of 22 machines. A notable feature is that some machines allow bets of up to 20 bet. The accompanying image depicts the interior of the slot house. Next is Takebun Bookstore, a bookstore that stocks rare and unusual books not found in other stores. The description mentions that the number of customers is visibly decreasing, reportedly due to a gloomy part-time employee. The image shows the exterior of the bookstore. Following is SIC, a bar known for its exquisite blended cocktails. It also features a darts setup, and you can see people waiting to challenge others in a game of darts. The image provides a glimpse inside the bar. Then we have Eiku Department Store, situated in the central part of Eiku District as a shopping mall. The description mentions that street performances, including fire breathers and acrobats, are held in the mall's hall. It also notes that the business hours extend until 8 p.m. The image shows a street performance taking place inside the department store. Next is Tomato Convenience Store, described as a convenience store also found in Dobuita, Yokosuka. The text introduces Izumi Takano, a long-term student from Hong Kong who works there. He is knowledgeable about interesting games and is known to invite customers to play them. The items available for purchase are listed as Shenmue Potato Chips, Shenmue Caramel, and Shenmue Chocolate, all priced at HK $. The image is of the Tomato Convenience Store exterior. Pop Ice is up next, a popular ice cream parlor especially among young women. They offer a total of 9 types of ice cream, and drinks are available in sizes ranging from S to L. Akari Kume, the multilingual store clerk, is also mentioned. The image shows the inside of the Pop Ice shop. Then there is Moon Cafe, a British-style tea room. It's described as spacious inside but with a limited number of tables, creating a relaxed atmosphere. A jukebox is also available, adding to the mature ambiance. The image shows the exterior of the Moon Cafe. Finally, we have Matsu Electronics Game Center, a popular game center among young people, even frequented by Joy. The first floor features games like Space Harrier, Outrun, and QTE titles. The second floor is dedicated to slot machines with 1 to 10 bet limits. It's also hinted that a third floor exists, but accessing it requires specific conditions, and it is related to the unexpected opponent event mentioned on page 48 of the guide. The image shows the exterior and interior arcade game machines of the Matsu Electronics Game Center. This page introduces Scarlet Hills, one of Hong Kong's 3 great temples, located on a scenic high ground accessible via a long staircase. It is home to the Manmo Temple, where gods of learning and martial arts are enshrined, and due to its historical significance, it is a popular destination. The page highlights 3 key locations within Scarlet Hills. 1. Manmo Temple. This section lists related events within the temple area, including conversations within the grounds, cleaning inside the shrine, help from Master Tao, the identity of the Old Master, cooperating with the Old Master, drying books in the sun, Xu Ying's encouragement, receiving snacks from Yingchen, Yingchen's help, picking up fallen leaves, Yingchen's persuasion, contents of the martial arts book, picking up duck feathers, leaving Xu Ying's origin, photographing memories with Yingchen, Xu Ying's martial arts instruction, and Xu Ying's performance. The text describes Manmo Temple as a symbolic and venerable shrine in Scarlet Hills, similar to temples in Japan. It enshrines gods of learning and martial arts. Behind the shrine is a library, which seems to house many historically valuable martial arts books. When Rio visits, it is during a major cleaning, and disciples are handling tasks such as sweeping inside the shrine and drying books. General visitors are allowed until 7 p.m., after which the gates are closed, so visitors should be mindful of the time. 2. Sai Tin Temple. This section describes Sai Tin Temple as a Taoist tool shop located directly in front of Manmo Temple. Although the shop is small, it sells incense and spirit money necessary for temple visits, catering to visitors. It mentions that the shop handles sacred items but is also involved in worldly matters, as the shopkeeper is knowledgeable about the women of Wan Chai and is rumored to be someone with connections to the underworld. 3. Guan Yu Fortune Telling. This section introduces a popular and highly rated fortune-telling stall. It mentions that the fortune teller, an older woman, is well known, and people wait in line to have their fortunes told. She proclaims herself as 100% accurate, and her hit rate is considerably high. The text suggests that if you are lost on your path, it might be a good idea to get your fortune told here. This page depicts a map of Kowloon Walled City, a location from the game. The text at the top reads, Kowloon Walled City, a symbol of the Hong Kong underworld, exuding a strange atmosphere. Once you step inside, it is said to be so dangerous that there is no guarantee that you will be able to return safely. Many shops line the streets, and on the surface it appears to be a shopping district, but behind the scenes, vicious organizations are secretly operating. The map itself shows different districts within Kowloon Walled City, including Dragon Quarter, P141, White Quarter, P142, Point Street, P146, Rooftop Street, P149, Huangtian Building, P153, and Big Ox Building, P157. These areas are marked with different colors and outlines, indicating their layout and relative positions within the city. This page depicts Dragon Street in Kowloon, which is described as a bustling shopping street at the foot of Kowloon Castle, filled with shops selling everyday items like food, medicine, and fabrics. It's mentioned as the only street leading to Kowloon Castle, crowded with people coming and going. The page shows a map of Dragon Street with numbered locations and a key explaining the map symbols for dice, gacha, drop balls, and map purchase stands. There are descriptions of gambling games available, such as Dai Xiao, big or small, with bets from HKen to HK $100, Kacho Fugetsu, Beauties of Nature, with bets from $5 to $20 and HK $10 to $50. Witty Atari with bets from HK $10 to HK 100 and Ipatsu Prize Guaranteed, and Ipatsu Challenge Stand 13 with bets of HK 5 times 3 stands. Another gambling game is Ikkyu Seiko Double Payout Game, requiring asking for odds and bets of H $20 with odds times 2 or times 3. There is also information about a stall, marked as Stall A, where everything is priced at $50. The items available on different shelves are listed as Forbidden Smokes P231 by 4, Wings P234, Hearts P231 by 2 it's 2, and Amethysts P231. 2 Gacha items are highlighted, Sonic Set P24 and Virtua Fighter Kids Set P220. Location number 7 is Ren's Hideout. It is described as Ren's hidden home in Kowloon, built underground in an abandoned house to avoid being noticed by the opposing Heavens Gang. Cool Z is mentioned as being on the lookout there. Related events are listed as Ren's Hideout, P72, Meeting at the Hideout, P74, Cassette Tape, P75, Meeting at the Hideout, P80, Negotiations at the Hideout, P88, and Secret Hidden in the Phoenix Mirror, P99. Location number 12 is the Fortune Teller. It is described as a fortune-telling shop run by a crystal ball diviner named Suzume. It's mentioned that her crystal ball clearly shows important people to the person she divines for, and what will be important from now on. Location number 13 is the Observatory. It is described as a spot where you can get a panoramic view of Kowloon. It is also a playground for local children. Related events are Presented Conditions P86 and Scoutman's Memo P88. The acquired item listed for this location is Rod Greg Shunyan's photo P215. This page depicts a map of Thousand White Quarter in Kowloon, an area described as a large street that serves as the entrance to Kowloon. It's mentioned that street fights occur in various facility ruins within this area. At the top of the page in a checkbox there is text that translates to, "Check! Get scrolls by successfully dropping balls." The ball-dropping game on the high platform at the end of the road before the Kowloon Castle Gate is the challenge type, played in order from the left. The prizes for the first and second machines are collection items, but on the third machine, you can get 2 scrolls. First success gets Skill Book of Crouching Step, second success gets Skill Book of White Willow. Of course, the difficulty level is extremely high, and it's almost entirely luck. Even so, this is something you'll want to get your hands on by any means possible. Next to this text is a screenshot with additional text that translates to, "Scrolls are on top of the pillars. It's almost impossible to hit them. Aim." Below the map there are details for Gacha, Jukebox, and Gamble. For Gacha there are 4 options labeled A to D, each being a different set. A. Hika 27, B. Sega Set P3, C. Barkalon Oratorio Tangram Set P26, D. AM2 Research Set P25. For the Jukebox, there are 2 options labeled A and B, each costing $1 Hong Kong for 1 play. A and Pilu branch includes songs like Heart Made of Iron, Girl in the Wind, and Flower Girl Arrange. B. White Crane Store includes songs like Nana, Glyphada, Linda, and MJQ. Finally, for Gamble, there are 5 options labeled A to E, which seem to be different types of gambling games with varying bet amounts and prizes. These include one-shot prize guaranteed and perfect 4 balls, with different betting amounts in Hong Kong dollars and odds. There are also big small games with different betting ranges. This page depicts a map of the Kowloon City area, specifically focusing on 2 buildings, the Ankin Building and the Hakusen Building. The Ankin Building is described as the smallest 3-story building in Kowloon City, with only 4 rooms in total. The first and second floors contain shops, while the third floor and roof are inaccessible due to a locked door. The first floor houses 2 pawn shops, the Kowloon Pawn Shop and the Ankin Pawn Shop. The Ankin Pawn Shop is run by an elderly owner with nearly 40 years of experience. He is a reliable appraiser and known to buy jewels at high prices. The get item here is the Ankin Pawn Shop Pump, P217. The Kowloon Pawn Shop is a newer establishment, only being open for a year. It is run by a charming female owner and seems to be popular with regular customers. The get item here is the Kowloon Pawn Shop Pump, P217. The second floor is home to the Ankin Pharmacy, which sells a wide variety of Chinese medicines. The owner, Yang, provides information about the Heavens Gang. If you complete an event with Yang, you will be able to enter inside. The Hakusen building is described as a large and complex building with various types of shops, including martial arts and antique stores, as well as warehouses, a dojo, and roads. There is an underground passage that leads to the Heavens building. The elevator in the Hakusen building stops at basement level 1 and floors 1, 3, 6, 9, and 12. Stairs are available from the 1st to 12th floor and basement levels 1 and 2. On the first floor, you can find shops such as Tiger's Eye Military Surplus, Furious Blade Knives, and Thunder Knives. Furious Blade Knives is a knife shop that specializes in unique items, catering to collectors. Thunder Knives deals in first-class knives. The owner is described as strong-willed and cold to customers who are not regulars. Tiger's Eye Military Surplus is run by a former military man and sells valuable goods. It is mentioned to be related to the Heavens Gang, and you can purchase technique books here. Some of the items available include the Rapid Punch Pivot Punch Crunch Technique, Swallow Flip Technique H250, and Big Wheel Technique. On the 6th floor, shops include Zhao Tailor, Guildhall, Treasure Palace, Supreme Chinese Dress, Tiger Swallow Martial Arts, and Hakusen Warehouse. Floors 3 and 4 are occupied by the Hakusen Building Dojo. This page depicts a map of a section of the Kowloon Walled City in Shenmue II, specifically focusing on the areas around the 3 Unclear Tower. Several locations are highlighted and described, giving details about the shops and buildings within this area. Starting from the top left, we see Muso Martial Arts. This martial arts shop is known for offering a 30% discount on all weapons, according to the text. The owner is described as having an arrogant personality and openly disparages the Zuki-style martial arts to customers. The shop stocks Superior Flashing Piercer Technique, priced at $50, P16, Horse Leg Sweep Technique, also priced at $50, P216, Slant Body Blow Technique, priced at HK15, and Diagonal Chop Thrust Technique, priced at $100. Next is Komon Martial Hall. This is a dojo that occupies 3 rooms on the 6th floor. It is a Kempo dojo, but only accepts a limited number of students. Many people are unaware of its existence. Moving down, we have Chindo, a pawn shop that displays paintings, calligraphy, and books. The owner is described as having a keen eye for appraisal, and is so kind that he will even direct customers who like antiques to other shops. Beside it is Kaido, another pawn shop that displays large vases at the storefront. It used to sell new vases and similar items, but unsold stock turned into antiques, and that's how it became the shop it is today. On the right side, starting from the top, there is Hakusen Warehouse. This warehouse offers part-time work in logistics. It is said that men are drawn to work here because of the attractive female supervisor. Below it is Hakusen Monastery. Despite its solemn and dignified atmosphere, it's described as an unexpectedly ordinary monastery, with only one sister in residence. The 4th floor has a terrace. Next is Shoe Clothing, a clothing store catering to a wide age range. Customers are warned that touching the merchandise carelessly will anger the owner and may result in being banned from the store. Beside it is Psycho Clothing. This clothing store offers a range of apparel from reasonable to high-class items. The owner also sells original designs, but sales are reportedly slow. Finally, on the bottom right is 5 Stars Corp. This company used to be an important player in the Hong Kong economic world and was located in a prestigious position. It is now the office of the managers, Zhu Yuanda, and others. Inside, they keep a collection of what are believed to be smuggled antiques. Incidentally, Aberdeen also has an office, but the main office here is currently closed. In the middle of the page, under the heading 3 Unclear Tower, it mentions related events. Unclear Tower 1 Bridge, P78. In front of 5 Stars Corp, P78. Searching for Office. Trap of Buddha Statue, P79. Confrontation with Zhu Yuanda. And Battle with Du Niu and others, 79. The description of the building says the floor is scattered with tiles and the floorboards are largely missing, giving an overall damaged and desolate impression. It's mentioned that the building feels lifeless with few people around. There are 2 staircases, but certain floors are locked off, requiring crossing a bridge to access other floors. Below this section is a map showing the elevator stopping at floors 1 to 3F, and stairs accessing floors 1 to 4F, 5 to 8F, and 9 to 10F. There are one bridge crossing QTE points at floors 4, 7, and 8F, and another one bridge crossing QTE at floor 10F, leading towards Taihei Building. Stairs also access floors 2 to 7F and 8 to 10F, leading to Baihei Building. Floor 10F is labeled as 5 Stars Corp. The section titled Acquired Items lists items that can be obtained in this area. Zhu Yuanda's Stick, P2114, Azure Dragon Stick, Black Tortoise Stick, P2114, White Tiger Stick, Fish Stick, P214, Monkey Stick, P211, Bird Stick, Goat's Teen, Goat Stick, and Diag, Ram of Four Gods Beast. This page depicts a map of Kowloon, showcasing various locations within the city in the game Shenmue II. Location number 4 is Dai Kuros, or Big Black Building, described as a small building wedged between the Unfathomable Building and the Mysterious Building. It mentions there is no entrance, so you must enter from either the Unfathomable Building or the Mysterious Building. Floors 2 and above are all floored out, and the only floors that can be traversed between the two buildings are the 1st and 5th floors, connected by a single bridge. Besides the 10th floor's Gacha Gacha, there is nothing else. Location number 5 is Former Army Barracks, and the related event is Appeal to Scoutman P86. It explains that this place used to be the barracks for soldiers stationed in Kowloon. Currently, there is no trace of that, and it has transformed into a street fighting venue. The opponent is the Mongolian wrestler, Hayakawa's 3 disciples. Location number 6 is Factory Ruins, and the related event is Appeal to Scoutman, P86. It describes the place as factory ruins with only debris and building skeletons remaining. In the central makeshift stage, enthusiastic fans gather and street fights are held day and night. The opponent is Iron San Zhang's disciples. Location number 8 is White Day Terrace, and the related event is Information Gathering with T-Sets P80. It is described as a food stall that visitors to Kowloon Castle see first. It is popular for its affordable set meals aimed at young people, and you can gather information here by having tea. Location number 9 is Street Fight Arena, and the related event is Appeal to Scoutman P86. It is explained that this street fight arena is set up in a square overlooking the White Day Terrace and the Unfathomable Building. Lightweight fighters and Zhou Enjiang will be your opponents. Location number 10 is Construction Base, and the related event is Appeal to Scoutman P86. It describes the location as a ruined construction site with fallen stones and crumbling foundations. Ironhead Wang's disciples await you as opponents on the battle stage. Location number 11 is Anna, and the related event is Information Gathering with T-Sets P80. It is described as an open cafe built in the courtyard of the Unfathomable Building. In contrast to the building, it has a bright and airy atmosphere and is popular with young women. Joy, who has come to Kowloon in pursuit of cool, can be met here. This page depicts a map of the Dim Sum Quarter in Kowloon. The text explains that the Dim Sum Quarter is a bustling street with many shops, including dim sum restaurants and various specialty stores. It mentions that the area is lively and popular with visitors, even featuring a pinball museum. The page details gambling games available in this area. Under the heading Gamble, it lists different gambling options denoted by letters A, C, and D. Option A, One Ball Success Sudden Death, offers different betting amounts and odds for request. Option C, Sum Total, has betting options and odds. Option D, Perfect 3 Balls Double Waza, also has betting and odds details. A separate gambling section labeled B One Shot Pinball Museum details games related to pin lists 1 Ball Success, 2 Ball Success, Perfect 3 Balls, and Perfect 4 Balls with their respective betting amounts and odds. There's also a Sum Total and 1 Ball Success Sudden Death, 2 Ball Success Sudden Death, 1 Ball Success Central Hole, 2 Ball Success Central Hole, and Perfect 3 Balls Central Hole options with their associated bets and odds. The page also highlights jukeboxes in the area, with 2 listed. Jukebox A, Thunderclap Inn, features songs like Theme Fusion Ver, Loop 6 Funny, Don't Call Me, Authorization 737, Lunch with Waltz, Cool Gambler, Theme, Arrangeo, C, Remixy, and Flower Girl, Arrange. Jukebox B, Slothouse K, includes songs such as Magical Sound Shower, Hang On Main Theme, Space Harrier Main Theme, Afterburner, Antiquity Tree, Flower Girl, Dandy Old Man, Liquor, Boz Nov, and MJQ. The numbered locations on the map are 1. Dim Sum Restaurant, 2. Tea Restaurant, 3. Three Birds Building, 4. Vermilion Sparrow Building, 5. Thunderclap Inn, 6. Dragon Spring Rooftop. This page depicts a map of the Kowloon Walled City area in Shenmue II, focusing on two main buildings, Dim Sum Building and Tea Parlor Building. The Dim Sum Building is described as a building containing a dim sum restaurant and a slot house. It notes that the roof floor has holes and you cannot pass through the fourth floor. The dim sum restaurant named Kuryu Dim Sum on the first floor and Shunshuku Dim Sum on the sixth floor is described as having a chef who deeply loves cooking, while the owners of the two restaurants on the sixth floor are said to have the worst personalities, telling new customers, "Go home." However, beautiful waitresses are employed to keep customers coming back. The Slot House K is mentioned as a slot parlor catering to slot machine enthusiasts with 1, 5, 10, and 20 bet machines available. It is part of the same chain as Slot House W in Wanchai and Wise Men's Quarter, allowing for shared coins. The Tea Parlor Building is described as the most popular building in Kowloon, filled with tea houses with flashy signboards. It is mentioned that the owner of a rival building watches this building with envious eyes. It contains over 10 tea houses on the first and sixth floors. The text mentions that there are over 10 tea houses on the first and sixth floors, and some prioritize pure taste while others focus on attracting customers with waitresses, making it hard for customers to choose. The buildings listed on the map are Dim Sum Building first floor, Kuryu. Dim Sum sixth floor, Shunshuku Dim Sum, first floor, Slot House. K sixth floor, People's Public Dim Sum Tea Parlor. Building first floor, 10,000 Comes Tavern, 10,000 Comes Sake Shop, 6th floor, Fukutoku Tea Parlor. First floor, Yuko Restaurant, 6th floor, Fukutoku Tea Parlor. Tea Parlor first floor, Supreme Tea Parlor. 6th floor, Budenhara Dragon Mind Tea Parlor. 6th floor, Virtue and Fortune Tea Parlor. 9th floor, Yellow Room Tea Parlor. First floor, Supreme Goods Tea Parlor. 5th floor, Surveillance Room. 6th floor, Healthy Beauty Tea Parlor. First floor, Dragon Tea Parlor. 6th floor, Arai Pavilion. First floor, Almond Tea Parlor. 6th floor, Medicinal Herb Tea Parlor. This page depicts a map of Kowloon Walled City, specifically focusing on the bird shops area. The page is divided into sections detailing different locations and buildings within Kowloon. Starting from the top left, the first section is the confinement room. It explains that during the exploration of the Dragon Quarter Hotel, Ryo and Ren are captured by Do-Nyu and confined to this room. It mentions that after the event is over, you cannot enter this room. Next is the Yellow Room. This is described as the information broker Yellow's residence. It mentions that to find information on Uwanda, Ryo will need to obtain a cassette tape here. Below that is the Three Birds Building. This section lists related events. Find the Exit, P73, One Night on the Roof, P74, Yuan's Knife, P4, From Building to Building, Wait at the Nine Birds Pavilion, P76, and Yuan's Tale, P76. It describes the building as a place where various kinds of bird sounds echo throughout the floors. A shop assistant mentions that they dislike seeing birds outside of the shops. Previously, all the bird shops were on the 9th floor, but they have all moved to the rooftop. The shop locations within the Three Birds Building are listed as follows: 1F, number 1 bird, 6F, number 2 bird, RF, number 3 bird, 1F Old Bird, 6F Songbird, Rare Bird, 1F Red Bird, 6 Small Bird, Black Bird, 1F Gold Bird, Big Bird, Crying Bird, 1F 9 Dragon Bird, Beautiful Bird, Colorful Bird, Love Bird, Heart Harmony Hall, 9 Birds Pavilion, 6F Seafood Restaurant, Gourmet Restaurant, 1F Heavenly Bird, Saint Bird, Peaceful Bird, Field Bird, Sparrow Bird, South Bird, Flower Bird, Spring Bird. Moving to the bottom left is the bird shops section. It explains that the first, sixth, and rooftop floors are collectively called Bird Shop Street and are lined with many bird shops. It notes that it would be unusual if you couldn't find a shop that sells your desired type of bird, as there is a large demand for birds in Hong Kong. However, it cautions that not all shopkeepers are necessarily bird lovers. To the right of that is the Nine Birds Pavilion. This is described as the only official bird shop in Bird Shop Street, handling official birds. It mentions that Yuan, a customer, is causing trouble with unreasonable demands, making the staff feel troubled and prompting them to bow their heads in apology. Next to that is the Heart Harmony Hall. This shop is located on the 6th floor among the bird shops and is a bone-setting clinic. Compared to bird shops, the interior is luxurious, with pillars, carvings, mirrors, and other decorations, making the selection of goods richer than a typical bird shop. Finally, on the bottom right is the dining hall. Located away from the bird shop street on the 6th floor, it houses 3 establishments: gourmet restaurant, seafood restaurant, and Heart Sincerity restaurant. It notes that the location's poor conditions might be the reason for the low customer traffic. Furthermore, it suggests that the owners might be running the businesses as a hobby or are incompetent, making it an unavoidable situation. This page depicts a map of the Stand Quarter in Kowloon, an area bustling with various food stalls. It mentions that there are many different kinds of stalls set up in the Fountain Plaza, selling food, toys, books, clothes, and more, making it the most lively area in Kowloon City. Location number 4 is the Suzaku Tower, which is described as a small building accessible from the 1st floor of the tea ceremony building. It costs $500 to enter, and on the 1st floor plaza, a body of the Afterburner 2 arcade machine is enshrined. The text for Suzaku Tower is translated as follows: For Suzaku Tower related event, Suzaku Tower's opponent, P87. It's a small building that can be entered from the 1st floor of the tea house. A doorman is standing at the entrance, and it costs $500 to enter. In the plaza on the 1st floor, the body of Afterburner Burner 2 is enshrined on a pedestal. Fighting Arena Rod Stunt, one of the scouts of Huangtian Mansion, is waiting in the designated fighting arena. To get to this underground 4th floor, go up to the 4th floor by stairs and then take the elevator to the 1st basement floor. From there, use the stairs again to reach the underground floors. Location number 6 is the Ryusen Stand, which is described as an information gathering point in the tea ceremony building. It is a quietly open stall outside the Dotonbori building. The owner used to run a stall in Wanchai, but moved due to gambling debts. It's mentioned that it's close to the Lucky Hit Museum, and perhaps the owner's gambling habits haven't improved. It is possible to play Chowan Sign here. The text for Ryusen Stand is translated as follows: 6 Ryusen Stand. Related event: information gathering at the tea house, P80. An information stand quietly opened outside the Dotonbori building. The owner used to run a stall in Wanchai, but due to gambling debts, he ended up here. It's close to the Lucky Hit Museum, but perhaps his gambling habits haven't been straightened out. You can play Chowan Sign here. Finally, the page has a legend of icons shown on the map, including icons for Lucky Hit stands, capsule toy machines, vending machines, and map purchasing stands. This page depicts a map of Kowloon, specifically Kowloon Castle Walled City, and highlights different locations within it. The locations listed are 1. Zhuantian Building, P150, 2. Golden Flower Building, 3. 100 Children Building, P151, 4. Dragon Joy Building, P1152, 5. Stargazing Platform, Political Courtyard, 7. Azure Dragon Courtyard, 8. Fighting Ground, Arm Wrestling Area. For Xuanding, related event, opponent in Xuantian Building, P88. The standing area is mostly occupied by a no-entry area closed off with gold netting. There is nothing in the fighting arena other than that, so if you can prepare a $2,000, aim for the 12th floor. For Golden Flower Building, related events, Yuan's Tale, P76, Breakthrough into the Room, Inside the Closet, P77. The Golden Flower Building is a small building connected to the adjacent Xuantian Building and 100 Children Building. It has 13 floors, but there are no elevators, and you have to walk through the floors. Compared to other buildings, there are many residents, but there is almost no need to visit except for events heading to Yuan's room. Also, there are a total of 5 vending machines installed on floors 1 to 13, but there is nothing particularly newsworthy. For Yuan's room on the 4th floor, Yuan's room has a stained glass door with dim lighting even from the outside. It is a room unlike any other. Inside, it is decorated with bookshelves, sofas, and clocks. Of course, Ju, the Kowloon bird, is also together with Yuan. During events, the door is unlocked so you can enter. The page also shows information on gambling and gacha gacha. For gambling, there are 3 types listed. A. One-shot center hole. Seek peep H $50 x6. Bet $20 at H $20 x2 x2. B paid H Tabon x 500. H 10 at x 12 3. C one-shot prize hit. D 8 5 stands. For gacha gacha, there are 5 sets available. A2 Virtua Fighter 2 set. B Virtua Fighter set P219. C Porting 8. D Car set P29. E Sonic set P24. The map illustrations show simplified floor plans for Xuantian Building and Yuan's room, indicating connections to other buildings and the layout of stairs and elevators within Xuantian Building. The text next to the Xuantian Building section mentions that the elevator stops at floors 3, 5, 7, 11, and 13. Floor 9F is labeled as Fighting Arena with a stop icon. This page depicts the 100 Children Building, which is described as a large building in Kowloon Walled City that houses a variety of businesses, including electronics stores, dentists, fruit shops, and drinking establishments. It is noted that although many rooms appear to be occupied, the inhabitants are generally unresponsive and won't engage in conversation. The page mentions related events on page 76. Advice from the Erhu player, Deal with Children, and Yuan's Tale. The building is organized with stairs and elevators serving different floor ranges. Stairs, accessible from floors 1 to 13. 1F Daikichi Electronics, Qing Dynasty Fruit. 1F Safety Electronics, Amanatsu Fruit. 1F Bunmei Electronics. 5F Shell Room. 6F Pure Water Fruit Elevator 1. Stops at floors 1 to 10. 1F Ichihatsu Electric, 6F Kanemaru Dentist, 1F Momoko Electric, Tenma Dentist, Kururyu Electric, 6F Nana Dentist, Kokoryu Electric, 6F Momoko Dentist. Elevator 2 stops at floors 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 1F Zero Electrics, Kururyu Dentist, Suiko Wine Shop, 6F Suisun Wine Shop. 8F 100 Children Orphanage. Elevator 3 stops at floors 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Momoko Wine Shop, Sakura Wine Shop. The page then provides descriptions of specific types of businesses within the building. Drinking establishments. These establishments, similar to snack bars or tea houses, are described as unavoidable drinking spots with about 40 locations. It's mentioned they aggressively try to attract young female customers and are all desperate for business. Fruit stores. Located directly in front of the dentists are 3 fruit stores. The staff are described as indifferent, and it seems that Amanatsu fruit is the only product selling well among the 2 stores. Shell Room. This room, where Yuan from Dragon Street hangs out, is described as a place with an extensive intelligence network. It's a place to come for help and information related to Yuan and the Zhu Yuan Da. Access is restricted outside of event times. Electronic stores. The electronic stores are said to be lined with all sorts of electrical appliances, creating an electric town atmosphere. They specialize in televisions, air conditioners, and refrigerators. Despite the variety, they differentiate themselves by handling specific product lines. It is noted that there are many similar-looking stores, making it difficult to increase sales. Therefore, some stores try to stand out by using names like Daikichi, Great Luck, or Safety. Dentists. On the 6th floor, there are 5 dentists gathered in one corner. It's considered unusual to have so many dentists in one place, even in a commercial building. While the interiors are mostly the same, each dentist has unique characteristics. Some are clumsy, some are nonchalant about customer service, and some act as agents for managers, all with their own quirks. 100 Children Orphanage. This orphanage houses 6 children aged 7 and 8. Compared to the number of children, the room is large, and in the back, surprisingly, there are exciting Key 2 and Key Title arcade game machines. This page depicts Dragon Heights, a building in Kowloon, which houses fortune tellers on the first floor and mahjong parlors on the 6th floor. It is mentioned that Heaven's members guard each floor, and to proceed to the upper floors, you will need to know the matching words, and it might not be possible to proceed during event times. It is also noted that some areas are closed off by shutters and some floors have holes, so to explore the top floor, you will need to use multiple stairways and elevators. The Dragon Fortune-Telling Shop is described as a fortune teller that guides you on the path you should take. It is the second most popular fortune teller in this area and seems to be busy with customers. The mahjong parlors are described as being for adults and mostly full of people. However, it seems that most tables are not actually used for playing mahjong, but rather as places for people to chat. The stargazing area is related to the event Appeal to Scoutmen on page 86. As the name suggests, it's a place set up for stargazing. A fight against One-Eyed Joe and Kong Joe takes place here. The Little Dragon Garden is also related to the Appeal to Scoutmen event on page 86. It's described as a street fight venue located after going down a long staircase. Your opponents here are Huayuan and Ma Chaoyuan. The Green Dragon Garden is related to the Green Dragon Garden Battle Opponent event on page 87. It's a street fighting stage that evokes the atmosphere of an ancient shrine, and entry requires $1,000. Greg Moreau is waiting there. The page also lists various fortune-telling shops within Dragon Heights on the 1st and 6th floors, and the elevator stops on the 1st and 10th floors. On the 1st floor are shops like Reading Heart Fortune-Telling, Thousand Turtle Fortune-Telling, Nine Dragon Fortune-Telling, Dragon Fortune-Telling, World Fortune-Telling, Bright Fortune-Telling, and Gate Fortune-Telling. On the 6th floor are shops with names like Green Color, National Treasure Matchless, Three-Linked Carvings, Big Wheel, 8-Linked Lotus, and Great 3 Yuan and Big 3 Yuan. This page depicts a map of the Yellowhead Building, which is described as a towering skyscraper with 40 floors above ground and entrances on the north, south, and west. It is heavily guarded by watchmen. The page details different floors of the building. Underground passage, B2F, B1F. This underground passage connects from the second basement floor of the White Wave Dragon Garden. You can only enter here if you are recognized by the Yellowhead Building scouts. You need to get one to open the lock, then break through the sewage, and if you go up the stairs, you will be on the 1st floor of the Yellowhead Building. 1F. The text for the 1st floor mentions that the tiles are treacherous, and you cannot proceed to the bottom left area of the map. It advises to quickly go up to the 2nd floor. There's also a fighting area marked, warning that if you enter, you will encounter Du Nu, and his subordinates will surround you, leading to a game over. It advises not to approach carelessly. Elevators are also marked, with one stopping at B3, B1, and 1F, another at B5 to 40, and a third at B1, 1F, and 18F. 2F. The description for the 2nd floor mentions it was in disrepair, and you can descend to the 1st floor area, but there is nothing of note. It highlights Hang On Chest as the point of interest on this floor. 3F. The text for the 3rd floor describes the Black Clothes QTE event. It states that a command QT will occur in 2 locations when defeating the Black Clothes of the Yellow Head. If you fail, you will fall into the free fall. This page depicts a map of the Kowloon Walled City in Shenmue II, specifically floors 4F through 9F of the area. Starting from the top, on 4F, it mentions that like the 3rd floor, black suit QTEs will occur in 3 locations, and you should successfully complete them to proceed to the 5th floor. On 5F, it describes a free battle with a group in the central large room, and if you defeat all of them, you will obtain the transceiver. Moving to 6F, it explains that while the fluorescent lights are off, you should sneak past the enemy's gaze and proceed. If you are discovered, it will be a free battle. For 7F, it states that when the Gathering Communication P91 event occurs, the enemies will move to the 8th floor, and after that, the stairs will become usable. It also notes that there are many enemies, but passage is possible after the enemies have moved to the 8th floor. On 8F, it says that endless free battles occur in 3 locations. It advises that fighting them is pointless, so you should go straight to the 9th floor. Finally, on 9F, it describes an escape QTE from the Heaven's Gang pursuers. It mentions that it is a command QTE, so it is recommended to refer to page 92 for guidance. This page picks a map of floors 10F to 15F within Kowloon Walled City in Shenmue II. On floor 10F, the text indicates that the floor in the central area is largely broken out. It states there are no events here, so you should proceed to the 11th floor. Floor 11F is described as having basically the same structure as the 10th floor. If you approach the hole in the center, you will hear the sound of Donyu's footsteps. Floor 12F mentions that there have been several single-bridge QTE sections up to this point. Furthermore, after separating from Ren, a continuous QTE section is waiting. Floor 13F features another single-bridge QTE. The text warns that while crossing the bridge, Donyu will chase you, making the input timing very severe. On floor 14F, an escape QT occurs, where you are running away from Yuan. After going up to the 15th floor, you will return here again. The map marks escape QTE start and free battle on this floor. Floor 15F explains that if you fail the QT here, the floor will collapse, and you will fall to the 14th floor along with Donyu. Afterward, a battle with subordinates will take place. The map marks Bull and Fall on this floor. This page depicts maps of the 16th, 17th, and 18th floors of Kowloon Fortress. On the 16th floor, another Chase QuickTime event, or QTE, with Yuan will occur, and you should refer to page 94 for the input buttons. On the 17th floor, after the third QTE with Yuan, you will enter a free battle to settle things, and by controlling this battle, you can reach the 18th floor. This floor also includes an Iron Pipe QTE, followed by a free battle against Yuan. On the 18th floor, you will have 6 minutes to find the elevator key, and if you fail, you will have to retry. Use the key you obtained to open the control panel and activate the leftmost elevator. After controlling the free battle with the black-clothed men, you will head to the basement first floor of the Great Ox Building. There is also a surveillance room on this floor where another free battle takes place, and after winning, you can obtain the elevator key from a box installed on the wall. The page also lists acquired items which are elevator keys with different numbers, such as EV9, EV18, EV21, EV29, EV10, and EV46, all referencing page 215. This page depicts a map of the Big Ox Building, which is described as the core area of the Heavens Building and the hideout of Donyu. It mentions that while it is part of the Heavens Building, it's a secret area connected to Donyu's rooms, hence the name Big Ox Building. It is advised to proceed to the top floor from basement level 5 in one go. On B1F, it says to use a key to open the control panel and activate the rightmost elevator. Then immediately go down 3 floors to the basement level. On B3F, it mentions that you will see a mysterious man fighting underground. After that, go down the stairs to aim for basement level 5. On B4F, there is no specific text description. On B5F, it describes a free battle with a mysterious man by who. It mentions that there will be command QTs, so be careful. After controlling this, you will be released with joy and head to the 40th floor. On 40F, it describes a free battle with the black-clothed men in Donyu's room. After that, continuous QTs will occur on the stairs leading to the rooftop. Finally, on the RF rooftop floor, it mentions the last free battle with Donyu. It is mentioned that Donyu is the boss of the heavens, and his strength is different from the enemies so far. Also, at the end, command QTs will occur continuously. This page depicts a map of the Kirin area, which is described as a magnificent land where people and nature coexist. It mentions that in contrast to the modern atmosphere of Hong Kong, Kirin is a land where people live while receiving the blessings of nature. It is further described as a land that sometimes brings blessings and sometimes shows its harsh side, and is part of the vast country of China. The map highlights several locations within Kirin, including the Quarry Saka Flowers House, Forest Rocky Area, Rock Peak, Deep Green Path, Forest Road, Firefly Water River, and Wolf Return Mountain. Each location on the map also indicates the page number in the guidebook where more information can be found. This page shows a map of locations in Shenmue II, specifically in the Guilin area. First, we see Languishan, described as a wolf mountain that has a quiet village at the entrance. The text explains that the name Languishin was given because boats are moored and wolves howl in the mountains beyond the river. At the entrance to the mountain, there is a small village with a fish shop, a pharmacy, and a souvenir shop, but it is described as having a quiet atmosphere, perhaps due to few tourists. Next is Yingshui, or Yingshui River, described as a vast river that roars at times. It is mentioned that the Yingshui River connects the village in Languishin and the outside world. Usually, it is a calm river where sunlight reflects on the water's surface, but once it rains, it transforms into a torrent. It is noted that Ren will meet Ying, the girl living in Bai Village, by this river. The third location is Path Through a Wood, or Forest Path, leading to Bai Village, described as Path to White Deer Village lined with trees. This gently sloping forest path is surrounded by tranquil nature, and there is a watering hole for deer along the way. In the distance, the green curtain of mountains and sky is visible, which is said to bring peace to a tired heart. Following this is Deep Greenway, described as a mountain path that evades the sunlight. Despite being a path carved out by people, it is a rugged path with holes, fallen trees, and rolling rocks. It is stated that wolves appear on this path when night falls, and to traverse it safely, it is important to quickly notice changes in the path. Finally, we have Crag or Rocky Peak, described as naturally created cave in a valley. The crag is located roughly halfway between Bai Village and Languishin. It is mentioned as a dangerous mountain pass where wolves prowl at night, and there is a cave where travelers can rest. To escape the mountain's cold air, it is noted that traces of bonfires remain inside the cave. This page depicts a map of the forest rocky area. The map shows a winding path through a forest and rocky terrain, leading from a start point to a goal. Along the path, there are various landmarks labeled in Japanese, such as Dandelion Seed Hat, One Log Bridge QD, Stone Lion King, Five Colored Spring, Herb, Stone Skip QD, Earth God, and Flower of Vegetables. The path is marked in two colors, pink and orange, with a legend indicating that pink paths are known by Shenhua and orange paths are unknown by her. Below the map, there are descriptions of two locations, Shenhua's house and the stone pit. Shenhua's house is described as a small cottage watched over by Shenmue trees. The text explains it is located outside of Bailu Village, under a Shenmue tree that blossoms with pale peach-colored flowers. A swing made of vines hangs from the tree, which was Shenhua's plaything as a child, and holds many memories. Inside the house, there is a hearth in the center, and various stone ornaments, star charts, and dried herbs, bought by Shenhua's father who works at the stone pit, are displayed throughout the rooms. Stone Pit is described as mysterious cave illuminated by torchlight. It's mentioned as the only place where serpentine green stones, the material of the Phoenix Mirror held by Yuan, are mined. It is also where Shenhua's father works. The interior is labyrinthine due to long-term stone excavation. It's usually staffed by people from Bailu Village, but when Ryo visits, it is deserted and quiet. The text at the top of the page, under the title Forest Rocky Area and subtitle Naturally Created Maze, says, "Unlike the main road, this path has long fallen into disuse. The naturally created maze sometimes confuses travelers. However, precisely because of this, you may encounter unexpected scenery." This page depicts a title page for the Battle section. The page features Japanese text at the top, which translates to incorporating many schools of martial arts and accumulating daily training, in order to land a blow on Landi. The background of the page is a dark blue textured image, reminiscent of dragon scales, suggesting a theme of martial arts and combat. The page sets the stage for a section focused on battles or combat within the game, highlighting the protagonist's dedication to training and their goal to confront Landi. The image shows a page titled Martial Arts Basics Edition, which explains new battle elements in the game. The text introduces the concept of free battle, which allows players to move freely from a side-angle perspective. While the basic system is the same as in the previous game, 3 new elements have been added to free battles: battle QTEs that occur during free battles, special moves to defeat weaker enemies, and 3D battles, where you fight from Ryo's perspective. The page will explain these 3 new battle types in detail. The first section is titled Battle QTEs that occur during free battles. The text explains that in previous free battles, victory was achieved by simply reducing the enemy's health. However, now in certain battles against specific enemies, command QT inputs are necessary. While these QTs don't occur very often, they appear in battles against boss-class characters. If you fail the QTE input, Ryo's health can be drastically reduced, potentially leading to a quick defeat. However, the QT commands are always consistent, so players should memorize the commands listed in the free battle manual to clear them reliably. The second section is titled Defeat Grunts in One Hit, Addition of Special Move Attribute. The text explains that Ryo has been honing his martial arts in Japan and will learn even more techniques in Hong Kong. These newly learned techniques are called special moves. Special moves are designed to defeat weaker grunt characters instantly. They are ineffective against boss battles, but are very useful for dealing with large groups of weaker enemies. Special move techniques have a special move icon in the technique list, allowing for easy identification. Mastering these special moves will make Ryo an unparalleled force in single combat, exceeding the power of any weapon. The final section is titled Fight from Ryo's Perspective, 3D Battle. The text describes how 3D battles fought from Ryo's perspective have been added to the side view free battles. The basic controls remain the same in 3D, but the input directions will differ. For example, the text mentions that normally, when facing an enemy to your right, the sweeping kick move is performed with right's X, but in Ryo's perspective, when facing the enemy directly, it becomes forward plus X. This means the input direction changes with the viewpoint. Battles in this perspective, like battle QTs, only occur in specific free battles. To use techniques effectively in these situations, players should memorize the commands for each technique. This page depicts basic battle operations in Shenmue II, to help you win against various enemies as you progress through the story. It emphasizes the importance of mastering these fundamental actions. The page details several battle techniques. Dash backstep. This move is performed by pressing the directional button twice in any direction, or by pressing the directional button and the Y button together. It's used to adjust your distance from the enemy, whether moving closer or creating space. Unlike regular running, this allows you to quickly close or widen the gap. It's especially useful when fighting boss-class enemies, allowing you to use forward steps to launch attacks and back steps to create openings for strategic combat. Hand techniques, X button. These attacks primarily use hands and elbows. While they have shorter reach compared to foot techniques, they compensate with considerable power and speed of execution. Simply pressing the punch button repeatedly will initiate a 3-hit combination. For single opponents, this alone can often secure victory. It's recommended for beginners who are not comfortable with battles to rely on these attacks. Foot techniques, a button. These attacks mainly use knees and legs. Many foot techniques have long reach, enabling you to strike from a distance and avoid enemy attacks. However, in close quarters combat, enemy punch attacks can easily interrupt your moves, so caution is advised. Furthermore, foot techniques often include low attacks, which are a significant characteristic not found in hand techniques. Throw techniques, B button. These are techniques that involve grabbing and throwing an enemy within a certain range. Depending on the enemy, they might escape just as you attempt to throw them. However, if a throw is successful, it inflicts significant damage, surpassing hand or foot techniques. While holding an enemy, you are in an invincible state, and if you throw them towards other enemies, those enemies can also take damage, presenting various tactical advantages. Defense, Y button. Actions like ducking, swaying, and sidestepping are considered defensive actions. To evade, press the directional button and the Y button in the direction you wish to avoid. This will result in either a sway or a duck, changing depending on the situation. It's important to remember this. By repeatedly swaying, you can circle around to the enemy's back and launch attacks. This page is about basic battle tactics in Shenmue II, focusing on how to handle different combat situations. The page is divided into 2 main sections, Basic Tactics and 2 Case Studies. The Basic Tactics section, titled Combat Theory That Changes Depending on the Situation, explains that in Shenmue II, battles are not always one-on-one encounters. Sometimes Ryo will be surrounded by multiple enemies in tight spaces. In these situations, it's crucial to quickly assess the situation and choose the right fighting approach to achieve victory. The next section, Learn How to Deal with Situations and Break Through Difficulties, elaborates that as Ryo advances through the story, he will face various enemies and combat scenarios, even in places unrelated to the main storyline. These battles can differ greatly depending on the number of enemies and the environment. Therefore, mastering different fighting styles to suit various situations is essential to overcome these challenges. The page then presents two specific combat cases. Case 1, Close Combat. This section advises on using throwing techniques frequently to defeat enemies in groups. It explains that while battles usually involve 1 to 6 enemies, fights become particularly difficult when facing 3 or more enemies packed closely together in a small area. In such close combat scenarios, throwing techniques are highlighted as a very effective strategy. Throwing an enemy makes Ryo temporarily invincible while he is holding them, and when thrown, the enemy can knock down other nearby enemies. For striking attacks in crowded situations, moves like the hurricane kick and windmill kick, which have a wide area of effect, are recommended to damage multiple enemies at once. The shoulder buster move is also mentioned as being surprisingly effective in these situations. The image captions in this section advise, immediately after the start, you are often surrounded by enemies. Aim for the closest enemy. While holding, Ryo is invincible. Find a place where enemies are densely packed and throw in that direction. Case 2, Emergency Situation. This part focuses on emergency evasion with the evade button when surrounded by enemies. It points out that when fighting 2 or more enemies, it's almost inevitable that they will try to flank or attack Ryo from behind. While guarding is possible if the button timing is precise, simply attacking blindly is considered reckless. Therefore, when Ryo is surrounded or cornered, using the evade button is crucial. Evading allows Ryo to dodge attacks, duck under them, roll sideways to escape, and sometimes even redirect the force of an attack. By using the evade maneuver effectively, Ryo can reposition himself to the enemy's side or back, potentially turning the tables in the fight. The image captions in this section advise, it is reckless to challenge multiple enemies in a fight with strikes. First, evade enemy attacks. If attack and timing align, you can duck and immediately counterattack. This page depicts battle techniques and strategies from the game, focusing on how to use the environment and enemy behavior to your advantage in Shenmue II. The page is titled Battle, Martial Arts Basics, and presents 3 different combat scenarios as cases. Case 5 is titled Obstacle Utilization. The text explains the tactic of let's fight using the terrain to our advantage. It describes how in certain locations, you can use obstacles like drums and walls in combat. By using the special move Bashing Strike, Ryo can kick drums to hit and involve enemies, or utilize obstacles to hide and temporarily evade attacks. The text mentions that drums are found only in specific locations and can be used for cover. It further explains that by inputting Bashing Strike while facing a drum, the drum will roll forward. If enemies are in the drum's path, they will be hit, allowing you to launch a fierce attack on the downed opponents. The images show Ryo in a street area kicking a drum towards enemies. Case 4 is titled Long Distance Battle. The text explains the tactic of take the initiative with long-range attacks. It describes that at the start of battles, there's often distance between Ryo and his foes. Weaker enemies tend to rush in, so taking the initiative with long-range attacks can be advantageous. Effective hand techniques for long range are listed as Inner Gate Elbow, Sweeping Wind, and Double Palm Strike. Effective foot techniques are Windmill, Hurricane Kick, and Waterfall Climb, recommended for their wide area of effect. After landing these hits, it is suggested to backstep to maintain distance and then launch another long-range attack. However, this strategy is best suited for wide battle areas. The text also notes that when there is distance, enemies may leisurely walk towards you, and it is advised to preemptively strike with long-reach moves like Inner Gate Elbow before they attack. The images depict Ryo in a warehouse setting, engaging enemies from a distance. Case 5, again, is titled Surprise Attack. The text explains the tactic of find and attack enemies who are not moving. It mentions that enemies can attack in groups of up to 6, making it hard to fight them all at once. but not all enemies attack simultaneously. This is where surprise attacks are useful. Some enemies will just stand still without attacking. While they will react if attacked, they are mostly passive beforehand. The text advises finding these stationary enemies, quickly dashing towards them, and grabbing them. Once grabbed, you can throw them towards the moving enemies. The text highlights that even when allies are fighting intensely, some enemies remain stationary and do nothing. It recommends avoiding energetic enemies and repeatedly performing surprise attacks on these defenseless foes. The images show Ryo in a dimly lit indoor area, approaching and grabbing a stationary enemy to throw them. This page explains about skill training and how to improve your techniques in battle. It mentions that by repeatedly using techniques in battle, you can increase their proficiency level. As proficiency increases, the damage dealt by those techniques will also increase, making battles more advantageous. It's advised to increase the proficiency of frequently used techniques. The page details locations where you can train your skills. Previously in the game, you could train anywhere, like parking lots, but now training is limited to encounters with specific individuals or through free battles. The maximum proficiency for each technique is 200, with striking techniques increasing proficiency by 1 for every 2 uses, and throwing techniques increasing by 1 for each successful execution. It's important to use a variety of techniques in battle to improve proficiency. Specific training locations and characters are listed. Jianmin in the Manmo Temple in Hong Kong. You can train with Jianmin after completing the P31 event and speaking to him in the Manmo Temple in Hong Kong. During training, you can only practice striking techniques, not throwing techniques. If you have free time during gameplay, you can visit him for training. 1 session of training with Jianmin is sufficient. Eileen and Wong at the Golden QR in the Golden Shopping Mall. If you have a bronze medal, you can train with Eileen and Wong on the 3rd floor of the Golden QR in the Golden Shopping Mall for HK dollars per session. Their strength is considerable, and winning is not easy. This training is more about learning how to fight in real combat. Even if you lose, your proficiency will still increase, so it's worth challenging them repeatedly. Fighting Arena. By repeatedly hitting the bear-like opponent with striking techniques 5 times, you can play a game to deplete all of your opponent's stamina. Refer to P208. Throwing techniques cannot be used here, so it may not be suitable for practicing techniques. Various fighting arenas. In Kowloon, there are various fighting arenas where you can pay to train your skills. For striking techniques, it is recommended to train against opponents like Master of Huajin or Master of Iron Sandpalm. Mongolian Sumo Master of Huajin One-Eyed Man, Master of Iron Head Technique, Iron Sandpalm Master of Qinggong. Finally, the page explains that throwing skill training is only developed in real battles. As mentioned earlier, except for some fighting arenas and game center battles, throwing technique training is not possible. Therefore, throwing techniques must be trained in real battles. In free battles, try to defeat opponents using as many throwing techniques as possible. This page describes the methods of acquiring new fighting techniques in Shenmue II to help Ryo Hazuki be victorious in battle. The page is divided into 2 sections explaining how to learn techniques. First, techniques learned by reading skill books, and second, techniques learned from people. The first section is titled Techniques You Can Learn by Reading Skill Books, and states that there are 14 techniques in total that can be learned this way. It explains that skill books can generally be purchased at martial arts shops. However, at the Manmo Temple, if the Drawing Books event on page P44 is successful, you can receive 5 skill books from Wen. Therefore, these 5 do not need to be purchased. The table below lists 14 techniques that can be learned from skill books. The table shows the technique names, how to obtain them, and page references. Many of these techniques can be purchased at martial arts stores like the Taiyo Martial Arts in Wan Chai for various Hong Kong dollar amounts, or received from Wen at the Manmo Temple. Some techniques are available for purchase at the Murin Martial Arts in Wan Chai and the Tiger Swallow Martial Arts in Kowloon. Some techniques are obtained by finding dropped items in Dragon Street, Kowloon. The second section is titled Techniques Learned from People and details. 7 techniques that can be learned from people. It explains that these techniques are generally learned through events that occur during the main story. It notes that exceptions such as the rising uppercut and body check are learned through sub-events. It advises players to learn these techniques as they progress through the events so they are not missed. It also mentions that apart from the techniques listed, there is a technique called Praying Mantis Fist that is also taught, but this is used in events and not in battle. The table lists 7 techniques that can be learned from people. The table shows the technique names, how to obtain them, and page scenario references. These techniques are learned from various characters in different locations, such as Jianmin in Lotus Park, Xu Yinghong at the Manmo Temple, Eileen Edelweiss at Guang Martial Arts School, and Gui Xiang in Scarlet Hill. This page introduces all the techniques, focusing on mastering commands by understanding the characteristics of each technique. It states that by carrying over all techniques from the previous game and adding the techniques that can be acquired in Hong Kong, the total number exceeds 100. It advises to grasp the characteristics of each technique and practice diligently to reliably execute even complex command techniques. The section titled Hand Techniques describes hand techniques as powerful strikes with fast initiation. It mentions that hand techniques, primarily using fists and palms, comprise a total of 28 types. While many of these techniques have short reach, they compensate with speed of execution and high power. It recommends focusing on mastering versatile techniques like God Shoulder to improve proficiency. The page also includes a guide on how to read skill introductions. 1 skill name with furigana and command. This indicates the name of each skill and its command input. 2 skill properties. Each icon's meaning is described on the right. 3 scenario page. This refers to the scenario page where the skill appears. 4 skill power, speed, range, etc. Consecutive skills are represented as first attack blue, second attack red, third attack green, fourth attack indigo, fifth attack pink. The icons are explained as follows: scroll, scroll technique, basic technique, transmission, transmission technique, book technique, necessary killing move. Necessary killing move available, special move attribute available, no special move attribute, no special move attribute. Following this is a description of several hand techniques. Tiger attack. This is described as the most basic technique in the Hazuki-style jujutsu. It is a quick thrust aimed at the human point between the nose and mouth, a so-called middle jab. While its power is not particularly high, it serves as a starting point for continuous combos and is a technique with good reach. Small cart strike. This is a spinning back fist strike. It is fast to execute and has short recovery after the strike, but its short reach is a drawback. To reliably hit, it is necessary to be very close to the opponent or use it after parrying an attack. Forward step palm. This is a straight palm strike delivered with a forward step and the same side arm and foot. It is a basic thrust technique often seen in Chinese martial arts. Among techniques with similar commands, it boasts higher power, but it also has the drawback of a slightly longer recovery time after hitting. Twisting palm. This is a hook-like strike delivered by swinging the palm horizontally from the elbow as the starting point. While its power is low, its speed and the small gap it creates compensate for this. By swinging the arm wide horizontally, it has good reach and is easy to parry opponents' attacks. It is intended as a controlling technique. Village Rain Thrust. This is a straight punch delivered with a large step forward. It has good reach and the technique execution is fast, but the distance to the opponent increases after hitting. Rather than using it as a standalone attack, it is more effective to use it to break into the opponent's combination. This page showcases a selection of battle techniques. Each technique is presented within a bordered box and includes an image sequence demonstrating the move, along with data bars and descriptive text. All the techniques are demonstrated by Ryo Hazuki in various outdoor game environments. Starting from the top left, the first technique is Rising Diamond, Nobori Bishi. The data indicates high power and speed, but a short reach. The description explains it's a short uppercut aimed at the opponent's chin from a low stance. While powerful, its extremely short reach and limited usage scenarios mean excessive training isn't necessary. Moving to the top right is hidden gate top elbow, Ramon Chuchu. This technique is described as a powerful elbow strike unleashed with a step forward. It boasts a long reach and substantial power, with minimal openings. The command is easy to input, making it versatile for various situations, and it is recommended to train this move even a little. Below Rising Diamond is Fisher Flash, Rakusen. The description notes that the initial motion is similar to Rising Diamond, but this is an uppercut that strikes the opponent's chin. While it has a longer reach than Rising Diamond, it was less effective at blowing opponents away compared to the previous game, making it slightly less user-friendly. Next on the right is Brawling Upper, Kenka Upper, also referred to as P62. This move is described as an uppercut that uses full body strength. It is said to possess the highest power among striking techniques. However, it is slow and leaves a large opening if guarded. It is effective at blowing opponents away. Below Fisher Flash is Great Sword Haze, Tachigasumi. This technique involves stepping back slightly and then unleashing a hand blade strike as if drawing a sword. The startup motion is large, but the strike itself is quick. It's useful for evading upper-level attacks from opponents. The wide swing of the arm creates a broad, effective range. To the right of Great Sword Haze is Double Blade, Sujin. This is a two-hit technique involving a large downward swing, followed by an upward strike, utilizing the momentum. Both power and speed are considered adequate. However, the recovery time after the technique is long, making it unsuitable for crowded situations. It's recommended for one-on-one boss battles. Below Great Sword Haze is Sleeve Thrust Sodazuki. This move involves stepping in and delivering a straight punch from around the waist. While it has a flashy motion, its power is average among striking techniques, and it leaves a significant opening. It's not very practical as it doesn't down opponents. Finally, at the bottom right is Water Moon Thrust, Sugetsuzuki. This technique is a continuous move where you unleash 2 consecutive middle-level thrusts. After execution, further button presses can lead to an additional attack called Kobotanuchi. Performance-wise, it is superior to Sleeve Thrust with the same command input, but its execution is slower. It is suggested to use it as a counter against rushing enemies. This page showcases a selection of fighting moves. The settings depicted in the background images vary, including urban environments and natural landscapes. Starting from the top left, the first move is Oguruma, Large Wheel. This is described as a powerful technique where you run towards the opponent and swing your fist down towards their collarbone. It's effective from a distance, but should not be used in close combat, as you can be countered before it connects. Next, on the top right, is Shokinda, Small Apple Strike. This is a Tai Chi Chuan technique, utilizing a strong strike with a twist of the waist and legs. It's described as having good speed and reach, making it a useful primary attack. The command is simple, so it is recommended to use it often. Moving to the middle left, we have Morotenami, Two-Hand Wave. This move involves stepping in and striking the opponent's chest or face with both palms and the entire arm. While it has good reach and is quick to execute, the recovery time is a drawback. Its effective range is wide enough to be useful in chaotic situations. Beside it, in the middle right, is Soshoda, Two-Palm Strike. This technique also involves stepping in and striking the opponent's chest with both palms simultaneously. It is a variation of the Morotenami command, but is slightly slower. However, it boasts superior reach and shorter recovery time, making it beneficial to master. On the bottom left is Chusui, Thrust. This is described as a fundamental and essential striking technique in Bajikwan. Although it is slower than other moves with the same command, it possesses high power. If guarded against, pressing the X button simultaneously allows for an additional deadly technique that can defeat Zako enemies instantly. To its right, at the bottom right, is Ura Yanagi, Willowback. This is a surprise technique that involves turning the body and striking with a back fist. Although it has the lowest power among all techniques, the continuous spinning motion allows it to hit multiple enemies in close quarters. It's fast and valuable when surrounded by enemies. Finally, on the bottom left is Gaimon Chochu, Outer Gate Top Elbow. This move is a counter-attack technique where you deflect an opponent's attack and simultaneously deliver a powerful elbow strike. It is a core technique of Bajikwan's Hakakuken Daikaiten, 8 extremities fist large opening. It can instantly defeat Zako enemies when used as a counter, but the timing is very precise. It is advised to practice this to master it. Lastly, on the bottom right is Hozanso, Mountain Collapse Spear. This move involves rotating the body 180 degrees and striking the opponent's Suigetsu, solar plexus, with a spear hand. During the execution, the body sinks, making it possible to evade high-level attacks. However, the technique takes time to become effective, so it is recommended to maintain some distance when using it. This page showcases a series of battle techniques from the game, presented in a grid format. Each technique is detailed with its name, input command, scenario rating, power, speed, and range, accompanied by a description of the move and a sequence of images demonstrating it. The characters in the images are generic figures used to show the execution of each move, set against a simple background. Let's look at the individual techniques described. The first move is Penetration Blow, Yoroidoshi, activated by pressing right X plus A. The data section indicates the scenario, power, speed, and range. The description says, a technique to unleash a powerful blow to the opponent's chest while stepping in. Although power and reach are not outstanding, it is not suitable for long-range battles because of the long startup time. It would be good to use it while maintaining sufficient distance from the opponent. The second move is Double Palm Strike, Kasane-et, triggered by left plus X plus A. The description translates to, a two-stage attack that delivers a blow by placing the palm of one hand against the opponent and then hitting it with the other hand. If the first blow hits, the opponent will flinch. If only the second blow hits, the opponent will be knocked back to the extent of being pushed backwards. Next, we have Linked Ring, Renkan-Heiki, activated by left X plus A. The description is, a striking technique that uses a hook hand, Kushu, to strike and lift the opponent's chin. If you press the X button continuously after the first blow, Linked Ring, Striking, is added. However, power is low and the startup time is short, so it is difficult to use effectively. Then there is Gale Wind, activated by L plus SX. The description says the motion is almost the same as Cartwheel, but this one is stronger because it can be executed with just one X button from an L trigger dash. However, it is said that the power is lower than that one. It would be good to use it sparingly. It seems that there is no need to overthink the technique. The next technique is Swallow Flip Willow, Ensenheryu, activated with X plus A in response to an attack. The description is, a technique to evade the opponent's punch, sweep the leg, and knock them down. Additional attacks, foot sweeps, can be performed with the A button. Also, if you input right Rus X plus X in succession, it will lead to a 3-stage attack with Killing Blow attribute called Rock Crusher. Following that is Diagonal Step Thrust, Shaho Hekizan, activated by right X plus Y. The description is, a striking technique that moves to the opponent's side and simultaneously strikes with a downward fist. Although it does not have enough power to knock down the opponent, the short duration of stiffness after a hit is appealing. It is a fast-acting technique, so it would be good to keep aiming for it continuously. Finally, there is Diagonal Thrust Sweep, Shakosui, activated by left X plus Y. The description reads, as if leaning out from the spot, deliver a punch to the opponent's abdomen. Although the power itself is low, it has more reach than it appears, and furthermore, if the distance to the opponent is close, it changes to a throwing technique that drastically increases in power. Below these techniques, there is a section titled, Motion Changes Eliminated Due to Increased Proficiency. The text explains, in Shenmue Chapter 1, when proficiency reached the highest level of upper rank, the motion of each technique changed. That is no longer the case in this game, and it has been unified with the motion of the previous work's upper rank. By unifying the motion, it seems that the startup of the technique has become slower. Since there are various things like that, let's check them all out. This page depicts a section focused on foot techniques, or Ashiwaza, useful in mid to long-range combat. It mentions that there are 23 types of foot techniques in total, contrasting them with hand techniques by highlighting their longer reach but slower execution. These techniques are presented as beneficial when the enemy is at a distance or when surrounded. The page then details 6 different foot techniques, each with a title, associated icons and ratings for scenario, power, speed, and range, and a data section with a description of the move, accompanied by 3 sequential images demonstrating the move. Let's go through each technique. Fumakeri, stomp kick. This is described as a front kick that targets vital points in the center of the body with the toes. It is said to be more powerful than the Mikazukeri, crescent moon kick, but slower. It is mentioned as a starting point for combos and should be used to its full extent rather than stopped halfway. Haranagi, sweeping cut. This is a low kick aimed at the outside of the opponent's thigh. While the move's initiation is quick, its overall effectiveness is described as not outstanding. However, it is noted that when it hits, the opponent's staggering is significant, making it effective against weaker enemies. It also mentions that overuse is discouraged as it leaves a long opening when guarded. Tatsuma kick, tornado kick. This is described as a continuous kick of 2 shots, utilizing centrifugal force by turning in the air. It is stated that stopping after the first shot is possible but not recommended due to the large opening. The description suggests using this move when there is space available because of the large motion involved. Crescent moon kick. This is described as an upward kick delivered to scoop up the opponent. While its reach is considerable and suitable as a basic technique, its power is low. Due to its quick execution and short recovery time when used alone, it is recommended for linking into subsequent combo attacks. Advancing foot stop. This is a kick that scoops up the opponent's feet while moving forward. The description notes that the move's startup is fast and its reach is sufficient, making it very easy to use. It also mentions the effect of hitting and pushing the opponent back, making it useful as a way to reset the situation when being pursued. Onsen kokyaku, swallow spin descent kick. This is described as a rising kick delivered while drawing the body back and using tricky movements, allowing for evasion of the opponent's attacks with a sway back. It is mentioned that attacks can easily be made to hit because it moves faster than the opponent, making continuous attacks possible. Linked legs. This is described as a 2-shot aerial continuous kick. Although it looks like the character is jumping straight up, the reach is actually long. It mentions that hitting with both shots can knock the opponent down, and even against bosses, it is easy to land hits when the opponent is recovering from being downed. This page showcases a collection of fighting techniques, presenting a Battle All Techniques introduction. Each technique is detailed with its name, scenario, power, speed, gap information, and a description of the move along with a sequence of images demonstrating it. The techniques detailed are Tsuchigumo. This technique is described as a tricky surprise move that kicks up at the opponent's chin from a low stance. It is said to be difficult to use effectively and should be used in close quarters to take advantage of its short reach, hitting the opponent when they are about to stand up. Senpu. This is a spinning sweep that revolves around the supporting leg while crouching. It is described as a foot sweep that spins around the axis leg. It is effective against high-level attacks from opponents. It's also mentioned as being useful when surrounded by multiple enemies. Fukushinkyaku. This is a sliding kick aimed at the opponent's feet. It is a surprising technique that is unleashed by sliding towards the opponent's feet from a crouching position. Because of this, it can be used as a preemptive strike against opponents who rely on high-level attacks, especially useful as an initiative attack against boss characters. Kesagiri. This is a downward diagonal kick from above. Although the technique's initiation is slow, it has a wide effective range, making it useful when facing multiple enemies. It's advised to use it from a distance, as it's easy to be interrupted at close range. Ikazuchigiri. This is a continuous kick that changes trajectory from a middle-level roundhouse kick to a heel drop. If the first kick hits, the second kick is guaranteed to land. It's described as an excellent technique that is quick to execute and has good reach, making it a primary foot-based attack. Takinobori. This is a jumping knee kick unleashed from a low stance. Despite its visually powerful appearance, its strength lies in its minimal openings. It is also mentioned that opponents may not understand the movement due to its deceptive nature. However, it is noted that the long time it takes to execute is a drawback. As the name suggests, this is a high kick delivered with the force of cutting off a head. The speed after lifting the leg is fast, but the large motion means it takes time to initiate. Its slightly short reach is also mentioned as a weakness. Koran. This is a spinning roundhouse kick unleashed by leaning back greatly and adding centrifugal force. It is a technique with similar characteristics to the karigiri, but it surpasses it in power and speed. Conversely, the large openings and the time it takes to initiate mean there are few situations where it is deliberately used. This page depicts a series of battle techniques from the game. Starting with the top left, we have horse hoof kick, Beide Kyaku, which is performed by pressing back X+A. This move is described as a technique where you turn your back to the opponent and kick upwards from below. While its power is weak, it has the effect of launching the opponent into the air. Also, if the enemy is facing directly forward, the motion changes and the power and range also change. Next, on the top right, is New Moon Shingetsu, activated by pressing back plus X+A. The data explains that this move is a sweeping kick released while rotating in the air in the forward direction. Motion is flashy, and although it takes time to execute, the effective range and power are high. It is described as a long-range surprise attack that is sufficiently effective. Moving to the middle left, we see Flying Swallow Reaping, Hien Renge, which is performed with back plus X+A. The description says that after a turning kick, you release a heel drop with the other leg, creating a two-hit combo. Compared to flashy techniques, the power and speed are not exceptional, but the small openings are compensated for by that. It suggests that rather than aiming for the first hit, it's better to aim for the second hit when the opponent is creating openings. On the middle right is Hurricane, Hayate, activated by pressing L+A. The data states that this is a mid-air spinning kick released while running. Because it is a forward jump and kick, the reach is very long, and the power is also high. Furthermore, it can damage enemies in a 360-degree radius, making it highly valuable in group battles. On the bottom left is Spinning Sky Kick Senku Kyaku, performed with L+A. This is described as a powerful kick delivered while running and jumping. Strong power is noticeable against enemies, and the large range and hit detection are also prominent. It's noted that it is a blow-away technique, and if you can down an enemy with this technique, and then match the timing of their recovery, you can deplete their health in one go. On the bottom right is Windmill, Fusha, activated by pressing L+X+A. The data explains that this move is a backwards kick released after running towards the opponent. In addition to dashing, the kick is swung down from above the head, so the reach is extremely long. It is mentioned that in one-on-one situations, such as in a ring, its use in confined spaces may be unsuitable. Then we have Descending Dragon Kick, Koryu Kyaku, activated by pressing L+X+A. The description details that after a low-level strike, it releases a reverse turning kick as a two-hit combo. Despite the large motion, the speed of execution and range are considerable. In particular, the second hit has the characteristic of sweeping up multiple enemies, making it advantageous for the user. Finally, at the bottom right, we have Shadow Hunt, Kajigari, activated by pressing L+Y+A. The data describes this as a sliding kick released while rotating the body in midair. Although the attack range is outstanding, it takes time to execute because you jump and slide in. It is noted that its utility value is low, and it is a technique that does not particularly require mastering. This page showcases a series of throwing techniques described as powerful and exhilarating moves that can be executed in a single strike. It mentions that throw techniques where you grab an opponent and gracefully launch them have numerous advantages. One drawback is the small window for mistakes, so focusing on easy-to-input techniques is recommended. The page then details 6 different throwing techniques, each with a title, command input, data on scenario, power, speed, and range, and a description along with image sequences showing the moves. The first technique is throwing method Shupo, activated by pressing the B button and a directional button. The description explains that while originally meaning throwing technique, in this context, it refers to techniques for throwing in various directions forward, backward, left, and right. Usable techniques include supporting leg trip, back throw, large outer wheel, and floating drop. Next is back throw, Seoinage, activated with the B button. The data describes it as a basic technique. The description details it as a throw that involves grabbing the opponent's arm and hoisting them onto your back, a judo technique. It elaborates that the power is low among throws, but the command is simple, and it's appealing for its ability to involve multiple enemies. The third technique is sweeping hip throw, Harai Goshi, also activated with the B button. Described as a basic move. The description says it's a technique where you sweep up the opponent's inner thigh and throw them down in one motion. Unlike the back throw, it doesn't have the characteristic of involving surrounding enemies, but its power is higher. The command is simply pressing the B button while moving forward, making it useful in emergencies. Moving to the right column, we have large wheel Daitenrin, activated by the B button, described as a book-level technique in terms of scenario. The description explains that it's a butterfly-like palm technique that simultaneously kicks the opponent's legs and pushes down their upper body with the arms. Because you face away from the opponent after hitting, follow-up attacks are not possible, but the technique's power is higher than the sweeping hip throw, which uses the same command. The fifth technique is Tomoe throw, Tomoe Nagi, activated with the B button and marked as danger level in scenario. The description states that while falling back dramatically, it's a technique to throw the opponent far away. Its power is described as slightly higher than the back throw. It further mentions that by pressing the A button during the throw, it changes into a reverse Tomoe technique, and the power is significantly increased. Finally, there is knee cutter, Kasamagari, activated with the B button and described as a basic technique. The description explains it's a type of large outer wheel throw where you wrap your arm around the opponent's neck and sweep the leg that is bearing their weight. It's noted that the power is high and the command input is only forward direction, making it relatively easy to execute. It lacks the characteristic of involving other enemies. And lastly, continuous blow, activated with the B button and marked as book level in scenario. The description states that it is a technique that unleashes quick consecutive blows to the opponent's abdomen. It mentions that by pressing the A button during a hit, you can add a special attack with guaranteed critical hit properties. It also notes that during a battle with the Mad Angels, P209, if you possess this technique, a QTE event will occur. This page showcases a selection of battle techniques, or fighting moves, within the game. It appears to be demonstrating various grappling and throwing techniques that can be used against an opponent. The setting in the images looks like a simple training area, possibly a dojo or courtyard. The character performing the moves is likely Ryo Hazuki, demonstrating them against a generic opponent in a brown jacket. The page details 8 different moves, each presented with a name, icons indicating attributes like power and speed, a short description of the move, and a series of images illustrating the move's execution. Let's look at the translations of the descriptions for each move. Rasetsu Otoshi. This is a technique to throw the opponent onto their back and drop your own body weight onto them. Because it requires a command in the opposite direction, the difficulty is that you can easily move away from the enemy. It may not be a technique to force and use recklessly, as it is easy for the enemy to roll away. Jushin. From the opponent's side, strike and quickly turn around to throw the opponent from the opposite side. After throwing, your body is facing the opponent, so you can aim for additional damage with follow-up attacks from, or Renkan Kyaku, etc. Makigatame. This is a restraining technique to twist the opponent's arm and press them to the ground. The stiffness after a successful hit is short, and the distance from the opponent is not that far, which is a characteristic. If you press the through button after a hit, it will change into a finishing move. Tengu Sho. This is a super fast technique that grabs the opponent by the shoulder and throws them to the ground. If you press the C button at the moment of the throw, a death blow jump punch with fatal attributes will be added after the throw. You can aim for further big damage with down attacks. Ura Hazuki from the enemy's side. This technique rotates the opponent from their side and throws them down. Even if you are inputting other throwing technique commands, if you grab the opponent from their side, it will become this technique. It is a technique where it is difficult for the opponent to break free from the throw, so you should reliably improve your proficiency. Ura Otoshi, from the enemy's back. This is a technique to slam the opponent to the ground from behind. If you throw from behind the enemy, it will always be this technique. Also, if the enemy breaks free from the throw, they will take a counter hit, but there will be no damage from it. It would be good to actively aim for it. Oboro Muso. This is a technique that grabs the opponent's arm and adds elbow strikes. By inputting +B+X and BX+A, it becomes a fatal flying elbow cross split. If everything hits, it is a technique that boasts outstanding destructive power. Hakuen Raku. Climb onto the opponent's shoulders, shoulder lock, overlapping elbow strike is connected to a sure kill technique. Additional commands up to 3 consecutive hits are the same as Oboro Muso. ++BXA is okay. Additional commands should all be input in advance. This page showcases a selection of battle techniques. It details 6 different martial arts moves with their commands, descriptions, and visual representations using in-game screenshots. Starting from the top left and moving right, the moves presented are Tiger Body Drop, Torami Kudaki. This is a technique that blows away the opponent with a tackle. The command is back, back, forward, and B. It is described as easy to aim even when the distance is open because of the command. If you input forward, forward, B, and B, you will perform an additional attack with killing attributes, launching the enemy straight up. Slant Strike Shiko. This move is a foot sweep and shoulder strike combination. It's described as a Tai Chi fist technique that knocks down the opponent. If the thrown opponent rolls greatly, it is easy to involve other enemies. The command is forward, forward, Y+B, and it is also easy to use against bosses. Shadow Body, Kagami. This is a technique to quickly move behind the opponent, striking their blind spot. The technique itself has no attack power, but by moving behind the opponent, you can unleash powerful striking techniques and continuous attacks. It is suggested to follow up with the Shadow Blade move. The command is forward, Y+B. Shadow Blade, Kagatana. This move is described as a technique to move behind the opponent and simultaneously strike their defenseless neck with a hand blade. The timing of the command is said to be quite difficult, but as a trick, if you press the X button as if tapping it during the move, it will be relatively easier to perform. The command is forward, Y+B, and then X. Moon Shadow Zangetsu. This is a technique to move to the opponent's side and inflict a powerful tackle. Among throwing techniques, it is classified as having high power, and it is effective in blowing away opponents. The command is forward, forward, Y+B, and it is described as an easy command, making it a good main throwing technique to learn. Eno 3-point hand strike, Eno Santenshu. This move is described as one of the ultimate Hokuto-style secret techniques that quickly pierces the eyes and throat. While as a single technique it holds immense power, it is a secret technique from Disc 3, the final disc. It is mentioned that you can try it out in the Shenmue collection in story mode. The command is back, forward, forward, Y+B. The bottom section is titled, Verification of Additional Command Throws That Have Been Greatly Increased in Number. This section explains that by inputting additional commands after a throw is decided, you can unleash throwing techniques that inflict significant damage. If all commands are successfully executed, it is stated that these throws possess top-class destructive power among all techniques. However, the commands are described as extremely complex, making it nearly impossible to improve the proficiency of all throwing techniques. As techniques that are actually useful in free battles, it recommends Tiger Body Drop, Shoulder Throw Up, Back, Back, Forward B, then Forward, Forward B, and Continuous Hand Cannon, Falling Down Strike, Forward, Forwards A, then Forward, Back+B. It is mentioned that to input commands towards the enemy, you need to adjust the distance, so aiming is easy, and high power is attractive. It also highlights Dragon Without Equal and White Wolf Drop as powerful commands that can separate you from the enemy, making them important for commanding a large distance. This page showcases dodge techniques in Shenmue II, highlighting offensive and defensive moves that adapt to different combat situations. The page starts by explaining that dodge techniques are essential for characters who don't have guard abilities to neutralize enemy attacks. Simply dodging isn't enough. These techniques allow players to exploit openings created when enemies miss their attacks. Mastering these offensive and defensive dodge techniques is key to gaining an advantage in battles. The page then details several dodge techniques, each with scenario information, input commands, and data on their power, speed, and range. Screenshots illustrate each move in action. Here are the techniques described. Water surface kick, Manamo Jerry, performed by ducking and pressing AAA. This is described as a sweeping kick, like a whirlwind, with very long reach and a wide effective range. It's useful in crowded situations to hit multiple opponents at once. Heaven Palm Tensho, performed by ducking and pressing X. This is an uppercut delivered from a crouching position. Due to the crouching start, its reach is short, requiring careful timing. It is mentioned that using this move when the enemy is far away increases the chance of missing. Sunring Nichirin, performed by ducking and pressing X plus A. This is described as a sweeping kick that rotates forward. Among dodge techniques, it has one of the longest reaches. Despite the long reach, the recovery time is short, making it useful for closing the distance to an opponent quickly. Full Moon Engetsu, performed by ducking, being close to the opponent, and pressing BB. This is a follow-up technique from corner drop. It involves grabbing the opponent's wrist and throwing them. It's noted that if the opponent is not within throwing range, the first move is likely to become an uppercut. After a successful hit, the player will be facing away from the opponent, so it's important to turn around quickly. Corner drop Sumiotoshi, performed by ducking, being close to the opponent, and pressing B. This move dodges an opponent's high punch by ducking, grabbing their arm, and then delivering a punch. It can cause a down-on hit, and the downed opponent stays down for a considerable time. This creates an opportunity to follow up with additional attacks. Rotten Treefall Kuchiki Taoshi, performed by ducking, being close to the opponent, and pressing B. This technique dodges a high kick by ducking, grabbing the leg, and pushing the opponent down. It's suggested that stopping at this move alone is not ideal, as it's difficult to follow up with further attacks or knockdowns. It's recommended to continue into the Twisting Stomp move. Twisting Stomp Nijiri Fumi, performed by ducking, being close to the opponent, and pressing BB. This is described as a technique to further stomp on an opponent who has been knocked down by Rotten Treefall. If the opponent is outside of throwing range after Rotten Treefall, it will automatically become an uppercut, similar to Full Moon. After successfully downing the opponent, it's possible to aim for follow-up attacks while they are getting up. This page details 5 hold techniques in Shenmue II, which are moves designed to counter enemy attacks. The techniques are presented with screenshots of Ryo Hazuki performing them against generic enemies in various in-game locations. Each technique is described with its name, button input, and a data section explaining its properties and usage. The 5 techniques showcased are 1. Kirishote, back-facing, during ducking, press X button. Data, this is described as a very basic horizontal chop performed while turning around. It is most fundamental during back attacks, blowing away the opponent if it connects, making it useful for escaping dangerous situations when surrounded. Number 2. Karatake Wari, back-facing during ducking, press X plus A buttons. Data, this technique involves quickly wielding a hand blade towards the opponent behind you. While it may be inferior to Kirishote in reach and power, it boasts shorter motion and less stiffness. It's considered a turning back technique. 3. Yanageshi enemy back press X button. Data, this is a back fist strike unleashed while turning the body to the side. It's noted for lacking in power and reach, with its main advantage being speed. It's a technique for turning to face the opponent, and it's especially effective in scrambles. 4. Back facing during ducking, near enemy, press B button. Dita, this is described as a tricky move that pulls and drags the opponent's leg to topple them. It's a somewhat unusual technique, as it only activates if the opponent is behind you and within throwing distance. It's considered a niche technique not frequently used in actual battles. 5. Udakim, enemy punch, press B button in time. Daita, this is a technique where you grab the opponent's punch, turn behind them, and finish with a sweeping throw. Timing is key, requiring you to input the B button just before the enemy's attack connects. This technique can lead to other moves. The page also includes a section titled Hold Techniques, which explains the general concept of these moves. 5 techniques to take and return opponents' attacks. Hold techniques are defined as techniques that counter enemy punches and kicks, turning their attacks against them. However, it is emphasized that reacting after seeing the enemy's attack speed may be too late. Anticipating the opponent's movements beforehand is crucial. This page depicts a section on grappling techniques in the game Shenmue II. The page is titled Grappling Techniques and explains that grappling techniques involve grabbing an opponent and transitioning into various strikes and throws. It mentions that grappling is similar to throwing techniques, but the power is somewhat inferior compared to throws. It also states that there are only 5 types of grappling techniques, and it's better to consider them as follow-ups when throws fail, rather than actively aiming for them. The page then details several grappling moves. Suntetsu, which is described as a strike that thrusts into the opponent's head from behind when grappled. If it connects, the opponent will fall backwards, making it effective for involving other enemies. It's noted to be quite powerful within grappling techniques and should be actively used in boss battles if you manage to grab your opponent. Urataki, explained as a powerful knee strike to the opponent's abdomen when grappled. It sends the opponent flying back significantly and can involve surrounding enemies. It is recommended to use this technique against groups of enemies and differentiate its use from Suntetsu in boss battles. Haori, which is described as a technique where you can maintain a grapple by holding the button without pressing it further, and further pressing the button will inflict damage. The damage dealt is relatively low among grappling techniques, so it's advised to use Urataki if you manage to grab an opponent. Kamakiri, which is a sweeping kick performed towards a nearby opponent while grappling. Although it's described as a plain technique, it is effective in a wide range and useful when surrounded by enemies. However, caution is advised as delaying the execution might result in a haori. Erigime is a technique where if you press the B button outside of throwing range, you will grab the opponent around the chest and initiate erigime. From this state, by inputting commands at the opportune moment, it branches into various grappling techniques, so it is advised to utilize it according to the situation. Kimyakudome is described as a technique that strikes a powerful body blow to the opponent's abdomen when grappling. Additional input here leads to techniques like Yoroyuchi and Kabusogi. It's noted that hit opponents will slowly fall, making it a good option for follow-up attacks with faster techniques. Finally, Yoroyuchi is a technique that delivers 2 powerful body blows to the opponent's abdomen when grappling. It's mentioned that if you are unsure about follow-up attacks immediately after Kimyakudome, it's best to execute this technique fully. If the opponent falls on the spot, it is also possible to aim for a down attack. This page details various battle techniques. The page is titled Continuous Technique, and the text below explains: Speed-activated brilliant continuous attacks, Technique Basic Tiger Fist, and Kicking Technique Basic 3-Day Moon Sweep are the starting points for continuous attacks that unleash a flurry of blows. Although the power of a single blow is not that great, if you increase the number of moves, its power will be comparable to throwing techniques. It is a recommended technique for people who are not confident in complex command input. The page showcases 6 different fighting techniques, each with its name, scenario information, data, likely power, speed, and range, and visual representations of the move sequence. The techniques are Sayageshi with input XA and labeled Throwing Skill Intermediate. The data section and image show a move where the character delivers a body blow, goes behind the opponent, and kicks them away. The data text explains, after eating a body blow to the stomach, this technique goes behind the opponent and kicks them away. The opponent who eats the kick is blown away and downed greatly. It has the characteristic of involving surrounding enemies. Let's use this in mixed battles. Tsukamitake Nobori with input A and labeled Throwing Skill Intermediate. The data section and image show a grappling move, where the character grabs the opponent and delivers a strong blow to the abdomen. The data text explains, a technique that inflicts a strong knee strike to the opponent's abdomen while grabbing them. The opponent presses their abdomen and slowly begins to fall. This technique opens up the timing for follow-up attacks. It is easy to land techniques such as gate top elbow strike. Ipponzoi with input B and labeled throwing skill intermediate. The data section and image show a move where the character throws the opponent over their back. The data text explains, a back carry throw that throws the opponent over the back. It involves surrounding enemies, but it is difficult to add follow-up attacks to a thrown opponent. It is better to decide on a different grappling technique in mixed battles and aim for follow-up attacks in single combat. Dorimaga Rengeki with input XX and labeled striking skill. The data section and image show a two-hit punch combination. The data text explains, as the name suggests, a two-hit continuous attack using Tiger Fist. The characteristic is that if the first hit connects, the second hit will surely connect. This technique is the starting point for various continuous techniques, and its richness of variation is also not to be missed. Dorimaga Tsuyuchi Shogeki with inputs XXX and labeled striking skill. The data section and image show a three-hit punch combination. The data text explains, a continuous technique using a three-hit punch. It is a basic technique in hand-to-hand combat combinations. Although the power itself is not very high, the technique's connection is quick, and if the first hit connects, the third hit will almost certainly connect. Honryu Sanrengeki with input XXA and labeled striking skill. The data section and image show a combination of punches followed by a kick. The data text explains, a continuous technique that delivers a technique similar to departure stop kick after two consecutive punches. The speed of the kick is fast, and it is easy to hit smoothly from the first to third hits. However, since the stiffness after hitting is slightly longer than the enemy's, let's shift to defense after hitting. Honryu Senpugeki with inputs X and labeled striking skill. The data section and image show a combination of punches followed by a spinning kick. The data text explains, a continuous attack that releases a strike with a motion similar to small cartwheel kick after two consecutive punches. When shifting from the second hit to the third hit, there is a momentary gap. So, rather than stopping there, it is better to unleash up to Honryu spinning body blow. This page showcases a selection of martial arts techniques from the Honryu school, a fighting style within the game. Each technique is presented in a panel with its name, input commands and descriptions under scenario and data sections. The panels also include image sequences demonstrating the move in action. The first technique, Honryu Tenshingeki, is described as having the same motion as Honryu Rakugekijin up to the third hit, followed by a four-hit combo resembling Taito Ken. It notes that the third hit is often guarded and the fourth hit's reach is slow, so players should be ready to defend. The second technique, Honryu Kaijin, is described as a four-hit combo that launches the opponent into the air, similar to Honryu Rakugekijin, but from Koenri. It mentions that the third hit is often guarded, but if the opponent is slow to react, it's okay to unleash the full combo. The third technique, Honryu Gezan, is a continuous attack starting with two punches followed by a low kick. If the A button is pressed repeatedly after a hit, it can lead into Honryu Repujin or Honryu Fumonin. It's noted that the low kick is often guarded. The fourth technique, Honryu Repujin, is described as a continuous attack connecting from two punches, then a middle kick. If the punches hit, the low kick will often be guarded, but if the low kick hits, the two kicks are likely to connect. The fifth technique, Honryu Fumonin, is described as a continuous attack where a turning kick is added to Honryu Repujin. The turning kick has a large motion, making it difficult to land a hit. It suggests that instead of completing the full combo, it might be better to stop at Honryu Repujin and aim for another technique. The sixth technique, Honryu Rekyaku, is a continuous technique from Tiger Knuckle up to Honryu Engekyaku. If the first hit connects, the first three hits are guaranteed. However, if the button is not pressed accurately, Honryu Senpukyaku is likely to occur. The final technique, Honryu Senpukyaku, is a continuous technique from Tiger Knuckle to three kicks. If the first hit connects, the first three hits are guaranteed. However, the fourth hit is a large, sweeping mid-air kick that is often avoided. If you want to land a sure hit, it's advised to stop at Honryu Rekyaku. The characters depicted in the image sequences are likely Ryo Hazuki, the main protagonist, demonstrating these Hanryu-style martial arts techniques in an outdoor training area, possibly in Guilin, China, given the Shenmue II setting. This page showcases battle move techniques. The page details several combat moves, demonstrating each move with a sequence of images featuring Ryo Hazuki. Each move is described in terms of its scenario, power, speed, and range, visualized with bar charts. Let's look at the move descriptions. Hanryu Senenkyaku. This is described as the most basic continuous attack starting with a kick. If the first hit connects, the second hit is guaranteed. It's noted that the recovery time after the move is short, making it easy to follow up with quick techniques. This is emphasized as a key continuous attack move. Hanryu Renkyaku. This is a continuous spinning kick combination. It's mentioned that each kick is a big swing, so hitting the third kick can be difficult and easily avoided. If the opponent evades it, a painful counterattack is inevitable, so it's important to use it wisely. Hanryu Uraken. This is a continuous attack that flows from a kick to a backhand fist. If the initial kick hits, the second backhand fist is also guaranteed to hit. Furthermore, from this point, it's possible to transition into Hanryu Strike Down or Hanryu Sick Kick. It's also possible to stop at the backhand fist and aim for a throw. Hanryu Shikyaku. This is a continuous attack that goes from a backhand fist to a spinning middle kick to a jump kick. It's described as having a very long movement range and a wide effective range for the second and third hits, making it difficult to guard against. However, the third hit is noted to be slightly delayed in its generation, so caution is advised as it's easily guarded. Gusoku Kuzushi. This move is described as a lower kick, also known as drum can kick. It's easy to hit because the attack judgment is at the lower level, but the move itself is extremely slow, and not much power can be expected. It's suggested to think of this move as an action to kick a drum can and make the opponent stumble. Down Kujeki. This is a kick to follow up against a fallen enemy. It's noted that it only activates if you press the button while being quite close to the downed opponent, so be mindful of the distance. Also, depending on the technique, there are instances where the enemy and the distance become too far apart, making follow-up attacks impossible. This page depicts a complete list of martial arts techniques. The page title translates to Complete Technique List. It states that this list includes techniques from Shenmue Chapter 1, featuring over 100 techniques for martial artists who train daily in Kung Fu for revenge. This complete technique list is presented to them. The page is structured as a table with columns for technique name, command, power, speed, range, required skill, and acquisition method. It lists various martial arts moves categorized into sections such as hand techniques, elbow techniques, and leg techniques. For each move, it details the button commands, numerical values for power, speed, and range, as well as how to acquire the move in the game, such as S2, S2 normal, meaning it's a standard technique available in Shenmue II, or S1, S1 scroll, indicating it's acquired through a scroll in Shenmue 1. The table presents a comprehensive overview of the fighting moves available in the game, categorizing them and providing gameplay-relevant information like command inputs and performance stats. This page depicts a detailed list of battle techniques. The list is organized into categories like avoidance techniques, grappling techniques, throwing techniques, and combo techniques. Each technique is listed with its Japanese name, the button inputs required to perform it, and numerical values that likely represent damage or properties of the move. The rightmost column indicates the move's type or availability, such as S2 normal, S2 scroll, S1 scroll, S2 mastered, and S1 mastered. This page is essentially a move list, providing a technical breakdown of combat actions in the game. This page is about the complete strategy for free battles in Shenmue II. It states that there are over 30 deadly battles to win. It mentions that the number of free battles, including fights against weaker enemies, bosses, and periodic battles that occur when you fail QTEs or are spotted by enemies, can increase. It advises learning how to fight in each situation to achieve complete victory in all battles. The page highlights the importance of learning how to fight in each free battle. It explains that free battles are broadly divided into 3 types: Zako type, boss type, and Q occurrence type. In Zako type battles, many weaker enemies appear, whereas boss battles are one-on-one fights against strong opponents. Therefore, it's important to learn and master the fighting style for each type. Otherwise, you'll be defeated quickly. The guide will introduce explanations of all battles from when Ryo arrives in Hong Kong to defeating the final boss in Do New. It encourages players to overcome many training grounds and hone their skills as a martial artist. Regarding Zako-type enemy characters, it advises using throwing techniques frequently against enemy groups. Zako enemies, as the name suggests, are not very strong, only knowing punches and kicks. However, these Zako enemies can become formidable if they attack in groups. Also, battle locations are often narrow, making it difficult to move around freely. It recommends using throwing techniques to knock down enemies and following the tactic of defeating enemies one by one, which is key to victory. For boss-type enemy characters, it suggests avoiding head-on fights and circling behind the enemy. Boss-type enemies, unlike Zako, fight alone. They have various special moves, making them different from Zako battles. Their striking attacks are powerful and difficult to guard against. Even throws can be countered. It advises against engaging in direct, head-on combat, as it will likely lead to defeat. Instead, it suggests using evasion techniques like dodging and attacking from behind, where you are less likely to be hit. Finally, Boss Battles Battle QT explains that there are special cases where QTEs are inserted at the end of boss battles. These battle QTs are not used in Zako battles, but are prepared for some boss battles. They suddenly occur when the enemy's health is very low, making them difficult to react to. Furthermore, failing the input can lead to defeat even when the enemy's health is almost depleted. It emphasizes the importance of memorizing commands and suggesting players devise ways to hold the controller effectively. This page shows battle strategies for the game. It details 4 different battles, each with a battle title and number, scenario, location, and conditions to trigger the fight. Battle 01, Chasing Sam and Larry who stole the bag. This battle occurs after the story begins when Ryo's bag is stolen by Wong's gang. If you succeed in the QTE chase and corner them, you will fight Sam and Larry. Be careful of Sam, as when his health is low, he will pull out a baton and attack. Getting hit by this baton will cause significant damage and can lead to a game over. Therefore, start by using the vaulting shoulder tackle move to preemptively attack Larry and quickly defeat him with throws. After that, attack the dangerous Sam in the same way as Larry. If he pulls out his baton, it's effective to rush him with quick, rapid punches. Also, if Larry grabs you, Sam may cooperate for a splendid tag team move. Battle 02. Rescue Guizhang from the Land Sharks. To obtain the 4 Woody, when you visit Guizhang in Scarlet Hills, you will enter a battle with the Land Sharks. There are 4 opponents, making it the first group battle, so be prepared. From the start of the battle, you are surrounded, so aim to use throws right away. Use throws to knock down enemies together and break through the encirclement, running into free space. This way, you can avoid being attacked from behind. While evading enemy attacks with the O button, use Vaulting Shoulder Tackle or Back Fist Blossom. You might also want to try out the Arm Break Thrust that Janmin taught you. Battle 03, The Demonic Hands of Do New. Closing in the dark. If you try the tea set arrangement at the restaurant, Do New's henchmen will call you out to Manmo Park. Before the battle, there is a single QT, right arrow, so be careful. If you succeed in this QTE, there will be 2 opponents. If you fail, there will be 3. First, because the enemies are close, immediately press the O button and step back to create distance. All 3 are weak enemies who only use basic punches and kicks, so it's good to raise your proficiency by repeatedly using throw techniques. If you lose the battle, even in Ryo's desperate situation, Shenhua, who has been watching over Ryo, will appear and defeat the enemies, and the story will continue without retrying. Battle 4. Conquer the death struggle in a narrow store. While waiting for Zhu Yuanda's aid at Dojang Diner, Do New's henchmen will appear again. The key point in this battle is how to use the space. The store is very narrow, and you are surrounded by 4 opponents, forcing you into close combat. Be careful not to run around carelessly, as you will be beaten from behind. Evade rushes by circling around to the enemy's side, or back with the O button and utilizing the invincibility time of grappling moves. If you grab an opponent, Throw them in the direction where enemies are concentrated to knock them all down together. Also, be aware that the white running jacket man, bottom right photo, may unleash a powerful roundhouse kick at the end of his combos. This page details 4 battles: Battle 05, Battle 6, Battle 7, and Battle 08, providing information on their scenarios, locations, conditions for occurrence, and gameplay tips. Battle 05, 8th Warehouse, defeat the Heavens Goons. Scenario, P61, location, opened warehouse district, 8th Warehouse conditions. Rescue Zhang and head to the 8th Warehouse in the opened warehouse district by 7 p.m. The text explains that to meet Ren, you must go to the 8th Warehouse in the opened warehouse district. The warehouse is quite spacious, and there are 6 opponents who will attack in a horizontal line from the front. It is mentioned that you should not be careless. When the enemies approach to a medium distance, use the Niryu Tosatsu move, as its attack range is surprisingly wide and can hit multiple enemies at once. After dealing damage, step back with the directional button and the Y button. If the number of enemies decreases to some extent, it is recommended to use the skills Ren taught you, or skills like the Dragon Spin Kick sold at Tiled Martial Arts, to increase your skill level. The characters shown are enemies in this battle. Battle 06, Heaven's Ambush Scenario, P61, location BU conditions. Battle 05 and head to BHW. The text mentions that Battle 05 was successful in flushing out Ren's location, but it was a trap set by the Heavens. You will be forced into a battle surrounded by a large number of people. Here, battles are timed, and you will be forcibly defeated if time runs out, so you cannot win no matter what you do. If you are going to lose anyway, try to use as many skills as possible to increase your skill level. Since you will be surrounded by a crowd of enemies, even if you try to use striking techniques, aim for throwing techniques. After the battle ends, you will be embraced by Ren and get the Heaven Zipper. From this point on, you will be able to go to Beverly Hills Wharf. The characters shown are the main members involved in this battle. Battle 07, Heaven's Members on Patrol, Scenario P61, location BHW conditions clear. Battle 06 and be discovered by Heaven's members. The text explains that after establishing a base in Vaughn's hideout, the search for Ren begins. Heaven's members are patrolling Beverly Hills Wharf, and a battle will occur if you are found nearby. Battles here are all fought from a fixed viewpoint. Command inputs are simplified. For example, Niryu Tosatsu becomes just the Y button. Also, the sense of distance from enemies is very difficult to grasp, and you may often take punches even when you think you are far away. If you are attacked, use Niryu Tosatsu or Koboku Dashi. And if you are throwing from a distance, use Senkei or Jagiki. It is effective to use techniques that can be repeatedly performed just by pressing the Y button without using the directional buttons. The characters shown are the main members in this battle. Battle 08, Cornering Ren. Scenario P63, location, opened warehouse district, F warehouse conditions. Give Ren HK $500 and head to warehouse F in the opened warehouse district. The text describes that following Ren's words, you enter a suspicious warehouse where Yuan is conducting backroom dealings. You will once again be mistaken for a thief. Here, you will battle with 2 of Yuan's henchmen. These enemies are tougher and more cunning than the usual goons. Either way, it's best to defeat one of them first by narrowing down your target. Both mainly use punches and kicks, so avoid running around aimlessly and use the Y button to evade and aim for throws. Once the number of enemies becomes 1, punch combos alone will be enough to win. If you lose the battle, you will be captured by Yuan, and one will come to your rescue. The characters shown are involved in this battle. This page details strategies for several battles in the game. The first section is titled Pursuing and Cornering the Runaway Sam and Larry. This is Battle 9, and the scenario is found on pages 64 and 65. The battle location is the Labor Wharf, and the trigger condition is to pursue either Sam or Larry from Dobuita Park. The text explains that in Huangui Park, when Rio is asking about Yuan Deju's whereabouts, he will encounter Sam and Larry. If Rio chases after Sam or Larry, a battle will ensue. Larry mainly guards against attacks and counters with throws from the front. It is advised to take his back with the Y button and attack. If Rio chases Sam, Sam will suddenly pull out a police baton and attack. This baton attack is powerful, reducing life gauge by 4, but its weakness is the slow swing motion. If Ryo attacks Sam persistently, he can defeat Sam before he swings the baton. The next section is titled, Defeating the Landshark with Oblique Run. This is Battle 10, and the scenario is on page 52. The battle location is in front of the Onda House in Scarlet Hills. The trigger condition is to pass in front of the Onda House after the teacup set event occurs. The text explains that after Kushang teaches Ryo the teacup set, and Ryo visits Kushang's place again, the oblique run throwing technique event will occur. And then a battle will start with the Landshark. This is a one-on-one battle with the Landshark. The text notes that this battle can be won in one hit with the oblique run command, B+Y. Until the opponent's health gets low, it is recommended to practice strike and throw techniques to increase proficiency. It is also mentioned that if you lose this battle, you will not learn the oblique run move. It is worth remembering that you can learn the oblique run command at other points in free battles if successful. The following section is titled Fierce Battle with the Yellow Heaven faction led by Do New. This is Battle 11, and the scenario is on page 79. The battle location is the Manu building. The trigger condition is to find Zhu Yuanda on the top floor of the Manu building. The text explains that after Ryo meets with Yuanda Zhu, Do New breaks in, leading to a battle against 4 members of the Yellow Heaven faction. This battle is designed to be difficult, so it's a good opportunity to practice throw techniques to increase proficiency, like in other battles. However, the enemies frequently use strike techniques, making it hard to get close. It is suggested to use link techniques like oblique run to attack when 2 enemies are close together. Also, Do New will suddenly join the battle midway, but since his opponents are mostly minions, it is better to focus on defeating the minions. The last section is titled, Let's Scatter the Black Suits Protecting the Manu Building. This is Battle 12, and the scenario is on page 90. The battle location is Manu Building, floors 2 to 4. The trigger condition is to fail the QTE and be discovered by the black suits. The text explains that when the Yellow Heaven Alliance occupies the Manu Building, battles will occur continuously. On floors 2F to 4F, black suits are patrolling everywhere, and failing the QTE will lead to battles. These battles against the black suits are one-on-one in narrow corridors with limited escape routes. The black suits attack with a 3-hit punch combo at a fixed rhythm, but it is easy to get behind them by sidestepping with the Y button. Since the command directions change in narrow spaces, techniques that input directions towards the enemy, such as neck hang throw or thunder palm thrust, are recommended as they are easy to use. This page depicts a guide to several battles in the Huangtian building. Battle 13 is titled Defeat the Lookout and Obtain the Transceiver. This battle takes place on the 5th floor of the Huangtian building, scenario P91. The trigger for this battle is passing in front of a room on the 5th floor. When you enter the lookout room on the 5th floor of the Huangtian building, you will face a battle against 3 members of the Yellow Heaven. As all 3 enemies will attack at once at the start of the battle, prepare to evade with the Y button beforehand. If you keep your distance from the enemies, use wider-ranging techniques like windmill or gale to attack them all. Once you have reduced their health to a certain extent, finish them off one by one with throwing techniques. This room is very narrow and you are susceptible to enemy rushes, so avoid running around recklessly. If you lose, you can retry from just before entering the room. Battle 14 is titled Slip Past the Lookout in the Dark. This battle is set on the 6th floor of the Huangtian building, scenario P91. The condition for this battle is being illuminated by the fluorescent light and being discovered by the enemy. On the 6th floor of the Huangtian building, there are 4 events where you can try to slip past the lookout's gaze by timing it with the moment the fluorescent lights go out, as detailed on P91. If you are spotted by the lookout here, you will engage in battle. All locations start with you surrounded by enemies, so your actions immediately after the battle begins will greatly influence the outcome. Rather than evading here, it is better to grab the enemy directly in front of you at the start and use throws to defeat multiple enemies at once. Be aware that some enemies also use grappling techniques, so if you are attacked from behind, quickly change your direction and position with the Y button. Battle 15 is titled Dangerous 8th Floor Where Lookouts Gather. This battle is located on the 8th floor of the Huangqian Building, scenario P91. The condition for this battle is heading to the 8th floor after receiving the gathering order on the transceiver. If you listen to the transceiver and hear that the Yellow Heaven lookouts are gathering on the 8th floor, try heading there. Normally, when you reach this floor, Ren will stop you and try to divert you elsewhere. If you ignore him and head towards the lookout again, a battle will occur. There are only 3 enemies, so it might seem like an easy win, but in reality, the battle will forcibly end and result in a loss for you. Although you can retry from the 7th floor, there is no point in trying to increase your skill level here. In any case, there is not much merit to this battle, so there is no need to deliberately trigger it. Battle 16 is titled Battle with Members Loitering in the Room. This battle takes place on the 18th floor of the Huangqian Building, scenario P95. The trigger condition is entering rooms 1804, 1812, and 1820. On the 18th floor of the Huangqian Building, you will battle upon entering each of rooms 1804, 1812, and 1820. These rooms are not particularly necessary to enter, so it's best to consider them as misses if Battle 17 turns out to be the hit room. Each room has 2 enemies who are mostly weak characters relying on punches and kicks. There is no need to use elaborate techniques like Y-button evasion, so actively use this opportunity to practice techniques you want to improve your skill level in. In preparation for the final battles against Baihu and Donu, it is definitely worthwhile to improve your skill level with techniques like Inside Gale, Diagonal Move, and Outside Gale. This page describes several battles that Ryo Hazuki will encounter in the Huangqian Building. The first section, titled Defeat the Strong Enemy Guarding the Elevator Trap, details Battle 17, which takes place on the 18th floor in room 924 of the Huangqian Building. In this battle, Ryo will face a total of 4 enemies, one of whom is a boss-type character in a black suit. The text suggests that this boss is a formidable opponent who skillfully evades strikes. The strategy recommended is to first defeat the surrounding weaker enemies and then focus on the black suit boss with powerful throwing techniques, specifically mentioning Rento-ko and Dairenpai as effective moves. The next section, Suddenly Appearing 6 Black Suits, describes Battle 18. This battle happens after Ryo obtains a key in the room and calls the elevator. 6 black suits will suddenly appear. These enemies are described as ordinary thugs, not as strong as those in Battles 17 and 19. The text advises using throwing techniques, particularly Senkei, diagonal throw, and Rento-ko, continuous fist throw, taking advantage of openings in their attacks. The following section, Dead Fight Unfolding in Donu's Room, outlines Battle 19. This battle occurs in Donu's room on the 40th floor after Ryo opens a large door. Here, Ryo will again face 6 black suits, but these are significantly stronger than the previous ones. They are adept at blocking strikes and evading standard throws. Relying on strikes is considered dangerous in this battle. The recommended strategy is to use the Y button to evade attacks, create openings, and then counter with throws. Gekojin, Moonshadow Slash, is highlighted as a particularly effective throw that is difficult for these enemies to evade. The text emphasizes skillful dodging with the Y button as crucial for victory. Finally, the section titled The Road to Battle Complete Domination provides an overview of all 19 free battles encountered up to this point. It explains that while not all of these battles are strictly necessary for progressing the story, some will occur if certain events are failed. Battles 12 and 14, which involve quick-time events, and Battle 15, which is designed to be lost, are specifically mentioned. Battle 16 is also noted as potentially avoidable if Ryo simply passes through the rooms. The text concludes by suggesting that players should aim for complete domination of these battles as a true martial artist of the Hazuki style, rather than simply running away. This page depicts battle guides for 3 different characters in Shenmue II. The first section is about fighting Eileen, who is described as a master of iron wall defense and grappling. To encounter Eileen, you need to go to the 3rd floor of the game center. She is a formidable opponent as attacks from the front, whether strikes or throws, are ineffective. Therefore, the strategy is to attack from her sides or back. Eileen frequently uses a 3-punch combo while moving. For example, if you are facing her to the left, she will advance while throwing her unique punches. At this moment, by inputting up plus right Y B plus X, you can successfully get behind her. Even if you fail to evade her initial attack and get caught, you have a second chance to escape with a throw, which is advantageous. The second section is about fighting Nozomi Harasaki, described as a convenience store girl with powerful special moves. After defeating Eileen in the game center, you can fight Nozomi Harasaki, who is a clerk at Tomato Convenience Store. Nozomi is a very strong opponent because she uses rapid combos and powerful throws. The key to winning against Nozomi is the Battle QT. 2 buttons are pressed simultaneously to trigger a continuous QT. It is difficult to succeed if you are not skilled in changing your controller grip. Failing this QT can result in losing nearly half of your health, so always be prepared. As for fighting style, it is effective to use the Niran Tokan attack from a distance and then repeatedly backstep. Nozomi's guard is somewhat weak, and Niran Tokan is a technique that Nozomi is vulnerable to, making it an effective strategy. The 3rd section is about fighting Rod Stunt, described as a pankration expert with diverse throwing techniques. Rod Stunt conducts battles in a closed area under Scarlet Hills. The rule is a square ring battle, and you lose if your health runs out or you ring out. Winning 2 sets makes you the victor. In the fight against Rod, you should be careful of his powerful throws, but if you are mindful of them, it shouldn't be too difficult. Avoid showing your hands from here, and by continuously pressing the Y button, you can parry the opponent's attacks well. And if you manage to throw him from the side or back, you can decide the victory. Even if you are caught in Rod's throw, continuously pressing the Y button will make it easier to escape. The text at the bottom of the page is titled Gekka Ryu vs Virtua Other Styles, and it mentions that Rod Stunt's model is based on Jeffrey. His special move is Splash Mountain Destruction Wave, and in the game, it is also a powerful move. Machine Gun Hell Stomp, Ground Blast Strike 3, is also a move he starts using. His striking power is strong, but like Jeffrey, his technique initiation is slow, so it is effective to attack from a distance. This page depicts battle strategies in Shenmue II, showcasing fights against different characters in various locations. The first section, titled Giant Swing Ring-Out's Threat, details a strategy for fighting against Greg and Moa. The setting is the Azure Dragon Garden. It mentions that in the fight against Greg, players should be careful of throw techniques like the Giant Swing, Grab Throw, and Frankensteiner, as these can lead to a ring-out even with full health. Greg's guard is weak, making most attacks effective, but moves like the Nirvana Drop are difficult to land. It suggests using punch combos after attacking with Pinar XY and then evading. The next section, Koryu vs Barchit Style, discusses the fight against Barcha using the style of Koryu. It notes that both Giant Swing and Restrictor Slow are characteristic throw techniques, and Greg's model is Wolf. These are powerful moves that can cause ring-outs. Compared to Virtua Fighter, ring-outs are easier in this game, so be careful. It also mentions that powerful striking techniques are also Wolf-like. The section titled A Master of Kendo with Skillful Foot Techniques provides a strategy for fighting Haruka. The setting is the Heaven Building Rooftop. The battle against Haruka in the Heaven Building's Spring Battle is a one-set match where ring-outs are disabled. If you succeed in the QTE when her stamina is low, you win. The strategy is to keep your distance from Haruka, as she will use combos of somersault kick and jumping knee drop at medium range. After these techniques, there is a large opening, so use throws like Diagonal Strike. Finally, input the right key to finish. The last section, Boss of the Huangtian Association Wielding My Style Fist, describes the fight against Do Niu. It explains that as explained on page 189 of the Zako Battle, Battle 11, Do Niu cannot be defeated here. However, it is important to polish your skills even a little if you can control Ryo. First of all, Do Niu is not straightforward with rush attacks, and he uses powerful techniques. Therefore, it is good to incorporate combos from Tiger Crawl when Donu enters his striking motion. However, be aware of the great damage if you are caught off guard or receive Donu's striking techniques. Also, by evading with the Cha button, you can use techniques to get behind Donu. If you defeat Zako, it is necessary to keep in mind that Donu has the advantage. From Donu's flank, use techniques with fast startup like Nirvana Drop, and prioritize using those with high accuracy. The character details provided are Greg and Moa. P87, location, Azure Dragon Garden. Defeat Rod Stunt and enter the Azure Dragon Garden Battle QT. Haruka, P88, location, Heaven Building Rooftop. Defeat Greg and Moa to enter the Heaven Building Rooftop Battle Donu. P79, location, Heaven Building. Find Zhu Yuanda on the highest floor of the Heaven Building. QD. This page depicts battle tactics for 3 encounters in the game. The first section is titled Finally, Yuan's True Strength Revealed. This section is about the battle against Yuan. It mentions that when you reach the open space on the 17th floor of the Huangtian building, you will finally be able to cross swords with Yuan. Although Yuan might have an image of only relying on weapons, his hand-to-hand combat ability is not low. Regarding Yuan's attack method, he uses big swings in close range with 2-hit punches and throws, and kicks in mid-range. Among these, the most important thing to watch out for is his throw, as it can cause significant damage if it connects. Therefore, in close combat, always be mindful of defense. Yuan's striking techniques take some time to initiate, making it easy to counter with a throw using the Y button, X button, and A button. Sometimes he uses feints, but if you keep attacking relentlessly, you can easily defeat him. Try this if you are struggling to win. The scenario for this battle is on page 94. The location is the 17th floor of the Huangtian building, and the condition is to pass through the central open space on the 17th floor. The second section is titled Baihu, the Underground White Tiger. This section is about the battle against Baihu. It explains that in the ring on the 5th basement floor of the Big Ox building, Baihu, a master of the Tiger Swallow style with a flashy fighting style, awaits. The battle is a best-of-2 sets match. In each set, a left QTE occurs when Baihu's stamina is low. The basic battle strategy is the same as in the spring roll battle, aiming to deplete all of the opponent's techniques and then throw them. When Baihu gets close, input right YB to unleash the diagonal flying kick. If you win 2 sets, the battle ends, but Baihu does not admit defeat and a QD occurs. The scenario for this battle is on page 97. The location is the Big Ox Building B5, and the condition is to go to the place where Joy is being held on the 5th basement floor. The QTE is shown as X circle, left, and B. The third section is titled The Last Battle Unfolds Before Lan Di. This section is about the battle against Donu. It mentions that when you reach the rooftop of the Huangtian building, Donu, Yuan, and Zhu Yuanda, all of Lan Di's henchmen, are gathered. Finally, the last battle with Donu begins. Similar to the first battle against Donu, if you carefully observe Donu's movements and fight, it shouldn't be too difficult. First, be careful of Donu's attacks, especially his tackles and powerful throws after leaning back. To counter Donu's techniques, the key is to constantly approach Donu and press the Y button repeatedly. This will allow you to grapple Donu. Then, when Donu launches an attack, Ryo will automatically evade and get behind Donu. Once you are behind him, use the shoulder buster throw or unleash your most powerful technique that you have honed in previous battles. The scenario for this battle is on page 98. The location is the Huangtian building rooftop, and the condition is to head to the rooftop of the Huangtian building. This page depicts a stylized dark red background with swirling patterns that resemble a dragon or serpentine design. At the bottom of the page, the words mini game are prominently displayed in white. The Japanese text at the top of the page translates to, his appearance, indulging in leisure and forgetting his sworn revenge, unknowingly reverts to a childlike state. This page showcases the minigame Space Harrier within the game world, a title that is described as a timeless masterpiece series that transcends borders. It mentions that in Hong Kong's most prosperous area, Wan Chai's Wan Chai Road, you can find game centers similar to those in Japan, offering nostalgic games reminiscent of those seen in Yokosuka. Furthermore, it notes that in Kowloon City, games are even found in unexpected places like orphanages and the Suzaku building. While the story is unrelated, it encourages players to enjoy it as a form of relaxation. The page highlights Space Harrier as a representative 3D shooting game of the 80s. You control Harrier, a psychic warrior, and must clear all 18 stages of this 3D shooter alongside your partner dragon, Uriah, while defeating enemies that approach. Although you can't use a control stick like in the arcade version, its impact remains strong even today, offering enjoyment for both seasoned game fans and newcomers alike. The How to Play section explains that you move Harrier up, down, left, and right using the analog stick, and you can shoot bullets to defeat enemies by pressing A, B, X, or Y. It also mentions that Harrier's movement can be controlled with the directional buttons as well. The section, Let's Break Through All 18 Stages with Quick Judgment, describes the gameplay as auto-scrolling, requiring Harrier to be moved up, down, left, right, and diagonally. Since enemy bullets and charging enemies are constantly directed towards Harrier, continuous movement is key. It also notes that even in this version, if you start the game while holding down A, B, X, or Y on the title screen, the up and down direction of the directional buttons will be reversed, activating control stick mode. The Space Harrier Strategy Theory section emphasizes that the main point to clearing Space Harrier is dodging bullets. As the game automatically scrolls forward, simply dodging is sufficient, except for boss battles. The recommended movement method is to always position Harrier at the top of the screen and move in a figure-8 pattern horizontally. This secures a wide field of vision and makes it easier to evade approaching enemy attacks. The How to Fight Boss Battles section points out that the most troublesome aspect of boss battles is the sheer number of bullets. Attacks that seem to cover half the screen make dodging alone a challenge. In boss battles, it is important to add figure-8 movement and move to the edge of the screen, intentionally drawing enemy bullets to continuously attack. It also mentions that bosses will retreat after a certain amount of time, even if not defeated. Finally, the Bonus Stage High Score Technique section explains that stages 5 and 12 are bonus stages, where you ride on Uriah's back and destroy trees and beans bin objects. Uriah moves forward while swaying up and down, so pressing the button slightly early is key. Finding the lines connecting obstacles and getting on those lines early will make high scores achievable. This page shows a guide for the arcade game Hang On, subtitled Authentic Bike Racing Game. The text describes the game as a full-fledged racing game, where you straddle a large motorcycle-like cabinet that is dyed deep red. It mentions that while you cannot experience the true feeling of leaning your whole body to race, the speed and difficulty remain unchanged from the original arcade experience. The page details how to play and provides information about the game. Information Play Spot, Room 222, Yellow Heaven Building, P153. Playable hours, 10:20 after entering Yellow Heaven Building. 1 play, $5. Prize, Certificate of Completion, Mini Hang-On. How to play: you adjust the angle of the bike by moving the analog stick left and right while cornering. The R trigger is for acceleration on-off, and the L trigger is for braking. Cornering can also be done with the directional buttons. The guide then describes the game's structure and strategies for each of the 5 stages, which are time-limited races. Course, consisting of all 5 stages, race through within the time limit. Hang On is a technical bike course consisting of all 5 stages, which is a race game to run through within the time limit. Basically, deceleration is done by releasing the accelerator, and braking is only used at tight corners. Stage 1, Gentle R Corners, Continue Relaxing Shoulder Course. This is the first stage, so it is possible to get through all corners with full acceleration. However, be careful as there are oil spills and rival bikes on the course. This stage is all about cornering. While keeping full acceleration, lean the directional buttons fully left and right to cut through the corners. If there is a rival bike in the middle of a corner, it is effective to ease off the accelerator and let the rival bike go ahead. Stage 2. Right angle corners in the midsection flat course. From this stage onwards, corners that cannot be cleared with full acceleration will appear. Corners 3 and 4 are examples of these. However, even so, you can clear it without difficulty if you corner while slightly releasing the accelerator. However, if you encounter a rival bike at an R-shaped tight corner like in Stage 1, release the accelerator early. Prioritize cornering and avoid contact with rival bikes in corners. Stage 3, Winding Technical Course. This is a technical course with various corners of different sizes. In particular, Corner 3 is a gentle curve followed immediately by a sharp corner. Be prepared for this. Try to take the correct line and, depending on the situation, use braking. In this stage, the number of rival bikes suddenly increases, and you may be surrounded by 3 to 4 bikes in a corner. Do not try to overtake them forcibly, but decelerate and have the composure to let the rival bikes go ahead. Stage 4, Huge Hairpin, where major deceleration is necessary. Giant Hairpin Stage 4 is the stage with the highest difficulty among all stages. From here on, corners that cannot be cleared without sufficient braking will appear. In particular, corners 6 and 7 are very tight, and even if you brake after entering the corner, it may not be in time. Turn off the accelerator before the corner and decelerate early. If you're going too fast, be prepared to stop with full braking. In reality, it is likely that you will not stop. Stage 5. Rival bikes become a major obstacle. High-speed course. In this stage, rival bikes are more of an obstacle than the course itself. That is because the rival bikes running at low speed are annoying. In other words, the player's bike is running at full throttle, so be careful of oncoming rival bikes. The course itself has a sharp R at the final corner, so be sure to use brakes to clear it. If you clear this corner, the glorious checkered flag awaits. This page showcases the exhilarating drive game, Outrun, featuring a blonde beauty. The page details various aspects of the game, starting with the Outrun title at the top. It provides information about the game's availability at play spots. Matsugaya Electronics Game Center, P138, playtime to 10 to 23th writer, and the cost per play, $5. As a prize, players could win a certification or a mini outrun. The section titled, How to Play, explains the game controls. Use the analog stick left and right for cornering, the R trigger for acceleration, and the L trigger for braking. Shift changes are done with the side button for up and the T button for down. Moving to the section, choose a variety of courses and aim for the goal. It describes the gameplay as a refreshing drive game where you race a red sports car with pleasant background music. Various courses, including sandy beaches and coastlines, appear one after another. Before entering each stage, the course branches out. The section 15, all 15 courses, elaborates on the course structure. In Outrun, from the start, every time you progress through a stage, the route branches into 2. Therefore, as shown in the diagram on the right, there are ultimately 5 goal points. Depending on the route you choose, the difficulty changes, so find a route that suits your skill. The point is to aim for a high score by completing the easier routes in the first half in a short time. Below this, there's a course diagram showing branching paths marked with letters A through E at the end of each path. A note next to it states, colors indicate higher difficulty. The page then describes gameplay techniques. Rocket Start explains, first, before starting, put the gear in low and set the tachometer near the position shown in the photo, left. When you start, press the accelerator fully and shift to high gear at the same time as you press the accelerator. After that, when the tachometer reaches the 5th red mark, shift to high gear. If successful, you will reach a maximum speed of 293 km per hour in about 5 seconds after starting. Gear Gacha, gear grind is described as shift gears high, low, high at high speed. When you shift gears at high speed, white smoke will come out from the sports car. This technique of moving at high speed is Gear Gacha. In this state, even if you ride up onto the shoulder of the road, your speed will not decrease and you can continue driving. By repeating Gear Gacha on the shoulder of the road, course shortcuts become possible. If you keep running off course, it will be much faster to reach the goal. It's a bit heretical, but please try it. Finally, Passing Technique advises the most important thing to clear the game is cornering. The basic principle is to enter the corner from the inside while adjusting the accelerator. If you enter from the outside and try to cut inside when braking, you will inevitably slow down. The next important point is how to overtake enemy cars. In passing, it is important not to let the enemy cars disappear from the screen. Once a car disappears from the screen, it will try to overtake you again from behind. However, if you touch an enemy car, you will course out and crash into a wall, which often happens. Therefore, it is better to brake than to crash, as crashing causes more time loss. This page depicts gameplay strategies for Afterburner II, a dogfighting game featuring the F-14XX fighter jet. The setting appears to be a modern cityscape with skyscrapers in the background. Transitioning to aerial combat scenarios, the player controls a fighter jet, engaging in intense aerial battles against enemy aircraft. The page highlights 3 key gameplay strategies, presented as cases. Case 01, Tail Missile Evasion Method. This section explains how to evade tail-chasing missiles. It describes 2 types of missiles, those that fly straight and those that are tail-chasing. It advises that simply turning is not enough to avoid tail missiles. The basic evasion method is rolling, but it warns that doing so can make it harder to see the enemies and missiles on screen. It suggests a technique of pulling the missile close, then rolling and using the afterburner to escape. It recommends mastering this technique for reliability. Case 02, Enemy Formation. This section discusses enemy formations, particularly those where enemies are lined up horizontally and fire missiles simultaneously. It notes that this formation can be dangerous due to limited escape routes. The recommended strategy is to lock on to the left and right enemies, adjust altitude, and roll horizontally while firing missiles. It also mentions that in later stages, enemies might appear to be broken up, but are actually approaching quickly. In such cases, it is advised to fire missiles before they separate to potentially destroy all enemies at once, ensuring a reliable hit. Case 03, Countermeasures against enemies from behind. This section addresses enemies attacking from behind, starting from stage 6 onwards. Since the player cannot directly attack enemies behind them, evasion is necessary. It warns that focusing too much on rear enemies can lead to frontal tail missile attacks. The key strategy is throttle control for speed adjustment. It suggests using the afterburner to quickly decelerate and let the pursuing enemy move in front. Then, the player can engage the enemy with Vulcan cannons or missiles from the front or even from behind after reversing positions. It also suggests keeping the aircraft fixed at the top or bottom of the screen and continuously rotating as an effective tactic to shake off enemies from behind. The top left box provides game information including Play Spot, 1F P149, Suzaku Tower First Floor P149, Playable Time 10:23 am, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. 1 Play HK5, 5 Hong Kong dollars per play, Prize, Certificate of Recognition, Mini Afterburner. The How to Play section describes the controls. Use the analog stick to move up and down for ascent and descent, and left and right for rotation. Rolling is performed by rotating in the opposite direction during left or right rotation. The R trigger is for Vulcan cannons. The A button is for missiles. The L trigger is for afterburner, acceleration. The page promotes enjoying the exhilarating dogfights of Afterburner II using the F-14XX, aiming to clear all 23 stages by skillfully utilizing Vulcan cannons and missiles against enemy aircraft in intense aerial combat. This page showcases 2 minigames available in the game. The first minigame detailed is Excite QT2, described as a reflex-based QT game that evokes a sense of nostalgia for classic retro arcade games. The gameplay is simple, relying on quick-time events that appear during the story to test your reflexes. Although there is no clear end to the game, as you continuously perform QTEs, its simplicity makes it quite addictive and perfect for a short break. The text emphasizes the importance of memorizing the command patterns to input them accurately. It explains that the game involves inputting the QTEs displayed on the screen within a time limit. But because the sequence of commands is predetermined, memorizing them allows even players who are not confident in their reflexes to achieve a score high enough to obtain items. The play spots for Excite QT2 are Matsunaga Electronics Game Center and 100 Child Fox Orphanage, playable from 10 to 2300. One play costs $5, and the prize is a mini Excite QTE. The page then shows command patterns for beginner, medium, and expert difficulty levels, displaying sequences of directional buttons and action buttons. The second minigame is Slot, described as an orthodox slot machine game where luck is the key to winning. Slot parlors can be found in the downtown areas, offering this classic game where you bet coins and spin the three-reel drums. It is mentioned that techniques like eye-stopping are unnecessary, but the feeling of hitting a winning combination after inserting coins is exceptional. The text suggests players can rely on fortune tellers' advice or simply trust in their own luck when enjoying this traditional slot machine. Slot can be played at Matsunaga Electronics Game Center, AO Street Slot House W, and Dim Sum Restaurant Slot House K, also playable from $10 to $23. One play costs $5 and the prizes are proof of recognition certificates, levels 1 to 6, or a mini slot machine. This page introduces the QTE Title Punching Machine minigame. The game is described as a Q-style punching machine, similar to Excite QD2, where players punch mitts with their bare hands. The goal is to strike the mitts in sequence, and even a single mistake can randomize the pattern. The game uses only the A, B, and X buttons, and directional buttons are not used. Players get 3 misses before it's game over. The page also provides a QD title command list, which appears to be a table showing various button combinations using A, B, and X. This is likely a reference guide for players on possible button sequences they might encounter in the game. Below the command list, there's a section about high-rate slot machines. It explains that slot machines in the game look similar, but have different bet rates. 1-bet, 5-bet, 10-bet, and 20-bet. Players should check the plate on the machine to confirm the bet rate before playing. It also mentions that machines with lucky numbers given by fortune tellers might be slightly easier to win on. Finally, there's a Take a Chance section offering advice on how to earn coins effectively. It suggests going to the slot house by 9 a.m. and checking the patterns of all the machines. Machines showing the pattern bar 7 are recommended, as they are said to always line up on the first spin to red 7 7. The page also includes a table listing slot certifications and their required coins, showing increasing amounts of coins needed for each certification level, from 3,000 coins for slot certification 1 up to 1,000 coins for slot certification 6. The text at the top of the page reads, "Exhilarating beat-em-up QTE punching machine. How to play. Attention to mitt movements." Similar to Excite Q2, this is a command input game shown on the screen. The mitt movements have 3 patterns: time difference, simultaneous press, and feint, so refer to the list below and input without being deceived. This page depicts a guide for the darts minigame in Shenmue II, featuring Ryo Hazuki. The page is titled Darts 7 Neo Darts and explains darts to compete for points by throwing 5 darts. The section How to Play describes the game mechanics. Move the aiming hand minutely, and when it comes to the point you are aiming for, press the button to release the dart. One set allows you to throw 5 darts, and if you reach 120 points or 240 points, you can proceed to the next stage. The next section is titled 2 Different Styles of Darts. It explains, in this game, there are 2 types of darts, and the rules and timing are very different. First is Darts 7, which is a basic type also used in competitive darts. As shown below, there is a high scoring area in the center line. On the other hand, Neo Darts requires the aiming hand to move in a constant pattern, so aim to throw at a point where you can accurately hit the center. The page then details Darts 7 and Neo Darts, with images of their respective dartboards and scoring systems. For Darts 7, it shows the standard dartboard with multipliers, 20 by 360 and 20 by 240, and central scores, center 50, outer center 25. For Neo Darts, it shows a simpler target with scores ranging from 10 to 100 in concentric circles, labeled points for each circle. The shot point section gives instructions for aiming, showing 3 scenarios with screenshots and diagrams. Firstly, when the hand is moving left and right for Darts 7, it explains, strictly speaking, Ryo's hand often moves diagonally. However, there is a pattern where it moves left and right while keeping a certain height. In this case, it usually hits around 23 lines below the target. The photo above shows the point when Ryo's hand is moving from left to right. Secondly, when the hand is moving up and down for dart 7, it says, This pattern is harder to aim than when moving left and right. As explained in the diagram above, the trajectory of the dart is more likely to change when moving up and down. Especially when the hand goes up, the trajectory of the dart also goes down significantly, so be careful. The photo above shows the point for hitting the center when the hand is going down. Thirdly, when the hand is snapping for Neo darts, it describes, for Neo darts, Ryo's hand moves in a fixed pattern. Therefore, if you release at the point shown in the photo above, it will almost always hit the center of the target. Even if the timing is slightly off, it won't deviate significantly from the center, so you just need to be careful about the release timing. The page also includes diagrams illustrating the trajectory of the dart when the hand moves up and down, showing the hand and dart movement relative to the target. This page depicts gambling and part-time jobs analysis. To survive alone in Hong Kong, you have to earn money by any means, even if it is gambling. Aim to live a comfortable Hong Kong life by mastering gambling. As the story progresses, you will inevitably be forced into situations where you need a lot of money. It is said that part-time jobs are just a drop in the bucket, a honest poverty, but in a short period you can earn a great fortune. So here we will introduce the strategies to win through gambling. This page focuses on versus darts. Regarding versus darts, the play spots are Pine Electronics Game Center Central, Cayenne Restaurant, Swing, Liverpool, Blue Sky, and SI. Play is available from 10 to 23, and one play costs $300 with no prize money. The method of play is one-on-one versus darts using the Dart 7 P202 machine. The player with the higher score wins, but with the exception of Wen Chengyo's battle, the person who hits the center 50 points more often wins. This page introduces 5 formidable opponents who appear at dart spots. In game centers and bars, there are 5 players who are known for their dart skills. They each have different personalities and playing styles. Use the dart machines at the game center to hone your skills and try to challenge these slightly unusual rivals. The page also provides advice on not being distracted by your opponent, find your own pace. The biggest difference among the 5 opponents is their average score. Xuan Lanlin, a slightly cheeky kid, is the weakest, and Liu Baiyang, a dandy old man from the Darts Association, is the strongest. In short, it is important to play at your own pace, no matter what score your opponent gets. If you are not confident in your arm, it is best to practice alone first. The page then introduces each of the 5 opponents. First is Xuan Lanlin, the spirited brat. His home area is Cayenne Restaurant and Pine Electronics Game Center Central. His average score is 100, and the betting money is $5. He is described as being full of confidence and challenging you to a match, a slightly cheeky young boy. His average is the lowest among the 5, making him a good opponent to practice against. However, he often aims for the center 50 points, so be careful. Next is Wen Chengyo, the hot-blooded baseball boy of stray balls. His home area is also Cayenne Restaurant and Pine Electronics Game Center Central. His average score is described as special rules, and the betting money is $30. He is described as a hot-blooded baseball boy with a dynamic major league pitching form. His rules are different, and the person who hits the 50-point center more often wins. Your opponent will hit the center about 12 times per game. The third opponent is Wen Yongmin, the wobbly old man. His home area is Swing and Liverpool. His average score is 200, and the betting money ranges from $1 to $10. He is described as a shaky old man who seems like he might fall over at any moment. His darts trajectory is also wobbly, and he calls himself a Rakuyoa, Sunset School. He often aims for the center, and although his average is low, he is a formidable opponent. The fourth opponent is Barry Jones, the always cheerful rapper. His home area is Swing and Liverpool. His average score ranges from 155-600, and the betting money is $1,030, $300. The initial betting money is $30. Your opponent is not strong in the first stage, but he gets serious after that. If the betting money increases, he switches to his right hand. He can score over 750 points, so if you're not confident in your skills, avoid betting against him. Finally, there is Liu Baiyang, the Darts Association's boastful man. His home area is Blue Sky and SIC. His average score is 400, and the betting money is HK dollars. As expected of a famous member of the Darts Association, his aim is accurate. Almost all of his darts are concentrated near the center, and he rarely misses. With an average of 400 points, in order to beat this boastful opponent, you have no choice but to aim for the 60-point target and go for a win. This page details the arm wrestling minigame in Shenmue II and introduces the various characters you can arm wrestle against. The page starts by explaining the arm wrestling game is a battle of strength using button mashing. It mentions that in Hong Kong, arm wrestling is treated like a gamble, and fierce battles unfold in the streets. Victory depends on timing the start, button mashing speed, and correctly executing quick-time events, QTEs. It encourages players to show off their steel arms, honed through martial arts, against 11 wrestlers. The page then gives instructions on how to play, stating that you must press the A button repeatedly along with the judge's signal to arm wrestle your opponent. During the match, normal QTEs and command QTEs may occur depending on the opponent. Next, it reveals the secrets to victory, focusing on the start, button mashing, and input accuracy. It emphasizes the importance of reflexes to start button mashing simultaneously with the start of the match after the word ready. It advises players to start button mashing quickly, but cautions against doing so too early as it can lead to flying and losing after 3 attempts. It warns to be careful about 5 consecutive wins as you will not be able to fight afterwards. The page then transitions to the Wrestler Introduction section, explaining that wrestler levels range from 1, weakest, to 11, strongest. It notes that some opponents will randomly trigger command QTs, so players should be aware of this. The page then introduces several wrestlers with their names and profiles. First is, "Alright, come on amigo," Jimenez Garcia. He is described as an extreme wrestler who has stained the ring with blood and is making a comeback in Kowloon after powering up. His QTE commands will increase. Next is Let's Play Boy, Gaston Hamer. He is described as a former Hong Kong representative in the World Cup Rugby. QTEs of $40 or more have a 75% success rate for the DAS command. Following is Dr. Shall I Call a Doctor Now? Bia Norton. He is a strongman who has folded the arms of 99 people. Be cautious as the QTEs that occur vary depending on the bet amount. Then there is Well Do Your Best, Nadgam Beg. He is one of the 3 Beg brothers from Mongolia and is considered the weakest among them, but his initial explosive power is formidable. After that is Full of Motivation, Agon Gray. He is described as a Mongolian sumo wrestler who also works as a street performer in Silk Market. From level 7 onwards, command QTEs will occur. On the right side of the page, we have Good Eyes You've Got, Uzun Tamul. He is a Mongolian Highlander with exceptional power and command. QTEs will occur. Next is Let's Get It On, Brother, Frio Santos. He is a former soldier from Brazil. He seems to be the weakest among the arm wrestlers and can be observed as a spectator of fighting techniques. Then there is Come On Karate Kid, Muhammad Karim. He is a street performer in Silk Market who breathes fire as part of his act. Despite his large physique, his power is said to be not that great. Following is Show Me Your Siberian Spirit, Dmitry Revchenko. He is described as the ultimate weapon from the north. Command QTEs will occur, and if you don't press the button within a certain time, you will be considered defeated. Next is I'll Pamper You Boy, Matthew Hopkins. He is a salesman. If you push him even a little, he will be in trouble and difficult to deal with. Command QTEs occur. Finally, there is Okay, Let's Enjoy It Boy, Dory Gordy. He is a singing and dancing show dancer. Command QTEs that occur are strong, and half-hearted button mashing will not work. This page describes the minigame called Otoshi Dama, or Drop the Ball, a gambling game found throughout Hong Kong. It's described as a lighthearted gamble similar to Japanese pachinko. There are over 107 different types of game setups, with nail placements and pocket locations varying. It's suggested to play casually as a gamble or seriously as a way to earn money. The page then explains how to play the game, emphasizing predicting the ball's trajectory and choosing a drop point. Even on the same machine, different rules can be set. The drop ball's path changes unpredictably due to hidden nails. It's important to understand the nail placement and adapt your strategy to the rules of each machine to aim for victory. The page details 3 types of nail arrangements in the game. First is the mesh nail type, where nails are arranged in a grid pattern. This makes predicting the ball's path difficult, and balls tend to bounce around a lot. Second is the slanted nail type, where nails are placed diagonally as if on a slanted platform. Speed is important here. If the ball has enough momentum, it will roll straight down, but if it's slow, it will curve and fall downwards midway. Third is the straight line nail type, where nails are arranged in straight vertical lines. If you drop the ball straight down the middle, it will proceed smoothly. However, if it hits a nail, the bounce back is significant, making trajectory prediction almost impossible. Next, the page outlines 5 basic rules for otoshidama. These are generally the basic rules, but depending on the location, additional rules like double up or challenge might be added. The rules are: Ippatsu, one shot, a standard rule where you win if you get the ball into the winning pocket in one try. In Dragon Street, there is an Ippatsu game with a challenge rule, which is detailed below. Maruichi, Circle 1. You win if you get at least 1 ball out of your allotted balls into the winning pocket. You get 3 balls, making it relatively easy to win, but the payouts are lower compared to other rules. Take 2. Out of 3 balls, you win if you get 2 balls into the winning pocket. This is similar to Maruichi, but slightly more difficult, with slightly higher stakes and payouts. Perfect 3. You win if you get all 3 balls into the winning pocket. This rule is often combined with center pocket or double up rules. Perfect 4. You win if you get all 4 balls into the winning pocket. This is the most challenging rule of all, but additional rules are less common and the payouts are high. Finally, there is a section called Take a Chance, Road to Millionaire. This is located in a hidden corner of Dragon Street. It's a special rule called Challenge that is based on the Ippatsu rule. It's difficult to find and approach this machine because you must proceed from the right side of the stand. Each stage increases in difficulty, with the 3rd stage being extremely difficult. If you can clear this challenge, you can obtain skill books or rare items listed on the right side and potentially become very wealthy. The page concludes with a table showing the prize collections you can win based on the stage you reach in the Take a Chance challenge. Stage 1 R360 Space Harrier Kids Dural S BB Ultra Kids Dural G Hang On G. Stage 2 Space Harrier Kids Dural S Dural Silver Hang On G Kids Dural G. Stage 3 1 Yatagarasu Leg 2 White Tiger Slash 3 Dural Gold. This page shows 2 minigames available in the game, and they are described as gambling games. The first minigame is called High-Low Dice Game, which is a game where you compete with a dealer by rolling 2 dice and betting on whether the sum of your dice will be higher than the dealer's. The rules state that if the dice totals are the same, the dealer wins unconditionally. The locations where you can play this game and their respective rates are listed in a table. The table includes the locations: Kaio Wharf, Dojo Street, White Dynasty Quarter, Lucky Charm Quarter, outside Huangtian Mansion, and Dragon Street back. The table also shows the betting range, average payout, and winning percentage for each location. For example, at Kaio Wharf, the bet range is H5 to H20. The average payout is 6.24, and the win rate is 54%. The page advises players to understand the win rates at different locations, which are around 50% on average. It suggests that if you experience consecutive losses, resetting and trying again might be a good strategy. It also mentions that continuous wins are key, and it's best to quit while you are ahead. It notes that by playing 100 consecutive times at each location, you can see the win rates, and that winning 5 consecutive times will get you a bronze medal. The second minigame is Flower, Bird, Wind, and Moon, which is described as a roulette-like game using 4 T-bowls. It's only available in Kowloon, and you cannot play it in the early parts of the story. If you win, the payout is 4 times your bet. This game is recommended for players who need a large amount of money later in the story, suggesting it as a way to increase funds. The locations and rates for Flower, Bird, Wind, and Moon are also provided in a table for Dragon Street Back, outside Huangtian Mansion, and Dim Sum Quarter. The betting range for these locations is between H5 to HK500. Finally, there is a table showing the results of playing Flower, Bird, Wind, and Moon 100 times at various locations like Dragon Street Small Building, Dragon Street Back Small Building, Outside Huangqian Mansion Outdoors, Dim Sum Quarter 3F Corridor, and Dim Sum Quarter 7F Corridor. The table shows numerical data under the headings Flower, Bird, Wind, and Moon, suggesting these are the results or payouts for betting on each of these options at each location. It seems the locations in Dragon Street and Huangtian Mansion have a higher chance of winning. This page depicts a mini-game called Daisho, or Big or Small, which is a dice game. The page provides information on how to play the game, the locations where you can play it, and the potential payouts. The information section at the top explains that the game can be played at Lucky Charm Quarter on page 121, Dragon Street on page 141, and Pawn Shop Alley on page 146. The playtime is between 10 to 2300, and one play costs between HK to HK$1,000, with no prize listed, suggesting the winnings are based on the odds. The How to Play section describes the game as betting on the total sum of 3 dice rolled. There are 7 types of bets: small, big, even, consecutive numbers, triplets, point match, and all point match. The page includes a list of rolls, which details the winning combinations and their payouts. Small is when the total of the dice is between 3 and 10, with odds of 2 to 1. Big is when the total is between 11 and 18, also with 2 to 1 odds. Even is when the total is 10 or 11, with 4 to 1 odds. Consecutive numbers are when the dice show consecutive numbers, with 8 to 1 odds. Triplets are when all 3 dice show the same number, with 30 to 1 odds. Point match is when 2 of the dice match a specified number, with 12 to 1 odds, and all point match is when all 3 dice match a specified number, with a high payout of 200 to 1. Below this is a location setting table, listing different locations and warehouse numbers, all on page P121 and P142. Another table shows the rates for betting at different locations, ranging from HK$50 to HK$5,300, and the available bets at each rate, including big, small, even, consecutive numbers, point match, and triplets. The text section titled Dice Game Where Payouts Change Depending on Odds explains that Daisho is a dice game where you predict the total of 3 dice. The total sum is called Yaku, roll, and odds are assigned to these rolls to determine payouts. Odds range from a minimum of 2 times to a maximum of 200 times. It mentions that while less frequent rolls offer higher payouts, even point match can be a good win, suggesting a change from a life of hard labor. The section titled Change Tactics According to the Desired Amount of Money advises players to bet on big, small, and even if they want to steadily increase small amounts of money. For aiming for a large amount of money at once, it suggests betting on triplets and point match. It warns against consistently betting on consecutive numbers, as the odds are low and losses are likely. It emphasizes the importance of understanding the odds and calculating bets based on the desired outcome. It suggests that with luck, it's not impossible to become a billionaire. Finally, under the title, Take a Chance, Road to Billionaire, the text encourages playing big or small to earn a large amount of money quickly and increase holdings. It advises players to remember the winning patterns. It mentions that while high-rate, high-payout locations like Aberdeen are tempting, it's hard to consistently win large sums. It recommends using even at Warehouse 10 in Lucky Charm Quarter to build up funds, and then aiming for point match in Kowloon. It highlights point match in Kowloon as the best place to aim for big wins. It suggests starting with bets on 2 and 4 for point match, as they are relatively easier to hit, and then increasing bets on triplets for maximum winnings. It claims that winning just once can earn around $30,000, and even if you fail 100 times, consistently playing can guarantee a profit of over $80,000. In the top right of the page, an image shows 2 characters at a daisho table. The Caucasian character says, "Oh, handsome boy, big or small, are you playing?" In the bottom right of the page, another image shows a Chinese character with text that says, "Yearning for a big win, aren't you?" The text below says if you keep hitting pots of millions of Hong Kong dollars, even the stingiest old man will loosen his purse strings. This page depicts the fight area, where you can defeat martial artists and earn prize money. The text explains that the fight area is a makeshift ring set up in a corner of the city, where various martial artists gather to test their skills and earn money. It's described as a gamble, as even skilled martial artists who have honed their skills may find it difficult to win. The atmosphere is described as lively with the spirited voices of martial artists echoing in the streets of Hong Kong. The page outlines how to play, stating that you participate in each fight area and defeat your opponent, referencing facility information for details. You start from level 1, and as the level increases, your opponents become stronger. The level varies depending on the location. The text then discusses various fight areas combining skill training and prize money acquisition. It explains that street fights are held in various parts of Hong Kong, where martial artists with reputations gather to exchange blows. These street fights can be repeated any number of times, and there are a total of 7 types, starting from level 1 and going up to level 16. The opponent's strength increases with each level. The prize money starts at $10 HK and increases by $10 for each level up to a maximum of $50 KD. Since there is no training ground to hone skills in the game, these street fights are described as the best way to improve your abilities. The page then introduces a specific fight, vs Kumao. The rule is to attack Kumao 5 times and deplete all of his HP to win, with a time limit of 3 minutes. The battle location for this fight is Beverly Hills Wharf, P124, and it is playable between 10 to 23 $. One play costs between H10 to H50, and the enemy level ranges from 1 to 16. The section titled Unleash the Strongest Techniques with Increased Skill describes the fight against a wild man found in the mountains of Yunnan Province. You must defeat him by reducing his HP to 0 within 5 attacks. The text emphasizes the need to use powerful techniques, as the opponent doesn't recover HP over time. It suggests using high-power moves and counting your attacks carefully, as being countered will count as one of your 5 allowed attacks. It mentions that for level 16 Kumao, the Roaring Twister P69 technique is almost essential. However, even with maximum skill, it is possible to defeat level 16 Kumao with this technique. It notes that from level 13 onwards, you must hit all 5 attacks to win, and for higher levels like 13 and above, the Tiger Knuckle technique is recommended. Throwing techniques can grapple the opponent, but you cannot throw and launch them away, so keep this in mind. It also mentions that the opponent doesn't move or counterattack. Finally, a text box titled Use This Technique advises that while there is a generous 3-minute time limit, it's better to finish quickly and use the time to improve your technique skill. Even if you use only one technique from level 1 onwards, by the time you finish level 10, you will have landed approximately 50 hits. This means that with any striking technique, your skill level will increase as you use it. Therefore, it's not necessary to learn a wide variety of techniques beforehand. The text also mentions that there is an event in the game where you can give Ren HK $500 at the pawn shop, P63. It states that if you fight Kumao at this time, you can earn prize money relatively easily. It encourages players to challenge Tiger Knuckle to earn a certain amount of funds. This page showcases 2 minigames found in the game. The top section is about Mongol Sumo. The subtitle explains the objective: attack and retreat, defend against the fierce attacks of the 3 brothers. The rule is, within the 30-second time limit, win if you are not caught by the opponent. The text then describes the gameplay across different levels. Levels 1 to 3 feature Nadam, Agon, and Uzun in that order. It is noted that Uzun, the 3rd opponent, is particularly noteworthy. His throw motion is quick, making it hard to evade. Up to level 3, it is a one-on-one fight, and it's suggested that instead of just running away, repeatedly using the Niryu Tosatsu Jin move to knock them down might be quicker. Levels 4 and 5 are against Nadam and Agon in level 4, and Agon and Uzun in level 5. These are 2-on-1 battles. It's mentioned that one opponent doesn't attack much, so you should focus your attacks on one of them. However, Be careful of getting too close, as you might get attacked from both sides. Keeping your distance is important. Level 6 and beyond involve 3-on-1 situations. From level 6 onwards, it becomes crucial to create 1-on-1 situations. When surrounded, you are likely to be thrown by any of the 3 opponents. At the start, one opponent tends to jump out, so you should defeat that one first. After reducing it to a 2-on-1 situation, it's advised to keep your distance and attack strategically. The bottom section is about VS, Master of Bajikwan. The subtitle advises, master the Rensho Pao and bet on winning the final QTE. The rule is, within the 30-second time limit, win if you hit the opponent even once. The text explains that this is a flowing series of strikes from Eileen, the Master of Bajikwan, which must be received and countered. It is very difficult. At lower levels, you might occasionally land a single blow, but from level 5 onwards, this becomes nearly impossible. Therefore, it's recommended to learn the throw technique, Rensho Pao. If you master this technique, a command QTE will trigger when the remaining time drops below 5 seconds. Successfully inputting the command will guarantee a victory. If you haven't mastered Rensho Pao, you should carefully observe the opponent's movements and attack accordingly. However, be aware that techniques that take time for input or execution are forbidden due to the swift nature of Bajikwan. On the right side of both minigame sections, there are tables titled Command QT List for each level, showcasing button combinations for each level from level 1 to level 16. These tables provide a list of button inputs, presumably for QT sequences, within each minigame at increasing difficulty levels. This page depicts 2 minigames in Shenmue II. The first minigame is titled VS One-Eyed Man, which is played at the rooftop stargazing spot P152, and is available to play from $10 to $23. One play costs $10 to $50, and the enemy level is from 1 to 16. The rule is to defeat the opponent within 60 seconds. The text explains the strategy of utilizing the right death angle with an eye patch. It mentions that the one-eyed man, who is called Yuan, is a formidable opponent who uses tiger-style moves. It's difficult to fight him head-on as he defends very well. However, if you fight him from the front for a while, he will say, "The right side is the death angle, isn't it?" You should move to his right side as he says this. By doing so, any strike technique will easily hit him. However, be careful not to circle around to his death angle too much, as he might grab you instead. Also, the direction command for techniques will rotate 90 degrees counterclockwise. As the level increases, the enemy's defense power and the accuracy of seeing through also increase. Seeing through means that when you enter the death angle, Yuan will notice your location and launch a counterattack. Therefore, even if you manage to get behind him, it is meaningless if you get counterattacked. It's recommended to try performing the command input quickly after pressing the wide P buttons and anticipating the input, so you can move behind him and unleash an attack simultaneously. The text in the red box titled "This Move" says that when the enemy level is low, it is easy to win by repeatedly using quick attacks like the Tiger Knuckle or combinations from it. However, as the level increases and the enemy's endurance increases, combos from Tiger Knuckle will become less effective. At this point, it is best to mainly attack with powerful and fast moves like the Nirvana Strike. The strongest power move, the Roaring Thunder, is also tempting, but its slow execution is a drawback. Be careful, as you might get seen through before you can unleash the technique. The second minigame is titled VS Ironhead's Pupil, which is played at the White Crane construction site, P145, and is available to play from $10 to $23. One play costs $10 to $50, and the enemy level is from 1 to 16. The rule is to defeat the opponent within 60 seconds. The text explains utilizing ring-outs by evading tackles. It mentions that this is a one-on-one fight against the pupils of Ironhead, who is called Zhou Shandong. Unlike street fights, ring-outs are possible in this battle. Here, the enemy mostly defends, so attacks from outside the ring are very effective tactics. Always try to position yourself with your back to the edge of the ring, and try to evade when the opponent enters the tackle motion. Here, the main technique, the Nirvana Strike, is still useful. However, be careful not to get too close to the enemy, as you will receive significant damage if you fail to evade the tackle. Also, it is true that ring-outs are an effective tactic if you can drop your opponent near the ring, especially if Yuan is prone to ring-outs. It is also mentioned that you should be careful, as you may fall out of the ring yourself if you backstep too much. Therefore, careful attention is needed. The text in the red box titled "This Move" says that in the fight against Zhou Shandong's pupils, using evasive actions is important, more so than offensive techniques. Especially when the enemy uses their certain kill technique, the tackle, they lunge while changing direction midway. Therefore, evading requires precise timing. If the timing is too early, the movement distance will be short and you might still get caught by the tackle. That's why you should use two-step evade. By doing so, the movement distance for the first evade will be enough to cover it, and you can get behind the enemy and move to the next attack quickly. This page is about 2 mini-games in Shenmue 2, focusing on mastering specific fighting techniques. The first section is titled Iron Palm Master. The rule is to win by successfully performing the command QTE that occurs at the end. The text explains that this is a one-on-one fight with Qingqing Tao, who uses the Iron Sand Palm technique. This technique is described as simple but powerful, capable of reducing your health gauge by 1 unit with a single hit. You need to defeat him within the 30-second time limit. Otherwise, a command QTE will appear around 18 to 26 seconds into the fight. Successfully completing this QTE will defeat him regardless of his remaining health. The text suggests using this mode to practice throw techniques because Qingqing Tao rarely throws, making it a good opportunity to practice complex command throws. It's also mentioned that focusing on technique training is more beneficial than just earning money. The image below the text shows gameplay footage with the QT prompt B appearing on screen. To the right is a table titled Command QT List for each level. This table lists the button combinations for each level from level 1 to 16. For example, level 1 is just B and left directional button, level 2 is B and left directional button and right directional button, and so on, with increasing complexity. The second section is titled VS Light Footmaster. The rule is capture to win, time limit 17 to 30 seconds. This section describes a free battle against Zhou, who is light on his feet like a monkey and jumps around. You have a time limit to capture him. The opponent mainly dodges and circles around, so you chase after him and press the B button at the right moment. The capture timing is indicated by a B button mark appearing at the bottom of the screen, at which point pressing B is okay. As the level increases, the time limit becomes shorter, as shown in the table to the right. If you get the timing right, it's described as an easy battle even in free battles. It's noted that command throw techniques are not applicable here, so this mode is not suitable for improving throw technique proficiency. Below this text is gameplay footage showing Ryo Hazuki facing Zhou with the prompt B appearing on screen. To the right is a table titled Time Limit that changes according to level. This table lists the time limit in seconds for each level from level 1 to 16, starting at 30 seconds for level 1 and decreasing to 17 seconds for level 16. This page depicts the duck race minigame which takes place in the Old Town District, where players can bet on ducks to win. The page explains that there are 6 types of ducks to bet on, and bets can range from HK20 to $1,000. It is mentioned that even though ducks with low odds are more likely to win, they don't always win. It's important to observe the ducks in the paddock before the race and consider their speed, stamina, and temperament. For example, a duck with high speed but low stamina may falter at the end of a long race. The table shows the different duck types and their characteristics. Leading runner type, speed and stamina are important. Late charge specialist, speed and spirit are important. Leading runner with staying power, speed, stamina, and spirit are important. Sharp finish specialist, speed and spirit are important. The page then details the steps to participate in a duck race. 1. Talk to Eileen and Kohore at the high ground area. First, talk to Eileen, who is performing in Pigeon Park, then talk to Kohore, who is working part-time at the tomato convenience store. Having conversations with these two completes the first step. There 2. Get a large bronze medal. After talking to Eileen and Kohore, you need to get a bronze medal. There are 3 ways to get it. And the third method is recommended, as it is the easiest and also lets you get rare items. Get via the One Pursuit event, P28. If the One Pursuit event involving your bag being stolen occurs, fail the QTE when you pass through the Lai Lai Eatery in the Manmo Temple area. If you do this, one will break the dishes and apologize, and you will receive a large bronze medal as an apology. Get by getting 5 wins in a row, up and down gamble, P48. You can also get a large bronze medal by getting 5 consecutive wins in the up and down gamble. However, this is the most difficult of the 3 methods, and it takes time and money. Up and down gamble can be played anywhere. Get with rare items in the hidden room, P48. If you talk to both Eileen and Kohore once each, you will be able to enter the back room of the pawn shop in the Wise Men's Quarter. In this back room, on top of the forklift, there are rare items and a large bronze medal. 3. Win in a battle against Eileen and Kohore. Once you have the bronze medal, proceed to the 3rd floor of the game center in Golden Cure. On this 3rd floor, you will battle against Eileen and Kohore, defeat both of them. Then Kohore will give you a pleasant surprise. 4. Talk to Kohore at the Tomato Convenience Store. Following Kohore's instructions, visit the Tomato Convenience Store. Talk to Kohore there, and he will take you to a fun place as promised. The place he takes you to is actually Old Town. The old-fashioned townscape you always walk through without noticing has become a duck racetrack. The page also explains how to get your own My Duck to participate in races for each $50 per race. To obtain My Duck, you first need to play the duck race at least once. After that, go to the bookstore in front of Manmo Temple, P139, and challenge the Falling Leaves minigame. During the event, you will only be able to catch 1 leaf at a time. However, after that, you will be able to catch 2 or more leaves at once. If you successfully catch 2 leaves at the same time twice in a row, a pure white feather will flutter down with the sound of a duck quacking from somewhere. If you pick this up, your wish, My Duck, will be granted. This page depicts a stylized background with the large word item at the bottom. Above the word item is some Japanese text which translates to a carefully selected item obtained at the end of a long journey. It will eventually turn into a memory. This page depicts an item overview from Shenmue II, focusing on main items. The page starts by explaining that in Shenmue, items are an indispensable part of the experience, and there are a huge number of them, more than in the previous game, encouraging collectors to search various locations to find them. It explains that the items are categorized into main, sub, and collection items, and this section introduces the main items. It notes that most of these items are essential for progressing through the game, and some are obtained from the beginning, while others are acquired during events. Here are some of the items described. Whole map. Related scenario, by purchasing maps of each area, P16, you will be able to view them. By grasping the overall image of the place, you can confirm your current location. Coin. Related scenario, coins for use in slot houses. When exiting a slot house, deposit them at the counter. If you earn a certain number of medals, you can receive a certificate. Watch. Related scenario, a Timex backlight wristwatch, Ryo's favorite item. It will ring as an alarm when it's time to wake up or return to the inn and tell you the time. Charm. Related scenario, a charm Ryo received from Nozomi in the previous game, from Sakuragaoka. Inside there is Nozomi's wish for Ryo's safety on his journey to a foreign land, packed with her feelings. Heaven's Zipper. Related scenario, Wuying Junk Boat P61. You can get it from Wuying, a zipper with the Heaven's emblem engraved on it. It is necessary to enter Beverly Hills Wharf. Four Gods Picture. Related scenario, Office Investigation P78. A picture showing the positional relationship of the four gods. The white tiger in the west, the vermilion bird in the south, the azure dragon in the east, and the black tortoise in the north are represented. It can be obtained at Yuan's office. Large bronze, silver, gold medal. Related scenario. These are items required for the duck race-related events. There are 3 types of medals, bronze and gold, so aim to collect easy-to-obtain patterns. Genbu Suzaku Seryu Byako Stick. Related scenario, Office Investigation P78. By inserting these sticks into the holes in the statue in Yuan's office, a hidden room's door will open. However, you must insert them according to the Four Gods picture. Memo pad. Related scenario. This is a memo pad where things to do from now on and information heard from people in town are written. Information related to the story and money information are separated by pages. Sword hilt. Related scenario. A sword hilt with a sword drawn on it, depicted in the Hazuki family's crest. It was obtained in the previous game and resembles the shape of Ryo's father's sword. It is being carried over from the previous game to Hong Kong. It is currently unusable in this game. Phoenix mirror. Related scenario. A mirror with delicate phoenix carvings on the surface. It is said to be a pair with the dragon mirror coveted by Lan Di. When the two mirrors are together, something will happen for the first time. It is the biggest key item in the story. White leaf. Related scenario. Obtained in the underground warehouse of the previous game, a dried, mysterious leaf. In the end, it was brought to Hong Kong without being used, but it seems it will be necessary again this time. Jade charm. Related scenario. Xu Ying's technique transmission, P66. When Ryo departs from Wanchai to Kowloon, Xu Ying gives it to him. It is said to be a charm that Xu Ying's older brother used to wear. What relationship does her older brother called Tao have? What was her intention in giving this to Ryo? Coin front back. Related scenario. Farewell with companions, P99. Both sides are heads or both are tails, a cheat coin for gambling. With this, Ryo can win no matter how many times he flips it. It is given as a farewell gift when departing for Guilin. Herb charm. Related scenario. An item that Fang Mei gives Ryo, worried about his departure to Kowloon. However, if Ryo's intimacy with Fang Mei is low, he will not be able to receive it. Fish, bird, boar, goat stick. Related scenario. Office investigation, P78, can be found in Yuan's office during the office investigation among items like planes. It is a dummy item for entering the hidden room, and it has no use. This page depicts sub-items found in the game. These items are mostly things that are not directly related to the story, but they are useful for progressing through the game. They are mainly items that stand out and photos that are mementos of the journey, so be sure to collect them. The page lists a series of sub-items with their acquisition locations and notes. The first 6 items, named Harazaki Type 1 through Harazaki Type 6, are all obtained by carrying over save data from the previous game. They are described as two-shot photos of the heroine and Harazaki in different weather conditions and poses, such as close together on a sunny day, apart on a sunny day, close on a cloudy day, apart on a cloudy day, close in the snow, and apart in the snow. Item number 7, To Father, is also carried over from the previous game and is described as a letter written to Iwao Hazuki, Ryo's father, by Akatsuki Hazuki, who is Ryo's father's father. Item number 8, Hazuki Residence, is also carried over and is a photo of the Hazuki family's house. It is described as a photo of the Hazuki family with 4 people including Ryo, his father, Iwao, and Fukusan, the family's helper. Item number 9, Friends, is also carried over and is a photo of Ryo's friends. The description mentions Sugita Ito and then Harazaki are in the photo. Item number 10, One, is obtained in the giant fishing area and is a photo of One holding a big fish and looking happy. It's noted that this shows an unexpected side of him. Item number 11, Xu Ying Type 1, is found in front of the Manmo Temple and is described as a photo of Xu Ying in a rare pose. Item number 12, Scoutman, is found in room 503 of the 100 Sprouts apartments. This is a photo of a scoutman from the Yellowheads looking for strong street fighters. Item number 13, Joy, is found in front of Pigeon Park and is a photo of Joy and Ryo arm in arm. Items 14 and 15, Kaoru Type 1 and Kaoru Type 2, are found within the Manmo Temple precinct. Kaoru Type 1 is a 2-shot photo of Kaoru where they are apart, and Kaoru Type 2 is a 2-shot photo of Kaoru where they are close together. It is noted that Kaoru is shyly nestling close in the photo. The final 3 items, 16, 17, and 18, Rod, Greg, and Chunyan, are all found in Dragon Street and are photos of Scoutmen. Specifically, they are described as photos of Rod Stant, Greg Moa, and Chunyan. The text at the top of the page provides context for some of the sub-items. Chen's introduction letter. Related scenario, Chen's introduction, P50. Scenario description. This is an introduction letter from Chen, a person of virtue in Hong Kong, to Master Tao Li Xiao. Rio's immediate goal is to head to the location indicated in this address. Memo of the martial arts book paper Tea Ceremony Place. Related scenario, contents of the martial arts book P51. Scenario description, wrote down a martial arts lineage, hidden in the martial arts book. The contents written were not understandable in Rio's current state. After triggering an event, the name changes to Tea Ceremony Place Memo. 8 o'clock Bean Paste Restaurant Memo. Related scenario, secret meeting at the Bean Paste Restaurant. Scenario description. By going to the Bean Paste Restaurant at 8 o'clock, you can obtain a memo. If you go to the Bean Paste Restaurant again at the specified time, you will be able to meet with Juyuan Da's men. 100 Sprouts Apartments 503. Related scenario. Gathering information at the Tea Ceremony Place, P80. Scenario description. You can obtain a memo by performing a tea ceremony at a good tea ceremony place in the Dim Sum Quarter. It indicates that something is in room 503 of the 100 Sprouts Apartments. However, nothing will happen if you perform a tea ceremony at a different location. Duck. Related scenario. Scenario descript. Tie-in. You can obtain this by clearing a certain event. This is a My Duck for duck racing. If you raise it well, it may turn into a fast duck. EV key 9-18-21-29-46. Related scenario. Search of the lookout room, P96. Scenario description. This is a key to open the electrical panel to operate the elevator in the Yellow Heaven building. The numbers on the key correspond to the numbers and order of the switches in the electrical panel. You can obtain it in the lookout room on the 18th floor of the Yellow Heaven building. Parents' Ruin Letter. Related scenario. Scenario description. This is a letter written in Chinese and sent from Rio's father's father, Akatsuki Hazuki. To learn about his father's past, continues to seek an audience with Juan Da. Suzhou Handkerchief. Related scenario. Rio's Great Road Society, P35. Scenario description. The light Martial Hall was destroyed and the Bai Chongjing, who was trapped in the gate, wrote a letter in blood in despair at the master's Shanja surroundings. The Suzhou Handkerchief contains Bai Chongjing's state of mind as he continues his training, even after leaving the dojo. Directions to the Traveler Manmo Temple Park. 9 o'clock. Manmo Temple Park. Memo. Related scenario. Scenario description. If you perform a tea ceremony at the store passed down from generation to generation, you will be given a memo from a Yellowheads member. If you go to the designated location at the appointed time, a free battle will occur. This page shows 2 lists related to Shenmue II gameplay, maps and techniques. The top section lists 25 maps that can be obtained in the game. It provides the name of each map, the location it depicts, and notes on how to acquire it. Many maps can be purchased for $10 from map stands located in various areas like Laowai Port, Queen Street, and Kayun Wharf. Some maps are obtained through specific events or characters. For example, the map of the route to Fanglai Tourist Agency in Laowai Port is given by Wong after retrieving your bag. Ren in Beverly Hills Wharf gives a map of Warehouse F in Kayun Wharf after a successful QTE at his hideout. Xuying gives a map showing the route to Taiyuan Building after your first match with her in the Manmo Temple Precinct. The map of the second basement floor of White Dynasty Mansion in Dragon Street is given by the scoutman at the observation deck after defeating 3 people in a photo. The bottom section lists 25 techniques. The first 9 techniques listed are skills that could be obtained in the previous game, Shenmue 1, and are not obtainable in Shenmue 2. One of these, the Song Verse Scroll, if not read by Guanzhang in the previous game, will appear as a mysterious scroll in this game. The remaining techniques are available for purchase at different martial arts locations. For example, the Descending Dragon Kick and Double Palm Strike techniques are sold at Old Taylor's Martial Arts for $200 each. The Snake Body Stamp and Big Throw techniques are sold at Tiger Swallow Martial Arts, priced at $50 and $200 respectively. The Slanting Solo Strike, Slanting Step Thrust, Horse Hoof Kick, and Chain Thrust techniques are sold at Wu Ying Martial Arts, with prices ranging from $100 to $150. This page showcases 2 types of in-game items, skill books and appraisal pamphlets, both of which are presented in lists and with accompanying images. The top section details skill books and lists 25 different types. Each entry includes the skill book name, where to obtain it, and notes on how to acquire it. For example, 19. Step Stance Skill Book is obtained in Taiping Street and teaches the step stance skill, sold for HK dollars. 21. Crouching Step Skill Book is found in Dragon Street by successfully catching falling leaves, first time. The middle section presents appraisal pamphlets and lists 12 types. Each entry gives the pamphlet name, location to obtain it, and notes. The notes consistently state that these pamphlets are collection set pamphlets and list buyback prices. For instance, 1. Goodhart Appraisal Pamphlet is located at Pawnshop Goodhart Pawnshop. Below the appraisal pamphlet list are images numbered 1 to 12, each depicting a visual representation of the corresponding pamphlet from the list above. These images display the various items within each collection set and their respective buyback prices, like VF.A, B, VF.S, and VF.G. The image shows a page detailing collection items. It explains how to read the data using an example table. The table shows Akira 1 as the character, with a normal appearance rate and lottery can drop item as other acquisition methods. Below this is another table showing location names and numbers, possibly indicating where to find these items. The page then describes the collection item appearance rate, stating that some collection items can be obtained not only from gacha machines, but also from lottery cans, gacha boxes, and even sweets. It mentions that appearance rates are set for each, and to refer to the tables below when purchasing. There's a section on lottery can vending machine appearance rate. It lists the probabilities, 20% for a hit, 10% for rare, and 90% for normal items, with 18% combined chance of normal items. Under each category, it lists example items like dual silver, dual gold, Akira 1, Jackie 1, and others. The main part of the page is about gacha box set contents and appearance rate, noting that each gacha box contains 3 types of items. It then lists 6 sets: Set 1 Decoration, Set 2 Lineage, Set 3 Fighter, Set 4 Duo, Set 5 Charge, and Set 6 Hero. Each set is further broken down by item rarity percentages, 2%, 20%, 68%, 10%, listing item names and page references. For example, in Set 1 Decoration, at 2% is Kids Dual S and Kids Dual G, at 20% are characters like Kuro, Tora, Pak, John, Chip, Rap, Pop, and Bip. Finally, Miss 80 Cent is mentioned, seemingly indicating an 80% chance of not getting a specific collection item from the gacha boxes, outside of the listed sets. This page depicts item prizes from Shenmue suites and information about pawn shops and a Virtua Fighter set. At the top of the page, there are 3 lists detailing the omake or bonus content and appearance rates for Shenmue Potechi, Shenmue Chocolate, and Shenmue Caramel suites. Each suite has a 15% chance of containing items like Super Sonic, Metal Sonic, Bonanza Brothers, Rent-A-Hero, and Food Car. There's a 25% chance of Kuro, Tora, Pochi, John, Kelly, Chip, Rap, Pop, and Pip, and a 60% chance of Pins Bean 1, Pins Bean 2, Pins Bean 3, Super Ball 1, Super Ball 2, Super Ball 3, Saikoro 1, Saikoro 2, and Saikoro 3. Below this, there is a section titled Selling Items That Match the Pawn Shop Owner's Taste. The text explains that items obtained can be sold at pawn shops listed in the table below. However, the purchase price varies depending on the pawn shop owner's taste. It's advised to check the purchase price at each pawn shop carefully before selling. The table lists pawn shops and the pawn shop owner's tastes. Ryushin pawn shop owner likes ports. Cyan pawn shop owner likes animals in Hong Kong. Conan pawn shop owner is ordinary. Kora pawn shop owner is ordinary. Chushin pawn shop owner likes games. Mayu pawn shop owner likes Virtua. Shofuku pawn shop owner likes vehicles. Kinpu pawn shop owner dislikes games. Tairu pawn shop owner likes Japan and AM2 research. Hakutu pawn shop owner likes classic games. Kuryu pawn shop owner likes Zippo lighters and girl characters. Onmi pawn shop owner likes jewels. Moving down, there's a section about a Virtua Fighter set. The description explains that Virtua Fighter, developed by AM2 Research, was a super hit game that ignited the 3D fighting game boom. It is described as a battle fighting game expressed in full polygons, opening up new possibilities in the world of fighting games. This set contains gashapon goods of characters from this famous game. The characters drawn with slightly rough polygons are said to bring back memories of those heated battles. Underneath this, there are details for Akira 1, Jackie 1, and Sarah 1, and Akira 2, Jackie 2, and Sarah 2, which seem to be related to item drop rates and acquisition methods in the game for these Virtua Fighter characters. For normal appearance rate, the acquisition method for all characters is hit lottery, drop ball. Beneath each character's table are numbers associated with various locations: Ryoshin, Saiyan, Konan, Chushin, Meiyo, Shofuku, Kinpo, Tairo, Hakuto, Kuryu, and Anmi. These numbers likely represent the number of items or drop rates related to each pawnshop location for each character. Finally, in a box titled Gashapon Installation Locations and Gashapon Appearance Rate, it lists the locations as Labor District P119 and Warehouse District P136. The appearance rates are listed as Rare 3 types at 2%, Normal 16 types at 78%, and Miss at 20%. It also notes that excluding buttons, XYAB buttons, there are 12 types in total, P230. This page showcases character profiles from the game, featuring a variety of characters. We can see profiles for Lau, Pai, Wolf, Jeffrey, Kudge, Wooden Man, Dural Silver, Dural Gold, Kids Akira, Kids Jackie, and Kids Lion. Below the character profiles, there's a section titled Virtua Fighter Kids Set, which describes these characters as being from a gashapon set of Virtua Fighter Kids. It mentions that these are figures with two-headed body proportions, making them cute Virtua Fighter Kids gashapon toys. Despite their small size, they have high action properties and show impressive movements. Even characters like Wolf and Jeffrey look cute in this series. The text then lists locations where you can find these gashapon machines: Fukumitsu Arcade, page 133 in the guidebook; Dragon Street, page 141 in the guidebook. It also details the probability of obtaining different rarities of figures from the gashapon machines: Rare 3 types, 2%, Normal 20 types, 78% failure, 16 types, P30 20%. Heavy Ball 13 Pin Bean 13s, 67%, Super Ball 13 Cider Ball 13, 33%, XYA Button, 35%. These probabilities seem to relate to different types of gashapon prizes, or perhaps the chances of getting specific items or character figures from the machines. This page from the guidebook showcases collection items related to characters in Shenmue II, specifically focusing on kid versions of various characters and dual characters. For each character listed, there is an image, the character's name, their appearance rate listed as normal or rare, and other acquisition methods. For the kid characters such as Kid Jackie 2, Kid Sarah 2, Kid Lao 2, Kid Pai 2, Kid Wolf 2, Kid Jeffrey 2, Kid Kaj 2, Kid Shun 2, Kid Lion 2, and their counterparts with a 1 suffix, the acquisition method for most is dropped item. Some kid characters like Kid Jackie 2, Kid Wolf 2, Kid Wolf 2, Kid Jeffrey 2, Kid Cage 2, and Kid Shun 2 have no acquisition method listed, indicated by a dash. For the dual characters, Dual Dural S and Dual Dural C, both listed as rare, the acquisition method is Gacha Box Set 1, 2, dropped item. Below each character's information is a table showing numerical values associated with different locations: Ryushin, Vegetable Stand, Manmo Temple, Wise Men's Quarter, Golden Quarter, Lucky Charm Quarter, Tea Stall Quarter, Golden Flower Quarter, Wise Old Man Quarter, White Crane Quarter, Kowloon Quarter, and Scarlet Hills. These numbers likely represent some form of stats or encounter rates for each character in these locations. The title at the top right of the page reads Item Collection Item. This page depicts a Virtua Fighter 2 set of gashapon figures, which are capsule toys. The text at the top explains that this gashapon goods series features characters from Virtua Fighter 2, a game that solidified the popularity of the Virtua Fighter franchise. It mentions that even with the latest title, 4, in the series, there are still deeply rooted fans, and the dynamic movements of each character exude an aura that draws people in. Below this section, there's a section titled Gacha Gacha Installation Locations, which lists P137, P146, and Gacha Gacha Appearance Rate listing: Rare, 3%, Normal 20 types, 78% Miss, 16 types, P2%, Heavy Bomb 1-3, Pins Bean 1-3, 67%. Super Ball 13, 67%, XYAB button, 33%. The rest of the page is dedicated to character profiles for the Gashapon figures. Each profile includes the character's name, appearance rate, which is normal for all shown, and other acquisition methods, which is blank for all. Below this, there is a table with Japanese terms at the top row and numbers below. These terms appear to be attributes related to the figures, possibly indicating the quantity available in the Gashapon set or some kind of rarity index within the normal category. The characters featured are Akira Yuki 1P and 2P, Lao Chan 1P and 2P, Pai Chan 1P and 2P, Wolf Hawkfield 1P and 2P, Jeffrey McWild 1P and 2P, Sarah Bryant 1P and 2P, Jackie Bryant 1P and 2P, Kajimaru 1P and 2P, Shundi 1P. The table rows under each character are labeled with Japanese words. These are likely names of locations or shops within the game world, or perhaps categories related to the Gashapon distribution. The numbers below these names seem to represent quantities or scores associated with each character for each category. This page depicts a collection of character items, which seems to be related to capsule toys or Gashapon, featuring characters from various Sega games. The page is divided into character profiles, each in a box, showing a character image and details. Below each character image there are tables with headings such as appearance probability and other acquisition methods. The text under appearance probability is normal or rare. The text under other acquisition methods is Atari Kuji Otosadama, which means winning lottery dropped item or just a dash. Below the tables are rows of numbers under Japanese location names. Thanks pinned. These are likely districts or areas where these items can be found or obtained. The characters featured are Ryaz 2P, Ryo Emperor 2P, Lion 1P, Lion 1P, Lion 2P, Lion 2P, Tri-Z, Solo Wing, Knights 1, Knights 2, Looper, Chicken Leg, Rista, Opa, Space Harrier, Miao, Cow and Pian, Alex Kidd, Jet, Opa. There is a section titled Sega Set. This section describes the Sega Set. In Mark IIi, Alex Kidd, Miao who appeared in the first-generation Phantasy Star, Opa from Fantasy Zone, and other Sega signboard characters are gathered in this series. It's a lineup that Sega fans from way back can't resist. There is also a section about Gacha installation locations, which lists Labor District P119, Old Man Quarter P130, Yanhuang Shopping District P137, White Crane Quarter P42, and Gacha appearance probability is described as rare 3 types, 2% normal, 78% puzzle, 16 types P230 reference page, 20% hazard 16 types P230 reference page, 20% Super Ball 13 Dice 13, 67% XYAB button, 33%. The page is essentially a guide to collecting these character items, detailing where they might be found and their rarity within the game's world, potentially through capsule machines. This page showcases a collection of characters and items from the Sonic series that appear to be obtainable through a gacha system. The page lists a variety of characters including Papa Pose, Kobabichi, Ida 2, Shop, Mobo, Rowboat, Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Tails, Knuckles, Bean, Fang, Amy, Espio, and Eggman. For each character, there are numerical values listed under categories that seem to represent different attributes or properties, perhaps related to gameplay. In the middle of the page, there is a text block that describes the Sonic Collection set, a big hit action game that shows great success around the world. Sonic series characters are included in the gacha goods. The only rare character is Eggman, but he shows a somewhat troubled expression. Below this text block, there is information about the gacha locations and appearance rates. The locations where you can find the gacha machines are Tyro Street, P1 Aiko Street, P-Way Street, P141, Tension Street 46, Momoko 51. The appearance rates for the gacha prizes gacha pralas are as follows. 2% normal, 16 types, 78% miss 20%, 12 types excluding XYAB button types equals P230. This page showcases a selection of collection items from the game, focusing on the AM2 Research Set Capsule Toy Series. The text at the top explains that this series features characters and vehicles from AM2 Research games, including titles like Outrun and Afterburner 2, ranging from jet skis to character figurines. It specifically mentions the paintwork on the 18-wheeler series as being particularly well done. Below this, there's information about the capsule toy machines themselves. They are located in places like the Fukusen Building, P133, and Daikin Building, P145. The probabilities of getting different types of items are listed as rare items 3 types at 2%, normal items 20 types at 78%, and loser items 16 types P230 at 20%. There are also button combinations mentioned for getting specific item types, like using Heavy Bombs 13 or Pins Beans Teen to get 67% of Super Ball 13 or Saikoro 13, and pressing the XYAB buttons for 33%. The page then lists various capsule toy items. These include Outrun, listed as a rare item. The table below it seems to indicate the quantity of this item available at different locations, with numbers like 20226033312 across different locations. F14XX, also a rare item, with a similar table of quantities at different locations. 18-wheeler series, this section is broken down into 5 variations. 18-wheeler 1, 18-2, 18-wheeler 3, 18-wheeler 4, and 18-wheeler 5. All are listed as normal items and each has a similar table indicating quantities at locations. Texas Hawk, a normal item with a quantity table. Mad Bull, a normal item with a quantity table. J, normal item with a quantity table. Rena, a normal item with a quantity table. Telecow, a normal item with a quantity table. Wild Rose, a normal item with a quantity table. Moonlight, a normal item with a quantity table. Allen, a normal item with a quantity table. Talon, a normal item with a quantity table. Kate, a normal item with a quantity table. The tables under each item name seem to represent different locations within the game world, and the numbers indicate how many of each capsule toy are available at those locations. The headings above the numbers, like NK, are likely the names of shops or areas where these capsule toys can be found. This page presents a collection of characters and items from a game, likely related to Virtual On, based on the title. The page is structured as a series of character profiles. For each character, there is an image, their name in Japanese, and categories labeled appearance rate and other acquisition methods. The appearance rate for most characters is listed as normal. For some, like and, the other acquisition method is Gacha Box Set 5. Below the character profiles, there's a section about a Virtual On Oratorio Tangram set. The text explains that this set is a collection of miniature robot figures from the battle game Virtual On Oratorio Tangram. It mentions that even details are carefully sculpted, making them desirable collector's items for fans, especially those wanting to collect all 3 patterns of Feiyin. Following this, there are sections titled Gacha Gacha Installation Locations and Gacha Gacha Appearance Rate. The Gacha Gacha Installation Locations lists places like Fukusen Street, P133, Old Man Street, P130, White Crane Pavilion, P143. The Gacha Gacha Appearance section details probabilities for different item rarities. Rare 3 types, 2% normal, 20 types, 78% hazard, 16 types equals P20%. Heavy Bomb 13, Pins Beam 13, 67%. Super Ball 13, Psycho Rod 13, 33%, XYA, B button, 33%. The character profiles shown are Matt, Max Ryan, Yuki, Spike, Temjin Prototype, 1080, Steinbach, Barbados, Barbaros, Engelin, Feiyin DNA, and Affirmed S. Each character's profile includes a table with numerical data across various locations. These locations listed as column headers are Ryoshin, Saichin, Konan, Korai, Chushin, Meru, Shohoku, Kinka, Tairo, Hakushin, Kuryu, and Enkin. These locations likely correspond to in-game areas or shops where these items or characters can be found or are relevant to their stats. The text block in the center translates as Virtual On Oratorio Tangram Set, a miniature controller twin stick set for the popular robot battle game Virtual On Oratorio Tangram. Each robot sculpted in detail is a collector's item that stimulates the good's desire. For fans, it's a must-have to collect all 3 patterns of Feiyin. This page showcases a collection of items from the game Shenmue II. The page lists various items, each presented in a box with an image and details. For each item, there is a section titled Appearance Probability, which is normal for most items, and Rare for some, indicating the rarity of the item. Another section is other acquisition methods, which is mostly blank or specifies 5 Gacha Box Set 5 for rare items. Below each item's information are tables with columns labeled with terms like goodness, delicacy, red south, light coming, center, bright fortune, golden flower, elder, white chin, and peaceful view. These columns are populated with numbers, likely representing some kind of item statistics or location data related to these attributes. The items listed at the top are Armed B, Armed C, Cypher, Doldry, Svinef, Leiden, Feyen Arne, Fey Hyper, Azim, Blatz, Tangram. In the middle of the page, there is a section highlighted in red titled Hikara Set. The text below describes the Hikara Set as a series featuring many items that appear in Shenmue II, ranging from buildings like street stalls and water tanks to tools like the Azure Dragon Sword. It mentions that jumbo jet planes and Dreams are of similar size, which is amusing. Below the Hikara Set description, there are more items listed. Fire Tree, Water Lifeboat, Dream, Lamppost, Hulu, Jumbo Jet Machine. On the right side, there is a box titled Item, Collection Item. This box contains information about Gacha installation locations listing Queen Street, P122, Fortune's Pier, P133, Wise Men's Quarter, P142, and Three Birds Building, P148. It also details the Gacha appearance probability. Rare 3 types 2%, normal 16 types 78%, and miss 20%. It also mentions excluding 12 types other than XYAB buttons P230. This page depicts a collection item list from Shenmue II, showcasing various items and vehicles with their appearance probabilities and locations. The items are categorized and listed with tables indicating their availability in different areas, likely represented by the column headings, which are location names. Some of the items listed include Chainsaw, listed as rare in terms of appearance probability. Blue Dragon Sword, listed as normal appearance probability. Various vehicles like trucks, scooters, business bikes, wagons, and a forklift. Items with names referencing mythical creatures or locations such as Black Tortoise Water Basin, Vermilion Bird Water Basin, White Tiger Water Basin, Azure Dragon Water Basin, which are all listed as normal appearance probability. At the bottom left of the page, there is a text block under the title Port Set, which says also featured in the port series. Containers and anchors, etc., are related to the port, but even though the stage has changed from Yokosuka to Hong Kong, is there much change in the content? Through the port, the world is connected, or is that what it represents? On the bottom right, there is information about Gacha installation locations and Gacha appearance probabilities. It lists Gacha installation locations, Labor Union Wharf, P119, and By Z Street, P151. Gacha appearance probability. Rare 3 types at 2%, normal 16 types at 78%, and hazard, meaning miss or failure, at 20%. It notes that excluding the 12 types obtained by pressing the XYAB buttons results in page P230. Finally, at the bottom of the page, there are page references for Truck 1, Truck 3, Truck 2, and Truck 4, all pointing to page T228. This page showcases a selection of capsule toy items from the Car Set series in Shenmue II. The text at the top of the Car Set section describes it as a series featuring vehicle-related gadgets such as motorbikes and cars. It mentions that coupe and wagon-type cars are standard, but there are also unique motorbikes like hang-on bikes and business bikes. The text notes that there are many types and even different color variations of the same type, making it somewhat challenging to complete the whole set. It advises to collect them patiently without worrying about duplicates. The page also provides information about the Gacha machines, Gacha installation locations, Wise Men's Quarter, P137, Green Market Quarter, P146, Thousand White Quarter, P151. Gacha appearance rate, rare, 3 types, 2 normal, 16 types, 78% miss, excluding XYAB buttons, 12 types equals P220%. The page then lists various capsule toy items in the Car Set series, categorized by item name, with their appearance rate, normal or rare, and other acquisition methods, mostly blank. Each item entry includes a table showing the number of items available in different locations. These items include Crane Shenmue Container Wooden Box Anchor Ferry, Note the other acquisition methods for Fairy says hit prize, unnecessary lodging fee. Steering wheel float hang on 1, hang on 2, hang on 3, hang on 4, hang on 5, hang on G. Rare item with other acquisition methods listed as dropping ball. Cube 1, Cube 2, Cube 3. For each item, the table shows the number of items obtainable in various areas, such as Guilin, Wan Chai, Aberdeen, and so on, across Hong Kong and Guilin locations. For example, for the crane, container, and anchor, you can get 2 in Guilin and 3 in Golden Flower area. For the Shenmue container, you can get 6 in Guilin, 3 in Wan Chai, 3 in Aberdeen, 2 in Lucky Charm Quarter, 3 in Central, 2 in Scarlet Hills, and a larger number 12 in Golden Flower area. The Hang On G rare item is notable for having 6 available in Guilin, Wan Chai, Aberdeen, Lucky Charm Quarter, Central, and Scarlet Hills, and 7 in Golden Flower and White Dynasty Quarter areas, with 3 in Kowloon and 6 in Wise Men's Quarter. This page shows a collection of capsule toy items, often referred to as gacha items, from Shenmue II. The page is titled Gacha Gacha Prize and explains that these items are considered misses in the gacha machines, which appear with a 20% probability across all gacha machines. However, it mentions that these items are still quite common and obtaining them is relatively easy, making them good for players aiming to complete their collections. The text also suggests that while they might be considered misses, they are not necessarily bad items, and Sega fans should find them enjoyable to collect. The page lists various items, each with a picture and details on appearance rate, which is normal for all items listed, and other acquisition methods, which are mostly blank except for Pins Bean and Super Ball items. The items listed are Coop 4 and Coop 5, both listed as normal appearance rate. Bus, also listed as normal appearance rate. Scooter, P28, Business Bike, P28, Wagon 1, P228, Wagon 2, P228, Wagon 3, P20, and Wagon 4, P228. These appear to be vehicle items, and P228 likely refers to page 228 in the guide. Pins Bean 1, Pins Bean 2, and Pins Bean 3, with other acquisition methods listed as Sweets Gacha Capsule Set 1-3 dropped item. Heavy Bomb 1, Heavy Bomb 2, and Heavy Bomb 3, with no other acquisition methods listed. Super Ball 1, Super Ball 2, and Super Ball 3, with other acquisition methods listed as Sweets Gacha Capsule Set 2-4-6. Dice 1, Dice 2, and Dice 3, with other acquisition methods listed as Sweets Dropped Item. A button, B button, X button, and Y button, with no other acquisition methods listed. For each item, there's a table showing numbers 0, 1, or 3 associated with different locations in the game. These locations are listed as Ryoushan Area, Saishan Area, Hong Kong Wan Chai, Red South, Guanglai Society, Central Area, Ming Dynasty Quarter, Lucky Charm Quarter, Golden Flower School, Tai Lao Hill, White Dynasty Quarter, Kowloon, and Yaumachi, Peaceful Viewing. These numbers likely indicate the availability or frequency of each item in the gacha machines located in these areas. The image shows a page detailing street stall items from what appears to be a guidebook. The text at the top explains that these Zippo lighters are beautiful jewels that reflect light when rotated and can be purchased at street stalls in towns. The items available for purchase vary depending on the town. It also mentions that there are real Zippo and fake Zuppo lighters in the game, which are of similar value but can be distinguished by looking at the bottom. Collecting only the fake ones is also a fun objective. The page lists various Zippo lighters with Japanese names such as Greenstone, Yellowstone, Redstone, Purplestone, and so on, all the way to Moonwolf, Wing, Mukasu, Kiln, Heart, Vampire, Jackal, Sasori, Dragon, Bara, and No Smoking. Each item entry shows the location or acquisition location where it can be found, such as Cayenne Wharf, Laborer's Pier, Dragon Shadow Town, and Kowloon Castle. Below each item name and location, there is a table with Japanese categories like Good Heart, Vegetable Rare, Red South, Light Coming, Center, Bright Morning, Lucky Fortune, Golden Flower, Tai Lao, White Tai, Kowloon, and Enkin, each associated with numbers. These numbers are likely related to item stats or values in the game, but are presented as a table and should not be translated explicitly. In summary, this page is a guide listing purchasable Zippo lighter items from street stalls in Shenmue II, showing their names, acquisition locations, and categories with associated numerical values. The image shows a page detailing minigame prizes from what appears to be a guidebook. The page is organized into sections, each listing a different minigame or item, along with its acquisition method. The items listed are Cherry, acquired by getting 7-7 on a 1-bet slot machine. Mini Jukebox, acquired by getting 7-7 on a 10-bet slot machine. Mini Slot Machine, acquired by getting 7-7 on a 20-bet slot machine. Mini Title, acquired by getting 300,000 points in the QTE title minigame. Mini Hang-On, acquired by getting 10,000 points in Hang-On and going to the Manmo Temple area. Mini Harrier, acquired by getting 10,000 points in Space Harrier and going to the Manmo Temple area. Mini QTE, acquired by getting 200,000 points in the Excite QT minigame. Mini Darts, acquired by getting 250 points in darts. Mini Billiards, acquired by getting 777 on a 5-bet slot machine. Mini AB2, acquired by getting 10,000 points in Afterburner 2. AB2 Certificate, acquired by clearing Afterburner 2 with 1 coin. Harrier Certificate 2, acquired by clearing Space Harrier with 1 coin. Hang-On Certificate 2, acquired by clearing Hang-On with 1 coin. Outrun Certificate, acquired by clearing Outrun with 1 coin. 3,000 Coin Certificate, acquired by getting 3,000 slot coins. 5,000 Coin Certificate, acquired by getting 50,000 slot coins. 20,000 Coin Certificate, acquired by getting 20,000 slot coins. 50,000 Coin Certificate, acquired by getting 50,000 slot coins. 100,000 Coin Certificate, acquired by getting 100,000 slot coins. 1,000 Coin Certificate, acquired by getting 1,000 slot coins. Mini Outrun, acquired by getting 10,000 points in Outrun. Each item entry also has columns labeled Gold, Rare, Red South, Light South, Bright North, Invite Fortune, Gold Flower, Too Thick, White Chin, 9 Dragon, and Safe View. These likely represent some kind of in-game value or attribute related to each item, possibly influencing gameplay or collection. The numbers in these columns vary for each item. The text at the top of the page reads, "This translates to minigame prizes. This work includes numerous minigames. If you record a certain score, you can obtain prizes. The conditions are all quite strict, so these can be considered difficult items to obtain." This page shows a list of collectible items in Shenmue II, categorized into Japanese items and other items. The section titled Japanese Items describes items that are listed when you carry over clear data from Shenmue Chapter 1, Yokosuka, or US Shenmue. It mentions that these items cannot be obtained in Shenmue II, making them very rare. Examples of Japanese items listed include the Matsuyama Certificate, the Harrier Certificate, battery, matches, and Hang-On CD. The section Other Items explains that these are rare items not from the Gashapon series, and can only be obtained as dropped items or from suites. It states that because they are hard to get, they are all cool items. It uses the R360 as an example, saying it's a detailed reproduction and like a revival of the legendary arcade cabinet. Examples of these other items include Supersonic, BB Ultra, R360, and various dog figures like John, Kuro, Pochi, Kelly, and Tora. For each item, there's a table with Japanese words at the top which likely represent different locations or attributes within the game, such as Good, Precious, Southtown, Lucky Come, Center, Bright Deer, Lucky Fortune, Golden Flower, Tai Lao Old Man, White Chin Bar, Kowloon, and Yanjian Building. Numbers are listed under each of these words, probably indicating the item's availability or rarity in those areas. For example, under Rent a Hero, the How to Obtain section says Sweets, Gotcha Gotcha Set 6. For Supersonic, it says Sweets. For R360, it says Dropped Item Hidden Area in Green Market Street. And for dog figures like John, Kuro, Kelly, and Tora, the How to Obtain section mentions Sweets, Gotcha Gotcha Set 1, 3, 5. This page shows a collection of items from the game Shenmue II, detailing how to acquire them and their distribution across different locations. The items listed include figures of whales and geese, a food cart, and forklifts, among others. For each item, the How to Obtain section specifies the method of acquisition, such as Gacha Box Set 246 or Sweets Gacha Box Set 135. For example, figures like Big Willy and Little Willy are obtained from Gacha Box Sets 2, 4, and 6. Figures like Chip and Pop are obtained from Sweets or Gacha Box Sets 1, 3, and 5. The food cart is found in Gacha Box Set 6. The Fork series, from number 1 to number 5, are located in hidden areas within Beverly Hills Wharf. The red and blue forklifts are found at the No Need for Money Inn, specifically inside a drawer for the red forklift, and in the shadow of the bed for the blue forklift. Below each item's acquisition method, there's a table with numbers corresponding to different districts or areas within the game's setting, such as Ryoshin, Saichen, Beverly Hills Wharf, Konan, South Carmine Quarter, Korai, Workers' Chushin, Central District, Meryu, Wise Men's Quarter, Shofuku, Fortune Tellers Avenue, Kinka, Golden Flower Quarter, Tairo, Green Market Quarter, Hakushin, White Dynasty Quarter, Kowloon, and Ankin, Aberdeen. These numbers likely represent the probability or frequency of finding each item within these specific locations. The image shows a title page introducing the character section of the Shenmue II Complete guidebook. The page features a dark red textured background with swirling patterns, suggesting a dramatic and perhaps mystical atmosphere. The word character is written in large, bold, white letters at the bottom of the page. The Japanese text at the top translates to, "The destined encounters of people." That is like a single thread, intricately intertwined. This text sets the tone for the character section, implying that the relationships and meetings between characters are important and interconnected within the story of Shenmue II. This page depicts character introductions for Shenmue II, highlighting that the game world is populated by 668 individuals, each living their own lives independent of the main story. It emphasizes the numerous unique characters present in the game, even those who are not directly involved in the main narrative. The page is divided into sections, starting with Hong Kong Guys, Labor Union Wharf. The first character is Eileen M. Edelweiss, described as Kaori's friend. Next is Angon Girei, identified as an arm wrestler on the fighting arena rooftop and a street fighter from the former military dormitory. The following character is An Yuing, the proprietress of the Lai Lai Eatery restaurant. Then, An Baolai is introduced as the owner of the Lai Lai Eatery restaurant. Moving to the next section, we see Yu Kitsu, who is a harbor security guard. Following him is Uzun Temul, also described as an arm wrestler on the fighting arena rooftop and a street fighter from the former military dormitory. Next up is Yu Chao, who is the stall keeper of the Shoki refreshment stall. Then we have Yen Zhen, who is a sailor. The character after that is Wang Yan, the owner of the rooftop stalls in the fighting arena. Finally, Uka Kyoka is introduced as the owner of the Cafe Hatobate Coffee. The page also includes a location area index, which lists locations in Hong Kong and Wanchai and Kowloon City with page numbers including Hong Kong Guys, Labor Union Wharf, Queen Street, Kion Wharf, Beverly Hills Wharf. Wanchai, Saisai Street, Konan Street, Tairo Street, Fukusen Street, Ayo Street, Hakaraku Street. Kowloon City, Ryue Street, Enkei Street, Hakan Street, Tenshin Street, Fukutoku Street, Keirin, Yatai Street, Niraku Street. This page showcases character profiles from Shenmue II, focusing on various individuals encountered in Hong Kong. The page is divided into sections for each character, presenting an image, their name in Japanese with furigana, and some descriptive text alongside a provision memo number section, which lists page numbers, seemingly referencing where these characters are mentioned further in the guide. Let's go through each character section. Ouyang Hui. His role is described as former member of the arm wrestling circle, now a pawn shop owner in Wanchai. Her role is described as a restaurant Fukumitsu waitress. Honkan, his role is described as a restaurant Fukumitsu cook. Hyalian, her role is described as a fortune teller. Jingshan, his role is described as owner of the Joyful Toys toy store. Huangkui, his role is described as a native products store, Hong Kong special products owner. His role is described as former member of the arm wrestling circle, arms dealer near the pawn shop, number 72 in the Zhuyuan apartments. Her role is described as an ice cream shop owner. Her role is described as a Cafe Yangtze River Cafe customer. No provision memoner is listed. Saikyojo. her role is described as a bar swing owner. Guanchangde, his role is described as a hot dog stand owner. Ruanente, her role is described as a Cafe Yangtze River Cafe customer. Sai Shifan, his role is described as a pigeon shop upstairs owner. Gui Ari, her role is described as a restaurant Fukumitsu owner. The provision memo nub sections are lists of page numbers, like P68, P55, etc., which are likely page references within the guidebook and not relevant to translate in detail as they are just navigational aids within the book itself. It is enough to note they are page references. It seems these numbers indicate where in the book more information about these characters can be found. This page presents character profiles. It shows a variety of characters with their names, images, and brief descriptions of their roles or types. The characters are all related to the game setting, likely Hong Kong, as indicated by the text, Character Hong Kong. Starting from the top left and moving across and down, the characters are Sha Zugi. His category is goods vendor. Shin Kotan. His category is dock worker. Chai. His category is mole tourist information. Juzi Zai. His category is beggar. Sogao. His category description mentions arm wrestling at the warehouse's originator. Chin Shuren. Her category is Kowloon Park kiosk employee. Ju Shoden. His category is beggar. So Suzu. His category is sailor. Wei Chishin. His category is dock worker. Tao Baikan. His category is dock worker. Shin Genbai. His category is hot dog stand store. Dan Kasui. His category description mentions arm wrestling at the Kowloon walled city's originator. Tu Shinki. Her category is restaurant Lai Lai hotel employee. Nadambeg. His category is arm wrestler on the rooftop. Former human trafficker's street fighter. This page from the Shenmue II guidebook showcases character profiles from the Queen's Street area in Hong Kong. It presents a variety of residents and individuals Ryo Hazuki will encounter in this location. The page is titled Character Hong Kong Residents and features a grid of character portraits, each with a name in Japanese, furigana pronunciation, and a brief description of their role or type. Below each character profile is a section labeled Provided Memo Num, which lists page numbers for additional information in the guide. Starting from the top left, we see Jimenez Garcia, identified as a warehouse arm wrestler, and a Kowloon warehouse arm wrestler. Lin Seiran, who is described as a fake goods stall shopkeeper. Kutsu Taikichi, listed as being part of a couple. Bun Amin, who is a darts opponent. Lin Meiju, identified as the pigeon feed shop shopkeeper. Shu Reihyo, the owner of the general goods store Tonpu General Goods. B. Norton, described as an arm wrestler in front of Kaihu Transports. Roku Ten, who is the arm wrestling organizer near the stall. Shou Jioen, the owner of the giant fishing tackle shop. Mo Yu, the shopkeeper of the fake goods stall First Class Center. Ai Senju, who is also part of a couple. Ri Zaikin, described as a vagrant at the Simple Lodgings. Su Shengkai, a clerk at the general goods store Tonpu General Goods. Lin Shuki, who is a photographer. Shou Rin, a clerk at the porridge shop Rinrin Porridge Specialty. The provided memo number sections for each character list page numbers in the guidebook where more information about them can be found. These are references for players to look up further details within the guide itself. The heading in the center of the page reads, Hong Kong Residents Queen Street, indicating the location where these characters are found in the game. This page showcases character profiles from the Fortune's Pier area in Hong Kong. It introduces a variety of individuals Ryo Hazuki might encounter in this location. Starting from the top left, we have Sen Etsuzan, identified as the originator of the dropping ball gambling game. Next to him is Chiku Bun, the owner of the Ryoshin Pawn Shop. Below them are Togoki and Tohotaku, who are brothers and described as the elder and younger of the poisonous Snake brothers, respectively. Finally, in this column is Haku Taiyu, also listed as an originator of the dropping ball game. Moving to the middle column, we see Yu Gen, who is described as the originator of the Daishiao gambling game. Following him is Kikantoku, another originator but for the dropping ball game. Then there is Gu Shoka, who works as a barker or promoter for the Daishiao game. Kotokurin is mentioned as a partner in the part-time job of luggage carrying. Lastly, in this column is San Shi, who also originates the Daishiao game. In the rightmost column, we have Shoujo, identified as a port worker, and Sen Furin, who is described as a darts opponent. Below them is Son Kurin, the supervisor for the part-time luggage-carrying job. Next is Chin Ken, another port worker. Den Gana is a barker for the Daishiao game. Then there is Den Ho, who is described as a fisherman. Finally, Sho Kanpei is presented as the originator of the Uede Sutari gambling game. Each character profile includes a memo no section with page numbers, presumably referring to other pages in the guidebook, with additional information about these characters. This page showcases character profiles from the Hong Kong area in the game. It introduces a variety of characters, primarily described as thugs, each with a brief description of their role or characteristic, and a reference to further information on specific pages. The characters are Wan Inkok, described as upper-class Yatagarasu calling card; Yan Baiyang, described as dart game opponent; Gi Chong, described as heavens; Kei Hino, described as heavens; Hoi Suntamu, described as the owner of Kaien Shokudo restaurant; Lin Kubu, described as back alley deal opponent; Kansui, described as heavens; Indaimoku, described as heavens; Kyo Ryusho, described as port people; Hao Sukin, described as the originator of drop spindle; O Keikai, described as heavens; Gena Ko, described as heavens; Baratu, described as calling card of Daikyo; Go Enfu, described as heavens; Genjin, described as BHW Street Fighter; Minki, described as the originator of Daikyo; Kaku Shun, described as heavens; Ko Keiju, described as heavens; Goryusho, described as the originator of BHW Fighting Arena; Ga Kokun, described as port people. Each character profile includes a provision memo no section which lists page numbers like P67, P68, P69, P81, etc., presumably indicating where more details about these characters can be found in the guidebook. This page depicts character profiles from the Wan Chai, Sai Jane Street area of Hong Kong in Shenmue II. It showcases a variety of characters who can be found in this location, each with a picture and some details. The characters are categorized by type, such as heavens or port people. Some of the characters listed who are classified as heavens include Juko Ko, Yao Hu, Daikansa, Unho Shu, Gu Yangshu, Qianhai Kao, Zhongxi Dai, Yin Teng, Gi To, Zhouju Lu, and Xingong Lu. Characters like Taishin Ko and Nankun Sha are listed as port people. There are also profiles of shopkeepers and staff of Sai Jane Street, including Reiko An, who is the owner of the Highest Sugar dry goods store; Taiyuan Guo, the owner of the Yoshian meat shop butcher; Chansen Guo, who runs the Tendenda wine shop drink stand; Ranka, a clerk at the Tenkoyoda shop tea shop; and Karen Kyo, the daughter of the Central Vegetable shop greengrocer. Each character profile also includes provision memo numbers, which refer to page numbers in the guidebook for more information about each character. The title at the top right reads Wan Chai Sai Jane Street. The categories are: this means dry goods store highest sugar owner; this means butcher Yoshian meat shop owner; this means drink stand Tendenda wine shop owner; this means tea shop Tenkoyoda shop clerk; this means greengrocer Central Vegetable shop daughter. In summary, this page provides a character directory for the Sai Jane Street area in Wan Chai, detailing various residents, shop owners, and workers Ryo Hazuki might encounter in Shenmue II. This page showcases character profiles from the game, detailing various shop owners and individuals within a specific location. It features character portraits alongside their names in both Japanese and English, and their roles or the type of shop they manage. Each character profile also includes a section titled No, which lists page numbers presumably referencing other sections within the guidebook where more information about these characters can be found. Here are some of the characters featured and their roles. Xia Zhang is the owner of the Izumi Fruits fruit shop. Xu Baichu owns the Mount Fuji sushi restaurant. Zhang Jianglin is the owner of the Sai Chin seasoning and food shop. Zhou Wentai runs the healthy meat shop butcher shop. Xuan Boli owns the Ajitomo dried goods shop. Chen Hongren is a bookmaker for Lucky Hit. Xun Yuliu is the owner of the Sai Chin pawn shop. Zhang Zhenli owns the Oshu Soba restaurant. Cao Li Kong is the proprietress of the Bunbu liquor shop bar. Chun Li Fang owns the Dahai fish shop. Xu Zhongji is the owner of the Shachikuka sushi restaurant. Dan Ren owns the Fang Lai Inn. Dian Lin Sheng is the assistant instructor at Guangwu Hall. Taoyi is also a bookmaker for Lucky Hit. The text below the character name and image, labeled, describes their role or shop type. For example, for Shazhong, it says, which translates to, type, fruit shop Izumi Fruits owner. This pattern is repeated for each character, indicating their profession or association. This page depicts character profiles from Shenmue II, showcasing various individuals Ryo Hazuki encounters during his journey. The first character is Bao Xin. He is identified as the owner of the greengrocer Einen Vegetables shop. For more details about Bao Xin, please refer to pages 39, 40, 55, 58, and 69. Next is Lu Huan, who is the owner of the Cafe Canton Tea Room. For more details about Lu Huan, please refer to pages 39, 40, 41, 68, and 69. The next character is Yan Yuxiang, described as the bookmaker of the Fallen Jade Gambling Den. For more details about Yan Yuxiang, please refer to pages 39, 40, 41, 55, 68, and 69. Following on is Motaku-san, who is the owner of the greengrocer Sai-Chin Vegetables shop. For more details about Motaku-san, please refer to pages 41, 55, 56, 68, and 69. Next is Louis Anan, a craftsman who makes signboards. For more details about Louis Anan, please refer to pages 55, 56, 57, and 69. The character Louis Fong is next, identified as a bookmaker for the Let's Do It Properly Gambling Den. For more details about Louis Fong, please refer to pages 39, 40, 55, 68, and 69. Young Mingyuan is shown as the owner of the soba noodle shop Nihon Soba. For more details about Young Mingyuan, please refer to pages 39, 40, and 55. Next is Lung Kei Chao, who is a bookmaker for the Let's Do It Properly Gambling Den. For more details about Lung Kei Chao, please refer to pages 68 and 69. Yi Ming-chun is depicted as the assistant master of the Kouguan Martial Arts School. For more details about Yi Ming-chun, please refer to pages 40, 41, 68, and 69. Following on is Li Yuanmei, also a bookmaker for the Let's Do It Properly Gambling Den. For more details about Li Yuanmei, please refer to page 68. Next is Ka Shinsek, who is a bookmaker for the Fallen Jade Gambling Den. For more details about Ka Shinsek, please refer to pages 39, 40, 55, 68, and 69. Xu Yingnian is shown as a bookmaker for the Fallen Jade Gambling Den. For more details about Xu Yingnian, please refer to pages 39, 45, 68, and 69. Kai Liuryu is also identified as a bookmaker for the Fallen Jade Gambling Den. For more details about Kai Liuryu, please refer to pages 39, 40, 55, and 68. Finally, Ko Ensei is presented as the proprietor of the pawn shop Konan Pawn Shop. For more details about Ko Ensei, please refer to pages 69. These character profiles provide a glimpse into the diverse cast of characters Ryo encounters in the Hong Kong locations of Shenmue II, highlighting shop owners, craftsmen, and individuals involved in the gambling dens. This page showcases character profiles from Shenmue II. It presents a series of characters, each with a portrait, full-body image, and details regarding their role and memo numbers in the game guide. Several of the characters are described as being bosses or organizers of Lost Jewel, which is likely a gambling den. These include Shokatsu Sonko, Bosuken, Ryo Genshu, Sanhakufu, Denhao, and Rin Eishun. Other characters are residents of the Onda building, such as Wan Koen and Sen Kunho. We also see profiles of shop owners and staff, such as Sho Reiken, who is a waitress at the Bunbu Saikan restaurant, Ryu Shomu, granddaughter of Ryu Fukuju of Meikyo Pharmacy, Enku Fuku, owner of the antique shop Bunbu Do, Ryu Fukuju himself, the owner of Meikyo Pharmacy, Kan Chien, the owner of the dish shop Honkaku Do, Hozo, the owner of the pawn shop Koraido shop, and Ki Koen, the owner of the Shinshindo shop. The text in each profile gives the type of character and a short description in quotes, along with memo no, provided and a list of numbers referencing pages in the guidebook for more information. This page depicts character profiles from Shenmue II, showcasing various shop owners. Starting from the top left, we have Yurin, the owner of the Wan Chai Tang Blood Shop. Next is Haojo Sai, the owner of the Kingin Do Antique Shop. Then, Shisui Chen, who owns the Apindo Spirit Shop. Moving to the second row, we see Guilin, the owner of the Karakudo Joy Shop. Beside her is Li Xiao Tao, the owner of the Chinese medicine shop called Bunbukampo. Following on is Zhang Yu, the owner of the Bagado Spirit Shop. On the third row, we have Eileen Edelweiss, the owner of the Saikodo Spirit Shop. Next is Jianming Shi, who owns the Tairo Yakubo Medicine Shop. Then, Yuan, the owner of the Bonpindo Spirit Shop. On the fourth row, there is Koge, the owner of the pottery shop Bunbutoki. Beside him is Zhao Sunming, the owner of the pawn shop Tairo Toho. Following on is Rume, the owner of the Buddhist goods shop Tengokudo. On the final row, we have Zuyu Madoka, the owner of the pawn shop Kinka Tuho. Next is Ying, the owner of the Bishudo Spirit Shop. Finally, Yang, the owner of the Buddhist goods shop Seisedo. Under each character profile, there is a section listing page numbers. These are likely references to other pages within the book where more information about these characters can be found. This page depicts character profiles from Shenmue II, focusing on residents of Wanchai White Dynasty Street. The profiles are organized in columns and rows, each featuring a character portrait, their name in Japanese and furigana, and their role or occupation. The characters and their roles are as follows. Teijin, he is the owner of the antique shop named Shukodo, located in the Wise Men's Quarter. Bahen, she is the owner of the King Kim Hall shop, and also a shopkeeper. Yudaming, he is the owner of the restaurant named Bunbukan, located in the Wise Men's Quarter. She is the owner of the pawn shop, Chin Pawn Shop. She is a staff member at the Buddhist altar shop Senindo. Yumegi, he is the owner of Tairo Martial Arts. She is the owner of the pawn shop Meru Pawn Shop. He is a harbor worker and has no associated shop listed. Hai Eiki, he is the owner of the Buddhist altar shop Tenshindo Wit. He is the owner of the Buddhist altar shop Taihen. He is the owner of the Buddhist altar shop Soredo. He is the owner of the pawn shop Shofuku Pawn Shop. Yeimei, he is the owner of the pottery shop Beikokudo. Rinko, he is the owner of the pawn shop Hakurakuten Pawn Shop. These profiles provide a glimpse into the various characters and businesses that populate the White Dynasty Street area in Wanchai. The No sections likely refer to page numbers within the guidebook itself for further information on each character. This page showcases character profiles from the game, focusing on various individuals involved in the story, primarily shopkeepers in different locations. Starting from the top left, we have Eiha, identified as the rooftop shopkeeper. Next to him is Konsyukyo, also noted as a rooftop main store shopkeeper. Moving to the right, we find Tuseijin, another rooftop shopkeeper. Below Eiha is Enkinka, described as the rooftop store owner. Next to Enkinka, we see Saitokume, another rooftop shopkeeper. To the right of Saitokume is Nansujin, whose role is described as upper Yatapari source. Below Enkinka is Kin Konan, identified as a rooftop shopkeeper. Next to Kin Konan is Shu Kanrei, also a rooftop shopkeeper. To the right of Shu Kanrei is Barry Jones, noted as a dart game opponent. Below Kin Konan we have Gen Kubai, another rooftop shopkeeper. Next to Gen Kubai is Zen Shotetsu, identified as a rooftop shopkeeper. To the right of Zen Shotetsu is Haneko, whose role is described as upper Yatapari source. Below Gen Kubai is Koeizan, a rooftop shopkeeper. Next to Koeizan is Sokuko, who is the bar reverb pool store owner. Finally, to the right of Sokuko is Yu Baichiku, another rooftop shopkeeper. The text accompanying each character provides provision memo number, followed by a list of numbers and page references, likely indicating where more information or related content can be found within the guidebook. The diamond symbol followed by translates to type or kind, and Yatino Tenban and Yatai Tenshu both relate to shopkeepers, with suggesting a shop attendant or keeper and suggesting a store owner or proprietor. For Nansojin and Haneko translates to upper Yatapari source, possibly referring to their role in a gambling or game activity. For Barry Jones translates to dart game opponent, indicating his role in the darts minigame. For Sokuko translates to bar Liverpool store owner, identifying the location of her shop. This page showcases character profiles from the Fukusen Street area in Wanchai. The characters featured here are Ryo Hazuki, Rasei Seiya, who is the stall keeper at the duck stand in Vendor Avenue. Guiqiang Li, Maoshiko, the owner of the tailor shop Magnolia Tailor. Jianming Jing, Kei Renko, the owner of the barber shop Fukusen Barber. Mingkun Li, Ringkon, a stall keeper. Eileen Edelweiss, Kyoeko, the landlady of the diner Tujiang Diner. Zhou Shanjiang, Ko Kozin, the owner of the electronics store Bunbu Electronics. Ren Xianghua Rinsaria, the owner of the bar London. Ganjiang Shu Kyokampuku, the owner of the electronics store Kaka Electronics. Hongjiang Wu, Go Rincho, the owner of the tailor shop Fuki Tyler. Shuing Hong and Shuka, a fortune teller at Reishi Fortune Telling. For this character, it is noted meaning none for memo numbers. Shiwa Shu, Kyosekiho, the owner of the diner Tujiang Diner. Q-san Sankayu, the owner of the tailor shop Western Tailor. Xiaoshi Han Tuki, the owner of the electronics store Sisine Electronics. Xu Jin, the owner of the electronics store Kaon Electronics. Jiqing Shi Shisei, a bookmaker who is described as wanting to operate upstairs. For each character except Xu Yinghong, there is a no section which lists page numbers such as P39, P40, P55, P57, P69. These numbers likely indicate pages within the guidebook that provide further information or details about each character. The text under each character's name and portrait provides their role or occupation in Fukusen Street. For example, Guixiang Li is described as, which translates to Tailor Magnolia Tailor Owner. Similarly, Jianming Jing is meaning Barber Fukusen Barber Owner. Eileen Edelweiss is, which means Diner Tujing Diner Landlady. These descriptions give context to their presence and roles within the Fukusen Street setting of Shenmue II. This page showcases character profiles from the game, presenting 15 individuals with their names, images, and key details. Starting from the top left, we have Shiba Reime, who is described as the daughter of the Honkaku Tea House. Next to her is Den Karyan, the owner of the Bunbu Store Sweets Shop. Following on is Mon Shokujo, an employee at the Kincha Tea House. Moving to the second row, we see Shokantaku, the owner of the Bunbu Liquor Store Diner. Beside him is Han Shinkyo, who owns the Wanchai Electronics Store. Then we have Mei Kokuryo, the owner of the Senzen Tea House Dim Sum Restaurant. On the third row, we have Chin Kake, an employee at the Fukuken Tea House. Next is Ho Senkyu, the owner of the tailor shop Senkyu Tailor Shop. Following on is Mu Onka, the owner of the electronics store Fukusen Electronics. In the fourth row, we have Tei Kyugyoku, identified as a parent of a passenger and the owner of the Ichiryu Tailor Shop. Beside her is Mon Kasui, an employee at the Hyaku Raku Tea House. Then we see Riku Junsho, the owner of the greengrocer Bunbu Vegetable Store. Finally, on the last row, we have Tei Xiaobai, identified as a parent of a passenger. Next to her is Mon Shuha, an employee at the Hong Kong Tea House. Lastly, we have Ri Rakuten, the owner of the Ri Barber Shop. Each character profile also includes a section titled Provision Memo Na, which lists numbers and page references, likely indicating where to find more information or hints about these characters within the guidebook. This page shows character profiles organized by locations within Wanchai. The first section is Ren Shishin, Wanchai, Arthur Street. He is described as the owner of the bespoke tailor shop, Honkaku Tailor. Next is Kinonko, also from Arthur Street. He is described as a store employee at Matsukaze Electronics Arcade. Then there is Koyuko, from Wanchai Arthur Street. She is a store employee at Moon Car Cafe. Following this is Sameyu, from Wanchai, Arthur Street. He is described as a bartender at the billiard bar SIC. Next, In Sakai, from Wanchai, Arthur Street. He is described as the owner of the Matsukaze Electronics Arcade. Then there's Takano Izumi, from Wanchai, Arthur Street. She is described as a Japanese exchange student and store employee at the convenience store Tomato Mart. The next section is Wanchai Scarlet Hills, with character. He is the owner of the Taoist temple Sotenkaku. Following is Reiasan Chai Scarlet Hills, described as a female general of the Karyu Ancient Hermitage. Next we have Kengorane from Wanchai Scarlet Hills, the owner of the jewelry store Eiko Jewelry. Then Gotokuju from Wanchai Scarlet Hills, a store employee at the bookstore Tabunsyo Bookstore. The final section is Wanchai Victoria Peak with character Chu Sagan. He is a store employee at the slot machine parlor Slot House W. Finally, Wanchai Victoria Peak is described as a fortune teller at Karyu Ancient Hermitage. And lastly, come Wanchai Victoria Peak, a store employee at the ice cream shop Pop Pop's Ice. And the last character is Bun Shoyu from Wanchai Victoria Peak, who is a darts opponent. Each character profile also lists no, followed by a series of numbers in parentheses, likely referencing page numbers within the guidebook, for more information about each character. This page depicts character profiles of characters from the Kowloon area in Shenmue II, specifically from Dragon Street in Kowloon City. Starting from the top left, we have Mao Komai, who is described as a staff member at the Qingling Treasure Stone Jewelers. Next to her is Ka-Aire, identified as a flower, bird, wind, moon pawnshop's clerk. Moving to the right is Saiko, a pawnshop clerk at Large and Small. Below Saiko is Ryo Tukun, who works at the Uedi Atari pawnshop as a clerk. Under Mokomai is Mu Tokuko, the owner of the Guanghua Treasure Stone Jewelers. To the right of Mu Tokuko, we have Kasuire, a crystal fortune teller, and her profile mentions none under memo number, indicating no further notes. Below Kasuire is Kakenmei, the owner of the pharmacy shop. Next to Kakenmei is Gengan, a staff member at a roof stall. Under Mo Tokuko, we find En Tenshu, a bus driver, and like Kasuire, his profile has none for memo number. To the right of En Tenshu is Koyuka, the owner of the fabric and thread shop. Below Koyuka is Kogai, who is the owner of the vegetable shop. Next to Kogai is Sun Meizan, a staff member at a roof stall. Under En Tenshu, we have Kai Tetsusen, a pawnshop clerk at the Otoshidama pawnshop. To the right of Kai Tetsusen is Sai Enshun, a staff member at a roof stall. Finally, at the bottom right, we see Haku Eiko, a clerk at the Flower, Bird, Wind, Moon pawnshop. Each character profile also includes Memo No, which lists page numbers for additional information about each character within the guide. This page depicts character profiles from the Kowloon Walled City, specifically from the White Quarter area. We see several characters introduced here. Starting from the top left, we have Ma Ansei, described as the owner of the Fragrant Brine shop. Next is Masaika, who is the owner of the haberdashery shop. Then we see Ma Shoran, the owner of the porcelain shop. Following on is Ma Bunchu, the owner of the pharmacy. Below him is Miao Tiaoling, described as the owner of the Fragrant Brine shop. Moving to the top right side, we have Yu Sanpai, who is described as the originator of the drop cloth. Next to her is Yo Jokubai, a vegetable and painting shop clerk. Then there is Yo Raifuku, a child described as being next to the bow puller. Following on is Yo Rinka, a child of Dragon Image Street. It also notes none under Provision Memo Na. Then we have Retsu Kaizan, who is described as originator of the drop cloth. Moving to the right column, at the top we see Ryuchin Chin, a man described as jobless in front of the Yasumi apartment. Below him is Kano Kyosuke, the owner of Ana Store. Then we have Gaku Rikone, described as the landlord of the rooftop house facing the White Quarter. Next is Gabi Hosui, the Ana waitress. Finally, at the bottom right, we have Ru Shoke, who is described as an part-time worker at the Fragrant Brine shop. Each character profile also includes a section called Provision Memo No, followed by a list of numbers and page references, likely indicating where more information about these characters can be found in the guidebook. This page showcases character profiles from the game, presenting a grid of characters with portraits and descriptions. Starting from the top left and going across, we can see the following characters. First row, Yoshio Hayashida, Gambling Den Boss. Kan Shimizu, Type, Paper Factory, Iron Sand Palm Master. Bunko Tae, White Sheep Warehouse Security Guard. Second row, Tenmei Kyo, Construction Base Street Fight Gambling Boss. Gare Seiki, Lost Ball Gambling Den Boss. Hochin, Type. Third row, Kongo Makisugi, Type Baggage Handling Job Partner. Type, Bunen Uma, Kaikei Master. Fourth row, Seize Shi, Fuyu Mansion Front, Street Fight Arena Stall Customer. Aso, Kakumao. Type, fifth row, Onsho Shu, Qinggong Master, Construction Base Ironhead Skill Master. Soken Maipe, Fuyu Mansion Front, Street Fight Gambling Den Boss. Sixth row, Anjin New Village Gate Left Side Vagrant. Type, Paper Factory Ruins, Street Fight Gambling Boss. Shosen Yu Type, former soldier dormitory street fighting and boss. 7th row, Seibu Yu, type lost ball gambling boss. Each character profile also includes no, followed by a list of numbers in parentheses, which appear to be page numbers referencing other parts of the guidebook where these characters are mentioned. These lists of numbers are not translated. This page showcases characters found within Kowloon City. Starting from the top left, we see Rai Do, who is described as a vagrant near the Undying Dragon story fight venue, close to the Undying Dragon building. Next to him is Aikation, the owner of the Supreme Clothes shop located in the White Dynasty Quarter. Then we have Sui Kuseki, who is identified as the originator of the Lost Jewels game. Moving down to the next row on the left, we see Kyue Boku from Ankin Quarter, who owns the Ankin Pawn Shop in Ankin Quarter. Next to him is Mintuka, also from Ankin Quarter, who owns the Kowloon Pawn Shop. On the right side of this row, we have On Seibun, the owner of Kairaku in White Dynasty Quarter. Beside him is Gun Aisai, who is the owner of Chindo in the White Dynasty Quarter. On the bottom left row, we see Yan, who is the owner of Ankin Herbs in Ankin Quarter. Below Yan is Un Hochu, who is also described as an originator of the Lost Jewels game. Moving to the middle bottom row is Shu Kubi, the owner of Shu Clothes in White Dynasty Quarter. Beside him is Shozuiko, the owner of Koshi Martial Arts in White Dynasty Quarter. Finally, on the bottom right, we have Chu Bankei, another originator of the Lost Jewels game. And lastly, Yuimin, who is the owner of Rekado in White Dynasty Quarter. Each character section also includes a providing memo note, which lists page numbers for further information about each character throughout the guidebook. This page showcases character profiles from the Kowloon Walled City area in Shenmue II. It introduces a variety of characters, each with a name, role, and a list of providing memo note, which seem to be page references within the guide. Some of the characters and their roles include Yu Renbi, who is the boss of a porter's part-time job, Uwatu, Konkao, and Kyoentetsu, all owners of dim sum restaurants, Ryofui, the owner of Hakusenro Thunderblade, Ka Inka and Koku Shinbu, who are both toy shop owners, Ko Shuko, described as a one-eyed hero from Stargazer Terrace, Ri Reiho, a nun from Kowloon, Ken Koryu, the owner of a meat shop, Mio Buretsu, a vagrant on the first floor of Fuyuro, U Chosei from Kowloon Walled City's Yataimachi, who gives hints in the Little Dragon Garden, Greg Moore, a street fighter in the Blue Dragon Garden, Ko Tanpo, the owner of a clothing shop, Ko Kazan, a guard in the Blue Dragon Garden. For each character listed, there are associated page numbers for providing memo no, except for Ko, Ri Reiho, Mio Buretsu, and Greg Moore, who have indicating none. These page numbers likely refer to sections within the guide where more information about these characters can be found. This page showcases character profiles from the Kowloon region. It presents a variety of individuals you can encounter in the game, including shop owners, street fighters, and arm wrestlers. Starting from the top left, we have Kai Shosei, who is identified as the pawn shop owner. Next to him is Chi Xiaolon, described as the spice shop owner. Moving to the top right, we see Jia Long, labeled as a street fight boss. Below Kai Shosei, we find Xu Yinglin, the Chinese medicine shop owner. Next to her, Qin Hongli is introduced as a woman near the Dragon Saloon. Following Qin Hongli is Chung Sue, the owner of the bar. Finally, in this section, we have Sun Jiaohong, described as an old man near the water fountain. In the middle section, starting from the left, we have Chen Shik, a man in front of the water fountain. Next to him is Dmitry Raskolov, identified as a Kowloon arm wrestler. Continuing right, we see Tu Kinjin, the tea shop owner. Lastly, in this row is Tu Shoshu, the arm wrestling boss. At the bottom left, we have Dolly Gordy, another Kowloon arm wrestler. On the bottom right, we see a series of arm wrestlers, Julio Santos, Matthew Hopkins, and Muhammad Karim, all identified as Kowloon arm wrestlers. In between Julio and Matthew is Boku Kenkoku, who is described as a boss who proudly proclaims, "I'm the best." The page also includes memo numbers associated with each character, which seem to indicate guidebook page references for more information about them. However, the page itself is primarily a character directory for the Kowloon area, highlighting the diverse cast of people you will meet. This page depicts character profiles from Shenmue II. Starting from the top left, we have U2, who is described as an item shop Stargazer owner, and there is no provider memo number listed for him. Next is Yo Dujin, who is a Tea House Fukucha employee. The provider memo numbers listed for her are 13, 14, 22, 23, 36, 42, 46, 1, 2, 11, 27, 29, 4, 15, 20, 26, and 30, all on pages P81, P82, P83, P100, P102, and P103. Below Yo Dujin is Ryu Bokushin, a Street Fighter former leader of Little Dragon Garden. There is no provider memo number for him. Next is Ryo Sho, who is described as the owner of Honky. The provider memo numbers for him are 13, 14, 22, 23, 36, 42, 46, 1, 2, 11, 27, 29, 4, 15, 20, 26, and 30, all on pages P81, P82, P83, P100, P101, P102, and P103. Below Ryo Sho is Netsu Soken, who is the owner of clothing store. The provider memo numbers for him are 4, 13, 14, 22, 23, 36, 42, 46, 11, 27, 4, 15, 20, 26, and 30, all on pages P81, P82, P83, P100, P101, P102, and P103. Next is Ro Unchu, who is described as the fortune teller of Flower Bird Wind Moon. The provider memo numbers for him are 1, 4, 7, and 32, all on page P102 and P103. Moving to the next column, starting at the top is Iseki, who is the owner of Kokudo Muso. There is no provider memo number listed for him. Below Iseki is Enzenko, who is the owner of Green Color. There is no provider memo number for him. Next is On Kanyu, who is the owner of Daisan Gen. The provider memo number is 32 on page P103. Below On Kanyu is Seihyo, described as a fortune teller of I Ching divination. The provider memo numbers are 1, 4, 7, and 10, all on page P102 and P103. Next is Nan Shoki, who is the owner of Daisharin. There is no provider memo number for her. Below Nan Shoki is Riku Ki, the owner of 8 Lian Zhuang. There is no provider memo number for him. Moving to the third column, at the top is Ro Surin, who is a feng shui divination fortune teller. The provider memo number is 32 on page P103. Below Ro Surin is A Keiko, the owner of Kuryu Electronics. There is no provider memo number for him. Next is A Jozun, who is a dentist at Hakushido Dental Clinic. The provider memo numbers are 1, 5, 15, 24, and 32, all on pages P102 and P103. Below I Jozun is A Doryu, who is the owner of Drunken Immortals Winery. The provider memo numbers are 5, 15, 24, and 32, all on pages P102 and P103. Next is On Seiko, who is a dentist at Kuryu Dental Clinic. The provider memo numbers are 1, 5, 15, 20, and 32, all on pages P102 and P103. Finally, at the bottom right is Kai Shitsu, who is the owner of Otoshibuta. The provider memo numbers are 14, 16, 17, 15, 15, 24, and 32, all on pages P81, P102, and P103. In summary, this page presents character profiles with names, roles, and page references for further information. These characters seem to be shop owners, fortune tellers, and people involved in various businesses in the game setting. This page showcases character profiles from the game and details various individuals encountered in the game world. Starting from the top left, we have Kaku Koki, described as an orphanage child. Next to him is Kei Kikyo, a waitress working at the meal house stand. Following this is Sai Kahaku, another child from the orphanage. Then we see Zai Koon, identified as a dentist from Kinryo Medicine. Moving down, we encounter Kake, who is a dentist at Tenba Dental Clinic. Beside him is Shi Kishin, the owner of Safety Electric Appliance. Next is Kan Gizai, the owner of Co-Electric Appliance. Then we have Shi Meifuku, a dentist from 7th Dental Clinic. Continuing down, we see Kan Jokukin, a waitress at the Sakura Bar. Next to her is Ko Yushin, the founder of Drop Jade. Following this, we have Kuryobi, another orphanage child. Lastly, we see Shu Hozo, the owner of Hyakuko Electric Appliance. Each character profile includes a Provider Memo Noah section, which lists page numbers. These numbers seem to be references to other pages in the guidebook where these characters might be further detailed or mentioned. This page depicts character profiles from Shenmue II. Starting from the top left, we have Sho Endo, who is described as the owner of Zero Dragon Electronics. Next to him is Cho Junka, the old wife of the stall owner in front of the 100 Children Building electronics shop. Then there's Ho Shunryo, who is the owner of the Drunken Wine shop. Moving to the second row, we see Jinyo Kuren, the owner of the Pure Fruit shop. Beside him is Nan Bunso, the owner of the Cherry Wine shop. And finally in this row, Min Shisei, the owner of the One-Shot electronics shop, and it's noted that there are no memo details provided for this character. On the third row, we have So Jokusei, who is described as a child from the orphanage. Next is Nin Reiken, the owner of the Daikichi electronics shop, and then Mei Ranho, the owner of the Clear Fruit shop. In the fourth row, we see So Gushin, the owner of the 100 Children Wine shop. Then Bun Kujin, who is the owner of the Civilization electronics shop. And finally Mo Keenan, who is described as the organizer or banker of Lost Balls. On the last row, we have Cho Ki, who is a waitress at the Drunken Wine shop. Next to her is Hen Soku, another child from the orphanage. Lastly, Yu Hakuhu, who is a teacher at the orphanage. Each character profile also includes a section titled Memo Number Provided, which lists page numbers for further information about each character. These page numbers are categorized by page ranges, like P81, P83, P100, P101, P102, and P103, suggesting references to different sections of the guidebook. This page showcases character profiles from the Kowloon area of the game. It presents various individuals with their names in Japanese, alongside descriptions and provide memo references, which seem to point to other pages in the book. Starting from the top left, we have Yang Yufang. Her type is described as 100 Children's Wine waitress. Next is Ryo Hazuki, described as seeking clues about his father's death. There's no provide memo listed for him. Then we see Xuan Tianlo, described as a person who gives hints about Xuan Tianlo. Below him is Kai Mingo, who is described as Xuan Tianlo's watchman. Lastly, on the left column is Xu Ziming and Xu Chunyan, both described as Xuanlo street fighters, and no provide memo number is listed for either. Moving to the middle column, at the top is Ryo Kiyosane from Kowloon Walled City Dim Sum Street, and his type is Master of Ryusui Restaurant. Below him is Shi Yongqiang, described as Anjian Building's Shogi Master. Next is Duan Yuanji, whose type is The Origin of Lost Jade. At the bottom of the middle column is Najimu Hassan, and his type is The Origin of Lost Jade Museum. Finally, in the right column, at the top is Mao Zishan, and his type is Anjian Building's Shogi Master. Then we have Guo Shang, described as Master of Shunjing Dim Sum. There's no provide memo listed for him. Next is Gao Erkxuan, whose type is Master of Slothouse KJ. Below him is Shi Chaiwei, and her type is Waitress of Citizens Dim Sum. Lastly, on the right column is Shi Linhua, whose type is Waitress of Spring-Autumn Dim Sum. This page showcases character profiles from the game. It presents a series of characters, each with their name, image, role, and provider memo indicating page references within the guide. Starting from the top left, we have Tao Liang. His role is described as Flower, Bird, Wind, Moon, Tong Yuan. The provider memo lists several page references: 1, P102, 4, P107 to 11, P132, P1I. Next to him is Ai Saika. Her role is Supreme Tea Shop Assistant. Provider memo references are 13, P81, 10, 100, 4, 2, 22, and 32.03. Moving to the right, we see So Kirei. She is the Fukubukucha shop owner. The provider memo references are 13, 22, P82, and 2382. Below Tao Liang is Yang Shu. His role is People's Public Point Master. There is no provider memo listed for him. Next is Yin Shoken. She is a Koryu Tea shop assistant. Provider memo references are 4 P81, 1 P102, 22 P82, 4 P102, P103. Beside her, we find San En. He is the Banrai Sake shop owner. The provider memo references are 4 P81, 15 P81, 11 P100, 1 P102, 26 P103, and 27. Below Yangshu is Ra Denyoku. His role is Flower, Bird, Wind, Tongyuan. Provider memo references are 1 P4, P12, P102, 11 P102, and 32 P103. Next we have Kakioka. She is a Yu Hao restaurant waitress. Provider memo no references are 13, 122 to 130, 1032, Pino 3. To her right is Cho Yune. She is a Jodo Tea shop assistant. Provider memo no references are 22, P82, 27, P101, and 36, P82. Below Radenyoku is Ryu Kirei. He is the Kuryu Point Master. Provider memo no references are 31, 15, P81, 11, P100, 45, P83, 1, P102, and 4, P102. Next is Jen Kaisen. She is a Banrai sock shop waitress. Provider memo no references are 15, P81, 45, P83, 1, P102, and 30, T103. To her right is Cho Furin. She is a Arai tea shop assistant. Provider memo number references are 1481 and 22, P82. Below Ryukire is a section titled Tea Restaurant. Under this title is An Mika. She is a Dragon Heart tea shop assistant. Provider memo no references are 13, 22, P82, 10, P100, 136, P82, and 32, P103. Next is Go Shugi. She is a Kyojinko tea shop assistant. Provider memo no references are 12, P81, 13, 1581, 22, 30, 36, 1102, 26, P103, P103. Finally, to her right is Teike. She is a Fukufukucha shop assistant. Provider memo no references are 13, 13, 14, P81, 2082, and 15, P100. Lastly, below Anmika and Go Shugi is Shu Chodon. He is the Kenbikucha shop owner. There is no provider memo no listed for him. The page seems to be listing characters from various tea and sake shops, likely within a specific area in the game, possibly Kowloon given the Kowloon Castle in the character steps section on the left. The provider memo no probably points to pages in the guidebook with more information about each character. The roles indicate their positions in these establishments, such as shop owners, assistants, or waitresses. This page depicts character profiles from the game, showcasing various individuals who run shops and establishments in the game world. Starting from the top left, we have Nan Shunmei, the owner of the Pig Trough Bar. Next to him is Ida Dents, the owner of the Wild Birds Shop. Following on the top row is Kyo Raigo, the owner of the Number 1 Bird Shop. Moving to the second row, we see Bun Kashun, who is the owner of the Fortune Tea House. Next to him is Eirokukyo, the owner of the Strange Birds Shop. Finally on this row is Ko Enshi, who is described as the boss of the Lucky Hit Stand. On the third row, we have Ryo Jun, the owner of the Welcome Diner. Next to him is En Ryuka, an employee of the Lovebirds Shop. Then we see Ko Ken, the owner of the Little Birds Shop. On the fourth row, Ro Shugetsu is presented as the owner of the Herb Tea House. Then we have Oko, who is the owner of a spice shop, and there are no provider memos for this character. Lastly, on this row we see Koku Tokuka, the owner of the Chirping Birds Shop. On the fifth row, Sen Shoshu of Santoro is shown as the owner of a food stall. Then we have Kyo Hoshin, who works part-time at a bird shop. Finally, Sai Ginrei is shown as the owner of the Shinwa House. Each character profile includes a character portrait, their name, their role or establishment they run, and provider memo numbers, which list page numbers for further information in the guide. This page showcases character profiles from the game, focusing on residents of Kowloon. Each profile provides the character's name in Japanese, their role or type, and memo numbers for further reference within the guide. Starting from the top left, we see Yamagishi Guki, identified as the owner of the food stall. Next to him is Zheng Yigi, the owner of the Shinsin restaurant. Then we have Dai Sugita, who owns the Old Tailors. Moving down to the next row, Shie Sajo is introduced as the owner of the Kowloon restaurant. Beside him is Zheng Yiguo, the owner of the seafood restaurant. Then, Sen Daiji is shown as the owner of the Black Tailors. On the right side of the page, at the top, we see Ji Yazao, who is a staff member at the Shunyang restaurant. Underneath, Zhang Guizhen is profiled as the owner of the Gold Tailors. Continuing down the left side, Sen Biko is introduced as the owner of the Big Tailors. Then, Shen Tao is the owner of the Delicious Restaurant. Following this is Zhu Hongyang, who owns the Color Tailors. On the right side again, below Zhang Guizhen, we see Zheng Huali, the owner of the Anraku Tailors. Finally, at the bottom right, Tian Yingji is profiled as the owner of the Kowloon Tailors. The text under each character's name in Japanese indicates their role or type as the owner, shujin, or staff member of a specific establishment, which are all named places like restaurants and tailor shops. The No section lists numbers in brackets, such as P82, P102, P103, which likely refer to page numbers within the guidebook, where more information about these characters can be found. This page showcases characters from the Kowloon City area in Shenmue II. Starting from the top left, we see Tianpei, who is identified as a shop assistant at the South Bird Mansion. Next to her is Fuku-kei, the owner of the Sacred Bird Mansion. Below Tianpei is Nanbune, described as a waitress at the Rice Bowl Room. Underneath Fuku-kei is Fuku-rinki, who is the owner of the Flower Bird Mansion. Moving down on the left side, we have Haku-ryo, the owner of the Beautiful Bird Mansion. Then there is Hiro-genshin, who is the Falling Jade Pawnshop owner. Below Haku-ryo is Fu-reiho, the master of the Heaven Bird. Next to Fuku-rinki is Hokuan, the owner of the Second Bird Establishment. Beside Hiro-genshin is Ri-shunrei, the owner of the Bird Mansion. Next to Fu-reiho is Rin-yuzen, a shop assistant at the Red Bird Mansion. On the right side of the page, under the title Vermilion Bird Building, we find Seki Songi, identified as the man standing next to the Afterburner 2. Below Seki Songi is Ho Raisin, the Vermilion Bird Building Street Fighter's benefactor. Then we see Rod Stunt, who is a street fighter in the Vermilion Bird Building, and there is no memo number listed for him. Underneath Vermilion Bird Building is Kowloon Castle Huangtian Building, and we see Kojun, a handyman maintenance worker at Huangtian Building, with no memo number. Below Kojun is Byako, identified as a Tiger Gate Building street fighter, again with no memo number. Finally, at the bottom right, we have Anshibo from Huangtian Assembly, with no memo number, and Irento also from Huangtian Assembly, also with no memo number. The No sections for each character refer to page numbers within the guidebook for more information about each character, and these are listed as P, followed by numbers like P81, P82, P100, P103, etc. This page showcases a collection of character profiles. Each profile includes a portrait of the character, their name in Japanese, and some details. All the characters listed here are associated with the Yellow Heaven Society, and for each character profile, it is noted that there is no memo number provided. The characters featured on this page are Au-kin, Gohie, Au, Kyosho, Saibun, Eiroku, Genkanken, Sairoken, Enki, Genshun, Shishi, and Koseiboku, Shachu, Oho, Kochutoku, Shukuyu, Omeiroku, Kohosuho, Kakugendo, Gokoshu, Jumon, Kakushi, Junsei, Kanko, Shokai, Ganryo, and Shogikyo. The text present on each character profile translates to Type Yellow Heaven Society. Memo no provided, none. This page presents a collection of character profiles from the Yellow Heaven Association. Each profile features a character portrait, their name in Japanese with furigana, and the notation that they belong to the Yellow Heaven Association and have no memo number associated, except for Bakin, who has memo number 22, P82. The characters listed on this page include Shomuki, Taishishi, Bakin, Seiki, Tanhake, Hanyu, Sokyo, Jongyun, Buankoku, Songxian, Jiangnan, Buiko, Zhuangzhou, Jiangyang, Fushijin, Kaozhen, Jianglu, Yangmao, Shenzhenjiang, Wenping, Sunquang, Dianwei, Wenluming, Sunjing, Manchong, Sunyi, Peiyuanshao, and Mao Kai. The consistent format suggests this page serves as a directory or roster of members within the Yellow Heaven Association, a group that appears to be significant within the game. Bakin stands out slightly with a reference to page 82, possibly indicating further details about this character elsewhere in the guide. This page presents character profiles from Shenmue II, focusing on members of two groups, the Huang Tianhui, which translates to Yellow Heaven, and the Keikamon, known as the Firefly Gate. We see characters like Yang Eisho and Riku Seihaku, who are affiliated with the Yellow Heaven, while figures such as Kamontetsu, Tu-shi, and Bu-gessen belong to the Firefly Gate. Other Firefly Gate members shown include Johao, Mushun, Yang Owen, Zenkan, and Lee Meiko. The page also features a location, Karen, and a character named Iwanori, who is described as a resident of Rukai Mountain, or Wolf Return Mountain. For each character profile, there is a category listed, indicating their affiliation with either the Yellow Heaven or the Firefly Gate. along with a provision memo number, which is consistently marked as none. This page depicts character profiles from the game Shenmue II, showcasing various residents and passersby. Starting from the top left, we see Onigiri, a child described as a resident of Okukazan with no memo. Next is Kappa, also a child and a resident of Okukazan with no memo. Then we have Kotai Tai, an elderly woman who is the owner of the Yaoya open-air stall with no memo. Kogai follows, identified as a local resident near Okukazan, with memo number 2, P116. Next is Sai 10, another local resident near with memo number 2, P116. Saogani is a child and a resident of Okukazan with no memo. Shamako is identified as the owner of the fish shop open-air stall with memo number 2, 116. Finally, in this column is Choji, the owner of the craft shop open-air stall with no memo. Moving to the next column, we start with Chomahige, a character described as a resident of Okukazan with memo number 2, P16. Rocco is next, a local resident near Okukazan with memo number 2116. Then we see Rohosen, also a local resident near Okukazan with no memo. Bokokuki is another local resident near Okukazan with memo number 2. Bokunin is also a local resident near Okukazan with memo number 2. Murumaj, a child, is identified as a resident of Okukazan with memos number 4 and 2, P116. Magain is a resident of Okukazan with no memo. Lastly in this column is Riban, a child and resident of Okukazan with no memo. The final column starts with Aishunka, a passerby with no memo. Shosho is also a passerby with no memo. Insan is another passerby with no memo. Yukin is identified as a passerby with no memo. Ni is a passerby with no memo. Nin is also a passerby with no memo. Finally, Eno is listed as a passerby with no memo. The text in each character box includes type category, Okukazan no Junin, resident of Okukazan, Lokukazan, local resident near Okukazan, greengrocer open-air stall owner, fish shop open-air stall owner, crafts craft shop open-air stall owner, passerby no, memo no, nashi, none, or nothing. The page provides a visual guide to various characters in the game, categorizing them by their location or role, such as residents of Okukazan, stall owners, and passersby. This page showcases a collection of character profiles from the game, all categorized as passersby. Each profile includes a character portrait along with their Japanese name and furigana pronunciation. Beneath each name it consistently states, which means type passerby, and no, indicating memo no, none. The characters featured on this page are Wangi, Yanbairen, Yankeng, Zhou Ongshu, Xianzheng, Zhou Tai, Hien, Gaodinkate. Zhou Tai appears to be a duplicate entry. Guan Xiaodong, Kan Gyatong, Zhou Lili, Shu Rere, Hanjuan Kumtlin, Juan Tong, Kan Tong, Xian Ban, Ju Lei, Han Meijing, Kan Bikyo, Zhu Lukao Chao, Yuyi, Yugi, Bo Qiong Zhao, Haku Keisho. This character has additional text, no, 29, P69, which means memo number 29, page 69. Shujing, Kaihei, Saika, Tanyuken, Junuken, Lu Shijianying, Shikene, Jianggan, Shokan, Ikusei, Xiangjusai. All of these characters are marked as passersby in the game, suggesting they are non-essential NPCs encountered in the game world. The consistent memo no, none, for most characters, except for Bo Chongzhao, indicates that for the majority, there is no specific memo or note associated with him in the guide, except for Bo Chongzhao, who has a memo reference on page 69. This page shows character profiles of various people who are categorized as passersby, or pedestrians within the game. Each character profile includes their name in Japanese, their pronunciation, and a small portrait. These character profiles are for background characters you might encounter while exploring the game world. For each character, it is noted that there are no special memos or additional information provided on this page, indicated by no, which translates to memo no provided, none, and under fash, which means type, passerby, pedestrian. There are a few exceptions with additional memo details. For example, for the character So Shobun, There are memo numbers 2, 18, 19, 29, and 30, all referring to page 69, and memo number 4 referring to page 1 or 2. Similarly, for Choshushin, memo number 10 refers to page 100, and memo number 4 refers to page 102. Characters listed on this page include names such as Shu Xian, Cao Zhenxing, Zhang Ren, Shu Shu, Sun Guixing, Zhang Fengxia, and many others. This page depicts character profiles of pedestrians that can be found in the game. On this page are portraits of various characters alongside their names written in Japanese with furigana reading aids, indicating how to pronounce them. Each character is categorized as a pedestrian, and most entries note none under the memo section. However, some such as Fu Shu and Rohakubai have a memo reference to page 69. The characters shown from left to right, top to bottom are Haikeiken, Haishi, Fueke, Fushu, Furebi, Fusen, Bunkoe, Bore, Bokutugo, Batoko, Barure, Jokukaran, Yushinrei, Rikaika, Ryukoho, Ryukeiken, Ryukeiki, Ryu, Ryoko, Rohakubai, Rohoshu, Kaku, Ryutatsu, Ryuto, Ryuzen, Ryuken, Ryuun, and Rinchoku. This page introduces martial artists who are masters of their own unique fighting styles. The page is titled Column 1, Martial Artists Who Possess Their Own Schools of Thought. It says to observe the 22 martial artists. It mentions that these martial artists who have undergone much training appear before Ryo. They each use their own unique fighting style and have their own special techniques. It encourages the reader to carefully observe the characteristics of each style, and when they meet these martial artists in the game, to really take their time to observe them closely. The page then details 6 martial artists. First is Taisuke, who uses the Tokurin-style brawling. It says that in the bar fights amongst the men who work at the docks, Taisuke created his own brawling style. He is described as relying on powerful techniques and is at a level where he can be useful in street fights among ordinary people. His signature move is the Tokurin upper, which is said to be very powerful. Next is Guixiang, who uses the Chen-style Tai Chi. It mentions that Chen village in Henan province is said to be the birthplace of Tai Chi Chuan, and Guixiang is from the Chen family Tai Chi lineage. Her style, unlike other Tai Chi styles, is characterized by powerful thrusts and leaping kicks. The way she draws power from her waist and the spiral movements are unique. She emphasizes actions that bring out the strength of the technique and states that mastering her techniques takes a long time. Then there is Zhou Shan, who uses Shaolin Kung Fu. It is mentioned that Bodhidharma Daishi brought Shaolin Kung Fu from India and established it in China. It is a major branch of Chinese martial arts and retains the original forms of martial arts training. He is described as using his whole body in nimble movements and attacking through the shortest distance to the target. Following Zhou Shan is Kenmin, who uses Tai Chi. It is said that his martial art is based on the principle of neutralizing the opponent's attacks and turning them into his own power. His techniques have 8 basic variations and can be adapted to any situation. It is said that when using neutralization, he can launch powerful strikes against his opponent. Next is Xu Ying, who uses Bajiquan. It is said that Xu Ying and Ryo's teacher are from the same lineage of Bajiquan. Her style emphasizes external techniques such as elbow strikes, shoulder strikes, and palm strikes, all of which are Bajiquan techniques. She is described as using earth-shattering techniques to deliver powerful closer-range combat. The text under her picture says, Hong Shuying, that's my real name. Finally, there is Ko Ren, whose fighting style is not specified but is implied to be a natural, untrained style. It is described as being discovered in the mountains of Yunnan province, a wild man from this modern age. He is said to be unable to speak, and his body, honed by nature, is like iron. It's stated that his muscles are as hard as rocks, and ordinary attacks are unlikely to cause him pain. The text under his picture says, "Hey, who is this guy who is gnawing on bones?" This page showcases a selection of martial arts styles featured in Shenmue II. We can see various characters demonstrating and explaining their unique fighting techniques. Starting from the top left, the first style is Ayin Edelweiss, and the text explains it is a style originating from Hebei province. It's a grappling art that uses the pinky finger to cut downwards and the thumb to cut upwards. The character shown is Eileen M. Edelweiss. Next is Nadam Agan Uzun, described as Mongolian wrestling, a traditional Mongolian martial art used to train soldiers in the time of Genghis Khan in the 13th century. It mentions that in Japanese sumo, losing is when anything but the soles of the feet touch the ground, but in Mongolian wrestling, defeat occurs when the opponent touches the ground with their elbow, knee, or buttocks. The character shown is Ganryu. Moving down, we see Ran Feiying. The description states that Ran Feiying, who has learned various Chinese martial arts, is known for his unique fighting style that selects only techniques suitable for himself. He excels at surprise attacks using hidden steps and boasts powerful attacks. He is skilled at seeing through the opponent's back and supplementing his techniques with tricks. The character shown is Ren of Heavens. Following that is Qin Wenqing, a style originating from Hebei province. It's named after the action of stretching out the arm when striking. It mentions using iron sand from fingertips to the wrist, thoroughly refined by the iron sand training method. It involves filling a bag with granular objects and hitting it repeatedly to temper the hands like iron. The character shown is Xu Yinghong. On the left bottom, we see Rod Stunt, described as Pankration. It's an ancient Greek martial art used in competition, combining striking, throwing, and grappling. It's said that ancient Greek philosopher Plato described pankration as incomplete boxing and incomplete wrestling. The character shown is Rod Stunt. Then there's Shunrei, which is Jeet Kune Do. It explains that Jeet Kune Do was created by Bruce Lee, who learned Wing Chun. Her offensive techniques are rich in practical changes, and her offensive theory also includes Bruce Lee's philosophy of life. The character shown is Eileen Edelweiss, but the text is about Shunrei. Lastly, on the left is Yuan, which is Rokaku Kung Fu. It describes Rokaku Kung Fu as having slow and soft movements. Yuan learned it in his childhood, but gave it up halfway because he couldn't sweat. However, using this as a motif and following his own aesthetic sense, he developed his current unique style. The character shown is Yuan. Moving to the right side of the page, at the top is Takano Kazuki, described as Takanori Ancient Martial Arts and Saikendo. It states that this style originated from Willow-born-style ophthalmology and body art and was founded in the Meiji era when a martial arts department was established at Meiji Women's School. Kazuki's grandmother learned it then. Kazuki is a successor who explores this ancient martial art and currently studies Saikendo and is studying abroad in Hong Kong for that purpose. The character shown is Nozomi Harasaki. Next is Bakibaman, described as Tai Chi Quan. It mentions that Bakibaman embodies the same Tai Chi Quan as Jianmin and uses his giant physique effectively. The text mentions the previously described kake, transformation or turning point. Bakibaman says, even a hair cannot cut through it, and as the saying goes, no matter how powerful the strike, it is all diverted in front of his kake. The character shown is Bakibaman. Following that is Sogon Tozan, described as Shaolin Kung Fu. It explains that Sogon Tozan is a Shaolin Kung Fu master who has mastered Shaolin Kung Fu. Among the many Shaolin Kung Fu techniques, he has mastered the Iron Head skill. Shaolin Kung Fu is characterized by light and speedy movements, but the Iron Head skill, Headbutt, unleashed from his RGE body possesses immense destructive power. The character shown is Jianmin. Then is Shu Eisho, described as Secret Sect Fist. It says that it is said that Zhou Eisho, a retainer of the Song dynasty, is the founder. Complex footwork and agile movements are characteristic, and rapid development and changes in posture are remarkable. His light body technique is not a martial arts style, but a training method to train the body. By putting on weights and jumping, he trains to move quickly. The character shown is Zhou Eisho. On the bottom right side, we see Greg Moore, described as professional wrestling. It states that professional wrestling is a comprehensive martial art that focuses on wrestling and grappling. Powerful throws and strikes captivate the viewers. Furthermore, in street fights they fight on rings made by themselves, so there are rules different from professional wrestling, such as ring outs. The character shown is Greg Moore. Then there's Byakko, described as Tiger Swallow Fist. It says that Byakko is from a major mainland sect and is also known as Swallow Fist. Originally it was a branch from the Swallow Green Gate. Tiger Swallow Fist is said to be something that has been improved and developed by adding Tiger Fist and Swallow Fist techniques and teachings. The dangerous Tiger Swallow Fist was once forbidden by the Wu Emperor. The character shown is Baihu. Finally, Tugyu, described as Heart-Mind Rokaku Fist. It mentions that Tugyu had a bullied childhood, but in his rebellious period, he encountered Rokaku Fist and started training in university. He is not learning fist techniques as a master and does not know the Rokaku Fist techniques. He utilizes his trained body and fights in his own unique fighting style. The character shown is Donu. This page depicts character design sketches for Shenmue II, showcasing the original concepts behind the beautiful CG characters in the game. The page is titled, Beautiful CG Characters Original Sketches, and the text explains that these sketches were created by the development staff to capture the essence of the characters that would be featured throughout the story to enhance the immersive experience. The first section focuses on women related to Ryo, and features sketches of Joy, Xuyinghong, and Shenhua Ling. The text mentions that these three women, each with distinct personalities, had their character traits largely defined even at the initial sketch stage. Next, there is a section about a man who looks good no matter what he does, featuring Ren, the young leader of an organization. Although Ren does not appear in the game itself, the text describes scenes envisioned where he would be riding a horse, possibly leading an invasion. Another section introduces slightly more grown-up Wong and Kaoru. The description notes that while Wong and Kaoru appear quite childish in the game, these sketches depict them with a slightly more mature look. It is mentioned that Wong, in particular, appears a bit slimmer in the sketch compared to his in-game representation. The Quirky Darts 5 section showcases 5 darts players with unique personalities. These 5 characters appear in the game, and the illustration perfectly captures their in-game designs. The darts players are Xuan Fenglin, Liu Baiyang, Wen Chengyou, Barry Jones, and Wen Yongmin. Finally, the page concludes with reproducing a scene of terror, illustrating 2 villains from the Yellow Heaven. The sketch powerfully conveys their ferocity. Specifically, the right-hand image depicts Yuan wielding a chainsaw in the Yellow Heaven building, a scene that is described as even more frightening in the sketch than in the game itself. This page depicts fortune teller Eileen's Mo-Mo mode, which is about the trajectory of love and affection of the fortune teller Eileen Edelweiss, who predicts love. The page is divided into 5 patterns, each showing Eileen in a different scenario and dialogue. Pattern 1. This pattern is titled Black Flame Dragon Supported Heart. Eileen says, "You have been chasing that dragon all the way to Hong Kong, haven't you? But you and I have met, I can see it. The trajectories of your fate and mine are becoming one in Hong Kong. This is something ordained by the gods. No one can escape fate. I have come to like you." Pattern 2. This pattern is titled, By the way, Ryo, do you like Cheongsam? Eileen asks, "By the way, Ryo, do you like Cheongsam?" Ryo replies, "Huh." Eileen continues, "Cheongsam should definitely be blue, shouldn't it?" Ryo asks, "Hey, why do you know my name?" Eileen responds, "It's not strange at all that I know your name, which is determined by God, is it? But you should be careful with women in blue Cheongsam other than me." Ryo asks, "Caution?" Eileen says, "Yes, I can see that person has a big wound in her heart. She might even try to drag you into that big wound." Ryo exclaims, "Get involved." Eileen concludes, "So, be careful of blue Cheongsam." "Ah, but I am different. I wish you a pleasant journey." Pattern 3. This pattern is titled, Ryo, you have the aura of a troubled woman. Eileen says, "Ryo, you have the aura of a troubled woman." Ryo asks, "Troubled woman?" Eileen continues, "Red, I can see red hair fluttering in the wind." Ryo asks, "Red hair?" Eileen says, "You are being chased by a large red machine." Yes, that woman is a large obstacle in your path. If you get involved with this woman, you will surely be careful of red hair. Eileen then says, "I'm glad. My hair is not red, and it's tied up, so it won't flutter in the wind. Yes, after all, you and I are destined partners." Ryo says, "Oh, oi." Eileen concludes, "Okay, Ryo, be careful of red hair. I wish you a pleasant journey." Pattern 4. This pattern is titled, Amazing. Ryo and I are so compatible that it's almost perfect. Eileen exclaims, "Amazing." Ryo asks, Is that so?" Eileen continues, "Yes, there is no room for disagreement. It seems that Ryo came to Hong Kong to meet me. I am always here in Hong Kong. I will be here whenever you want to meet me. We are definitely blessed by God. I will always be here to meet you. I am praying for your safety." Pattern 5. This pattern is titled Under the Red Tree, a Girl Sweeping. Eileen says, "Under the red tree, a girl sweeping." Ryo asks, "Red tree, girl?" Eileen continues, "This girl, Rio, keeps looking at you, Rio. Do you also perhaps like this girl?" Ryo asks, no." Eileen says, "I won't say bad things. This girl will make you unhappy. I can see it. This girl is a girl who carries shadows. Her feelings are too heavy for you, Rio. Don't get involved with this girl's sadness. I'll be waiting for you forever. I am praying for your safety." The text below Pattern 5 mentions, "This girl and Eileen are of course rivals in love. Eileen is a woman close to Rio. Is Eileen, who is different from the flower in the distance, a formidable enemy?" It suggests that Eileen is being presented as a potential love interest for Ryo, contrasting with other female characters who might be more distant or problematic. This page, titled Game Discs Within Collect Shenmue, is column 4 and talks about enjoying another world of Shenmue. It explains that in Shenmue 2, game discs 1 through 4 contain various bonus materials that can be enjoyed using a computer. Think of them as a passport. Inside each disc, in the Omaki folder, there's an index.html file. By opening this file with a web browser on your computer, you can check out all the discs and experience another world of Shenmue. Disc 1 is titled Unrecorded Collect Shenmue. It mentions that in the previous game, Collect Shenmue could be downloaded at the Juice Stand Prize Exchange in Dobuita using the VM. This time, Collect Shenmue itself doesn't appear in the game, but various character data was prepared. You are encouraged to take a look at the characters with their cute movements. The disc appears to show a list of character portraits including Joy, Ren, Xiuying, Eileen, Fangmin, Hanhui, Guixiang, Jianyu, Etsuko, Yoshiko, Baihu, Mingming, Bo, and children. Disc 2 is titled Character Setting Material Collection. Disc 2 allows you to browse character setting materials for characters appearing in the game. It includes Joy, Ren, and Xiuying among other main characters, totaling 9 characters. Page 277 of the book introduces rough sketches and other Shenmue world illustrations that are included. The image shows a character artwork of Hong Xiuying. Disc 3 is titled Shenmue CG Illustration Collection. This disc contains super beautiful CG illustrations of characters appearing in both the previous game and this one. There are a total of 10 illustrations, and you can download them to use as wallpapers. You can paste them on your computer desktop to feel the world of Shenmue even closer. The image shows a CG illustration of Ryo Hazuki and Shenhua. Disc 4 is titled Shenmue Treasure Image Collection. The 4th disc contains 2 demo movies. One is a movie from the Game Jam event held in the spring of 2001, and the other is a promotional movie. Both are digest cuts from the current game, and you can enjoy them even after clearing the game. The image shows a scene from one of the demo movies, featuring Ryo Hazuki. The bottom section is titled Discover Sega's Famous Machine Mark II. It explains that moving the viewpoint and zooming in to examine various objects and locations is one of the real pleasures of this game. After searching various locations, 2 interesting things were found. One is that the famous Sega machine Mark II can be found in 3 locations: room 309 of the department store, room 903, and room 702 of the Dragon Building. Another discovery, although not as impactful as Mark II, is the Japanese chess game, Shogi. It is found in room 1107 of the department store, room 302 of the pawn shop, room 312 of the Huangqian Building, and room 1817. It encourages readers to look for more. The image shows a picture of the Sega Mark II console and encourages the reader to zoom in and take a closer look. This page presents the credits and publication details for the book. It states that this is the first edition, published on October 23, 2001. The page lists the staff involved in the creation of the book under different categories. Composition and writing is credited to E1 Office Co., Ltd., and lists the names of individuals: Kiyoaki Hihara, Kengo Osato, Kazunari Ando, Yasuaki Nagano, Shizuka Miyato, Junko Takako, and Hideki Yamamoto. Text and cover design is credited to Nobuhiro Noto of Right Graphics, Estor Co., Ltd., and Kiyoaki Hihara of E1 Office Co., Ltd. Cooperation is attributed to Sega Co., Ltd. and Sega AM2 Co. Printing and manufacturing is credited to Kyoto Printing Co., Ltd. Under Publisher, it lists the names of individuals involved in the publishing process. Toshio Inaba as publisher, Toru Maeda as editor, Shinji Yamada as deputy editor, Kuninori Kitamura as editor-in-chief, Minoru Sakura, Kazuhiro Nakahata, and Kimiaki Sato in sales, and Kyoichi Sakuraba in production. Editing operations are credited to Dorimaga Editorial Department, Entertainment Book Editorial Department, Kuninori Kitamura and Yuko Tashiro. Publishing is by SoftBank Publishing Co., with the address NOC 752 Tokyo Minatoku Akasaka 4 13 Ban 3 Go, and telephone numbers for sales as TEL 35491 and for editing as TEL 354911164. At the bottom, copyright information is present for Sega M2 1999-2001 and SoftBank Publishing Inc. The ISBN is listed as ISBN 4797317228, and it states printed in Japan. There is a notice about defective books being exchangeable at retailers and that the price is listed on the cover. It also states unauthorized reproduction prohibited. There is contact information for inquiries about the book available on weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. at telephone number 0355491164, and that game content questions will not be answered. It concludes by stating Dreamcast is a trademark of Sega Corporation. This page depicts a promotional page for Shenmue. It features the SoftBank Publishing logo at the top left, and in the center, a large stylized Y symbol is prominent, along with the website address h/w.shenmue.com/. At the bottom left, copyright information which reads Sega A9 2001 Dreamcast is a trademark of Sega Corporation. This page is the back cover of the Shenmue II Complete guidebook, and it highlights 4 key elements of the guide. The text at the top reads Shenmue II Complete Guide, and below this in large text it says, Play it to the max. Strongest strategy, 4 great elements. The 4 sections listed are Susumu, Progress. This section states Shortest route flowchart, Complete memo filling flow, Complete link. Aruku, Walk. This section says, fold-out map plus detailed partial map, thoroughly follow the action range. This section mentions main event, sub-event, minigame, all items, all public. Katsu, Win. This section proclaims complete data posting, secrets to win in all battles. At the very bottom, copyright information reads, Tash Sega M2 1999-2001. Below this, a note says Dreamcast is a registered trademark of Sega Corporation.